In the eastern spirit region within the Great Qian dynasty at the outer gate of Xianxia sect, inside an ancient sandalwood-scented room, a tall young man with a jade-like handsome face slowly awoke. Sitting on the bed, he sized up the furnishings around him, confusion filling his deep eyes. Is this some kind of prank? Or did some damned friend dump me on a shooting set? Zhou Qingyun speculated inwardly, just about to get up and go out to verify his guess. At that very moment, vast fragments of memory surged through Zhou Qingyun's mind and began to merge with his own. Half an incense stick of time later, the fusion was complete. Damn, I've transmigrated. He cursed in classic fashion, the words fully conveying his shock. But this world is way too dangerous, isn't it? Zhou Qingyun frowned. This world was called the Myriad Spirits Realm. Completely different from Earth, the Myriad Spirits Realm was a true vast world of fantasy and cultivation. By absorbing spiritual energy, all beings of the myriad spirits could transcend the mundane. Demons and monsters rose together, immortals and mortals coexisted. For the mighty calling the wind and summoning the rain, plucking stars and seizing the moon and overlooking the long river of time were but commonplace. Naturally, for ordinary people without any talent for cultivation or strength, this world was anything but wonderful. They lived each day in constant fear, terrified that one misstep would offend a cultivator and see them beheaded on the spot. They might also perish at any time in the stray shockwaves of battles between experts. Lives hanging by a thread, fates as insignificant as blades of grass. This was the truest portrayal of the weak. Even so, Zhou Qingyun's luck was not bad. The body he had transmigrated into bore the same name as in his previous life, and its innate talent was far from ordinary. After entering Xianxia sect in just 2 years, he had advanced from the 3rd level of the body tempering realm to the 4th level of the spirit attraction realm, shedding his status as a menial worker and becoming an outer sect disciple. Within the Great Qian dynasty, he could already be counted as a genius. What delighted Zhou Qingyun even more was that his background was equally distinguished. He was the eldest young master of the Zhou clan. The Zhou clan was a great family within the Great Qian dynasty. Zhou Qingyun's rapid progress in cultivation, besides his own aptitude and the resources of Xianxia sect, was also inseparable from the support of the Zhou clan's resources. According to the path the Zhou clan had laid out for him, once he became an inner sect disciple, an elder of the inner sect who was on good terms with the Zhou clan would take him as a disciple, granting him an even greater tilt of the sect's resources. After he later entered the power center of Xianxia sect, his clan would likewise reap enormous benefits. This starting point isn't bad at all, Zhou Qingyun murmured as his expression shifted, and he quietly let out a breath of relief. Yet after a while, when he had finished absorbing all the memories in his mind, his expression grew decidedly ugly. Lin Fan, a menial worker. Cultivation stagnated, on the verge of being expelled from the sect, yet suddenly awakening, his cultivation soaring by leaps and bounds, breaking through to the spirit attraction realm in just a few short months. Isn't that the quintessential protagonist template? Was this for real? Moreover, according to these memories, I even seemed to be a minor villain. His previous self's death appeared to have been orchestrated by Lin Fan's grandfather. For a moment, Zhou Qingyun felt like crying, but had no tears. He had thought he was dealt a heavenly opening hand, only to discover he was actually in hell mode. Lin Fan and Zhou Qingyun had originally entered Xianxia sect at the same time as menial workers. During that period, due to competing over a menial task, the two had clashed and formed a grudge. As time passed, Zhou Qingyun's talent began to reveal itself. In just 2 years, he became an outer sect disciple. Lin Fan's aptitude, however, was abysmally poor. After 2 years, he had barely broken through 2 minor realms. After becoming an outer sect disciple, Zhou Qingyun had both deliberately and inadvertently instructed others to suppress Lin Fan. He had assumed that when the 3-year period ended, Lin Fan would be expelled from the sect and fade into the crowd. Yet that brat seemed to have suddenly comprehended the Tao. In one instant he awakened, and his cultivation speed surged madly, reaching the spirit attraction realm within just a short time. Yesterday, after that brat became an outer sect disciple, Zhou Qingyun had once again ordered people to humiliate Lin Fan. Unable to swallow the humiliation, Lin Fan had his grandfather kill Zhou Qingyun's previous self last night. That was how Zhou Qingyun had come to transmigrate into this body. Rubbing his forehead, Zhou Qingyun's thoughts spun rapidly. If Lin Fan sees that I'm not dead, he'll probably try to kill me again. Right now, I have 3 paths before me. First, confess to the sect that Lin Fan has a grandfather backing him. Second, seek protection from that elder in the inner sect who is on close terms with my clan. Third, give up the resources of Xianxia sect and return to the clan. After careful consideration, Zhou Qingyun felt that the last option was the most viable. After all, the grandfathers of heaven's chosen sons were never easy to deal with in life. Every one of them had been an extraordinary powerhouse. Xianxia sect might very well choose to go along with them. Zhou Qingyun continued to analyze in his heart, weighing all kinds of pros and cons. At that moment, a crisp sound suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Ding! Villain identity detected in host. Binding Villain Investment System. Zhou Qingyun shot to his feet, pupils contracting, disbelief written all over his handsome face. He had a system too. He burst into laughter. Heaven clearly had no intention of abandoning him. Villain Investment System binding complete. Ding! Initialization in progress. Initialization complete. A novice gift pack has been granted to the host. Please make good use of it. Villain Investment. Zhou Qingyun's eyes gleamed. In his heart he asked, System, explain your functions. Ding! Respected host, as the name suggests, this system's function is investment. By consuming a certain amount of villain points, you may bind investment targets. Once bound, you can invest in them with items they require and receive multiplied returns. PS, based on fortune, investment targets are categorized as black, white, blue, purple, red, and gold. Each category yields different return multipliers. Black and white yield no returns, blue grants double returns, purple quadruple, red eightfold, and gold 16-fold. Additionally, this system is devoted to forging the strongest villain and altering the fates of villains of all kinds. Thus, when the host invests in villains of different ranks, extra critical hit rewards may be obtained. PS, villains and Heaven's mandated protagonists are ranked as ordinary, epic, legendary, and mythic. Reading the information in his mind, Zhou Qingyun's interest was thoroughly piqued. He asked, System, can I invest in protagonists as well? Of course. A villain who doesn't want to recruit Heaven's mandated protagonists as underlings is not a qualified villain. The host may employ any means to subdue a Heaven's chosen. Upon subduing them, additional rewards will be granted. Kind reminder, Heaven's mandated protagonists are rebellious to their core. Please be cautious, host. For Heaven's chosen, whose favorability toward you is below 0, it is recommended you suppress or kill them. Killing them will also yield extra rewards. Zhou Qingyun's lips twitched. After a pause, he asked again, Then how do I obtain villain points? By investing in villains, or by suppressing, subduing, or killing Heaven's chosen? Kind reminder, to subdue a protagonist, their favorability must exceed 60. To kill a protagonist, you must first strip away their fortune until it matches the host's, otherwise you will draw the attention of the heavenly Dao's will. Of course, the host may forcibly kill them as well. By spending a certain amount of villain points, the system can help you conceal the secrets of Heaven. Damn, Heaven's chosen really are something else, Zhou Qingyun muttered. He grumbled, then said, System, open my novice gift pack. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining villain points 1000, 1-hour cultivation experience card at Divine Ability Realm, Emperor Grade Cultivation Art, Creation Art, and the Eye of Fortune. Eye of Fortune. After fusion, the host can inspect the fortune of living beings. Emperor Grade Cultivation Art. Zhou Qingyun's expression trembled with shock, and just as he was about to examine it, a series of urgent knocks sounded at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Young master, are you there? Come in. The door creaked open as a voice rang out. Greetings, young master. 2 stalwart young men stepped inside and bowed to Zhou Qingyun. The 2 young men had similar features, they were twins. The only difference was that one bore a scar across his right cheek, while the other did not. The one with the scar was named Wang Wu, the other Wang Lu. Their talent was fairly decent. They were bodyguards arranged for Zhou Qingyun by his family. Bluntly put, they were his lackeys. At that moment, the system responded again. Ding! 2 blue-grade investment targets detected too. You may spend 200 villain points to bind them. Bind or not. Aren't the 2 of them my lackeys? Why aren't they considered villains? Zhou Qingyun was a little surprised. They are unqualified. Zhou Qingyun mentally cursed at the system's cold tone, then silently muttered in his heart, Bind them. Binding successful. Investment demand detected. Invest blood-burning pills into Wang Wu and Wang Lu to obtain 2 years of cultivation. So this system chooses options based on what I currently possess combined with the crises the investment targets are facing. Because Zhou Qingyun happened to have 2 blood-burning pills on hand, he could not help but make such a guess. Zhou Qingyun felt somewhat puzzled, but instead of questioning the system immediately, he looked at Wang Wu, and Wang Lu raised an eyebrow and asked, What is it? Yesterday afternoon, when we went to make trouble for that little bastard Lin Fan, we discovered that he had already broken through to the first level of the spirit induction realm and become an outer sect disciple. He is on the dueling platform, right now, madly provoking you, young master. We came specifically to report this to you. The 2 of them sheepishly rubbed their bald heads, and then Wang Wu continued to speak. That damn Heaven's chosen protagonist. Just a few days ago, he was still at the 10th level of the body tempering realm, and now he had reached the 1st level of spirit induction. It was utterly absurd. Zhou Qingyun immediately took out 2 blood-burning pills from his storage ring and said to the 2 of them, Each of you take 1 blood-burning pill and go up to the dueling platform with him. Do you think you can defeat Lin Fan? You must not, young master. These are life-saving, means the family prepared for you. They must not be wasted on the likes of us. Besides that, Brad is only at the first level of spirit induction. We are confident we can defeat him without this. Wang Wu and Wang Lu immediately knelt to the ground, speaking in panic. The blood-burning pill was a third-grade pill that could temporarily boost a cultivator below the spirit god realm by 3 minor realms. The price, however, was heavy. The user would be left weakened for an entire month. Despite the steep price, it was still one of those pills that money alone could hardly buy. After all, it was something that could save one's life at a critical moment. Wang Wu and Wang Lu had already broken through to the first level of the spirit induction realm a year ago. By now, they had reached the second level. Thus, the two of them were extremely confident that they could defeat Lin Fan. Take them, or does my word no longer count? Zhou Qingyun narrowed his eyes and spoke with displeasure. Zhou Qingyun shook his head inwardly. The terror of a child of destiny was beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. After a brief hesitation, the two finally reached out with trembling hands to take the pills, thanking him gratefully. Many thanks, young master. We will definitely defeat Lin Fan. Investment successful. 2 years of cultivation obtained. The host may claim it at any time. Investment completed. Attribute panel unlocked. Host may now view the data of investment targets and his own attributes. Ding. Host has achieved the feat, first investment, and is awarded 2 years of cultivation and 1 enlightenment pill. Rewards may be claimed at any time. A smile surfaced on Zhou Qingyun's face, his heart surging with excitement. He forcibly suppressed his joy, then took out 2 vitality pills and handed them to the 2 brothers. The vitality pill was a second-grade pill that provided pure spiritual energy and accelerated the process of opening one's spiritual meridians. Vitality pills. Young master, this. After a moment of hesitation under Zhou Qingyun's piercing gaze, the two still accepted the pills. It was not that the two were being overly dramatic, but in this world the hierarchy was even more rigid, and under the long-term influence of the family's master-servant doctrine, they could not help but feel deeply uneasy. Many thanks, young master. We will certainly not disappoint your expectations. They expressed their gratitude once again. Enough, you may withdraw, Zhou Qingyun said with a wave of his hand. Yet neither of them moved. Instead, they stared blankly, looking at each other. At last, Wang Lu braced himself and said cautiously, Young master, you're a bit different today from before. Different in what way? Zhou Qingyun's heart gave a faint jolt, but he kept his face calm. Young master, you're too gentle today. It makes us a little uneasy. You used to call us idiots all the time. Remembering how his former self had treated the two of them, Zhou Qingyun's face darkened and he snorted coldly. You two idiots, get out of my sight. Yes, that was exactly the tone they were used to. Wang Wu and Wang Lu's eyes lit up and they scampered out the door. Faintly, their voices could still be heard from outside. I almost thought young master had changed and no longer trusted us. With this blood-burning pill, we'll definitely make Lin Fan pay. To dare offend the young master. He truly doesn't know life from death. Brother, when we get to the dueling platform with Lin Fan, later you go teach him a lesson. You idiot of a younger brother, why shouldn't it be you? Zhou Qingyun was left speechless. They're the very picture of villainous lackeys. With this, they're doomed to lose for sure. His heart twitched, filled with utter despair. In broad daylight, that old grandpa likely would not make a move. But against such two prodigies of stupidity, there was no defense. Shaking his head, Zhou Qingyun suppressed his frustration and said to the system, Fuse the Eye of Fate. Fusing for the host. A mysterious fluctuation manifested within his eyes. In those deep pupils, the principles of heaven and earth seemed to intertwine enough to make one's heart tremble. After a few breaths' time, fusion complete. I don't feel any noticeable change. Zhou Qingyun carefully sensed himself, then set aside his doubts for later testing. Then he spoke to the system in his heart, claimed the creation art. As the words fell, a torrent of information flooded his mind, making his gaze momentarily go blank. After a short while, the system reacted again. Distribution complete. By then, Zhou Qingyun had also recovered his wits and immediately began to examine the creation art. Creation art, an imperial-grade cultivation method. It draws in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, locks the spiritual sea cycles without end, forming an undying flow of life and transformation. When cultivated to perfection, one can be reborn from a single drop of blood, achieving immortality. A gleam flashed through Zhou Qingyun's eyes. In his memory from ancient times to the present, the Easternling region had never once produced an imperial-grade cultivation method. It was no exaggeration to say that if he were to release this method to the world, rivers of blood would flow as countless empires and sacred lands launched savage campaigns to seize it. In this world, countless predecessors had distilled the laws of heaven and earth, searched for the ultimate truths of existence, and created unique paths of cultivation and martial arts of war. They had classified the levels of cultivation methods and martial techniques as yellow, profound, earth, heaven, saint, and emperor. Even the highest methods of many empires and sacred lands only reached the saint level. That was why Zhou Qingyun was so thrilled. After calming the excitement in his heart, he claimed the system reward of 4 years of cultivation. Crackling sounds echoed within him. Vast spiritual qi surged through his 4 limbs, and bones then rushed violently into his spiritual meridians. Divine radiance blossomed from his body, crystalline and translucent, like a blazing sun. His aura rolled forth, a gale of astral wind burst from his body. At the same time, his terrifying blood and qi erupted, causing the very space around him to tremble. Originally at the 4th level of the spirit induction realm, Zhou Qingyun, under the influx of the system's cultivation, reward successively opened 36 spiritual meridians and broke through to the 7th level. The human body possessed 108 spiritual meridians. Cultivating in the spirit induction realm meant guiding spiritual qi to open these meridians. Once all were fully open, one would then carve out a spiritual C in the dantian and break through to the spirit reservoir realm. Only then would one be considered to have truly stepped onto the path of cultivation. In the cultivation world, realms were divided into body-tempering, spirit induction, spirit reservoir, spirit god, calamity, tribulation, and the 3 divine realms: divine ability realm, divine palace realm, divine bridge realm. System, something's off. With my aptitude, 4 years of cultivation should be enough for me to break through to the spirit reservoir realm, shouldn't it? Ding. The system grants the host cultivation equivalent to that of an ordinary person cultivating for the same duration without any external resources. System, you're truly stingy. Zhou Qingyun rolled his eyes and complained at the system. Open my attribute panel. Name Zhou Qingyun. Realm spirit induction, 7th level. Fate purple. Villain points 800. Investment targets 2. His fate was not bad at all. A faint smile curved Zhou Qingyun's lips. He set aside the idea of immediately cultivating the creation art, tidied himself up, and stepped out of the room, heading toward the dueling platform. He also wanted to see for himself whether Lin Fan could withstand the combined assault of the Wang Wu and Wang Lu brothers. In the Eastern Spirit Domain, at the Xianxia sect's outer gate, there lies a competition stage. The Xianxia sect is one of the most prominent sects in the Daiqian dynasty, boasting a disciple count of over 100,000. Among them, outer disciples account for 30%. Conflicts among disciples often arise, and fighting is strictly prohibited in other areas of the sect. To alleviate these tensions, the Xianxia sect established the competition stage. On the competition stage, as long as lives are not at stake, anything goes. The once deserted stage is now bustling with people. On the high platform, 3 figures stood proudly. Among them were Wang Wu and Wang Lu, who had obtained the blood-burning pill from Zhou Qingyun. You useless piece of trash, how dare you speak ill of my young master just now? Soon you'll know why the flowers are so red. Wang Wu sneered, filled with indignation. They had the audacity to claim their young master was dead, forcing them to search tirelessly for him. Upon seeing Zhou Qingyun safe and sound, they realized they had been played. After receiving the blood-burning pill, they excitedly went to Lin Fan's residence, provoking him. Lin Fan, unfazed, stepped onto the competition stage with Wang Wu and Wang Lu. At this moment, Wang Wu and Wang Lu were quietly discussing who would compete. Brother, you should go, he'll cheer you on from the sidelines. You useless brother, why not you? The person confronting them was Lin Fan, dressed simply and of handsome appearance. His expression darkened as he stared at Wang Wu and Wang Lu with a cold gaze. He spoke to a remnant soul of an old man in his mind. Master, did you not say that Zhou Qingyun was already dead? Why are these 2 fools not collecting their young master's corpse, yet they come to trouble me? Lin Fan's tone was filled with displeasure. At that moment, an ancient voice echoed in Lin Fan's mind. A divine sense attack is not something an ordinary person can withstand. Presumably, that kid possesses some kind of soul-protecting treasure, otherwise if he had died this morning, these 2 would not have returned. Then can Master take action tonight? Lin Fan hesitated and asked. He truly hated Zhou Qingyun. Over the years, aside from his master draining his spiritual energy, causing his cultivation to progress slowly, there was another reason: Zhou Qingyun's oppression. Hearing this, the owner of the ancient voice pondered for a moment and replied, not now. Last night's interference has already drawn the attention of some old-timers in the Xianxia sect, unless you find a way to lure him out of the sect, or find a way to draw him onto the competition stage. With his cultivation and foundation, he is certainly no match for you. Defeating him openly will not only vent your frustration, but also strike at his Tao heart. It's truly a kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Lin Fan was somewhat skeptical. Really? When have I, your master, miscalculated in 3,000 years? The old remnant soul in Lin Fan's mind replied impatiently. Lin Fan remained silent, then a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he mocked Wang Wu and Wang Lu. Enough, you 2 fools, stop deliberating and come at me together. You little brat, you're courting death. No one dares to insult us except for our young master. Wang Wu and Wang Lu instantly flew into a rage. They then turned to the elder beside them and said, "Elder, since this brat is seeking death, let us fulfill his wish." The elder in black also cast an inquiring glance at Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked dismissively and nodded indifferently. He had already broken through to the second level of spirit summoning. Dealing with such incompetent fools was a piece of cake. If Zhou Qingyun were to come, he might hesitate for a moment. But with Lin Fan's confirmation boom, it was as if a stone was cast into a tranquil lake, instantly igniting the emotions of the onlooking disciples. Countless outer disciples watched the three on the platform with great interest. Tisk, isn't Lin Fan seeking death? Though both are at the second level of spirit summoning, how does this brat think he can take on two? Who does he think he is? Damn, I've never seen someone so arrogant. Wang Wu, Wang Lu, kill him. Lin Fan paid no attention to the taunts from the stage. Instead, he looked calmly at Wang Wu and Wang Lu, a smile creeping onto his lips. Come on, you two useless sacks. Ooh, I've tolerated you for long enough. Today you'll learn that being a sycophant leads nowhere. Seeking death. Upon hearing Lin Fan's provocation, Wang Wu and Wang Liu's eyes turned bloodshot with intense anger. Their qi and blood erupted as they charged at Lin Fan like divine bulls. Their palms glowed with jade-like spiritual power, sharp and menacing. This was the yellow rank superior technique, mountain-splitting palm capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones when cultivated to perfection. The moment they attacked, it was a deadly strike. Clearly, they aimed to defeat Lin Fan in one blow. Seeing Lin Fan standing still, it was as if he were stunned. Wang Wu and Wang Lu were overjoyed. However, just as they were about to reach Lin Fan, he seemed to perform some kind of movement technique and easily evaded their attack. Only a remnant shadow was left. Instantly, Lin Fan appeared behind them like a ghost, his legs swirling with spiritual energy. Bang bang. Lin Fan moved with astonishing speed, delivering a kick. Wang Wu and Wang Lu fell to the ground like sandbags. Boom. Their eyes were filled with disbelief, clearly not expecting Lin Fan to be so dominant. The outer disciples watching the battle widened their eyes in shock. How is this possible? Wang Wu and Wang Lu are at the second level of spirit summoning, and they lost just like that. This must be fake. No, isn't Lin Fan's aura at the second level of spirit summoning? Damn it, I want to smash that arrogant face of his. The elder in black, witnessing this, brightened his gaze and thought, at such a young age he has cultivated a profound level martial art to a minor success. His comprehension is impressive. Lin Fan revealed a slight smile. How could an ant understand the abilities of a genius? He looked disdainfully at Wang Wu and Wang Lu and said, "Go summon your foolish young master. Perhaps he can still contend with me." You? Their faces turned extremely ugly. Wang Wu then fixed his gaze on Lin Fan and said coldly, "Haha, good thing our young master is so perceptive. Otherwise this little brat might really be pretending." Lin Fan felt a sense of foreboding. The next second, the two brothers flipped their palms, revealing a pill in their hands. Blood-burning pill. Lin Fan's expression changed slightly. That fool Zhou Qingyun has truly spared no expense to deal with him. He actually took out such a pill. The disciples watching the battle also brightened upon seeing the pill. Haha, are you dumbfounded? You arrogant fool, do you really think that breaking through to the second level of spirit summoning in just a few months allows you to provoke senior brother Zhou? The two brothers ignored everything else and directly swallowed the blood-burning pill. A violent surge of qi and blood erupted. Their levels instantly rose to the 5th level of spirit summoning. The surrounding space seemed to tremble. The brothers grinned wickedly as they charged at Lin Fan. Lin Fan's face changed drastically as he continuously used his movement technique to evade their attacks. Clearly, he wanted to exhaust the effects of Wang Wu and Wang Liu's pills. On the other side, Zhou Qingyun appeared on the observation platform. Watching the battle below, Zhou Qingyun thought to himself, as expected of the child of destiny, he really knows how to run. At that moment, his system chimed. Ding. Detected an ordinary child of destiny. Do you wish to view the data? View. Name Lin Fan, level 2nd level of spirit summoning, fortune, red favorability, 60 destiny level, ordinary. Ding. Host investment target suppressing an ordinary level child of destiny, earns 100 villain points. Detected that the host's investment target has suppressed a child of destiny for the first time, achievement completed. Investment target's first suppression of destiny child, earning 20,000 villain points. Zhou Qingyun's eyes brightened slightly as he immediately activated the Eye of Fortune, looking at Lin Fan. Suddenly, a red aura of fortune, like a great sun, appeared in Zhou Qingyun's vision. Zhou Qingyun was slightly surprised. Although he had long anticipated Lin Fan's fortune to be high, seeing it with his own eyes still astonished him. When he had just arrived, he activated the Eye of Fortune and observed the people around. The fortune of most people on the scene was white. A few had blue fortune. Lin Fan's red fortune was the highest. An hour passed. Although Lin Fan's movement technique was impressive, he still suffered significant injuries under the relentless pursuit of the two brothers. He was now at the end of his rope. Meanwhile, the effects of the blood-burning pill on Wang Wu and Wang Lu had dissipated, leaving them weak on the ground, their eyes filled with regret as they looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan let out a breath of relief and began to circulate his technique to recover his spiritual power while coldly remarking, "Haha, what? Still don't want to concede." According to the rules of the competition stage, as long as no lives are at stake and no one concedes, the elders nearby cannot interfere. At this time, Zhou Qinjian's system triggered another investment. Ding. Triggered investment demand from Wang Wu. Invest a recovery pill to gain 10,000 inferior spirit stones. Ding. Triggered investment demand from Wang Lu. Invest a recovery pill to gain 10,000 inferior spirit stones. Detected investment demand from red level investment target Lin Fan. Invest a recovery pill to gain a superior profound level martial art, mountain press, cleansing pill, and 5 years of cultivation. Would you like to bind this investment? First, bind Lin Fan. Zhou Qinjian's eyes lit up as he responded to the system. Ding. Detected that Lin Fan is the child of destiny. Do you confirm spending 10,000 villain points to bind the red investor Lin Fan? Zhou Qinjian's face darkened as he angrily questioned the system. Why does it cost 10,000 for a red investment target when a blue one only costs 100? Binding various levels of investment targets incurs an increasing cost of 10 times in villain points. Please do not be surprised, host. What kind of surprise is that? 10 times. Then binding a golden investment target would cost 100,000. Zhou Qingyun realized the system's greed. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Qingyun suppressed the frustration in his heart and turned his gaze back to the platform. The Wang brothers sat back to back, their faces still pale, but their eyes were fixed on Lin Fan, secretly using their methods to recover their spiritual energy. Regarding Lin Fan's admission of defeat, neither Wang Wu nor Wang Lu had ever considered it. After a few minutes of rest, Lin Fan's complexion had regained some color. Seeing the brothers' determined expressions, Lin Fan frowned slightly and thought to himself, this despicable Zhou Qingyun is truly ruthless in trying to suppress me, even taking out such a precious blood-burning pill. Damn aristocratic family. Lin Fan cursed inwardly. He felt secretly pleased at the Wang brothers' reckless actions. The technique he practiced was a low-grade, heavenly-tier skill given to him by his master with remarkable recovery abilities. In just a few minutes, there was already some spiritual power in his meridians. He believed that with a few more minutes, he would fully recover. At that time, he would not rest until he had beaten the Wang brothers to the point where they couldn't care for themselves. Just as Lin Fan was secretly pleased, a figure dressed in white, elegant, and handsome flew onto the platform. Young master. Seeing the newcomer, the eyes of the Wang brothers brightened as they attempted to stand to pay their respects, only to be stopped by Zhou Qinjian's wave. The elder in black saw this and frowned, moving swiftly to Zhou Qinjian's side, expressionless, and said, "During the duel, no one is allowed to interfere." Zhou Qingyun clasped his hands together and wore a warm smile as he said, "I, Zhou Qingyun, have come to give these injured junior brothers some recovery pills after seeing their serious injuries." The elder in black looked skeptical. The watching disciples were confused and muttered, "If I remember correctly, Zhou Qingyun is supposed to have a grudge against Lin Fan, right? And wasn't Wang Wu still one of his own?" Earlier, Zhou Qingyun said he was here to deliver recovery pills to his junior brothers. Does that include Lin Fan? Moreover, would he really be willing to part with such precious pills? Recovery pill, a third-grade pill that can heal injuries and accelerate the recovery of spiritual energy. Zhou Qinjian's family only prepared for him. Seeing the newcomer, Lin Fan thought to himself, he really isn't dead. How infuriating. Then with disdain, Lin Fan said, "What? Young master Zhou came to kick me while I'm down because he saw I was injured." Zhou Qingyun, unfazed by Lin Fan's mockery, maintained a cheerful smile as he said, "I know that Lin junior brother harbors grievances against me. Today, after reflecting on the sect's teachings, I have decided to unite and support each other with junior brother." As he spoke, Zhou Qingyun took out 3 recovery pills from his storage ring, looking sincere as he said, "I saw that several junior brothers were seriously injured just now, and I hope the elder can give these recovery pills to them." How could such words come from your mouth? Everyone outside knows that Zhou Qingyun is infamous for his vendettas. The elder in black was stunned. Wang Wu and Wang Lu were also stunned. The observing disciples were equally bewildered, but seeing Zhou Qinjian's sincere demeanor, many began to waver. Only Lin Fan felt a sense of unease in his heart as he gritted his teeth and said, "You despicable scoundrel, get lost quickly. Don't pretend to be kind here." Zhou Qingyun was not angry, still smiling warmly, and said, "It seems that junior brother and I have too deep of a misunderstanding. The elder can check these recovery pills. I guarantee there are no issues." This time Lin Fan fell silent, knowing that if he continued to speak, he would seem petty. Seeing this, the elder in black took the recovery pills, released his divine sense, and began to inspect them. After a moment, the elder in black said, "There are indeed no issues." Now even the elder in black was impressed by Zhou Qingjian's magnanimity, casting him an admiring glance. The onlookers were also won over by Zhou Qingyun, praising him in unison. "Brother Zhou is righteous. Then please, Elder Zhang, send the recovery pills to the several junior brothers." Zhou Qingyun bowed once more. The elder in black nodded. After receiving the recovery pills, Wang Wu and Wang Lu immediately took them, and their complexion improved instantly. Ding! Blue investment successful too. Gained 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, which the host can collect at any time. Zhou Qingyun nodded and looked at Lin Fan. At this moment, Lin Fan did not consume the pill immediately, but instead asked the residual soul in his mind, "Master, is there any problem with this recovery pill, eh?" After a moment of silence, the residual soul replied, "There is indeed no problem." The residual soul was also confused by Zhou Qingjian's actions. Could it be that this kid is truly a gentleman? The residual soul began to doubt its own judgment. Holding the recovery pill, Lin Fan suddenly had a flash of inspiration and said to Zhou Qingyun, "Since senior brother wants to resolve our misunderstanding, I have a method. After I consume the recovery pill and recover, let's have a match. If senior brother wins, I will be willing to let go of my grievances against you." Lin Fan spoke insincerely, thinking that letting him drop his hatred would have to wait until the next life. After he finished speaking, the spectators became uneasy as Lin Fan had just fought two opponents, Wang Wu and Wang Lu, who had consumed the blood-burning pill and advanced to the 5th level of Qi gathering. And Zhou Qingyun was also only at the 5th level of Qi gathering. They looked at Lin Fan with disdain and immediately criticized him. What a thankless wolf. How could you treat your senior brother with such treachery? Senior brother Zhou is a paragon of virtue, but some people just don't understand. The talent is there, but the character is lacking. Brother Zhou, don't agree to him. This kid has bad intentions. Lin Fan felt extremely frustrated, wishing he could curse them out. Are you blind? Or are you just pretending to be blind? Why didn't you speak up when he suppressed me before? Zhou Qingyun displayed a kind smile. Indeed, no matter which world it is, people only believe in the truth they see before their eyes. Then Zhou Qingyun waved his hand, signaling everyone to stop. He looked at Lin Fan meaningfully and said, "Very well, I will agree to junior brother's suggestion. Do you really think you've got me cornered? I was just worried about not having a target to test the system's bugs." Zhou Qingyun sneered inwardly, and then he fell silent. Seeing this, Lin Fan did not hesitate and immediately consumed the recovery pill. Ding! Red investment successful, gained a high-grade Xian-level martial art, mountain-shattering seal, a cleansing pill, and 5 years of cultivation. Feeling delighted, Zhou Qingyun looked at Lin Fan, this target, with even more satisfaction. The setting sun hung low in the west. The evening glow enveloped the Xianxia sect, resembling a paradise on earth. After a few hours, Lin Fan's injuries finally healed, and he confidently said to Zhou Qingyun, "I am ready now. A senior brother Zhou can begin. Then Lin junior brother should be cautious." Zhou Qingyun stood with his hands behind his back, his demeanor ethereal, responding casually. Then Zhou Qingyun moved. He stepped forward as if the distance was nothing, his speed surpassing the comprehension of the outer disciples. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Lin Fan. Lin Fan had not yet reacted. The residual soul in his mind suddenly shouted, "Be careful." Lin Fan's eyes widened in shock as he attempted to resist, but it was too late. A punch was thrown. Boom. Lin Fan was sent flying without even seeing how Zhou Qingyun made his move. Crack. A dull sound echoed, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. The people around stared wide-eyed, filled with disbelief. Is this truly the 5th level of spirit summoning, senior brother Zhou? It doesn't seem like it to me. From observing the aura of fellow Taoist Zhou, it appears he has already entered the 7th level of spirit summoning. My heavens, to reach such a level in less than 3 years. Given more time, senior brother Zhou will surely secure a place among the true disciples. The gap between people is just too vast. Countless outer disciples rose in shock, staring at Zhou Qingyun, then turning their gaze to Lin Fan. At this moment, Lin Fan lay collapsed on the ground, pale and spitting out blood. He trembled as he pointed at Zhou Qingyun, his breath unstable, saying, "Despicable villain, do you think just because others don't lose their temper they are fools?" Lin Fan was filled with rage, with no outlet for it, mentally communicating with the remnants of his soul in his mind. "Master, is this what you mean by someone with ordinary talent and background?" The remnants of the soul replied resentfully, "This kid's talent and physique are indeed of ordinary caliber. His breakthrough to the 7th level of spirit summoning should be due to some fortuitous encounter, or perhaps his family provided him with more valuable pills." The remnants of the soul was truly going crazy this time. He had sensed something was off about Zhou Qingyun earlier and wanted to release his divine sense to investigate, but feared being discovered by the elders of the Xianxia sect. How infuriating! To think that a dignified spirit battle master having roamed the world for 3,000 years would be so stifled. He then consoled Lin Fan, saying, "Don't worry, once your war god physique awakens with a year or so of cultivation, you'll easily suppress him." Ding. Detected investment demand from red target Lin Fan. Invest 1 recovery pill to receive a low-grade flying spiritual treasure floating cloud boat, a cleansing marrow pill, and 5 years of cultivation. Indeed, one can exploit the system's bugs. Woohoo, let's take off. A smile curled at the corner of Zhou Qinjian's mouth as he vanished from sight. With a concerned expression, he rushed to help Lin Fan up and asked, "Junior brother, are you okay? I still have a recovery pill here." As he spoke, he took out the recovery pill. Lin Fan, still bleeding from his mouth, struggled to push Zhou Qingyun away hatefully, saying, "You despicable scoundrel, don't pretend to care, get lost." Zhou Qinjian's deep gaze held a hint of coldness before he disappeared, saying with frustration, "It's understandable that Junior brother is angry. This time it's my fault for not controlling my strength. I didn't expect Junior brother to be so weak." So weak. Weak. Lin Fan was once again infuriated and spat out another mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Zhou Qingyun quickly let him go. After spitting out blood, Lin Fan fainted. Ding. The host has inflicted a blow to the Tao heart of the destined child, rewarded with 5,000 villain points. Is this destined child's confidence really so weak? Zhou Qingyun was momentarily taken aback, then filled with wild joy. However, he still needed to act quickly, pretending to say, "Junior brother, are you okay?" Before he finished speaking, he stuffed the recovery pill into Lin Fan's mouth. Ding. Red investment demand. Investment successful. Congratulations on receiving a low-grade flying spiritual treasure floating cloud boat, a cleansing marrow pill, and 5 years of cultivation. Zhou Qingyun's eyes flickered as he suppressed his excitement and had someone take Lin Fan back. Looking at Lin Fan's departing figure, the red aura around him diminished slightly. This discovery greatly pleased Zhou Qingyun. He quickly gathered his emotions and put on a guilt-ridden expression. The disciples on stage immediately began to comfort him. "Senior brother, Zhou need not blame himself. Lin Fan fully brought this upon himself, challenging you despite being so weak. It's just a small misunderstanding. Isn't it better to have cleared it up?" Lin Fan actually dared to challenge Senior brother. Isn't that like a mayfly trying to shake a tree? Who doesn't know of Senior brother's genius reputation among the outer disciples? Moreover, Senior brother even gave him a recovery pill. According to the agreement, Senior brother has already won against Lin Fan, and he should no longer harbor hatred towards you. We will testify for you. Whether intentional or not, some people present today began to express their stance after witnessing Zhou Qinjian's dominance. Thank you all for your comfort. However, Junior brother Lin has suffered such severe injuries due to me, so I must return and provide him with another recovery pill as an apology. I shall take my leave now," Zhou Qingyun said with a clasped fist. Senior brother Zhou is truly righteous. Senior brother Zhou is indeed a true gentleman. Everyone returned the gesture. Seeing his character established so successfully, Zhou Qingyun was in great spirits today. The first reason was to test the system's bug. Pressing the investment target into a corner could trigger investment demands. Thus, with this bug, his operational space had expanded. The second reason was to establish a persona, that of a gentleman. His system was too peculiar, requiring investments to profit. If he used his former persona to invest, no one would believe him. However, if he invested under the guise of a gentleman, the target's wariness towards him would lessen. What he needed to do was continuously reinforce this persona in the future. Regardless of his past life or the present, Zhou Qingyun firmly believed that having two personas, one in front of others and one behind their backs, would yield better profits. Just look at those big stars and figures from Earth in his past life who didn't have two personas. As for dealing with those destined children, he would do that too. He might just use a small account to do so. The Xianxia sect is located in the Yunxian mountain range. The Yunxian mountain range is steep and towers into the clouds, where celestial birds and spirit cranes find it difficult to fly over. It has 5 peaks connected by a giant of the Xianxia sect, forming a natural formation. The outer sect is situated on the mountainside of the Lingxiu peak. Zhou Qinjian's talent is decent, and the small courtyard he was assigned is quite luxurious, filled with strange flowers and exceptional fragrances. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Zhou Qingyun did not seek the recovery pill. Instead, he instructed the Wang brothers Wang Wu have the family investigate Lin Fan's information, especially regarding his enemies. Wang Wu had a scar on his face and was bald, exuding a strong, intimidating presence. However, at this moment, he made a foolish mistake by asking, didn't young master want to mend ties with him? Then why investigate him? Do you have an opinion? Zhou Qingyun looked at Wang Wu with a half smile. The cold demeanor made Wang Wu break out in a cold sweat, and he immediately knelt down, terrified, saying, I have overstepped. No wonder his predecessor often called the two fools. They truly deserve the title. Zhou Qingyun felt somewhat headache and sighed lightly, saying, get up, don't ask so much in the future. Just complete what I instruct, or you can return to the family. Yes. Wang Wu's heart tightened, and he quickly replied before leaving. As for you, Wang Lu, be a bit smarter than your brother. Keep an eye on Lin Fan. If he offends anyone or plans to go out, let me know. Zhou Qingyun pondered for a moment and said yes. Wang Lu, hearing Zhou Qingyun's praise, was delighted and quickly responded. Then I shall take my leave. Zhou Qingyun nodded. Watching Wang Liu's departing figure, Zhou Qingyun narrowed his eyes. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The enemy of my enemy might also be the villain. Afterwards, Zhou Qingyun began to review today's gains, feeling a surge of excitement. System claimed the cleansing marrow pill. Night shrouded the land. Roars. Great demons bellowed and mutant beasts lurked everywhere. Tonight the Yunxian mountain range was restless with spirit beasts seething in agitation, yet none dared approach the thousands of peaks of the Xianxia sect. Should any beast draw near 100 zhang sword light would descend from the heavens, cleaving it to oblivion. Inside a small cottage, candlelight flickered. The faint glow fell upon Lin Fan's grim visage, lending it an eerie menace. Seated on a chair, he felt his collapsed ribs and seethed with fury. The venom in his eyes seemed almost tangible, threatening to pierce through the humble abode. What a fine Zhou Qingyun! The humiliation of today I shall repay 100-fold in the future. I had intended to hold back this favor, but since you court death, I shall grant your wish. Though your clan wields vast influence, let's see how you withstand a true disciple's targeted assault. Lin Fan growled, his tone icy and bone-chilling, sending shivers through the air. A few days prior, Lin Fan had ventured out for a trial and inadvertently saved a true disciple, forging a bond of gratitude. He had originally not planned to call in this favor lightly. But Zhou Qingyun had truly infuriated him lately, especially today. By now, Lin Fan had realized that Zhou Qingyun had been toying with him from start to finish. Zhou Qingyun was a man who would repay a grudge tenfold, and Lin Fan was no different. The venerable Lingdo spoke. I have observed Zhou Qingyun's recent fortune. It shows signs of soaring. He may not be easy to kill. Let Huang Yi probe his depths for you first. Focus on your cultivation and strive to break through to the Dan Yun realm. Only then will you truly step into the path of cultivation. Only then can you wield those wondrous martial arts and begin awakening your war god physique. Zhou Qingyun is merely a small hurdle in your life, as is Li Qinghua. You must not let hatred cloud your vision nor lose sight of the fundamentals. Remember, in this world, power is the foundation, all else is but fleeting clouds. Moreover, that boy's physique and talent are mediocre. Once you break through to the Dan Yun realm with your foundation, you will be invincible among your peers. As a saint-level powerhouse, he was qualified to speak such words. The techniques and martial arts within his mind far surpassed even a fraction of what the modest Xianxia sect could offer. Lin Fan's expression sharpened, the venom in his eyes receding as he took a deep breath and declared solemnly, I shall heed master's teachings. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhou Qingyun was naturally unaware of Lin Fan's thoughts. Even if he knew, he would not care. Ever since he transmigrated and discovered that he had offended Lin Fan, the child of destiny, he had never entertained the thought of reconciliation. At this moment, he was examining a medicinal pill. So this is the marrow cleansing pill, eh? The marrow cleansing pill, a 5th-grade elixir, was exceedingly precious. Not only were its ingredients rare, but it also demanded a high level of skill from the alchemist. The pill bore natural patterns, was crystalline and translucent, like a piece of fine jade. Within it a radiant luminosity swirled, resplendent and extraordinary. Its fragrance permeated the air. A single whiff caused Zhou Qingyun's pores to open and his blood to surge. Truly remarkable. Zhou Qingyun praised it, then without further hesitation swallowed it immediately. He sat cross-legged, refining the medicinal power. Boom. The moment the pill entered his stomach, it transformed into streams of energy that coursed through his spiritual meridians, fortifying them and opening up more channels. After the pure medicinal power circulated through his spiritual meridians, it flowed toward his limbs and bones, slowly improving his innate talent. The medicinal power was not as violent as Zhou Qingyun had imagined. Instead, it was remarkably gentle, refining his body bit by bit. His clan, a major power in the great Qin dynasty with deep foundations, had already performed marrow cleansing and meridian washing for him. Thus, the impurities in Zhou Qingyun's body had long been purged. Unlike the descriptions in novels, no mud-like grime emerged, nor did any strange odor fill the air. He only felt his body become lighter, and his absorption of heaven and earth's spiritual energy significantly stronger. Several hours passed as Zhou Qingyun immersed himself in the pill's transformation, unable to tear himself away. Thump! His bones and sinews resounded in unison like the roar of a tiger or the rumble of thunder. A surge of energy far more potent than before swept through the cottage, causing it to tremble with a rustling sound. Divine light radiated from his body as he opened 12 more spiritual meridians, breaking through to the 8th level of spirit attraction. Now he had connected 96 spiritual meridians. By opening 12 more to form a grand cycle, he could circulate his technique and open a spiritual sea in his dantian. Thus, he would break through to the Dan Yun realm, transform spiritual power into true essence, and wield martial arts capable of altering the heavens. How truly exciting! A sharp glint flashed in Zhou Qinjian's star-like eyes. He then clenched his fist, carefully feeling the surge in his power. He estimated that if he struck with full force now, he could unleash 10,000 gene of strength, enough to kill an ox. The marrow-cleansing pill is indeed extraordinary. Zhou Qingyun had another pill, but he did not intend to take it. One reason was that consuming another would yield significantly diminished returns. The second reason was that he wanted to keep it for investment purposes. Who knew when an investment opportunity might arise? He had gained some insight into the system's patterns. The more items he possessed, the more likely he was to trigger investment needs. Another rule was that an investment opportunity would only arise when the target desired something, and he had the corresponding item. Shaking his head, Zhou Qingyun put aside his thoughts and spoke to the system. System, extract the lower-grade flying spiritual treasure, the floating cloud boat. Extraction successful. A flash of light appeared, and a palm-sized model of a boat materialized on the ground. This system is unreliable. Zhou Qingyun was momentarily speechless, then bent down to pick up the small boat. It felt cool to the touch, with light patterns flowing across its surface. At the bow stood a black gold flag, giving it a majestic appearance. Zhou Qinjian's eyes burned with passion. Though the small boat seemed unremarkable, he did not underestimate it. In the cultivation world, the classification of treasures and weapons was mortal tools, magical artifacts, spiritual treasures, Dao weapons, saint weapons, and emperor weapons. Magical artifacts were laden with complex restrictions difficult for ordinary people to forge, and possessed all kinds of wondrous powers. They were extremely precious in the cultivation world, beyond the reach of common cultivators, and were typically owned only by elder-level figures of major sects. Special spiritual treasures like the floating cloud boat, especially flying ones, were even more valuable. They usually integrated flight, defense, attack, size alteration, spatial storage, and spirit gathering arrays into one. Zhou Qingyun had once heard that a flying spiritual treasure had been auctioned for an astronomical price of 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Hence his immense joy. Without further delay, he bit his finger, forced out a drop of essence blood, and dripped it onto the floating cloud boat, beginning the refinement process. After a few breaths, the character Zhou appeared on the black gold flag at the boat's bow. Zhou Qingyun had successfully refined it, and broke into a smile. Just as I thought. As he had anticipated, the floating cloud boat possessed the function of size alteration after refinement. It could change size according to the user's will, expanding up to 10 zhang, or shrinking to the size of a palm. Zhou Qinjian's heart burned with eagerness to test it, but without true essence he could not yet drive it. He had to set aside the idea, and stored the floating cloud boat in his ring space. Then he began to prepare for cultivating the creation art, and extracting the system's reward of 10 years of cultivation. The technique he had previously practiced, the E-Wood transformation art, was of the profound grade mid-rank, and was utterly incomparable to the creation art. Once he mastered the basics of the creation art, his cultivation speed and foundation would undoubtedly reach new heights. The next day, the dawn light illuminated the sky, and the sea of clouds rose. Standing atop the mountain peak of the Yunyang sect, the pavilions were layered, and the palaces stretched endlessly, resembling a celestial paradise on earth. After passing through the teleportation array, Lin Fan arrived at the True Inheritance Peak. Outside the mountain gate of the True Inheritance Peak, Lin Fan looked at the seemingly endless white jade staircase and swallowed hard. He then climbed straight up. Today he was going to find the True Inheritance disciple to help deal with Zhou Qingyun. Soon Lin Fan arrived at the entrance of a beautiful pavilion. Inside the beautiful pavilion, there was a spiritual peach emitting a floral fragrance that lifted one's spirits. Outside the pavilion, 2 maidservants stood guard. Lin Fan paused outside the door and respectfully said, "Could you please inform Senior Sister Huang that Lin Fan has come to pay a visit?" The 2 maidservants showed apologetic expressions, and one of them said, "The True Inheritance disciple has gone out to train. Please come back another day. When will she return?" The True Inheritance did not specify, but it is estimated to be around half a month. "I see." Lin Fan's expression turned to one of disappointment. How infuriating. Just let that dog thief, Zhou Qingyun, be arrogant for a few more days. Outside the sect, in Zhou Qinjian's small courtyard, Wang Lu knelt on the ground, his expression respectful, as he said, "Report to young Master Lin Fan has gone to the True Inheritance Peak." "Oh, well done. Continue to keep an eye on him, but no need to get too close," Zhou Qingyun praised. Yesterday, Lin Fan's grandfather did not discover his realm. Zhou Qingyun deduced that the remnant soul did not dare to freely release its divine sense, seemingly afraid of attracting the attention of the sect elders. This was also the confidence that allowed him to send Wang Lu to monitor Lin Fan. This is the duty of a subordinate. Wang Liu's expression showed a hint of joy, and then he exited the small room. Watching Wang Liu leave, Zhou Qingyun pondered gone to the true inheritance peak. Is he looking for a true inheritance disciple to deal with me? In his view, Lin Fan going to true inheritance peak was highly likely for this purpose. However, Zhou Qingyun was not too worried, as long as he did not leave the sect, the true inheritance disciples would not dare to act against him. At most, they would just throw some minor obstacles his way. Moreover, his family was formidable, and any true inheritance disciple wishing to take action would have to think twice. The urgent matter was to quickly break through to the Danyun realm and become an inner sect disciple. After a night of cultivation, he still had no clue about the transformation technique. Helplessly, Zhou Qingyun took out a wisdom pill. The wisdom pill, a 5th grade pill, could significantly enhance the user's comprehension in a short time. He examined the wisdom pill for a moment before swallowing it without hesitation. After taking the wisdom pill, he felt a sudden enlightenment, and his mind became immensely clear. If things that were previously unclear now became instantly obvious. At this moment, he resembled a supercomputer with his mind racing. Zhou Qingyun did not dare to delay and began to cultivate the transformation technique. In this state, Zhou Qingyun's comprehension was astonishing. Several hours passed. Even though the transformation technique was obscure and difficult, Zhou Qingyun managed to grasp a few key points. A day passed, and his practice of the transformation technique showed initial results. The second day, the third day, Zhou Qingyun finally grasped the fundamentals of the transformation technique. His realm had not broken through, but his foundation had become more robust, stronger than ever before by several times. The spiritual power within the spiritual veins was now more refined, prolonged, and enduring. Under the enhancement of the transformation technique, the essence of his life underwent a significant transformation, making his aura more ethereal and transcendent, akin to a celestial being. Zhou Qingyun's expression showed slight joy, revealing a smile. System extract, 10 years of cultivation. Extraction successful. Bang. Under the infusion of system cultivation, the most difficult 12 spiritual veins were forcibly connected. In an instant, when all spiritual veins were connected, the transformation technique began to operate unconsciously. 108 spiritual veins flowed with boundless spiritual power, clear and translucent, resembling crystal jade. After a complete cycle of great Zhou Tian, the spiritual power within the veins surged towards his dantian. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. His dantian shone with endless divine light, enveloping the room and spilling outward. Before the divine light dissipated, Zhou Qingyun's body trembled. In Zhou Qingyun's perception, his dantian was undergoing earth-shattering changes. Rumbling. A sound like a tsunami emanated from his dantian. Within the dantian, brilliant divine radiance began to take shape in a chaotic space. Dong. In the midst of the void, a sound akin to a celestial bell rang out, shattering certain shackles within him, and an aura like a tsunami erupted, radiating outward from Zhou Qingyun, kicking up countless clouds of dust, rolling endlessly. The surrounding outer sect disciples were astonished, bearing the weight of immense pressure, and ultimately could not hold on, collapsing to their knees. Has someone broken through to the Danyun realm? Looking at the direction, it seems to be senior brother Zhou. In less than 3 years, he has broken through to the Danyun realm. Our Xianxia sect has produced a true dragon. A quarter of an hour passed. Zhou Qingyun's spiritual seat was finally established. The overwhelming spiritual power was compressed to the utmost, connecting with the Tao rhythms of heaven and earth, transforming into strands of true essence. At the moment when the true essence appeared in the dantian, the essence of Zhou Qingyun's life sublimated, and the universe became clear. He felt as if he had transcended and ascended. It was utterly intoxicating. Zhou Qingyun smiled, knowing he had broken through to the Danyun realm. He had officially embarked on the path of cultivation and was now qualified to seek immortality. At this moment, his lifespan surpassed human limits, reaching 200 years. Body refinement realm, training the physique. Spirit guiding realm, guiding spiritual energy through the Bodhist spiritual veins. Neither of these realms increased lifespan. Only the Danyun realm would begin to extend lifespan. The gap between the spirit guiding realm and the Danyun realm was like crossing an insurmountable chasm. Now he could easily defeat his former self with a single finger. At this time, the system's infusion continued, and the spiritual power was still transforming into true essence. A strand of true essence. 2 strands. Over 100 strands of true essence were converted, but Zhou Qingyun's dantian was like a bottomless pit. Not even a ripple was stirred. Let alone forging a mysterious pill and breaking through to the midstage of the Danyun realm. At this moment, Zhou Qingyun's realm was still in the early stage of the Danyun realm. He was not disappointed, but began to solidify his realm. This continued until the afternoon. A knock on the door interrupted him. Knock, knock, knock. Is the young master in? Hearing the voice, it was Wang Liu. Could Lin Fan be stirring up trouble again? Zhou Qingyun pondered, and then softly said, "Come in. I pay my respects to the young master." Wang Lu was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. He bowed to Zhou Qingyun, and then said, "Young master Lin Fan and Lu Jinghe are at the auction house down the mountain, and a conflict has arisen over a slave. I specifically returned to report to you." Is he a villain? Zhou Qingyun's tone became a bit urgent. He had heard a little about Lu Jinghe. Like him, he was also an outer sect disciple. His talent was not great, and his cultivation was entirely based on the accumulation of drugs. However, relying on his brother being a true inheritance disciple, he acted arrogantly and was a bully among the outer sect. No one dared to provoke him. Unexpectedly, Lin Fan, who had only become an outer sect disciple for a few days, had a conflict with him, truly worthy of being the destined protagonist. A master of troublemaking. Zhou Qingyun's thoughts raced, and he then praised Wang Lu, saying, "Well done, I'll remember this as a great merit for you. Let's go, take me to see." The Xianxia sect was a colossal power, easily ranking among the top 10 within the Great Qin dynasty. Its influence radiated across the entirety of Yun Prefecture, making it an undisputed behemoth of the region. A saying circulated throughout Yun Prefecture: "You might not know the Great Qin dynasty, but you must know the Xianxia sect." The sect was renowned far and wide. Countless rogue cultivators seeking refuge had spontaneously settled at the foot of the Xianxia sect's mountain. This settlement had evolved into a grand metropolis named Xianyang City. The Xianxia sect had a legacy of 4,000 years, while Xianyang City had stood for 2 millennia steeped in history. Within an auction house in Xianyang City, the day's event was somewhat sparsely attended due to a lack of deliberate advertisement. Only a few hundred people were present below the stage, their eyes fixed eagerly upon it. On the auction stage stood a cage. Inside the cage, a young girl of about 14 years curled up. The girl wore tattered coarse linen clothes, her hair a disheveled mess. Her frame was gaunt, and she hugged her knees, shrinking into a corner, her eyes hollow and devoid of light. She trembled, yet forced herself to appear calm. It was as if she had already accepted her ill-fated destiny, but her heart still rebelled, and she could only mask her despair in this manner. The Xianxia physique was the most absurd constitution in the world. There was no other like it. At least that was what the young girl believed. She cursed the heavens for bestowing such a physique upon her. She also hated herself for being born with this physique. How wonderful it would be if she didn't have it. At the very least, her parents wouldn't have died because of her. At the very least, her village wouldn't have been destroyed because of her. Holding her head, tears glistened in the girl's eyes, reflecting the ugly, greedy faces of everyone below the stage. She lifted her head and looked at all the people on and off the stage. It was as if she wanted to etch the faces of all who treated her as a commodity into her despairing heart. The auctioneer paid no heed to the girl's despair. Her only concern was ensuring the girl remained alive. This was how the world worked. The weak had no voice and could only be carved up by others. Sometimes they couldn't even control their own life and death. It was brutally realistic. I want beat around the bush. This girl possesses the Xianxia physique and is still a virgin. I'm sure all you esteemed gentlemen are familiar with this constitution, so I won't elaborate further. The auction begins now. The starting price is 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, and each bid must increase by at least 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. The auctioneer introduced the girl's origins with a fervent, seductive charm. As her voice faded, the hall fell into a brief silence before the bidding commenced. 11,000 low-grade spirit stones. 12,000 low-grade spirit stones. The auction proceeded with fiery intensity. In a corner on the second floor, Lin Fan, clad in a simple black robe, frowned as he watched the auction of the young girl below. He didn't consider himself a good person, yet he was still greatly tempted by the Xianxia physique. At that moment, the spirit combat venerable suddenly spoke. "Boy, place a bid." His tone had lost its usual calmness, replaced by a hint of urgency. "But master, if we participate in this auction, we won't have enough spirit stones left for the dragon breath fruit." Lin Fan was somewhat bewildered. Although the Xianxia physique could help one refine their cultivation, it was far less crucial than awakening his war god physique. The dragon breath fruit was one of the spiritual herbs needed to refine the pill for awakening the war god physique. If he missed this chance, he didn't know when he would find another. Hearing this, the spirit combat venerable quickly explained, "That girl isn't of the Xianxia physique at all. She possesses the legendary 9 orifices exquisite immortal physique. I once encountered this constitution in a holy land, and the aura is unmistakable. The reason she appears to have the Xianxia physique now is that the 9 orifices exquisite immortal physique is awakening, causing her qi to leak outward, leading those fools to misunderstand." Pausing, the spirit combat venerable continued, "The 9 orifices exquisite immortal physique is an extraordinarily powerful constitution in the world, rivaling your war god physique. In my era, the exquisite immortal physique from that holy land possessed peerless talent and terrifying combat prowess. She once bathed in immortal light and slaughtered a sage despite a vast realm disparity. Few of the same rank could withstand a single blow from her. I never thought that in a place like this both the war god physique and the 9 orifices exquisite immortal physique would appear. This region has extraordinary fortune. So boy, if you win her over or befriend her, she might become a great ally for you in the future. As for the dragon breath fruit, there will be another opportunity. The spirit combat venerable's tone carried a hint of nostalgia and a touch of awe. Hiss! Lin Fan drew in a sharp breath, then suppressed his excitement and joined the bidding. Half an hour passed. The auction continued. 80,000 low-grade spirit stones. This price had exceeded many people's expectations enough to buy 10 chi-nourishing pills. Consequently, many had dropped out, leaving only 2 bidders. One was Lin Fan. The other, seated by a window, was a youth dressed in luxurious clothes. This youth was Lu Jinghe, as mentioned by Wang Lu. He was surrounded by 6 outer disciples of the Xianxia sect. Their expressions were sycophantic, and their cultivation levels were all at the Qi guidance realm. The highest among them was at the 6th level of Qi guidance, while the lowest was at the 3rd level. That damned peasant dares to compete with me. 85,000 low-grade spirit stones. Lu Jing's voice was somewhat frantic. 90,000 low-grade spirit stones. Lin Fan, growing impatient, directly raised the bid to 90,000, hoping to intimidate Lu Jinghe. Crack! Lu Jing's expression turned ugly as he snapped the armrest of his seat. This price had exceeded his expectations. He glared at Lin Fan with vicious eyes and called out a number. 95,000. Then, through gritted teeth, he said, I am an outer disciple of the Xianxia sect, and my elder brother is Lu Sun. I implore you, fellow Taoist, to grant me this face. I see your cultivation is not high. I beware of courting disaster. The threat was unmistakable. How do you think you are asking for my face? Lin Fan scoffed and directly stated, 100 medium-grade spirit stones. Whoa. As his voice fell, countless people were stunned, staring at Lin Fan's room, as if he were a fool. In the cultivation world, 1 medium-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. 100 medium-grade spirit stones equaled 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, but the value of medium-grade spirit stones far surpassed that of low-grade ones. Was this man's mind addled? Not only did he offer such a high price, but he also dared to offend Lu Jinghe. Although Lu Jing's cultivation was mediocre, he had an exceptional brother backing him. Lu Sun possessed extraordinary talent. Having joined the Xianxia sect for only 10 years, he had already broken through to the late stage of the spirit deity realm. His swordsmanship was unparalleled. He had once slain a great demon at the spirit deity perfection realm with a single strike. His reputation was formidable, and he was one of the 10 heroes of the great Qian dynasty. The Lu brothers had lost their parents early and had relied on each other since childhood, so Lu Sun doted on his only younger brother. As long as Lu Jinghe didn't commit heinous crimes, Lu Sun would turn a blind eye. This kid was bold. Even after the other party identified himself, he still challenged him. Having lost face, Lu Jinghe would surely make this kid pay. The onlookers cast gloating glances. Fine, you're very good. I'm afraid you might not even leave Xianying City alive. Lu Jinghe laughed in anger, making a throat-slitting gesture, then bid, 101 medium-grade spirit stones. 105. 110. This time Lu Jinghe didn't follow. His face dark, he instructed the outer disciples, go outside and wait. If that man leaves the auction house, tail him and kill him. Afterward, I'll give each of you 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. He could forego the girl with the Xianyin physique, but he must vent this anger or he would find no peace. The disciples beside him brightened at the prospect. That boy looks young, but his cultivation is already at the Qi guidance realm. He might also be a disciple of the Xianxia sect. If we kill him, it will be hard to explain to the sect. A disciple voiced his concern. If anything happens, he'll take the blame. Lu Jinghe sneered. Rest assured, senior brother, the job will be done cleanly. On the other side, the auctioneer was delighted and casually asked, 110 medium-grade spirit stones. Is there any higher bid? 1. 2. The auctioneer began counting unhurriedly. 3. Congratulations to this esteemed gentleman for winning the girl. Sir, please proceed to the backstage with your spirit stones to claim her. The auction will now continue. Lin Fan broke into a smile. He paid no heed to Lu Jing's murderous glare. He had already assessed the cultivations of Lu Jinghe and his group. The strongest was merely at the 6th level of Qi guidance. Even if the spirit combat venerable couldn't act, he could handle them with ease. It was a case of skill emboldening the bold. Immediately, Lin Fan wasted no time and went to the backstage to pay the spirit stones. He still felt a pang of reluctance. These spirit stones represented his entire wealth obtained from selling martial arts techniques, as instructed by the spirit combat venerable. He approached the cage holding the young girl. The girl's frail body trembled incessantly as she glared at Lin Fan with resentful eyes. In her view, everyone who participated in the auction was equally demonic. Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you, Lin Fan comforted her. As he reached out to take her hand, she recoiled. Don't touch me. They'll go with you. The girl's voice was hoarse as if she hadn't spoken for a long time. Lin Fan gave an awkward smile. Nevertheless, he didn't press the issue, still hoping to build a rapport with her. The girl's skin and bones suppressed her inner turmoil and followed Lin Fan out of the auction house. She didn't want to die, yet as she wanted to avenge her parents and slaughter all who had humiliated her, including these bidders. As soon as Lin Fan exited the auction house, 5 or 6 people surrounded him. In the distance, Lu Jinghe wore a smug smile as he strode over and said, Kid, you're quite cocky. I hope you can be this cocky in your next life. Shielding the girl behind him, Lin Fan frowned and asked, Oh, do you dare to make a move within the city? Huh. Meanwhile, Zhou Qingyun had abandoned Wanglu. Using the speed of the Dan condensation realm, he rushed at full pelt and arrived in Xianxia City in about half an incense stick's time. When he saw Lin Fan confronting Lu Jinghe, his eyes lit up. He instinctively activated his fortune eye. Instantly, he perceived the fortunes of the several outer disciples and Lu Jinghe in the distance. All of them possessed blue fortune, but when his gaze fell upon the young girl, Zhou Qingyun was stunned. Gold fortune. At that moment, the system also reacted. Detected investment demand from a gold-tier investment target. A notification chimes. The investment demand from the golden investment target has been detected. Investing a cleansing pill can yield 5 grade 5 enlightenment pills and a waking pill. Would you like to proceed with the investment? A notification chimes. The investment demand from the golden investment target has been detected. Investing in any martial arts technique can grant a crimson flame spirit body. Would you like to proceed with the investment? A notification chimes. The investment demand from the golden investment target has been detected. Investing in any martial skill can yield an exquisite spiritual treasure, the cloud-breaking halberd. Would you like to proceed with the investment? Zhou Qingyun stared at the little girl, utterly stunned, unable to utter a word. This reward is simply too generous, truly befitting a golden investment target. Moreover, this is only triggered by the items I possess. Perhaps if I were to purchase other items, it might trigger more rewards. However, it's ridiculous that such high fortune doesn't belong to the destined protagonist or the antagonist. Zhou Qingyun felt an immense excitement constantly analyzing in his mind. He then posed his question to the system, why does this girl have higher fortune than Lin Fan, yet she is neither the destined protagonist nor the antagonist? The protagonist or antagonist is a special position in the world. High fortune does not necessarily mean one is the destined protagonist or antagonist, but the fortune of destined protagonists and antagonists is certainly not low. In addition, the fortune of the protagonist is not fixed, it increases with opportunities acquired and strength enhanced. Zhou Qingyun thought, so, I just have to ignore it. Why can the protagonist's fortune increase while the antagonist's cannot? Is this old dog of heaven discriminating against antagonists? Zhou Qingyun could not help but vent his frustrations in his mind. He soon let go of his worries. Enhancing strength is the way to go. As long as his strength is adequate, he can sit back and look down upon the world. Regardless of whether he is the protagonist, he will suppress with power. The urgent task is to secure the investment reward from that little girl. Moreover, that Lu Sun might still be an antagonist, so I could extract some antagonist value from him. Having extensively read online literature, he was extremely familiar with such tropes. Individuals like Lu Sun who possess high strength status and talent are likely to be antagonists. Looking at Lin Fan in the distance, Zhou Qingyun's gaze flickered as he pondered how to extract antagonist value from him. His thoughts raced. Zhou Qingyun already had a plan. A faint smile played on his lips. Meanwhile, on the other side, offending me will lead to dire consequences. Lu Jinghe sneered coldly, his killing intent palpable, before stepping aside. He waved his hand, signaling others to move. Be careful not to harm that little girl, who I still have use for her. The 5 or 6 outer disciples nodded, their auras erupting as they summoned their martial arts to attack Lin Fan. Spiritual energy surged and blades of light flashed. Lin Fan's expression turned grave. Although he had already broken through to the 4th level of the spirit drawing realm, he dared not underestimate them. As the spiritual veins manifested, a torrent of spiritual energy erupted, forming a protective barrier that directly blasted away the 6 outer disciples. Bam! All 6 fell to the ground, staring at Lin Fan in shock. Nearby, Lu Jinghe was equally astounded. Bystanders drawn by the commotion gasped in amazement. Dust and smoke billowed. The 6 outer disciples suppressed their shock and anger, trying to rise again to attack. But it was too late. Lin Fan swiftly formed hand seals, creating a spiritual barrier to protect the frightened girl. Then Lin Fan revealed a cold smile, moving like a shadow. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of one disciple and broke his legs. In an instant, all 6 legs were rendered useless. The scene erupted in wails. Wow, that was brutal. Everyone present involuntarily shuddered. Their minds trembled. Lu Jinghe was filled with anger and shock. Lin Fan moved again, appearing before Lu Jinghe, gripping his neck and lifting him up. Didn't you say I would face dire consequences? Is this it? Lin Fan smirked. Zhou Qingyun, watching from a distance, saw the opportunity and thought now is the time. He flicked his fingers, sending a strand of true essence like a spiritual snake darting towards Lu Jinghe. Be careful. An expert from the Dan Yuan realm is making a move. The spirit duel master did not release his divine sense, but his senses were acute, and he quickly warned. Lin Fan felt a warning surge and hurriedly threw Lu Jinghe away, channeling all his spiritual energy for defense. However, the spiritual energy Zhou Qingyun released was not aimed at him. It was directed at Lu Jinghe. The strand of true essence silently pierced into Lu Jing's body. It shattered Lu Jing's heart pulse. Lu Jing's eyes widened, unable to close in death. A trickle of blood flowed from his mouth. This was his final song. Lin Fan was somewhat bewildered. When he realized Lu Jing's tragic condition, he hurried over to check his breath. Boom. A chill surged through him, causing his expression to change drastically. He seemed to catch the scent of a conspiracy. Someone nearby recognized Lu Jing's identity. Lu Jinghe is dead. What the? The crowd, fearing for their own safety, quickly retreated. The auction house promptly closed its doors, announcing this venue will be closed for a few days, reopening time to be determined. The street was deserted, leaving only the trembling little girl and Lin Fan, along with the wailing 6 outer disciples. At that moment, a loud shout rang out. Bold Lin Fan, in broad daylight you dare to harm your fellow disciples. Where do you place the sex laws? Where do you place the bonds of brotherhood? Today I will eliminate you, this calamity for the sect. The voice resonated like a great bell, echoing for thousands of miles. Then a terrifying aura as deep as the ocean suddenly appeared, suppressing Lin Fan. Zhou Qingyun, clad in white, descended from the heavens, standing in midair. His hair flowed, his tall figure exuded anger from his jade-like face. The onlookers stared at Zhou Qingyun, captivated by his presence. Zhou Qingyun, Dan Yuan realm. Feeling the pressure, Lin Fan's face turned ashen as he bellowed, "It's you. Were you behind this?" Ignoring Lin Fan, Zhou Qingyun scanned the area and furiously declared, "What a reckless Lin Fan. As a disciple of the Xianxia sect, you show no regard for the bonds of brotherhood and strike so ruthlessly. 6 junior brothers have been severely injured, 1 has been killed, and you dare to smear my name. Your actions are as ruthless as those of a demonic sect disciple. So are you a spy sent by the demonic sect?" Lin Fan's face darkened like a pot bottom, shouting, "You're talking nonsense. It was clearly you who did it." "Very well, still arguing. It seems today, unless I take you to the law enforcement hall to interrogate you, you won't admit it." Zhou Qingyun chuckled coldly. The phrase soul search caused Lin Fan's face to darken further. Before he could react, Zhou Qingyun unleashed his vast true essence, pressing down on Lin Fan. Bang! Lin Fan crumpled, as if struck hard, kneeling on the ground. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed. Lin Fan was alarmed and furious, roaring as he attempted to rise. "You! What about me? Today, unless I take you to the law enforcement hall, your actions will disgrace the identity of a disciple of the Xianxia sect." Zhou Qingyun frowned slightly. Is that old man still not going to intervene? He can really hold back. Then an even greater aura erupted violently, like a tidal wave, slamming Lin Fan's head into the ground, fracturing the stone beneath. At this moment, the spirit duel master in Lin Fan's mind sighed, saying, "Let go of your mind and body, let me take over. After this strike, you will probably be unconscious for a long time. Take care of yourself." "No, master, if you intervene, my crimes will be cemented." Lin Fan's heart trembled as he quickly objected. In response, the spirit duel master countered, "If I don't intervene, do you truly believe you have any hope of survival? With your current low strength and no supporting forces, regardless of whether you killed anyone, you will be the first pawn to be sacrificed. Moreover, once you are captured and brought back to the sect, I will lose my chance to act. By then my existence will also be exposed. Acting now gives us a glimmer of hope." Lin Fan fell silent. The spirit duel master was a remnant soul, a powerful being with various high-grade martial arts. Once exposed, anyone would covet him. Moreover, the crucial point is that the spirit duel master has formidable enemies outside. If exposed, it would be his doom. Zhou Qingyun was well aware of this. This is an open scheme. In a flash, Lin Fan made up his mind, saying, "I will trouble you, master." The spirit duel master nodded. In the next moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Lin Fan, breaking Zhou Qingyun's restraints. It pressed outwards, overwhelming countless onlookers. The wind and clouds changed as if the heavens were collapsing. "Is this the calamity realm?" someone exclaimed. "You are not Lin Fan. Who are you to dare to seize the body of a disciple from the Xianxia sect? Seeking death?" Zhou Qingyun, instead of being startled, was overjoyed and promptly inquired. Countless people were inspired by Zhou Qingyun's courage, secretly praising this man is commendable, a gentleman with a backbone. Die. Ignoring him, Lin Fan shouted. A massive handprint struck towards Zhou Qingyun. Then Lin Fan moved and flew towards the horizon. Zhou Qingyun broke into a cold sweat, his heart seeming to stop momentarily as he prepared to use his Divine Realm experience card when a shout rang out. Good guts. A wave surged out, dispelling the suffocating hand. An old man with a black beard rushed in from the sky. This man was an elder of the Xianxia sect. Zhou Qingyun breathed a sigh of relief and immediately said, Elder Lin Fan has been possessed and killed our sect's disciple. Hurry, chase after him. Without needing Zhou Qingyun to say more, the Blackbeard elder immediately pursued. Moreover, more and more elders from the sect appeared chasing after Lin Fan. A notification chimes. The host has dealt an unprecedented blow to the destined protagonist Lin Fan, rewarding 100,000 antagonist points. Ding. Detected that the host has framed the Chosen One, perfectly embodying the villain's creed of despicability and hypocrisy, triggering a super gift pack. Obtained Heaven Grade Lower Rank Technique. The Evergreen Wood Art. Earth Grade Upper Rank Martial Art. Demon Suppression Fist. 5th Grade Marrow Cleansing Pill X1 of Villain Points X100. Medium Grade Spirit Stones X10. Keep up the good work. Zhou Qingyun was displeased and cursed directly. Seriously, system, can't you talk properly? What do you mean by despicable and hypocritical? I was helping the Chosen One grow, alright. Look at how much the Chosen One's fortune has dropped. Who are you fooling, host? The system didn't indulge him and retorted with disdain. Zhou Qingyun remained silent. This time Lin Fan had indeed been thoroughly duped by him. The originally crystal clear crimson fortune had dimmed significantly. It now held a purple tinge amidst the red. He estimated that if he suppressed Lin Fan once more, his fortune would become the same as his own. That would be Lin Fan's end. As for relying on the sect to capture Lin Fan, he had no hopes for that. Zhou Qingyun then approached the little girl. She was terrified, her frail body trembling uncontrollably. Clearly the earlier battle had frightened her deeply. Seeing Zhou Qingyun approach, she couldn't help but take a small step back. Are you alright? Zhou Qingyun crouched down and asked gently. He paid no mind to her reaction, as Wang Lu had already told him about the girl's plight. Possessing the profound Yin physique known as a furnace physique, she had been displayed on the auction stage like merchandise. Her heart must have already despaired of this world. When Wang Lu returned to find him, Lin Fan and Lu Jinghe were still competing in the auction, but unexpectedly, it ended up in Lin Fan's hands. Zhou Qingyun was somewhat surprised. Then a wisp of true essence emerged from Zhou Qingyun's fingertip, entering the little girl's body to help stabilize her emotions. After a moment, the little girl's emotions settled. She lowered her head, silent, as if deep in thought. Seeing this, Zhou Qingyun sighed inwardly and said to the system, bind her. Deducting 100,000 villain points. Binding successful. He willed it. Bring up her attribute panel. Name Gu Xie Realm Mortal Fortune Golden Affinity 10. Affinity is actually 10. Promising. Zhou Qingyun's smile deepened. He licked his lips and said, now you're free. You can go wherever you wish. He still felt a touch of pity for the little girl's ordeal. He also knew that the girl yearned deeply for cultivation, but her heart was closed off. So Zhou Qingyun planned to retreat to advance, first gaining her trust before making an investment. Free. You can go anywhere. Zhou Qingyun's magnetic voice echoed in Gu Xie's mind, leaving her dazed as if she couldn't believe it was real. Gu Xie seemed to make a momentous decision. She suddenly knelt before Zhou Qingyun, her voice hoarse. Can you teach me to cultivate? I can trade my body for it. Would he agree? But aside from this body, she had nothing to offer in exchange. She had heard that cultivation methods were precious. She knew she had the profound Yin physique, but didn't know if it could be an equal trade for a cultivation method. She had begged the auctioneer for 3 days and nights, but failed. Would this time succeed? Gu Xie looked up nervously, gazing at Zhou Qingyun's refined face and gentle eyes. A spark of light kindled in her hollow gaze. No need to trade. If you want to cultivate, you can follow me from now on. They'll teach you. Get up first. Zhou Qingyun smiled warmly, reaching out to help her rise. Gu Xie's empty eyes regained vitality like amber, stunningly beautiful. She refused his help, thumped her head heavily on the ground, and forced a smile with her cracked lips. Thank you. Zhou Qingyun accepted this bow. He knew she wouldn't get up otherwise. All right, you can get up now. Zhou Qingyun chuckled softly, then extended his jade-like hand. This time Gu Xie didn't resist. After a moment's hesitation, she took his hand and stood up. But as soon as he held her small hand, Zhou Qingyun felt it tremble. My name is Zhou Qingyun. You can call me by my name or address me as young master. Zhou Qingyun looked down and spoke to Gu Xie. Zhou Qingyun. Gu Xie silently repeated his name in her heart, then lifted her head and said timidly, Young master, my name is Gu Xie. Thank you for saving me. After speaking, she quickly lowered her head. Zhou Qingyun nodded without saying more. He glanced at the setting sun. He had intended to leave directly with Gu Xie. But seeing the few people still moaning on the ground, he had an idea. This was a perfect opportunity to reap benefits. So he asked the girl to wait while he went to buy some revival pills. "Can you take me with you, young master?" Xianxia looked as if the sky had fallen, her eyes filled with despair again as she begged. She seemed afraid he would abandon her. She didn't know why she trusted Zhou Qingyun so much. Perhaps because he had defeated Lin Fan the auctioneer, or because he promised to teach her cultivation. Or maybe because she saw no greed in his eyes. Zhou Qingyun found it both amusing and exasperating. In the end, he took the girl along to make the purchases. Revival pills cost 2,000 low-grade spirit stones each. Zhou Qingyun had over 23,000 low-grade spirit stones and 10 medium-grade ones. He bought 10 revival pills. He also purchased various other items hoping to trigger an investment need. Soon Zhou Qingyun returned with Xianxia. As soon as they returned to the scene, the system popped up. Ding! Detected an investment need from a blue target. Investing revival pills grants 1,000 low-grade spirit stones and 1 year of cultivation. Find investment. Ding! Detected an investment need from a blue target. The system's mechanical voice rang out 6 times in succession. Zhou Qingyun felt a surge of delight. Bind them all. Deducting 600 villain points. Binding successful. He then fed the pills to the disciples one by one. Ding! Investment successful. Congratulations, host, you have received 6,000 low-grade spirit stones and 6 years of cultivation. Revival pills could heal injuries, though not to the point of regenerating flesh. Their effects were still potent. Soon the moaning ceased. They looked at Zhou Qingyun with gratitude and said in unison, "Thank you, senior brother, for saving our lives. We would go through fire and water for you. My name is Li Ming. I am Lucy. If senior brother ever needs help, just come to the outer sect. We'll do our utmost. May we know your esteemed name, senior brother." They then took out all the low-grade spirit stones they had, totaling over 2,000, and offered them to Zhou Qingyun. Revival pills were precious, costing 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, a year's worth of their cultivation resources. A stranger like Zhou Qingyun was willing to use them on them. Moreover, their injuries were severe. Without timely help, their futures would be ruined. In a sense, Zhou Qingyun was their savior. Thus, they were genuinely grateful. Zhou Qingyun, he didn't stand on ceremony, accepted the stones, and stated his name. Then he said warmly, "Fellow disciples, I'll take my leave. When the enforcement hall arrives, please truthfully report that Lin Fan was possessed. Such an incident in our Xianxia sect is a disgrace." Zhou Qingyun spoke with righteous indignation. "We will." They nodded solemnly. Seeing this, Zhou Qingyun smiled with satisfaction. He scanned the crowd and announced, "Today my junior brother Lin Fan was possessed by a demon. In suppressing him, I damaged many of your belongings. The sect's enforcement hall will compensate you in full. Don't worry, Lord Zhou. It's our honor to contribute to suppressing the demon. Lord Zhou, don't blame yourself. It's Lin Fan's weak will that allowed the demon to take advantage." The crowd quickly offered words of comfort, captivated by Zhou Qingyun's righteous and selfless character. Beside him, Xianxia secretly watched his face bathed in the sunset glow, feeling dazed. She murmured in her heart, "Young master is truly a good person. Let's go." Zhou Qingyun's gentle voice interrupted her thoughts. On the way, he intended to return directly to the sect. But Xianxia's growling stomach disrupted his plan. Zhou Qingyun slapped his forehead, remembering that Xianxia was still immortal and needed food for energy. He quickly took the embarrassed Xianxia to eat. During the meal, her affinity increased significantly, now reaching 51. He also bought her a few sets of clothes. It was only in the evening that they returned to the sect. The Taishu mountain range lies at the junction of the Daqian dynasty and the Dazhou dynasty. Within it, deep ravines lie in wait, with perilous peaks towering in a majestic and bizarre manner, endlessly vast. Terrifying beasts often roam here, causing even the powerful beings of the divine ability realm to hesitate when venturing too deep. At this moment, night had fallen, and the ancient trees of Taishu mountain loomed like towering sentinels, obscuring the moonlight that resembled platinum, casting everything into darkness. Countless dreadful sounds roared and howled in the darkness, shaking the mountains and rivers. The ancient trees trembled while ferocious beasts rampaged freely among the colossal woods. In a cave on the outskirts of Taishu Mountain, the flickering candlelight cast eerie shadows on Lin Fan's pale and disheveled face. The anger in his eyes materialized as if it could burn down the heavens. His clothes were torn and tattered, and his left arm appeared to be broken, hanging limply. On his chest, a 3-inch-long wound throbbed. Though the bleeding had stopped, it still looked gruesome. This wound was inflicted by a supreme elder of the Xianxia sect, a master of the blade intent, who struck him from 3,000 miles away. Had it not been for the Ling Dozun's sacrifice of his own spirit to block most of the blade intent, Lin Fan would likely have perished long ago. Subsequently, the Ling Dozun had taken him and fled 80,000 miles into Taishu Mountain, barely escaping the pursuit of the Xianxia sect's elder. At this moment, the Ling Do Zun exited Lin Fan's mind, his spirit dim and flickering as if it could extinguish at any moment. Weakly he said to Lin Fan, "Kid, I must sleep now. You need to be cautious in your actions. I hope when I awaken again I can see a different you. And remember, do not provoke Zhou Qingyun again until you possess absolute strength. When I intended to strike him today, I sensed a fatal crisis. You must remember what I said, that kid is extraordinary. This is the second time I have misjudged." As he finished speaking, the Ling Do Zun revealed a gentle smile, then transformed into a wisp of white smoke, entering an ancient ring worn by Lin Fan. A flicker of ghostly light passed, and the ring's spirit seemed to dissipate, turning into an ordinary ring. "Master, it was the disciple who harmed you." Lin Fan sat on the ground in despair, his eyes filled with blood-like tears. "Zhou Qingyun Li Xianxia, I swear I will not become human until I wipe out your 9 clans." He roared in agony. Wisps of dark energy appeared around Lin Fan, creating a terrifying sight. If there were 2 people Lin Fan hated most in this life, they would be Li Xianxia and Zhou Qingyun. Born into the Lin clan of Linen City, he was gifted and stood out among his peers. By the age of 14, he had broken through to the 8th layer of body refinement and was fortunate enough to join the Xianxia sect. He believed he would soar to greatness and become a revered figure, but it turned out to be an illusion. Shortly after joining the Xianxia sect, his cultivation stagnated and he began to regress. This continued for 3 years. Even more despairing was that his fiancée Li Xianxia came to know of his circumstances and forcefully annulled their engagement, turning his parents into a laughingstock of the Daqian dynasty. When he turned 18 and faced expulsion from the sect, the Ling Do Zun appeared, revealing the reason for his cultivation drop, taking him as a disciple and teaching him various powerful techniques. In just 3 months, under the guidance of the Ling Do Zun, he broke through to the spirit attraction realm. He thought he would rise powerfully, fulfilling his 3-year agreement with Li Xianxia and avenging his past humiliation. But unexpectedly, he fell victim to the treachery of Zhou Qingyun, becoming a target of public outrage. He hated the injustice of the heavens. He loathed his own weakness and lack of influence. Compared to the fear and trepidation of the Taishu mountain range, the Xianxia sect was indeed a haven of peace. Only the higher-ups remained silent, for their disciple had been possessed, yet none of the elders noticed the situation. This infuriated the supreme elder, who had just emerged from seclusion, who chastised the sect leader and all the elders. The elders fell silent, daring only to seethe in anger. After the supreme elder left in a huff, they exchanged glances filled with frustration and cursed, "Unless we capture Lin Fan and shatter his spirit, my displeasure cannot be quelled." "Sect leader, let's issue a wanted notice tomorrow," one elder suggested. The sect leader Qiu Jiuyin, who sat in a high position, shook his head and calmly said, "I believe that Lin Fan does not seem like a mere possessed monster, but rather more like a semi-holy powerhouse with immense value. Everyone should refrain from seclusion in the near future and promptly capture him. Perhaps our Xianxia sect can reach greater heights." Semi-holy. Does that mean he possesses heavenly grade techniques? If what Qiu Jiuyin says is true, capturing him to interrogate would elevate the strength of all elders present. This concerns the interests of everyone in the Xianxia sect and cannot be taken lightly. The highest grade techniques of the Xianxia sect are only of earth grade quality, yet they forged today's Xianxia sect. The elders' breaths quickened, their eyes ablaze with enthusiasm. They exclaimed, "We will surely alleviate the sect leader's concerns. But should we still issue that wanted notice? Today's events have already stirred quite a commotion in the Daqian dynasty. It must be issued to uphold the sect's dignity and to prevent suspicion from other sects. However, when announcing it, we will change it to a live capture. Tomorrow, apart from the elders in closed-door cultivation, everyone will mobilize to capture Lin Fan." A senior elder with a head full of white hair and beard suggested. The eyes of the other elders lit up. "Excellent. Greatly excellent." Qiu Jiuyin also nodded, then added, "As for Zhou Qingyun, the eldest son of the Zhou family, he has made a significant contribution today. His talent and character are both outstanding. Tomorrow, the law enforcement hall will summon him for an inspection. If there are no problems, he will be allowed to choose a technique or martial art from the 3rd floor of the scripture pavilion, and when he passes the inner sect assessment, he will be accepted as a disciple by Elder Feng." Understood. Outside the sect, Zhou Qingyun, who returned with Gu Xie, looked up at the starry sky and felt quite pleased. He glanced at Gu Xie beside him, but began to feel a headache. His small courtyard, while large, only had 1 room, meaning he would have to spend the night outside. However, Zhou Qingyun was not afraid. Having already broken through to the Danyun realm, he was no longer fearful of the cold or heat, and it was common for him to go days without rest. He was just a bit unaccustomed. It seemed he needed to complete the inner sect assessment sooner. Zhou Qingyun thought to himself, then looked down at Gu Xie and gently said, "Xia, after you finish bathing you can stay in my room tonight. Tomorrow we will switch places." He pointed towards the room as he spoke. She looked up at Zhou Qingyun, then quickly lowered her head, mumbling, "Young master, I can just stay outside after bathing tonight. I don't need to sleep, you go in and rest." Gu Xia was already astonished that Zhou Qingyun would take her in and teach her to cultivate. She didn't want to trouble him or cause him suffering. Moreover, Gu Xia had initially wanted to suggest that she could sleep with Zhou Qingyun, but seeing his noble demeanor and her own inherent timidity and inferiority held her back. Seemingly aware of Gu Xia's thoughts, Zhou Qingyun shook his head and smiled gently. "You are still a mortal body. How can you not sleep? As for me, my cultivation no longer fears the cold or heat, nor the wind or rain, so you need not worry or feel guilty. But just wait here, I will get water for you," Zhou Qingyun said firmly. Gu Xia, holding her clothes, secretly looked up at Zhou Qingyun's departing figure, her pupils sparkling with brilliance. Under the brilliant starlight which fell upon her, she felt warmth. She secretly vowed after avenging her parents, she would serve the young master as a maid in this life and the next. Not long after, Zhou Qingyun returned with hot water. He urged Gu Xia to go in and wash up. Before leaving, he handed her a wash marrow pill. "This pill can improve your aptitude. Take it before bathing, and tomorrow I will teach you to cultivate." Gu Xia did not hesitate, her eyes reddening. She nodded heavily. "Thank you, young master." Looking at Gu Xia's retreating figure, he touched his nose and thought to himself, "This little girl is quite adorable." Ding. Investment successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 grade 5 insight pills and a grade 6 awakening pill, which can be claimed at any time. Zhou Qingyun was stunned for a moment, then said claim. But just after claiming, the system's voice sounded again, causing Zhou Qingyun to widen his eyes, seemingly in disbelief. Upon detecting the investment needs of a golden investment target, investing a wake-up pill can yield a mid-grade heavenly martial art, 1 mysterious finger, 5 years of cultivation, and 1 grade 5 enlightenment pill. System, you finally showed some generosity. Zhou Qingyun felt a bit teary-eyed, then asked with some confusion, "What exactly is the use of the wake-up pill?" There was no choice. Although his predecessor had learned the basic knowledge of pills, it was limited to grade 5 and below. Grade 5 and grade 6 pills marked a watershed. Grade 6 pills involve the transformation of heaven and earth, which are rarely encountered in the Great Qin dynasty. Wake-up pill, it can forcibly awaken a constitution that is innately concealed or make up for the loss of life essence, perfectly awakening a special constitution. Are you implying that Xianxia has a special constitution? Zhou Qingyun's breath quickened. She possesses the 9-aperture exquisite celestial body, and due to the loss of her essence, her vital energy leaks, leading others to mistakenly believe she is of the profound Yin body. The 9-aperture exquisite celestial body is one of the strongest constitutions in the world, ranking within the top 100 among special bodies in the myriad realms. Once successfully awakened, she would possess a delicate heart harboring a trace of celestial Tao, laws showing remarkable comprehension, truly a natural aptitude for cultivation. To discover such a constitution in this small place is a result of Lin Fan being the son of destiny combined with luck, and the host's ability to seize this opportunity is the root cause of the generous rewards of villain points given to you. No wonder. Zhou Qingyun murmured to himself. Damn it, he truly found a treasure this time. He could already imagine the scene in the future where Gu Xianxia would assist him in defeating various sons of destiny. But for now, the priority is to raise Gu Xuanyu's favorability. Zhou Qingyun seemed to think of something again and asked, "Then what rank does the Scarlet Flame spirit body hold among the myriad constitutions?" "It is unremarkable." Zhou Qingyun narrowed his eyes disdainfully, saying to the system, "You really are stingy." The host need not belittle this system. If the host can kill a mythic son of destiny now, or make one willingly submit to you, this system will immediately reward you with the strongest constitution in the myriad realms. The system coaxed patiently. Zhou Qingyun rolled his eyes and ignored it. He glanced at the door. The candlelight was dim and the mist was hazy. Zhou Qingyun decided to give the wake-up pill to Gu Xianxia tomorrow morning. He calmed his emotions, sat cross-legged, and extracted the 6 years of cultivation reward from today. After 6 years of cultivation, the true essence did not fill the dantian. Cultivation in the pill nourishing stage requires the true essence to fill the dantian before forging the mysterious dan and breaking through to the mid-stage of pill nourishing, after which divine patterns are inscribed on the mysterious dan. Only after inscribing 9 divine patterns can one break through to the spiritual God realm. Thus, the cultivation speed in the pill nourishing stage is slow. 80% of cultivators spend their entire lives lingering in the pill nourishing stage. Therefore, it's understandable that the 6 years of cultivation did not stir any waves. Once the 6 years of cultivation imparted by the system was fully converted into true essence, Zhou Qingyun began to practice the entry-level creation scripture. The next day, Outer sect disciple Lin Fan, who rushed for quick success, lacked mental fortitude, was possessed by a demon, resulting in the deaths of several of our sect's disciples, and then fled. Such vile actions have angered heaven and enraged people. Today his disciple status is revoked. A wanted order is issued to capture him and bring him back to the sect for severe punishment according to sect laws. Those who provide clues about Lin Fan will be rewarded with 20 mid-grade spirit stones. Those who capture him alive and bring him to the sect will be rewarded with 50 mid-grade spirit stones and a mid-grade mysterious technique. A wanted notice from the Xianxia sect spread throughout the great Qian dynasty. To confuse the situation, the wanted notice issued by the Xianxia sect did not mention how many disciples were injured or their identities. My heavens, who exactly is Lin Fan? How can he provoke such wrath from the Xianxia sect? But this reward is too generous. You know this, right? That Lin Fan is the one who was jilted by Xianxia. Damn, that's why the name sounds so familiar. It turns out to be this person. The Lin family in Linen City is going to suffer. No, the current head of the Lin family is also quite decisive. Upon hearing the news, he expelled him from the family, and his parents turned gray overnight because of it. Indeed, every person from these families is ruthless and merciless. Although I don't know what he did, this reward is too generous. I must hurry to find him. Countless people were excited, rolling up their sleeves, searching everywhere with Lin Fan's image. This is a windfall. Many people are envious, including some small sects. Only a few major sects chose to watch coldly, as they would prefer Lin Fan to create more trouble for the Xianxia sect. Of course, some sects noticed the peculiarities and secretly sent people to seek Lin Fan's whereabouts. Xianxia sect. Outer sect. Zhou Qingjian's residence. The brilliant dawn light, like scattered gold, fell upon Zhou Qingyun, making him appear like a celestial being exuding an otherworldly aura. Creak. Gu Xianxia opened the door and happened to see this scene, feeling a bit dazed, unable to bear breaking this beautiful tableau. Hearing the sound, Zhou Qingyun opened his deep-set eyes and immediately saw Gu Xianxia standing gracefully. At this moment, Gu Xianxia was no longer in the disheveled state from yesterday. With the help of the cleansing pill, it was as if she had shed all impurities. Her figure was no longer frail, but instead exquisite and slender with a celestial beauty. She wore a blue dress, her flowing hair cascading naturally, and her demeanor was ethereal like a fairy. Her delicate and lovely face seemed to be carved by heaven and earth. Although he had anticipated this, Zhou Qingyun was still astonished by the girl. Xuanyue, come here. Zhou Qingyun smiled slightly, beckoning to Gu Xianxia. Bang! Bang! The girl, coming back to her senses, met Zhou Qingyun's gaze, and a hint of crimson flushed her ears. She seemed to hear her own heartbeat. She hurriedly ran to Zhou Qingyun's side, performed a bow, and softly said, Xianxia pays her respects to the young master. Gu Xianxia seemed to have entered the role of a maid. This girl? Zhou Qingyun shook his head and chuckled, saying, sit down, I will explain the basics of cultivation to you. There was a stone table and stone stools nearby. Thank you, young master. Xianxia can never repay your great kindness. Once I have avenged my parents, I will certainly serve you faithfully as your servant. Gu Zuanyu's eyes turned red again as she wanted to kneel, but was stopped by Zhou Qingyun. She had thought she would fall into despair, but unexpectedly encountered salvation in life, allowing her to bask in the sunlight once more. There is no need for that. You just cultivate well, and that will be the best repayment to me, Zhou Qingyun said with a light smile. Gu Xianxia nodded heavily, then obediently sat beside Zhou Qingyun. Immediately, Zhou Qingyun began to explain to Gu Xianxia. About a quarter of an hour passed before he was interrupted by a voice from outside the courtyard. Brother Zhou, Elder Huang summons you to the law enforcement hall to confront Sister Huang. A disciple in green stood outside the door. Sister Huang. Is she the one Lin Fan knows? It seems their relationship is not shallow. He had originally thought it was Lu Sun who had suspicions, but did not expect it to be Sister Huang, who took the initiative to attack. Zhou Qingyun frowned slightly. He then took out the wake-up pill and said to Gu Xuanyue, take this pill. It can help you resolve the issue of the profound body. I will explain it to you when I come back. Gu Zuanyu's eyes brightened as she took the pill. Ding. Investment successful, mid-grade heavenly martial art. 1 mysterious finger, 5 years of cultivation, 1 grade 5 enlightenment pill. Would you like to receive it? No. Immediately, Zhou Qingyun followed the disciple in green to the law enforcement hall. Inside the main hall, the atmosphere was tense. A middle-aged elder with a braided beard sat in a high position. The law enforcement disciples stood on either side. After Zhou Qingyun entered the hall, he heard the system say ding. Detected ordinary level villain, Lu Sun. Would you like to bind? Before he could respond, a graceful and beautiful woman stepped forward from the left. Her face was filled with coldness and her phoenix eyes fixed on Zhou Qingyun, brimming with killing intent, questioning, are you Zhou Qingyun? Why did you accuse Lin Fan of being possessed? Did you also kill Lu Jinghe? Huang Yi's tone was icy, looking down from above. With that, a terrifying aura surged towards Zhou Qingyun like a tide attempting to force him to kneel. The true essence within his dantian surged, neutralizing Huang Yi's oppressive aura. Zhou Qingyun cast a sidelong glance at Huang Yi and let out a disdainful snort. With so many witnesses yesterday, why would I falsely accuse Lin Fan? The evidence is irrefutable. Senior sister, why are you twisting the truth here? Senior sister, do you know the crime of colluding with demons and framing a disciple of the sect? His expression remained calm as he met her gaze unyielding. A flicker of surprise crossed the eyes of the elders seated above and the disciples flanking the hall. Upon hearing this, Huang Yi's jade-like countenance turned livid as she spat through gritted teeth. If you didn't frame Lin Fan, why did you send someone to tail him? Why did you rush to the scene yesterday? And from what I observed, Lu Jing's death was clearly caused by a shattered heart meridian from true essence. Coincidentally, you are at the Danyun realm. Huang Yi's questions were razor-sharp. She had never believed in the claim that Lin Fan was possessed. A month ago, while venturing into the beast forest in search of rare treasures, she was wounded by a beast. At the critical moment, Lin Fan had unleashed power far beyond his usual level, a force utterly unlike that of a demonic cultivator. As a spiritual soul mid-stage cultivator with awakened divine sense, she was confident she could not have misjudged. A tender affection had bloomed in Huang Yi's heart for Lin Fan, and upon hearing of yesterday's events, she had rushed back without pause. Yet what she found was beyond her expectations. Suppressing the fury within her, Huang Yi unleashed her surging divine sense, enveloping Zhou Qingyun in an oppressive wave. This was to test whether Zhou Qingyun was lying. The elder seated above observed without intervention, harboring the same doubts as Huang Yi. Faced with Huang Yi's interrogation, Zhou Qingyun showed no sign of unease. Instead of answering immediately, he swiftly scanned the crowd gathered in the hall. The auras of those in the hall were predominantly blue. Only Huang Yi, the grizzled elder Wang with his coiled beard, and a young man bearing a 3-foot azure sword on his back radiated purple chi. That young man was Lu Sun. Handsome and imposing with a sharp, cold demeanor, he stood below the high seats, his gaze dark and fixed upon Zhou Qingyun and Huang Yi at the center of the hall. Having located Lu Sun, Zhou Qingyun gained confidence and silently addressed the system within his mind. System, bind Lu Sun. Ding. 1,000 villain points deducted. Common grade villain bound successfully. Binding successful. Ding. Purple investment triggered. Investing 1 enlightenment pill in him grants 5 years of cultivation. Additional 10-fold villain investment reward 50 years of cultivation. Minor skill completion. Card 1. Seeing Zhou Qingyun's prolonged silence, Huang Yi felt a flicker of hope. Was the mask finally slipping? Lu Sun and Elder Wang furrowed their brows, yet they still awaited Zhou Qingyun's answer. At that moment, Zhou Qingyun suppressed the excitement within him and sneered at Huang Yi. I had long sensed something amiss with Lin Fan, but lacking evidence, I could only have him watched. Yesterday, the person I assigned to monitor him reported a conflict between Lin Fan and junior brother Lu. To prevent escalation, I rushed to Xianxia City immediately, only to witness Lin Fan's murderous act. Alas, my strength was insufficient, and I failed to save junior brother Lu. As he finished, Zhou Qingyun seemed overcome with grief, but then his tone shifted sharply as he demanded, "But senior sister, why do you repeatedly make excuses for Lin Fan? What is your purpose?" Lin Fan, in plain sight, used his Underling realm cultivation to unleash the power of the Calamity realm. Is that something an ordinary person can do? Is it so difficult for you, senior sister, to shatter a heart meridian with true essence at the Calamity realm? As a true disciple, you defend Lin Fan time and again. How can junior brother Lu rest in peace beneath the earth? If senior sister wishes to persist in her obstinacy, we can summon the surviving junior disciples from yesterday to testify. Was junior brother Lu killed by Lin Fan or not? With each question Zhou Qingyun posed, Huang Yi's face grew paler and her presence weakened. Meanwhile, the enforcement disciples on both sides cast indignant glances at her. Before Huang Yi could respond, Zhou Qingyun immediately addressed Elder Wang. I request that Li Ming and the others be brought to the law enforcement hall to testify for this disciple. Elder Wang nodded. Granted. Xiao Wu, go summon Li Ming and the others. The azure-robed disciple stepped forward and departed. Before long, Li Ming and 5 others arrived at the law enforcement hall. Feeling the solemn atmosphere within, they trembled as they bowed to Elder Wang. Greetings, Elder. After that, they also bowed to Zhou Qingyun. Greetings, senior brother Zhou. Zhou Qingyun nodded with a faint smile. Tell senior sister Huang, was junior brother Lu killed by Lin Fan? The group did not dare hesitate and quickly replied, reporting to elder and true disciple junior brother Lu was indeed killed by Lin Fan. Yesterday, Lin Fan also crippled our limbs and forced us to watch helplessly as he killed junior brother Lu. We beg the elder to seek justice for us. Lu Sun, who had been silently observing, changed expression and closed his eyes in grief, as if envisioning the utter despair Lu Jinghe must have felt. Damn Lin Fan. If I don't tear you to pieces, my hatred will never be quenched. Elder Wang, seated above, asked thoughtfully, You claim your limbs were crippled. Then why are they now perfectly intact? Reporting to Elder Senior Brother, Zhou timely administered revival pills to us, though otherwise our lives would have been ruined. As they spoke, they cast grateful glances toward Zhou Qingyun. Hearing this, Elder Wang was also surprised and mused, This young man's character is indeed of the highest order. Admiration filled the hearts of all present. Unperturbed, Zhou Qingyun fixed his gaze on Huang Yi and demanded, Senior sister, Huang, do you have anything else to say? Trembling, she pointed at Zhou Qingyun. You? But before she could finish, Lu Sun stepped forward with a dark scowl, cutting her off. Enough, Huang Yi. As Junior Brother Zhou said, what is your relationship with Lin Fan? Why are you defending him? Huang Yi hesitated, uncertain how to answer. That brief hesitation was enough to darken Lu Sun's expression further, as if a clear answer had formed in his heart. His eyes widened as he roared, Huang Yi, you dare try to muddy the waters and exonerate that sinner Lin Fan, courting death. Murderous intent surged as his terrifying true essence erupted, hurtling toward Huang Yi. With a crack, before anyone in the hall could react, Huang Yi was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing several meters away into a pillar and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Lu Sun was already at the late spiritual soul stage, while Huang Yi was only at the mid-stage. She could hardly withstand his assault. Elder Wang's expression shifted drastically. He had not expected Lu Sun to strike so abruptly. With a flicker of movement, he appeared before Lu Sun, blocking him. Calm down, Lu Sun. Even if Huang Yi is at fault, she must be punished by the sect. If you kill her now, you'll bear the crime of harming a fellow disciple. How would that make you any different from Lin Fan? Upon hearing this, Lu Sun closed his eyes in anguish. Seeing this, Zhou Qingyun quickly stepped forward to mediate. As Elder Wang said, Huang Yi is guilty, but she is still a true disciple of Xianxia sect. The sect must handle her punishment. The priority now is to apprehend the real culprit, Lin Fan. Slumped on the ground, Huang Yi's expression was one of utter despair as she glared at Zhou Qingyun, her eyes brimming with hatred. Hearing this, Lu Sun suppressed his rage and opened his eyes, speaking with apology. Thank you for your righteous words, Junior Brother. Your character is kind and noble, while I nearly listened to slander and misunderstood you. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it, Junior Brother. If you ever face any difficulties, feel free to seek me out at the True Disciple Peak. With that, Lu Sun turned his palm and a storage pouch appeared in his hand. Senior Brother, you flatter me. Speaking on behalf of Junior Brother Lu is my duty. Zhou Qingyun's expression was heavy as he pushed the storage bag back. Beside him, Huang Yi felt nauseated by Zhou Qingyun's hypocritical demeanor. She had made up her mind to confess to the sect that she had been misled by Lin Fan. Once free, she would definitely have Zhou Qingyun tortured until he revealed the truth, clearing Lin Fan of any blame. Huang Yi thought resentfully. Junior Brother Zhou need not be modest. This is what Junior Brother deserves. Zhou Sun sincerely said as he pushed the storage bag back again. It was hard to refuse such generosity. In the end, Zhou Qingyun accepted the storage bag. Though he didn't know what was inside, he speculated that its value would not be low since it was something transmitted from a true disciple. As for why Zhou Qingyun accepted it so readily, it could be that having crossed over, he was influenced by the memories of his previous life, causing him to become even more ruthless than before. In his past life, he worked at a publicly listed company, entering the power center at just 25, relying on his ruthlessness and unscrupulous methods. He never considered being ruthless and unscrupulous as negative traits. Of course, it was also possible that in Zhou Qingyun's mind, no matter what, Lu Jinghe would die at Lin Fan's hands, and then Zhou Sun would seek revenge on Lin Fan, granting him experience. Zhou Qingyun simply laid out the result in advance, so he felt no guilt at all. Then I shall take my leave, Junior Brother. If you encounter trouble in the future, be sure to come find me. Seeing Zhou Qingyun accept the storage bag, Zhou Sun also forced a smile. He felt an uncomfortable sensation in the back of his mind, but he dismissed it, attributing it to the pain of Lu Jinghe's recent death. Zhou Sun then lifted his leg to leave. Seeing this, Zhou Qingyun quickly stopped him, saying, Senior Brother, wait a moment. Are you going to find Lin Fan? If I don't slay that evil villain to honor Jinghe, I won't have peace of mind. Zhou Sun said hatefully. But Lin Fan is possessed by a great demon with disaster-level strength. It is too dangerous for you to go. This is a Dao Insight pill which can help Senior Brother enhance his strength. I hope Senior Brother will accept it. Zhou Qingyun took out a Dao Insight pill and earnestly handed it to Zhou Sun. This is too precious. I hope Junior Brother will take it back. Zhou Sun's expression changed as he hurriedly refused. He had been stuck at the peak of the spirit god stage for a long time, and he craved this item immensely. But he knew this pill was incredibly valuable, Accepting it meant he would owe a significant debt of gratitude. Dao Insight Pill. Everyone gasped in shock, thinking they had misheard, and hurriedly checked their ears. Everyone was acutely aware of the value of the Dao Insight Pill. It was something that had a price, but was often unavailable. Every time it appeared in the world, countless people fought over it fiercely. The last time a Dao Insight Pill appeared at the Wanbao Pavilion, it was auctioned off for 6,000 mid-grade spirit stones. This was something that could temporarily enhance one's comprehension. Yet no one expected Zhou Qingyun to possess one, and he was even willing to give it away. This was simply outrageous. Am I crazy, or has the world gone mad? Wow, junior brother Zhou is quite generous to give such a thing away. I've seen wasteful spending, but never this level of wastefulness. I don't understand, has junior brother Zhou always been so generous? Did senior brother suffer too many shocks yesterday? The surrounding disciples and Elder Wang all looked at Zhou Qingyun with confusion, completely unable to comprehend his actions. Only Huang Yi's pale face turned even whiter. She knew that if Zhou Sun accepted it, combined with his terrifying background, it was entirely possible he could reach the spirit god stage's perfection or even the disaster level. At that time, Lin Fan would truly be in grave danger. Damn Zhou Qingyun. Her hatred for Zhou Qingyun deepened once again. Ignoring the suspicious gazes from everyone, Zhou Qingyun calmly said, "Senior brother need not mind. If you treat me sincerely, I will treat you with sincerity." Moreover, the great demon that possessed Lin Fan is incredibly powerful. With senior brother's current strength, he has no chance of avenging junior brother Liu. What a broad-minded perspective. Zhou Sun was almost moved to tears. I truly am not worthy. Oh, I actually listened to that vile woman Huang Yi's sweet words and doubted junior brother Zhou. I am unworthy of being human. Ooh, I am just a beast. Zhou Sun cursed himself in his heart. If it weren't for the crowd, he might have slapped himself twice. Even the disciples from the enforcement hall and Elder Wang felt ashamed and bowed their heads. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Sun's clear eyes flashed with a hint of struggle as he drew out a 3-foot-long sword from his back and slowly said to Zhou Qingyun, "Since junior brother has said, so I shall not be rude. However, I hope you will accept this Broken Star Sword, or else I will feel uneasy." Broken Star Sword. Elder Wang's spirit was lifted as he couldn't help but murmur, "Isn't this the low-grade spirit treasure that Zhou Sun risked his life to obtain from a secret realm?" He was delighted, but did not know how to say who was benefiting from whom now. Although the Dao Insight Pill is worth a fortune in the long run, the Broken Star Sword will yield greater benefits. After all, the Dao Insight Pill is a one-time item. Thank you for your generosity, senior brother. I will not be overly polite. Zhou Qingyun had the system evaluate the Broken Star Sword's tier, and after learning it was a low-grade spirit treasure, he felt a surge of joy and accepted it. After receiving the Dao Insight Pill, Zhou Sun clasped his fists and said, "I will return first, junior brother. After I slay that evil villain Lin Fan, I will come to gather with you." Congratulations to the host for a successful investment, obtaining 55 years of cultivation and a minor achievement card for the technique. Would you like to collect it? Ignoring the system, Zhou Qingyun placed the Broken Star Sword into his storage ring and gave Zhou Sun a meaningful smile. "I wish senior brother great success." Without further delay, Zhou Sun shot a fierce glance at Huang Yi before leaving directly. Watching Zhou Sun's retreating figure, Zhou Qingyun knew that Zhou Sun would definitely not succeed. He only hoped that Zhou Sun wouldn't be killed by Lin Fan, otherwise he would lose another source of profit. Zhou Qingyun also decided not to linger and said to Elder Wang, "I hope the elder can investigate Sister Huang strictly to prevent another incident like junior brother Lin's, where a demon possesses them, bringing shame to the sect." As he spoke, he glanced coldly at Huang Yi lying on the ground. Meeting Zhou Qingyun's indifferent gaze, Huang Yi trembled as if she had seen a ferocious beast from the primordial era. Elder Wang lamented, saying the enforcement hall will certainly conduct a strict investigation. Zhou Qingyun nodded. After exiting the enforcement hall, he looked up at the sky. The azure sky was clear, and the sun hung high in the center. It was evident that it was already noon. Zhou Qingyun headed straight back to his residence. Upon seeing Zhou Qingyun return, Gu Xie's eyes brightened as she happily asked, "Young master, are you all right?" As she spoke, Gu Xie circled around him, seemingly checking for any injuries. Shaking his head, Zhou Qingyun chuckled and said, "Are you hungry?" Gu Xie shyly lowered her head. Seeing this, Zhou Qingyun smiled gently, saying, "Let's go, I'll take you to get something to eat." "Thank you, young master," the girl replied in a voice as soft as a mosquito. During the journey, sensing that Gu Xie's condition had not changed at all, Zhou Qingyun puzzled asked, "Xia, did you take the pill I gave you this morning?" Gu Xie obediently nodded, saying, "I took it, young master." For a moment, Zhou Qingyun was puzzled and cursed at the system, saying, "System, did you give me a fake pill? Absolutely trustworthy, but it's just that she is currently immortal and has not refined the pill's energy yet." Zhou Qingyun understood. After finishing lunch with Gu Xie, Zhou Qingyun specially bought a bottle of pill of abstinence for her to aid her cultivation. Upon returning, Zhou Qingyun continued to explain the basic knowledge of cultivation to her. After a while, he asked Xianxia, "Can you read?" Xianxia shook her head, feeling a bit self-conscious. Her family had been poor, making it difficult for her to attend school. Seeing this, Zhou Qingyun smiled gently and reassured her it's all right. Once you cultivate and improve your memory, you will learn to read quickly. You can find a teacher then. For now, let me explain the contents of the technique to you. He then shared the Zhaohua Ju and Xianxia with her. Xianxia, with her pure heart, had developed an 80 favorability towards Zhou Qingyun in just 2 days, reaching the level of a life-and-death friend. It could be said that as long as Zhou Qingyun didn't act recklessly, Xianxia would almost never betray him. This was also the reason why Zhou Qingyun could pass on the Zhaohua Ju to her. Perhaps due to her 9 orifices exquisite immortal body, Xianxia had an exceptional memory, as she remembered the techniques and martial arts after Zhou Qingyun only mentioned them once. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a successful investment acquiring the top-grade spiritual treasure, Broken Cloud Halberd. Would you like to claim it? Ding! Congratulations to the host for a successful investment acquiring the Scarlet Flame spiritual body. Would you like to claim it? Ding! Investment demand detected for golden investment objects. Investing any Chi blood pill will yield revival pills 10. Zhou Qingyun's heart shook, contemplating. Investment can be done this way too. Does that mean when Xianxia enters the spirit drawing realm, I can also invest in vitality pills? Blood Chi pill is a first-grade pill that helps in body refinement. The spirit drawing pill is a second-grade pill that can assist in opening spiritual veins. Zhou Qingyun seemed to have discovered an alternative investment path. Thank you, young master, I will not disappoint you. Having memorized the technique, Xianxia's delicate face was filled with joy and her eyes glistened with tears of happiness. She could finally start her cultivation. Finally, she could take revenge for her parents, and then focus on cultivating to slay all enemies for her young master. Xianxia thought to herself. 10 days ago, a wandering cultivator passed through her village, discovered her mysterious body, and immediately harbored ill intentions. They killed all the villagers and took her as a slave to auction her off. Her heart turned to ashes, and revenge was all that remained in her life. Now Zhou Qingyun had brought a glimmer of hope to her dim existence, and it seemed she had found a guiding light once more. This time she did not thank Zhou Qingyun because she knew that no words could express the depth of her gratitude. She could only remember this immense favor in her heart and think of ways to repay it in the future. Xia, remember the contents of the technique must not be shared with anyone or it will lead to dire consequences. Zhou Qingyun cautioned. Xia nodded heavily. Seeing this, Zhou Qingyun smiled in relief and then took out 10 medium-grade spirit stones and 5 Chi blood pills, giving them to Xia so she could cultivate with peace of mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully claiming Revival Pills 10. Would you like to claim it? It is worth mentioning that this morning Lu Sun had placed 500 medium-grade spirit stones in his storage bag. This made Zhou Qingyun exclaim, as expected of a true disciple, their family resources are abundant. First, I will claim the Broken Cloud Halberd. Shaking his head, Zhou Qingyun stopped thinking too much. A flash of light passed. Bang! With a loud crash, the Broken Cloud Halberd accurately struck the ground, startling Xia, who was memorizing the techniques nearby. This ridiculous system. Other systems have their own spaces, but why doesn't it? It's simply absurd. I'm so tired of being envious. Young master, are you all right? The young girl asked with slight concern. Zhou Qingyun, with a hint of embarrassment on his handsome face, replied, I'm fine, I am testing the weapon. Wait a moment, Xia, I need to test the martial arts. You go into the room to cultivate, there's a soundproof array inside. Okay, young master. Xia obediently nodded. She unconditionally obeyed Zhou Qingyun's words. After Xia entered the room, Zhou Qingyun began to examine the Broken Cloud Halberd. The Broken Cloud Halberd was dark gold in color, shimmering with a faint ghostly light, exuding a menacing aura. Zhou Qingyun did not place particular importance on weapons. Unlike some people who were enamored with swords, daggers, or spears, he believed that as long as it could enhance his strength, he would like it. Currently, he possessed a low-grade spiritual treasure, the Shattered Star Sword, and a top-grade spiritual treasure, the Broken Cloud Halberd. Since the Broken Cloud Halberd was of the highest grade, he planned to use it as his main weapon and find a halberd martial arts technique to complement it. Without hesitation, Zhou Qingyun pricked his finger and began to refine the Broken Cloud Halberd. After the refinement, Zhou Qingyun claimed the Scarlet Flame spiritual body. Ding! Claim successful. Merging and materializing for the host. Dong! A mysterious wave surged from Zhou Qingyun's heart, as if breaking some kind of constraint, causing him to feel extremely hot. His skin began to turn bright red, as if he had been thrown into a refining furnace, and then scarlet essence circulated around him. He resembled a small sun. Hiss! The terrifying temperature seemed to evaporate the surrounding air, producing strange sounds. The nearby disciples were immediately affected and let out cries hurriedly circulating their spiritual energy to resist. If it weren't for the array on the house resisting it, they would have turned to dust in an instant. The small grass in the yard and the evergreen tree quickly withered. At this moment, Zhou Qingyun was glowing red, filled with vigorous energy. He opened his eyes, and brilliant light flowed within, resembling two bolts of lightning shooting out, exceptionally terrifying. Not bad, my strength must have more than doubled. Zhou Qingyun assessed his state and sighed. Although his realm had not changed, transforming from an ordinary physique to the Scarlet Flame's spiritual body significantly improved his physical defense and enriched his true essence with Scarlet Flame, making it even more refined. In the main hall of the sect, Xiao Juin also sensed the fluctuations and extended his divine sense. After a moment, he chuckled and said, "This kid has awakened the Scarlet Flame's spiritual body. It seems there's one more candidate for the position of the young master." After sensing the changes, Zhou Qingyun intended to review and summarize his recent gains, but unexpectedly Wang Wu returned. His honest voice echoed outside the courtyard, "Is the young master here? Come in." Upon entering, he was instantly shocked by the scene in the courtyard, exclaiming, "Young master, did a battle occur here? Who had the audacity to trouble the young master?" Wang Wu said angrily. "It was due to my cultivation just now," Zhou Qingyun replied irritably. Wang Wu chuckled wryly, and then handed Zhou Qingyun a piece of paper, saying, "Young master, this is intel regarding Lin Fan." Receiving it, Zhou Qingyun took out the heaven-shaking seal and the eternal azure art, handing them to Wang Wu casually, saying, "Here, take this technique and martial art to cultivate with your brother. Strive to break through to the spirit-drawing realm soon. I will be entering the inner sect shortly, and your current strength is too low." With a favorability rating exceeding 90 between the two brothers, Zhou Qingyun felt inclined to nurture them. After all, as a villain, he needed people to do his bidding. He couldn't handle everything personally. Moreover, he also had the idea of cultivating his own foundation of strength. He firmly believed that two fists could not match four hands. In the future, when he discovered the protagonist, he could have his subordinates swarm and eliminate them. He could entirely utilize the Eye of Fortune and the system to brush up on the favorability of some geniuses and incorporate them into his forces. However, his current strength was also not high, and he had no talents available. He could only outline a preliminary plan for now. "Thank you, young master." Wang Wu hurriedly accepted the techniques and martial arts, saying respectfully. However, when he saw the grade of the technique, he was taken aback, his eyes widening. "This is a heavenly grade technique. Young master, this." Wang Wu swallowed hard, feeling somewhat at a loss. Zhou Qingyun shot him a glare, saying, "Just know it, and keep it to yourself. Now go down, take some spirit stones to share with your brother." As he spoke, he took out another 50 medium-grade spirit stones. "Thank you for your trust, young master. I will certainly brave any danger for you in the future." Wang Wu was moved beyond measure and directly knelt down. "All right, get up." Zhou Qingyun waved his hand. "Yes." Wang Wu left, still feeling dazed. The young master is becoming increasingly mysterious. Watching Wang Wu leave, Zhou Qingyun also took out the intel on Lin Fan and began to read. The intel was very detailed, including information about Lin Fan's family and its members. The Lin family in Linen City. Established 500 years ago. Lin Fan is a genius. Lin Fan's father Lin Xiong is the clan leader, but after Lin Fan was rejected by Li Qingxue, he was stripped of his position. Moreover, Lin Xiong had adopted a foster daughter named Lin Fengqing, who was taken away by a mysterious person 2 years ago. Why does this plot sound so familiar? Zhou Qingyun's expression turned somewhat grim. He could tell just from this that Lin Fengqing must have an extraordinary background. Lin Fengqing. Li Qingxue. A 3-year agreement, and it seems there's still half a year left. I wonder if Lin Fan will still go. It seems that Li Qingxue is likely the antagonist. I might be able to get involved. Looking at the names of the two on the intel, Zhou Qingyun's expression grew serious. What is going on? Zhou Qingyun rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. One must say the child of destiny is indeed terrifying. Soon Zhou Qingyun stopped overthinking. After all, no matter how much he thought it was useless, enhancing his own strength was the way to go. He began to organize the gains he had made in the past few days. The martial arts included the Xian level top grade, Heavenly Turn Seal the Earth level top grade, Demon Suppressing Fist, and the Heaven level mid grade, One Xian Finger. The techniques included the Xian level top grade, I Ching Mu Transformation Technique, the Heaven level low grade, Eternal Greenwood Technique, and the Emperor level technique, Creation Technique. These techniques and martial arts could be invested in, but the Creation Technique was highly involved, so it should be used sparingly for investment, unless it was someone like Gu Xie, who had top-notch luck and talent. The elixirs included 6 blood essence pills, 5 vitality pills, 14 spirit recovery pills, and 5 enlightenment pills. The spirit stones included 8,000 low-grade spirit stones and 440 mid-grade spirit stones. Other special items included 60 years of cultivation and a small success card for techniques. With the cleaning done, Zhou Qingyun revealed a smile. He estimated that his current assets were probably richer than some powerful beings at the Divine Bridge realm. After a moment of contemplation, he said to the system in his heart, "System, use the small success card on the creation technique to enhance it." Countless insights regarding the creation technique emerged in Zhou Qingyun's mind, as if he had cultivated for decades. He instinctively began to operate the creation technique. Buzz, buzz. Like a greedy beast devouring, it swept away all the spiritual energy around him, completely absorbing it into Zhou Qingyun's dantian. The outer sect disciples who were training nearby were instantly bewildered, shouting, "Is that the damned true disciple from the outer sect?" The spiritual energy at the true inheritance peak is so dense, yet he still comes to compete with the outer sect disciples. How heartless. Doesn't he feel any guilt? In their view, the speed of such efficient absorption of spiritual energy could only belong to the spiritual sense realm, and nothing else was possible. Hearing this, Zhou Qingyun smiled wryly and quickly stopped his plundering of the natural spiritual energy. He hurriedly refined the spiritual energy into true essence. Afterwards, Zhou Qingyun experimented with the recovery speed of the creation technique. He pricked his finger, and the wound instantly vanished. Ere the wound is too small for a proper test, Zhou Qingyun said, his expression slightly darkening. A hint of sharpness flashed in his deep eyes. True essence manifested, forming a blade of light that cut a deep gash in his palm, blood flowing profusely. But in the blink of an eye, the bleeding stopped. Within 20 breaths, the wound had scabbed over. So strong. Zhou Qingyun felt a bit delighted. The small success of the creation technique greatly increased his wound recovery speed. Now, as long as Zhou Qingyun did not suffer fatal injuries, he could rely on the characteristics of the creation technique to slowly recover. He eagerly anticipated the day when the creation technique would reach perfection. Blood rebirth. It was akin to the powers of a celestial being. He longed for it, then raised his head to glance at the sky. The setting sun hung low in the west, indicating it was already evening. Seeing this, Zhou Qingyun frowned slightly, losing the desire to participate in the intersect assessment. Instead, he decided to elevate his realm to the midstage of the Danyun realm before taking the assessment. System extract 60 years of cultivation. As soon as he spoke, countless true essences seemed to materialize from the void, continuously filling his dantian. After a while, the true essence formed mist, coalescing into droplets within his dantian. Zhou Qingyun focused his mind. He quickly operated his technique to compress the true essence, forming a bead-like shape. Several hours passed. A radiant pill exuding mysterious waves took shape in Zhou Qingyun's dantian. 60 years of cultivation finally forged a Xian Dan, breaking through to the midstage of the Danyun realm. Zhou Qingyun internally examined himself, his expression slightly joyful as he murmured. At this moment, the Xian Dan was about the size of a quail egg, floating at the center of his dantian, radiating brilliant light that illuminated the dantian. Next, I need to inscribe Dao patterns onto the Xian Dan. Typically, inscribing 9 Dao patterns allows one to break through to the latest stage of the Danyun realm. Inscribing 18 allows one to reach the perfection of the Dan realm, and 36 enables one to transcend to the spiritual sense realm. However, this is undoubtedly the most basic breakthrough, which would greatly reduce one's foundation and potential. This is the choice of ordinary people. It is said that in ancient times an emperor inscribed 108 Dao patterns, becoming a sovereign among peers, dominating for 100,000 years and transcending into immortality. Zhou Qingyun's thoughts whirled, his gaze shimmering. He had grand ambitions, wishing to inscribe all the Dao patterns, pursuing ultimate combat power and overwhelming a generation. However, the more Dao patterns one inscribed, the greater the subsequent resistance. It was akin to climbing to the heavens with bare hands, something only a few could achieve. Therefore, if Zhou Qingyun wanted to inscribe all the Dao patterns with his current aptitude, it would likely be difficult to realize. Zhou Qingyun simply did not have so much time to waste. In a moment, Zhou Qingyun was in great distress when suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. He asked the system, "System, can the cultivation you rewarded me with be directly inscribed as Dao patterns?" After a long silence, the system responded quietly, "Yes, but 10 years of cultivation plus 1,000 villain points can inscribe 1 Dao pattern." "Haha, system, you really are a scammer," Zhou Qingyun said with a cold smile. Cursing aside, he still needed to inscribe that Dao pattern. It seemed he needed to hurry and invest, as well as search for the child of destiny. One Lin Fan was no longer enough for him, and he had no idea where Lin Fan had run off to. After the assessment tomorrow, I can take the vitality pills and stroll around the outer sect. Maybe I can trigger an investment. And what elixirs are needed to increase true essence? I could buy some to wander around the inner sect. Perhaps that will also trigger an investment. Zhou Qingyun thought to himself. At this moment the night fell, and the continuous chirping of crickets filled the air. Seeing that it was still early, Zhou Qingyun swallowed a wisdom pill. He began to practice the one Xian finger. The next day, on the green leaves the morning dew rolled like pearls reflecting the brilliant glow of dawn. Xianyang sect. Zhou Qingyun practiced the one Xian finger repeatedly, following the meridian route. Suddenly, bang! A flash of dark light flickered across Zhou Qingyun's index finger, and the true essence in his dantian surged violently, shattering the stone table placed in the courtyard. Finally, I've entered the threshold of the one Xian finger. Zhou Qingyun exhaled a breath of turbid air, revealing a smile. Immediately, he circulated his true essence, his inky black hair flying, and the clothes on his body rustled. His index finger glowed bright white, and was crystal clear, emanating terrifying waves. Boom! Zhou Qingyun pointed at the ground, and instantly a finger imprint appeared, creating a massive pit. I only used 10% of my true essence, yet it has such power. Not bad, and this is just the beginning. A look of delight flickered in his eyes. The one Xian finger, a heaven-level mid-grade martial art, could pierce through a small mountain with a single finger when cultivated to minor success, and could tear apart the void when perfected, immensely terrifying. Of course, without the corresponding true essence to support it, it would also be useless. Knock knock. The sound of knocking interrupted Zhou Qingyun's thoughts. He opened the courtyard door. 2 young men dressed in finery stood at the entrance. Upon seeing Zhou Qingyun, one of the young men in dark clothing brightened his eyes and said, "Is this Zhou Shidi?" Zhou Qingyun nodded in confusion. "Hello, Shidi. We are from the law enforcement hall. The day before yesterday you spoke out justly exposing Lin Fan's wrongdoing. After discussion with the elders and the sect master, it has been decided to reward you with access to the 3rd floor of the scripture pavilion, where you can select one technique or martial art. After passing the inner sect assessment, you may directly become a disciple of Elder Chang." The young man in dark clothing explained, pausing for a moment before producing a jade token, enviously saying, "This is the identity jade token for accessing the scripture pavilion. Shidi, take it well." Seeing the identity jade token, both of their eyes glimmered with envy. It should be noted that the 3rd floor of the scripture pavilion contained top-grade, Xian-level martial arts and techniques, as well as the existence of low-grade, earth-level martial arts. They had only been to the 3rd floor twice after being promoted to true disciples and becoming law enforcement hall disciples. In Zhou Qingyun's eyes, the two had luck that was blue and purple, yet they had not triggered any investment. Was it because there was nothing suitable for them on him? Zhou Qingyun felt a bit puzzled. He quickly shook off the thought, took the identity jade token, and clasped his hands together, saying, "Thank you, Tu Xixiao. I would like to inquire about something," he said, taking out 100 low-grade spirit stones from his storage ring and handing them to the two. The two's eyes lit up as they discreetly accepted the spirit stones. The young man in dark clothing quietly asked, "What does Shidi want to inquire about? Has the sect found Lin Fan's whereabouts? And what punishment did Huang Yi receive? I've heard Elder Wang mention that Lin Fan has hidden in the Tai Su mountain range, and Huang Yi's attitude in admitting her mistakes was good. The sect only made her face the wall on the back mountain for 3 months. Thank you very much, Tu Xixiao. It's a small matter, then Shidi, we will take our leave." Watching the two leave, Zhou Qingyun fell into deep thought. The Tai Su mountain range, huh? This is a bit difficult. After a while, Zhou Qingyun chuckled softly, secretly thinking, "Lin Fan, I don't believe you don't care about your parents." Then Zhou Qingyun suppressed his plans and headed towards Qingyun Peak. That was where the management of disciple assessments, salaries, sect registrations, and task receptions took place. Xianyang sect. On Qingyun Peak, the inner sect assessment hall. It seems that due to the early morning, very few people have come to Qingyun Peak today. Zhou Qingyun walked along, his gaze sweeping across every disciple he encountered. The fortunes of the disciples present were all blue and white. Zhou Qingyun also triggered an investment, and it was a blue investment. Investing in a vitality pill, he received a reward of 1 year's cultivation. This reward is a bit too little. It seems that investing in high fortune prodigies or the antagonists and protagonists yields higher rewards. Zhou Qingyun shook his head with a light sigh, but better than nothing. He also confirmed that investing in vitality pills could indeed boost cultivation. After the assessment, he planned to buy more vitality pills and stroll around the outer sect to gain some cultivation. The outer sect disciples were mostly at the spirit connecting realm, and most had blue fortunes, so he should be able to trigger quite a few investments with the vitality pills. After walking for a while, he arrived at the inner sect assessment hall, and Zhou Qingyun looked up. It was cold and desolate. There wasn't a single disciple there, only a young disciple in examination robes sitting alone. This person was at the pill cultivation realm and seemed to be an inner sect disciple. Upon hearing the noise, the young man glanced at Zhou Qingyun and said coldly, "Are you here to assess as an inner sect disciple?" Ding. Investment demand for a purple object detected. Invest in the Xian-level top-grade martial art turning sky seal to receive 5 years of cultivation and vitality pills 5. Would you like to bind the investment? Unexpectedly, there's a pleasant surprise. Zhou Qingyun felt a surge of joy inside and silently told the system, bind it. Deducting 1,000 villain points, binding successful. Yes. Zhou Qingyun nodded. Then please follow me. The young man in white stood up and led Zhou Qingyun towards the back of the Great Hall. The two walked one after the other and arrived at the plaza behind the Great Hall. In the plaza resembling white jade stood a coiling dragon pillar. The pillar appeared dark overall, yet faint mystical fluctuations emanated from it. The young man in white arrived in front of the pillar and turned to point at it saying, Junior brother, this is a low-grade spiritual treasure obtained by the ancestors of Xianxia sect from a secret realm. It can test strength. Junior brother, you will place your hand on it and input your true essence into it. If the pillar emits white light, it means Junior brother has passed the first assessment. If half a stick of incense passes and the pillar still does not emit light, it indicates that Junior brother's cultivation was built up with drugs, or he is not even at the pill cultivation realm and cannot complete the first assessment. The inner sect disciples are roughly the mid-tier strength of Xianxia sect, being the foundation of the sect and enjoying many resources. Thus, the inner sect assessments are quite strict. Each inner sect disciple must at least be at the initial stage of the pill cultivation realm, which could allow them to serve as elders in smaller sects, showcasing the depth of Xianxia sect's foundation. Does Junior brother understand? The young man in white asked again. Zhou Qingyun slightly nodded. Then let's begin. The young man in white stepped aside, his gaze fixed intently on Zhou Qingyun's every move. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Qingyun walked up to the pillar and extended his jade-like palm to touch the coiling dragon pillar. He wondered, with the current concentration of his true energy, what realm the pillar would determine for him. Curiosity flickered in his deep eyes. Then he circulated the true essence in his dantian, suddenly erupting. Boom! In the next instant, the dark pillar's runes flowed, erupting with dazzling light that overshadowed the sunlight in the sky. Zhou Qingyun, tall and slender with hair flying and white robes fluttering, exuded an overwhelming aura akin to a volcanic eruption sweeping across the plaza. Late pill cultivation realm. No, if it were the late pill cultivation realm, there should be intense fluctuations of Dao patterns, but there are none, indicating he has just broken through to the mid-pill cultivation realm. The young man in white was directly blown away by Zhou Qingyun's aura, landing with a thud on the ground. However, he did not get up immediately, instead staring at Zhou Qingyun in horror, his thoughts racing. Damn it! This junior brother's foundation is so solid, yet he endured to reach the mid-pill cultivation realm before coming for the assessment. He can truly endure. What a tough person. With such willpower, I Pang Bai cannot compare. A senior brother, is it okay now? Huh, why are you sitting on the ground? Zhou Qingyun smiled, gently turning his head to ask, but seeing Pang Bai sitting on the ground, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Oh, it's fine, junior brother. But can you tone down the pressure a bit? I can't. Stand up. Pang Bai came to his senses, circulating true essence, trying to resist Zhou Qingyun's overwhelming aura. But he found it utterly useless. His face stiffened, and he awkwardly smiled. Pang Bai felt paralyzed. What the hell? A mid-pill cultivation realm outer sect disciple's true essence is so domineering. He is obviously at the late pill cultivation realm, yet he is suppressed by someone in the mid-pill cultivation realm. What a disgrace. Zhou Qingyun smiled apologetically, quickly retracting his aura, saying, Sorry, senior brother. Pang Bai breathed a sigh of relief, standing up respectfully, saying, I greatly admire junior brother's strength. In the future, among the 10 heroes of the Great Qian Empire, there will definitely be a place for junior brother. He was not exaggerating at all. Zhou Qingyun's foundation was too solid. In all the disciples he had tested, he had only seen someone like Zhou Qingyun. To suppress someone in the late pill cultivation realm while being in mid-pill cultivation realm is simply terrifying. Zhou Qingyun remained non-committal, then seemingly recalling something, took out the imprint version of Turning Sky Seal and said, This is a martial art. I hope senior brother will accept it as a token of my unintentional offense. Pang Bai curiously took it, opened it, and was instantly shocked, involuntarily exclaiming, Xian-level top grade. This junior brother is probably a young master from some great family willing to give away such a top-grade martial art. This is too precious, please take it back, junior brother. Pang Bai's face showed a struggle, but eventually reason triumphed over desire, and he still refused. He had gained an opportunity to enter the 3rd floor of the scripture pavilion upon becoming an inner sect disciple, but could only choose one martial art or skill. The cultivation method Pang Bai practiced was of low grade, a yellow grade top-tier skill given to him when he advanced to outer sect disciple. Upon becoming an inner disciple, he could only choose a low-grade Xian-level skill. Now he very much wanted a top-grade Xian-level martial art. So he accepted this management assessment task to earn contribution points to exchange for martial arts. Zhou Qingyun observed closely and also saw the struggle on Pang Bei's face. He smiled gently and said, "Senior brother need not be concerned, consider it making a friend." After pondering for a moment, Pang Bei still accepted the turning sky seal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a successful investment, receiving 5 years of cultivation and vitality pills 5. Would you like to claim it? No. Zhou Qingyun silently rejected. Then Pang Bei took out a pile of spirit stones from his storage ring, awkwardly saying, "Then I will accept this martial art and owe junior brother a favor. My name is Pang Bei. If junior brother needs anything, you can come find me in the inner sect. Also, here are 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Well, I hope junior brother will accept them." Zhou Qingyun nodded, accepting the spirit stones, and then smiled warmly, saying, "Then senior brother, let's proceed to the next round of assessments." "All right, junior brother, follow me." Pang Bei led Zhou Qingyun out of the assessment hall. They arrived at the base of a towering tower reaching the clouds. The tower emitted a faint aura of might filled with a rustic air that had endured the test of time. Pang Bei proudly introduced, "This is the Transformation Tower, the iconic building of Qingyun Peak. It is inscribed with countless formations and restrictions, built by the first-generation ancestor who invited a 6th-grade craftsman to forge it with power comparable to low-grade Dao weapons. It has 18 floors containing projections of all the unparalleled prodigies of Xianxia sect over the past 8,000 years. Defeating one projection allows you to clear the level. Defeating all projections on each floor allows you to leave your projection at the corresponding level for future challengers, and you can also inscribe your name on this transformation monument." As he spoke, Pang Bei pointed to the giant stone tablet next to the transformation tower. Zhou Qingyun followed his gaze and saw only 16 names inscribed, with the first being the founder of Xianxia sect, Duan Qintian. And junior brother's second round of assessment will test combat strength, lasting a quarter of an hour on the first floor. The projections on the first floor are at most at the peak of the pill cultivation realm. Even if junior brother draws a projection at the peak of the pill cultivation realm, I believe with junior brother's foundation, holding on for a quarter of an hour should be very easy. Persisting does not mean defeating. It is entirely possible to run away. After a pause, Pang Bei smiled and said, "I am greatly looking forward to junior brother's performance." "Senior brother, you flatter me." Zhou Qingyun smiled humbly. He then stepped into the spirit transformation tower. In that instant of entry, Zhou Qingyun felt a whirlwind, as if he had arrived in another realm. Focusing his gaze, a bronze ancient palace came into view. The space within the bronze ancient palace was boundless, like a battlefield left behind from ancient times, filled with a chilling, decayed, and mottled aura. An overwhelming pressure surged. Zhou Qingyun seemed to hear the desperate murmurs of the ancient past. His mind trembled. He circulated his true essence, his blood boiling, and with a cold snort he dispelled that sense of oppression. At this moment, a cold voice echoed, "Examiner Zhou Qingyun, your realm is detected to be in the Danyun stage, meeting the minimum examination requirements. Welcome to the first level of the Spirit Transformation Tower, where the rules will be explained to you. Rule 1. Maintaining your stance in the extracted projection for a quarter of an hour is considered passing the assessment. Rule 2. Defeating the extracted projection in the Danyun stage will grant you a certain reward of spirit stones and allow you to enter the next level. Rule 3. By defeating all 14 past outstanding projections, you can leave your own projection, here gain martial arts rewards, and proceed to the next level. Rule 4. Upon entering the next level, your next challenge will continue from the corresponding level. Now extracting your projection," with the words falling. Within the bronze ancient palace, runes flowed, radiating brilliance. A tall, extraordinary figure holding a long spear emerged as a phantom. He seemed almost corporeal, frozen in the void, exuding a formidable aura, his gaze piercing. This spirit transformation tower is quite intriguing. Feeling the pressure from the mid-phase Danyun of the man, Zhou Qingyun was somewhat surprised. The man, upon seeing Zhou Qingyun, radiated divine light. Boom! The true essence surged, a terrifying momentum erupted like a great wave crashing, creating endless gusts of wind in this space. Clang! The man emanated divine radiance, resembling a war god, sweeping his spear through the air, the intent of the spear spreading its light, flashing, forming countless spear shadows, aligning neatly in the void behind him. The spear shadows, like dragons, trembled immensely, rushing towards Zhou Qingyun with the speed of lightning, as if they aimed to pierce through heaven and earth. The power is indeed terrifying enough to deal with an ordinary person, but it's a pity you encountered me. Zhou Qingyun's expression remained unchanged. He chose not to evade, but pointed at the void. His crimson true essence erupted, the air steaming, an extreme temperature appearing as if he were standing on the sun. Crack! The sound of shattering glass echoed. A colossal red fingerprint appeared out of thin air, piercing through the myriad spear shadows. Before the fingerprint had faded with a destructive force, it shattered the man's projection. A miscalculation, and I've wasted so much true essence. Zhou Qingyun watched as the man unleashed martial arts his might, overwhelming. Thinking the projection was formidable, he directly utilized 20% of his true essence. Little did he expect it to be a mere facade. Had the man still been alive, knowing Zhou Qingyun's thoughts, he would have been devastated. After all, Zhou Qingyun had the advantage of cultivation methods of imperial quality and celestial martial arts, along with the enhancement of the crimson flame spiritual body. The wonders of heaven and earth birthed countless mysterious physiques categorized into mortal, spiritual, holy, and celestial divine bodies. At this moment, the cold voice rang out again. Congratulations, Examiner Zhou Qingyun, for defeating a projection and earning 100 low-grade spirit stones. Will you choose to continue challenging or proceed to the next level? 100 low-grade spirit stones. Goodness, you're stingier than the system. Zhou Qingyun secretly curled his lip, then calmly said, I choose to continue challenging. You may choose the number of challengers. The cold voice continued to inquire. Bring all of them on at once. After the earlier test, Zhou Qingyun had gained confidence in his strength. Although these individuals claimed to be projections of all the unparalleled prodigies from the Xianxia sect over the past 8,000 years, their strength had long since diminished. Zhou Qingyun estimated that their projections possessed at most 40 to 50% of their original strength. Moreover, the spirit transformation tower only mimicked the shape of the person, lacking any true intention. This was the reason for Zhou Qingyun's overwhelming confidence. Examiner Zhou Qingyun, are you certain? The owner of the voice this time displayed a change in emotion, no longer cold, tinged with a hint of doubt. Since becoming the tower spirit, it had never encountered such an arrogant individual over the course of 8,000 years. Zhou Qingyun was the first to speak with such audacity. It thought to itself, has the Xianxia sect fallen so low? How could there be such an ignorant disciple? Sure, Zhou Qingyun sensed the tower spirit's doubt, but chose not to explain further. Often the first to break the norm is naturally subjected to skepticism. The tower spirit said no more. Its duty was to maintain the operation of the spirit transformation tower, and Zhou Qingyun's request was entirely within the rules. Moreover, it wanted to see Zhou Qingyun's expression of regret. As you wish, the tower spirit said with a majestic coldness. With that, the scene changed. Terrifying figures began to materialize. Each figure had a realm of Danyun, with the lowest being in the early Danyun stage and the highest being at the peak. However, the battle power of each shadow far surpassed their realm. Each was one of the most outstanding prodigies of an era within the Xianxia sect. Even if the projections only had half their original strength, they were still not something ordinary individuals could withstand. Moreover, there were 48 of them. These projections exuded immense aura, their might shocking. Like the fall of Mount Tai, they crushed the air. This placed tremendous pressure on Zhou Qingyun. However, he was undaunted, harboring an invincible spirit, unafraid of gods or demons. Zhou Qingyun fully operated his true essence, his blood surging, taking a step forward, rippling beautiful patterns in the void, his white robe fluttering, resembling a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. On the previous stone slab, spiderweb-like cracks began to appear. Zhou Qingyun took the initiative, his speed incomprehensible, with fingerprints emerging like a myriad of blossoms. In an instant, he shattered a peak Danyun projection. The remaining projections seemed furious at this sight. They unleashed powerful martial arts, stirring the void, attacking Zhou Qingyun. Runes flowed, true essence poured forth, and spiritual brilliance shone. Zhou Qingyun moved like a ghost, his speed astonishing, twisting and turning, using the entry-level celestial martial art, one mysterious finger, to counter the numerous prodigy projections. At this moment, Zhou Qingyun resembled a celestial being, unstoppable. One projection after another fell. All of this happened in a flash. The scene was eerily silent. At this moment, the tower spirit was stunned, utterly shocked, murmuring, how could there be such a prodigious individual? These are 48 prodigy projections. In just a few breaths of time, over 20 projections have been defeated. It appears that the Xianxia sect has birthed a true dragon. Under the leadership of this individual, the Xianxia sect will likely undergo a transformation, becoming a holy ground. It seemed to envision Zhou Qingyun reigning over a generation, shedding dust and becoming sacred, looking down upon the ages. Boom. A loud crash brought the tower spirit back to reality, watching as only 10 projections remained in the hall. Zhou Qingyun's victory was assured. It calmed its emotions and mentally prepared its words, ready to offer Zhou Qingyun the first coronation on his invincible path. Meanwhile, outside, Peng Bai appeared calm, quietly waiting for Zhou Qingyun to complete the assessment. In his view, with Zhou Qingyun's strength, passing the second round of assessment and becoming an inner sect disciple was almost a certainty. Thinking of the day to come when he would befriend a prodigy, he was filled with excitement. The quarter of an hour was approaching. Pang, by shedding his earlier calmness, paced back and forth mentally, drafting ways to please Zhou Qingyun. He then began selecting the identity jade token for an inner sect disciple from his storage ring. Just then the sound of 3 ancient bells rang out. The bell's toll culminated in a majestic voice that resonated like a divine decree across the Xianxia sect, then echoed outward for 3,000 miles. With the support of heaven and earth, the fortunes of the sect manifest. Our disciple Zhou Qingyun, with mid-Dan Yun cultivation, has forcefully shattered all projections of the ancient prodigies within the first level of the Spirit Transformation Tower, breaking the record, and is hereby promoted to true disciple. Additionally, he is to be appointed as the youngest sect master, and when his cultivation reaches the necessary realm, he shall directly ascend as the sect leader. The current sect leader must not err. Pang Bei's expression instantly became dazed. I knew he was strong, but I never expected him to be this strong. He turned his head to look. Sure enough, the Spirit Transformation stele prominently displayed Zhou Qingyun's name. The majestic voice seemed to still echo in the air. Countless disciples of Xianxia sect froze in their movements, their expressions filled with shock as they stared blankly in the direction of the voice. Who is this Zhou Qingyun? How did he suddenly become a true disciple and the young sect master? An inner disciple raised the question. It seems he was still an outer disciple, only here today for the inner disciple assessment. He defeated all the celestial prodigy projections on the first floor and was directly appointed by the Tower Spirit Ancestor. An inner disciple speculated. The name Zhou Qingyun. Wasn't he the outer disciple who exposed the demon's possession a few days ago? How terrifying. Incredible. Becoming a true disciple at the Danyun realm, the first in the sect's history. This promotion speed is absurd, almost catching up to my own pace of entering the sage's time. You, my friend, you truly surprise me. What a bold man daring to say that. Ridiculous. How did the conversation veer off like this? On a training square in the inner sect, a group of people cast disdainful glances at a lean man. Though the outer disciples knew not what the Spirit Transformation Tower was, they understood the significance of being a true disciple and the young sect master. And the name Zhou Qingyun was quite familiar to them. They all felt immense admiration for him. We are all human. Why is senior brother Zhou so outstanding? Li Ming and his 5 companions, whom Zhou Qingyun had once taken advantage of, were secretly pondering how to become his lackeys, no his followers. Compared to the relaxed atmosphere among the outer and inner disciples, the true disciples' expressions were far from pleasant. Some powerful true disciples had faces as dark as ink. They were all strong contenders for the position of young sect master, never expecting that while they were still vying in secret, an unexpected rival would emerge from nowhere. This was hard for them to accept. Within a tranquil and elegant courtyard on the true disciple peaked a young man, with a sallow complexion, revealed a venomous gaze. Damn it, is that tower spirit blind? Appointing a mere worm as the young sect master. They'll kill you sooner or later. The main peak. In the grand hall of the sect master, Qiu Juyin, who was cultivating, opened and closed his eyes, radiating divine light and an imposing aura that commanded respect without anger. A trace of confusion flickered in his majestic gaze. This Zhou Qingyun is truly extraordinary. The Tower Spirit Ancestor hasn't manifested so prominently before the world in nearly 4,000 years. Yet today it personally intervened for this youth. Just then a voice transmitted into Qiu Jiyin's mind. Qiu boy, since the Tower Spirit Ancestor has personally appointed him, Zhou Qingyun is the undisputed young sect master. Once he breaks through to the divine ability realm, let him succeed the throne. Don't stir up any trouble. Qiu Jiyin's face darkened. Ancestor Zhao, do you truly think I am so unreliable? Though I had once planned to select the young sect master through a process of survival of the fittest. But now that the Tower Spirit Ancestor has decreed, I dare not defy it. The Tower Spirit has existed since the founding of Xianxia sect, possessing immense power, and even the 3 supreme elders must address it as a junior. Feeling somewhat disgruntled, Qiu Juyin replied to Ancestor Zhao through telepathy. Ancestor Zhao, do you think so little of me? Rest assured I won't act recklessly. Do you think I don't know your true nature? This conversation was impossible to continue. After a moment of contemplation, he transmitted to the attendant outside. When Elder Phone returns, tell him not to take Zhou Qingyun as a disciple. Instead, he should become his guardian. Also inform the young sect master that he will lead the team for the Tianzi Mountain Secret Realm 2 months from now. The attendant outside replied respectfully, yes, sect master. Qiu Jiyin's profound gaze seemed capable of piercing through the stars as he looked toward the Spirit Transformation Tower, myriad thoughts swirling in his mind. The era of great contention had arrived, and the great Qian dynasty was fraught with impending storms. He hoped Zhou Qingyun could carve a path for the sect. A sigh echoed through the spacious hall. The outer sect. Zhou Qingyun's small courtyard. Gu Shixueyu was cultivating inside the room. Her eyelashes trembled slightly as she opened her autumn water-like eyes, her delicate features brimming with joy. "Young master, you are truly remarkable." Yet soon the maiden's spirits fell, and she bit her rosy lips. "I am too slow. In a whole day, I've only grasped a sliver of the technique. I wonder if I can ever catch up to young master's pace." If Zhou Qingyun were here to hear her complaints, he would likely roll his eyes and tell her that this speed was far from slow. When he had first cultivated, it was only with the aid of the enlightenment pill that he achieved such progress. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia suppressed her frustration and resumed cultivating the art of creation. She would transform her sorrow into strength. Once she had mastered the basics of the technique, she could take the blood qi pill and begin tempering her body. The miscellaneous servant peak. In a thatched hut, on a cold stone bed, sat a gaunt miscellaneous servant disciple. Upon hearing the resounding voice, he opened his eyes, a flicker of envy passing through them before turning into malevolence. "Zhou Qingyun. In about a month, he has risen to become a true disciple. He must have obtained an incredible opportunity. Such a person's fortune must be deep. If I could seize it from him, breaking through to the Danyan realm would be no problem. And that bastard Zhou Qingyun even tricked Lin Fan away from me, wasting all the effort I put into currying favor with him. I need to find a way to visit Zhou Qingyun and investigate his fortune." He roared furiously in his heart. His name was Xiao Fan, originally a modern youth from Earth who had been reincarnated into this world 18 years ago after a car accident. He had thought himself a protagonist destined to rule the world and enjoy a life of luxury. But after a series of crushing setbacks, Xiao Fan had learned to be humble. During this time, Xiao Fan had heard of Lin Fan's deeds. With his past life experience, he immediately recognized Lin Fan as a legendary child of fortune. Thus, after immense effort, he finally managed to join Xianxia sect and began deliberately approaching Lin Fan, hoping that when Lin Fan rose to power, he would lend a helping hand. But to his utter dismay, no sooner had Lin Fan awakened than Zhou Qingyun tricked him away, leaving Xiao Fan depressed for a long time. He subsequently harbored a grudge against Zhou Qingyun as well. His cultivation was at the 6th level of body tempering, and he faced the risk of expulsion from the sect. In his moment of utter despair a few days ago, his system awakened. It was called the Life Script System. With it, he could view others' scripts and seize their opportunities. Using the system, he had plundered the fortunes of several miscellaneous servant disciples, advancing to the 8th level of body tempering and temporarily avoiding expulsion. With the system, Xiao Fan now harbored grand ambitions, aspiring to reach the pinnacle and take revenge on Zhou Qingyun. At this thought, Xiao Fan's mood improved considerably, and he couldn't help murmuring, "He's just a lucky baby. Zhou Qingyun, don't let me see you, or he'll strip you of your fortune and cast you down from your pedestal." Then, dismissing further thoughts, he immersed himself in cultivation. He had to break through to the Qi introduction realm and advance to the outer sect as soon as possible. Otherwise, relying on the meager fortunes of a miscellaneous servant disciple, he would never know how long it would take to rise and trample Zhou Qingyun underfoot. This day was destined to be extraordinary. Countless factions received the news that Zhou Qingyun had become the young sect master of Xianxia sect. The hearts of many were filled with gravity. The fact that Xianxia sect, which had not appointed a young sect master for over a century, had suddenly done so made some sense, an unusual undercurrent. Many major powers dispatched their spies to gather intelligence on Zhou Qingyun. Upon learning that he had achieved this in just a month, all were astounded. Meanwhile, with the Tianzi secret realm about to open, many elevated the threat posed by Zhou Qingyun to the highest level. That day the winds stirred and clouds surged. In the Zhou family estate, Zhou Tsang, the clan head, and Zhou Qinjian's father sat in a taisher chair, exuding the authority of one long accustomed to power. His gaze fell upon the intelligence report presented by a spy. After reading it, Zhou Tsang laughed heartily. "Haha, my son is truly gifted with unparalleled talent, possessing the qualities of a sage." Beside him stood a man clad in armor, exuding a fierce aura, as if he had crawled through a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He was the Grand General of the Great Qian Dynasty, Zhou Jing, also Zhou Qinjian's third uncle. Hearing Zhou Tsang's words, Zhou Jing nodded in deep agreement and said cheerfully, "Qinjian's talent is indeed terrifying. In the future, he might truly glimpse the realm of sages." Zhou Tsang's smile did not fade as he said, "Third brother, issue an order, double Qinjian's monthly resource allocation. Additionally, in a few days, take Qingyun to the Qin family to finalize the marriage. This matter is of great importance, and I entrust it to your care. Rest assured, big brother." Xianxia sect. In the 2nd level of the transformation tower, after defeating all projections in the 1st level, Zhou Qingyun received a reward of a mid-grade mystic martial art. With a beaming smile, Zhou Qingyun eagerly left his projection behind. He looked forward to the despair of the future disciples when they drew his projection. After leaving his projection, Zhou Qingyun did not choose to exit, but instead moved to the 2nd level. Naturally, he was unaware of everything happening outside. At this moment, he was engaged in battle with a projection radiating an icy blue light. This projection was at the early stage of the spirit god realm, exuding an overwhelming might that caused the surrounding air to crackle. The difference between the spirit god realm and the Danyan realm was like heaven and earth. After inscribing Tao patterns, the quality and concentration of true essence underwent a qualitative change. After breaking through the spirit god realm, the level of life undergoes a leap, expanding the spirit, which can hold even more true essence. Most importantly, the spirit god realm awakens divine sense, allowing for meticulous observation. Even if the martial arts and skills Zhou Qingyun practiced were of the highest quality, he could only barely contend with it, unable to emerge victorious. To seek victory through cunning means in front of the spirit god realm would be wishful thinking. He could only crush it hidden. Bang! True essence surged and fierce winds roared. Zhou Qingyun exerted all his strength, explosively unleashing a mystical finger that pierced through the projection. Huff! Huff! He collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Damn it, this great realm is indeed not so easy to cross. The tower spirit, observing from the shadows, was once again shocked, murmuring, although these projections have only half the strength of their true forms, with this child's foundation, he can still contend with some ordinary early-stage spirit gods. The tower spirit then reined in its emotions and spoke authoritatively. Candidate, Zhou Qingyun, you have successfully slain a projection at the early stage of the spirit god realm and earned a reward of 500 low-grade spirit stones. You may choose to enter the next level or continue the challenge. Why is this voice no longer as cold as before? Is it just my imagination? Zhou Qingyun looked puzzled. However, he did not delve deeper and calmly said, I choose to exit. Since he had already tested his combat power, Zhou Qingyun decided not to waste any more time. As you wish. The tower spirit breathed a sigh of relief, truly shocked by Zhou Qingyun today. It was almost becoming numb. As the words fell, ripples appeared in the space around Zhou Qingyun. Soon after, a wave of dizziness struck him. His vision blurred. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Qingyun found himself outside. He was secretly astonished, speculating, tearing the void. Is this the work of a mighty existence in the divine bridge realm, or a 6th-grade formation master setting up a teleportation array? As one of the 5 major sects of the Qian dynasty, the foundation of the Xianxia sect is indeed extraordinary. It was already evening, and the fragmented golden sunset illuminated the Xianxia sect, adding a touch of mystery. Congratulations to the young sect master for successfully leaving a projection in the first level. Upon seeing Zhou Qingyun appear, Pang Bei's eyes lit up, and he quickly came forward to flatter him. His thoughts interrupted. Zhou Qingyun looked somewhat bewildered and asked in slight confusion, Young sect master. Senior brother, are you referring to me? Do not call me senior brother any longer, young sect master. Just now, after you swept through the first level, you have already exceeded the standard to become a true disciple, and you have been established as the young sect master by the tower spirit elder. Pang Bei's expression changed, and he immediately explained. Is that so? Young sect master. This identity isn't bad, I'll use it for now. Zhou Qingyun pondered for a moment, then looked at Pang Bei with a warm smile, and said, Thank you for the clarification, senior brother. As for the identity, you need not concern yourself with it. Upon hearing this, Pang Bei awkwardly smiled and said, Young sect master, please do not belittle me any further. You are now a true disciple with the identity of a young sect master. Calling me senior brother would be inappropriate. In the future, you may call me junior brother, or just Pang, or Bai. All right. Zhou Qingyun did not dwell on it. He had never cared much for such titles and formalities. He had only said that earlier as a polite gesture to maintain his persona. At this moment, a man dressed in dark armor flew over. Approaching Zhou Qingyun, he respectfully bowed and said, Greetings, young sect master. Here is your identity jade token. With this jade token, you may receive 100 mid-grade spirit stones each month and have free access to the scripture pavilion. Additionally, the sect master instructed me to inform you that the secret realm of Tianzi Mountain will open in 2 months, and you will lead the team there. Please prepare well, young sect master. Thank you for your effort. Zhou Qingyun accepted the identity jade token and smiled warmly. Then, using the Eye of Fortune, he glanced at the man's fortune and saw that it was blue. Since the system did not trigger any investment requirements, Zhou Qingyun did not pay much attention. The man bowed again and then left. Junior brother, do you know what the situation is with the secret realm of Tianzi Mountain? Having some corresponding memories from his previous life, Zhou Qingyun was not very familiar with the specific situation, so he asked Pang Bai. After pondering for a moment, Pang Bai replied, The secret realm of Tianzi Mountain is suspected to be a remnant of an ancient sacred site that has been destroyed, transforming into a small world. Inside, there are countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, as well as heavenly grade martial arts and skills, and there might even be holy grade martial arts and skills present. Of course, the rewards and risks are proportional. High rewards naturally come with high risks. This small world experienced extremely fierce battles in ancient times filled with malevolent energy and resentment-forming spirits that can affect one's mind. If one is not careful, they may lose their Tao heart and fall into the demonic path. Moreover, there are numerous demonic beasts inside, including ancient relic species. The most terrifying part is that there are lingering Tao rhythms and wills left by supreme beings which have endured through time. Those who touch them will surely die, their form and spirit annihilated. The secret realm opens once every 20 years, and there are requirements to enter. First, the age must not exceed 30. Secondly, the number of places is limited with a maximum of 5,000 people allowed to enter each time. To avoid conflicts, quotas are distributed by the Qian dynasty, and each of the 5 major sects has 300 places each time. Zhou Qinjian's eyes sparkled as if light was shining forth. Isn't this specifically designed for the fated ones? If this secret realm opens, the fated ones of the Qian dynasty will probably spare no effort to enter it. Moreover, within the secret realm, conflict is inevitable. I should prepare more healing elixirs to avoid triggering investment demands recklessly. The key is that everyone entering is a prodigy. Their fortune is likely not low. It seems I must seize this opportunity well. Zhou Qingyun felt a slight joy in his heart, and then said to Pang Bai, "Thank you for your clarification, junior brother. I won't disturb you any longer." "Young sect master, take care," Pang Bai respectfully said. The Qian dynasty has 28 states, each the size of Zhou Qinjian's past Earth. The Xianxia sect is located in Yunzhou, in a small city in Liangzhou, over 100,000 miles away from Yunzhou. At this time, there were 4 or 5 people sitting beside him whispering to each other. Tisk, I never expected that after hundreds of years without establishing the position of young sect master in Xianxia sect, it would be confirmed today. This person's talent is indeed extraordinary. You may not know this, but that young sect master is the eldest son of the Zhou family, Zhou Qingyun. I heard that Zhou Qingyun only joined the Xianxia sect 3 years ago and has already broken through to the mid-stage of the Danyun realm. His talent is truly terrifying. Wow, that's impressive. Sitting nearby, Lin Fan, with keen hearing, caught every word of their conversation. His expression darkened, and he slammed his palm down on the table. Bang! The table collapsed with a loud crash. Seeing this, a young attendant approached Lin Fan, intending to ask for compensation, but upon meeting Lin Fan's fierce gaze, he immediately backed down. The people sitting nearby were startled, and someone muttered quietly, "What a lunatic." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan, with a grim face, approached that person, lifted him up, and squinted, saying, "What did you just say?" The surrounding people immediately changed their expressions, wanting to intervene to rescue him, but were unexpectedly sent flying. My lord, spare me." The person's face turned the color of liver, and he begged for mercy. "I ask you, is the news you just shared true?" "My lord, it is true." After receiving the confirmed information, Lin Fan directly threw the person aside, leaving a silver ingot before departing the inn. Damn, Zhou Qingyun. Lin Fan recalled hiding in the Tai Su mountain range, facing life-threatening situations. He had nearly been discovered by an elder of the Yunyang sect, and was saved at a critical moment by a mysterious person. But just as he emerged, he heard the news of Zhou Qingyun thriving. Lin Fan was filled with rage, nearly spitting blood. "Despicable Zhou Qingyun, since you dare to act on the first day, I will dare to act on the 15th. If I cannot obtain the Ling Qiao Ling Long body, you shall not have it either." He sought revenge and planned to reveal the information that Gu Xia was the 9-aperture Ling Long celestial body to the Yaoqi sacred land. The Ling Dozun had once revealed to him that 3,000 years ago the saintess of the Yaoqi sacred land was also the 9-aperture Ling Long celestial body. If he disclosed this information to the Yaoqi sacred land, he might gain some benefits. With a decision made, Lin Fan also set off towards the Wanbao Pavilion. The Wanbao Pavilion has a unique nature and enormous force that spans the entire Wanling realm, selling various items, including elixirs, martial arts, weapons, and information, among others. As night descended, the moonlight like jade blanketed the Yunxian mountain range, dispelling the desolation and restlessness, calming the restless beasts. At the Xianxia sect in the outer gate, Zhou Qingyun had just returned to his courtyard when he saw Gu Xia standing gracefully in the yard. Today she wore a blue embroidered dress, her figure delicate and graceful, radiating an ethereal quality under the glow of the evening light. Upon seeing Zhou Qingyun, Gu Xia smiled and approached him. "Young master, you're back." Zhou Qingyun nodded and replied gently, "How is your progress with the cultivation method?" "I'm sorry, young master, I have disappointed you. I've only grasped a little bit of the basics." Gu Xia pouted her lips, speaking somewhat dejectedly. "I suspect you are being modest." Zhou Qingyun was somewhat surprised internally, but he did not voice it. Instead, he patted the girl on the head and smiled warmly. "No worries, I'll explain it to you." Gu Xia nodded with delight. Subsequently, Zhou Qingyun began to explain to Gu Xia. His current progress with the Zhaohuaju was at the minor success stage more than sufficient to guide Gu Xia. In the cultivation realm, proficiency in techniques and martial arts is categorized as intra-level minor success, major success perfection, and returning to simplicity. Several hours passed. Having finished his explanation, Zhou Qingyun noticed no sound from the girl. Thus he lowered his gaze. He saw her eyelashes fluttering slightly, staring blankly, as if lost in a moment of enlightenment. Is it really that powerful? Zhou Qingyun was extremely astonished, quietly waiting for the girl. Half an hour passed. The girl's delicate body trembled slightly, and a mysterious aura began to emerge. Suddenly, a strong attraction emanated from the girl, as if she were a small black hole beginning to devour the surrounding spiritual energy. Hiss! Zhou Qingyun felt numb. This was only the awakening of her celestial body. What would the scene be like after the awakening? The corners of his mouth turned upwards as he took out several mid-grade spirit stones from his storage ring, crushing them for her to absorb. Gu Xia began to refine her body, using spiritual energy while operating the Zhaohuaju. Boom! A fierce gust of wind appeared, easily resolved by Zhou Qingyun. He knew the girl had broken through to the first stage of body refinement. However, this was not the end. The girl's realm continued to rise. Second stage of body refinement. Third stage. Several hours later, Gu Xia's realm reached the fifth stage of body refinement, achieving what ordinary people would take months or even years to accomplish. However, Zhou Qingyun was not overly surprised this time. He had previously given the girl Shisui Dan and Xingxin Dan, who she had merely been immortal, and the medicinal effects had mostly accumulated within her, unable to be refined. Now that her realm had broken through, she could naturally begin refining. At this moment, as the girl advanced, her skin became as white as congealed fat, extremely alluring under the moonlight. The most crucial aspect was that the girl radiated a mysterious wave, pure and noble. System is Xia's 9 orifices Linglong celestial body, awakening now. Yes, host. As Gu Xia breaks through, her body begins to absorb the Xing Shun Dan, and the 9 orifices Linglong celestial body is gradually awakening. The system explained calmly. Approximately how long until the awakening is successful, eh? Zhou Qingyun asked with a frown. About 10 days. Zhou Qingyun breathed a sigh of relief. This time frame was not too long. At this moment, the girl opened her spring-like eyes and said joyfully, "Young master, I have entered the Zhaohuaju. Not only that, but you should carefully sense your cultivation." Zhou Qingyun's handsome face was filled with a smile. Upon hearing this, Gu Xia carefully sensed it, her joy immediately overflowing, thrilled to the point of dancing. "Young master, I can finally avenge my parents." Zhou Qingyun felt a twinge of reluctance to shatter the girl's fantasy, but still asked, "Do you know what realm the rogue cultivator who captured you is? And do you know where she is now?" Hearing this, the girl calmed down and said, "That person seems to be from Xianxia City, but I don't know her realm. I only know that she can fly and can shatter a giant tree from a distance. With my current strength, it seems impossible." Gu Xia's gaze dimmed. Listening to the girl's description, Zhou Qingyun had an answer in his heart and comforted her. "That person is at the Danyun realm. Your qualifications are exceptionally strong. Just focus on cultivation for a few months, and you will be able to take revenge." The Danyun realm possesses true essence enhancement, making it extraordinarily capable of briefly solidifying the air and splitting mountains and stones, which is not uncommon. As for helping the girl take revenge, he had never considered it. Such matters could only be accomplished by the girl herself to vent her inner frustrations. Really? A spark of hope ignited in Gu Xia's spring-like eyes. "I'm not lying to you, your physique is special." Zhou Qingyun nodded. He then informed Gu Xia about the 9 orifices Linglong celestial body. Instantly, Gu Xia became excited, thinking to herself, "With such a physique, can I catch up to the young master's footsteps?" Seeing the girl in deep thought, Zhou Qingyun did not disturb her and gave her a Wu Dao Dan before beginning his own cultivation. The next day, as the first rays of dawn began to illuminate the sky, a disciple in blue arrived to help Zhou Qingyun move. Now that Zhou Qingyun was a true disciple and a minor sect master, it was naturally impossible for him to stay there any longer. He had very few belongings and soon finished packing. Under the guidance of the blue-clothed disciple, Zhou Qingyun took Gu Xia to the True Inheritance Peak. The blue-clothed disciple brought Zhou Qingyun to a luxurious courtyard. The courtyard was vast, with numerous pavilions and rockeries resembling a small manor. The courtyard was nestled against the mountains and surrounded by water, serene and elegant. Behind the courtyard, a clear spring flowed melodiously like beautiful musical notes. In the center of the courtyard stood a giant heaven-heart peach tree blooming with exquisite flowers. A gentle breeze blew, causing the petals to flutter down, stirring a faint fragrance that was refreshing. Opening the courtyard's main gate and walking 100 meters forward, one could see the cliff's peak where the sea of clouds floated. Most importantly, the courtyard had a spirit-gathering array, and the spiritual energy was incredibly dense, making it perfect for cultivation. After a simple tour, Zhou Qingyun was very pleased. Beside him, Xianxia also wore a radiant smile. Seeing this, Zhou Qingyun smiled gently and patted the little girl's head, saying, "Xia, this will be your home from now on. You can choose a pavilion yourself." Home. Xianxia was taken aback and tears shimmered in her eyes as she couldn't help but hug Zhou Qingyun. "Thank you, young master." Once she realized, Xianxia immediately became flustered and quickly explained, "I'm sorry, young master, I didn't mean to, I was just too excited." She cautiously glanced at Zhou Qingyun, worried that he might be upset. "It's nothing. You must remember your qualifications are very strong. There's no need to be too humble. I have never regarded you as a maid." Zhou Qingyun smiled helplessly. Xianxia was a potential asset worth his investment. Xianxia nodded earnestly and then began to select a pavilion. After moving, Zhou Qingyun could go to the outer gate and the servant quarters to select disciples as attendants to manage the courtyard. However, Zhou Qingyun did not go to select anyone, but directly called Wang Wu and Wang Lu over. Afterward, Zhou Qingyun began to wander around the outer gate with Yuanqi Dan in hand. Not long after, he received an investment alert from the system. Ding. Detecting investment demand from a blue object. Invest any number of Yuanqi Dan to gain 1 year of cultivation. Would you like to bind the investment? Zhou Qingyun's eyes lit up with joy as he immediately knocked on the disciple's door. "Greetings, minor sect master. I wonder if the minor sect master..." Before the disciple could finish speaking, Zhou Qingyun left a Yuanqi Dan and gracefully departed. "I see that you are in urgent need of Yuanqi Dan. Oh, I hope this pill can help you break through soon." The disciple looked bewildered. Investment successful, gained 1 year of cultivation. Zhou Qingyun did not delay and continued to the next. Ding. Detecting. After finishing the Yuanqi Dan investments, Zhou Qingyun spent all the spirit stones on him and purchased over 120 Yuanqi Dan. Holding the Yuanqi Dan, Zhou Qingyun continued his investment spree. For 6 consecutive days he invested. One evening, as dusk approached. Ding. Detecting investment demand from a blue object. Invest any number of Yuanqi Dan to gain 3 months of cultivation. Would you like to bind the investment? System, what's going on? Why is it only rewarding 3 months of cultivation? After investing over 100 times in the same type of resource, the rewards will only be 1/4 of the original. After 150 times, investments in this type of resource will no longer be available. In simple terms, it means that any future investments in second-grade pills will not trigger investment demand regardless of the investment target. Damn it, refund. System, why didn't you say this earlier? Zhou Qingyun's expression darkened as he suppressed his anger and questioned. Not to mention, he bought so many pills. The targets he invested in today were all blue, and the return rate was minimal, failing to maximize profits. This left Zhou Qingyun immensely frustrated. What a huge loss. The host did not consult regarding relevant issues. This is not the system's fault. Damn, how foolish. He had thought he discovered a bug in the system, only to find the trap waiting for him. Glancing at the sky, Zhou Qingyun felt no desire to continue his investment spree and headed straight back to his residence. Today's result was investing in 100 Yuanqi Dan and gaining 1,000 years of cultivation. It brought Zhou Qingyun some consolation, and he thought to himself, "It seems I need to find the villains to invest in to make it worthwhile." The only confirmed villain for now was Li Qingyue, so it seemed he needed to make contact with her in advance. And then there was Lin Fan. Once Xianxia completed her awakening, he would return to the family and find someone to capture Lin Fan's parents, forcing Lin Fan to show up. System, check my attribute panel. Zhou Qingyun said to the system as he returned to the True Inheritance Peak. As he spoke, a panel resembling a game screen unfolded before his eyes. Name: Zhou Qingyun. Realm: mid-stage of Danyang Realm. Fortune: purple. Villain value: 3,200. Investment target: 108. Surprisingly, the villain value was only 3,002. Zhou Qingyun gazed into the void, his brow slightly furrowed. After pondering for a long time, he said to the system, extract 10 years of cultivation and inscribe a pattern. Deducting 1,000 villain values, inscribing for you. As the words fell, a golden, glowing, mysterious rune suddenly appeared in Zhou Qingyun's dantian. The rune exuded a vast, mysterious, and profound aura, suddenly imprinting itself on Zhou Qingyun's xiandan. In an instant, Zhou Qingyun's aura strengthened slightly, and the space of his spiritual sea expanded again, now perhaps as large as a basketball court. As the Zhao Huaju operated, the surrounding spiritual energy flowed into Zhou Qingyun's body like a torrent being refined into true essence. This rune is indeed marvelous. Zhou Qingyun pondered quietly. He then resumed practicing his techniques. The next day, when the first rays of dawn appeared, the pearl-like dew began to hide away. Today is the beginning of the month. The Xianxia sect was not at peace. Countless disciples began to collect their stipends. Zhou Qingyun did not go, as his stipend had already been collected by the Wang brothers. It was 50 mid-grade spirit stones. Normally, true inheritance disciples only receive 25 mid-grade spirit stones, but Zhou Qingyun, as the young master, enjoyed double. Zhou Qingyun did not idle away, but went to the scripture collection pavilion. Upon arriving, he saw an old man lying on a chair at the entrance. The old man glanced at Zhou Qingyun and said lazily, "You may view memories on any floor of the pavilion, but you must not take the techniques or martial arts out, nor can you teach them to others." Disciple understands. Zhou Qingyun replied respectfully. The pavilion has 4 floors. Each floor houses techniques and martial arts of different ranks. The 4th floor contains a total of 13 high-grade, earth-level techniques and martial arts representing the foundation of the Xianxia sect, and only true inheritance disciples may enter. Each floor is blocked by formations. After presenting his identity jade token, Zhou Qingyun headed straight for the 3rd and 4th floors, as he was looking for a halberd technique. However, just as he reached the 3rd floor, the system chimed. Ding! A normal level villain detected. By investing a wisdom pill, you can obtain 5 cleansing pills, 5 wisdom pills, and 50 years of cultivation. Do you wish to bind the investment? Bind. Zhou Qingyun was momentarily taken aback, then his eyes gleamed with excitement. He was very glad he hadn't used the last wisdom pill. Binding successful. Check this person's data panel. Name Xianxia. Realm full stage of spirit guidance. Fortune purple. Favorability 10. Upon learning the information, he quickly activated his fortune eye to search for this person's figure. The fortune of the surrounding people was mostly blue, with a few being purple. Zhou Qingyun soon found Xianxia. Xianxia was stocky, dressed in blue, standing in a corner, holding a scroll of martial arts, looking perplexed. Zhou Qingyun strode up to Xianxia. Hearing the commotion, Xianxia looked up in anger and asked unhappily, "This brother, why are you bothering me instead of looking for martial arts?" "Friend, I see that you look troubled. Have you encountered difficulties in your cultivation? Perhaps I can help." Zhou Qingyun said gently. "Who do you think you are trying to help? Get lost, don't disturb me." Zhao Wenzuo's aura surged as he spoke irritably. Tisk, as expected of a villain, his temper is explosive. Zhou Qingyun seriously suspected that if they were outside, this guy might just hit him. He then said warmly, "I am Zhou Qingyun. Who cares? A young master. Greetings, young master. Earlier, I did not mean to offend. I hope young master does not hold it against me." Zhao Wenzuo wanted to curse again, but instantly realized, awkwardly smiling, he bowed respectfully. "You are indeed quite realistic." Zhou Qingyun raised an eyebrow and said with a wry smile, "No harm done. I saw you frowning and came to ask if you encountered difficulties. If I was too abrupt, I hope you can forgive me." This young master was indeed humble, just as the legends said. Zhao Wenzuo was taken aback and said with a bitter smile, "To be honest, young master, I am practicing a martial art, but I have been unable to grasp its essence, hence my frustration and annoyance, and I unintentionally offended you." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingyun's eyes flashed as he took out a wisdom pill and said, "This is a wisdom pill, it may help you." "A wisdom pill? Is it really the legendary wisdom pill? I have long heard that the young master is magnanimous and has the demeanor of a gentleman. Seeing it in person is indeed true." Zhao Wenzuo was astonished, his feelings complex. He admired Zhou Qingyun's generosity, desired the wisdom pill, and yet rationality prevailed. In the end, rationality triumphed over greed, and Zhao Wenzuo solemnly said, "This is too precious. I must ask young master to take it back." He remembered that 2 years ago the Wanbao Pavilion had auctioned a wisdom pill which sold for 6,000 mid-grade spirit stones. He understood the principle of not accepting unearned rewards. "Since I offered it to you, I won't take it back. However, if you truly feel uncomfortable, you can follow me and do some tasks for me." Zhou Qingyun's eyes showed appreciation as he extended an olive branch to Zhao Wenzuo. Seemingly recalling something, he added, "Of course, once you follow me, I won't force you to do anything against your principles, so you can rest assured." Zhao Wenzuo was suddenly taken aback. After thinking for a moment, he said solemnly, "It is my honor to follow young master." As he spoke, Zhao Wenzuo bowed and carefully accepted the pill. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successful investment. Obtained cleansing pills 5, wisdom pills 5, 50 years of cultivation. Do you wish to claim? At the same moment, Zhao Wenzuo's favorability also rose to 60. Zhou Qingyun's smile grew wider as he said, "No need for excessive courtesy. You don't need to engage in such formalities with me." Zhao Wenzuo nodded. Then Zhou Qingyun asked, "By the way, junior brother, have you offended any particularly special individuals, such as those who break through realms very quickly, or those who suddenly transform from useless to genius?" "No, young master." Zhao Wenzuo replied, somewhat puzzled, but did not ask further and shook his head softly. "All right then. Not uncovering information about the child of destiny, Zhou Qingyun felt a bit disappointed, then shifted the topic. By the way, since you are following me, you should move into my courtyard tonight. The courtyard assigned to him was very large, capable of housing over 100 people. Moreover, having Zhao Wenjue by his side would help in identifying the child of destiny. Okay, young master. Zhao Wenjue replied excitedly. The concentration of spiritual energy at true inheritance peak was far beyond that of the inner sect. Zhou Qingyun then began searching for martial arts. Outer sect. After several days of cultivation, Xiao Fan had already broken through to the spirit guidance realm and completed the assessment. At this moment, he stood in his small courtyard full of bravado, unable to help but laugh. Foolish Zhou Qingyun, one day I will pull you down from your pedestal. Just then a disciple passed by and happened to overhear Xiao Fan's mutterings. He instantly became furious and shouted, "How dare you slander the young master behind his back?" He couldn't understand how with such a good character the young master could still have a petty person cursing him. This disciple was named Zhang San, who had previously received investment from Zhou Qingyun. Zhang San was extremely angry at this moment, directly channeling his spiritual energy to smash the wooden door. Upon discovering that Xiao Fan was only at the first stage of spirit guidance, Zhang San became even angrier. His eyes widened. He shouted, "What guts? How dare you curse the young master?" Xiao Fan was momentarily stunned, but his expression immediately changed as he coldly said, "Who the hell are you? What's wrong with me cursing that hypocrite Zhou Qingyun? I will curse him, hypocrite scoundrel." But before he could finish, he saw Zhang San make a move. Xiao Fan's expression changed. He knew that private fighting among disciples was not allowed. Is this guy crazy? But there was no time for Xiao Fan to think too much. He immediately channeled his spiritual energy to counterattack. Although Zhang San was at the third stage of spirit guidance, Xiao Fan was the child of destiny. Fighting at a higher level was as easy as eating and drinking. In no time, Zhang San was defeated. You're not that strong, yet you like to meddle in other people's business. Xiao Fan sneered. Zhang San's face turned ugly as he took a deep breath and shouted, "Quick, someone come. There's someone slandering the young master here." Because his voice was mixed with spiritual energy, Zhang San's shout traveled very far. Xiao Fan was indifferent, still looking at Zhang San with a cold smile. "Fool, do you think anyone would care about meddling like you?" As he spoke, he patted Zhang San's face. Courting death. Li Ming, Lu Si, and the others who were in the midst of cultivation abruptly snapped open their eyes. Their faces turned ashen. In an instant, they stormed out the door. Meanwhile, several outer disciples who had previously received favors from Zhou Qingyun also rushed over. At that moment, Xiao Fan was still arrogantly ranting. "I just don't get it. What kind of bewitching elixir did that petty man Zhou Qingyun feed you to make you defend him so?" Before he could finish, a wave of murderous intent washed over him. Crack! Xiao Fan stiffly turned his head. There he saw a large crowd glaring at him with murderous fury and savage expressions. Zhang San, lying prostrate on the ground, his eyes gleaming, cried out miserably, "Fellow senior and junior brothers, this is the one slandering senior brother behind his back, calling him a hypocrite and a petty man." The fury in the crowd's eyes intensified. "Everyone misunderstanding, it's a misunderstanding." Xiao Fan, on the verge of tears, quickly explained. "Beat him!" Li Ming shouted angrily from within the crowd. Instantly, the group, brimming with murderous intent, charged directly at Xiao Fan. Thump! Thump! Although Xiao Fan was formidable in combat, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Especially against such a multitude. Xiao Fan couldn't withstand the onslaught and was beaten black and blue in no time. "How dare you slander the young master? The young master treats others with courtesy and humility. How could he be the hypocrite you claim?" someone said indignantly. "I was stuck at the 5th layer of Qi induction for ages. A few days ago, I was fortunate to receive a vitality pill from the young master, which allowed me to break through. Tell me, is it because the young master didn't give you any benefits that you slander him behind his back?" "Wah! I've also received the young master's help. Are you mute, damn it? Say something." The more the crowd thought about it, the angrier they got, and they resorted to fists and kicks. They beat Xiao Fan until even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Xiao Fan was on the verge of tears, not knowing which scoundrel had stepped on his mouth, rendering him speechless. When someone told him to speak, he nearly died of rage. To this day, he still couldn't fathom why this group was so fiercely protective of Zhou Qingyun. He also had no idea of Zhou Qingyun's influence among the outer disciples. In the eyes of the outer disciples, Zhou Qingyun was humble, generous, and never put on airs. How could such a person be a hypocrite? Even those who hadn't received any favors from Zhou Qingyun held a very favorable impression of him. Some had even become his loyal devotees. At that moment, someone noticed Xiao Fan couldn't speak and exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, senior brother, it seems you're stepping on his mouth, preventing him from talking." Xiao Fan was almost moved to tears and quickly mumbled, Everyone, I was wrong. SP, spare me, and see, can you Not hit my face. No one paid him any heed. All he received was a flurry of punches. After a while, Xiao Fan lay gasping, his face swollen and bruised. Seeing this, the crowd stopped and curled their lips. Thought he'd be tougher, but he can't take a beating after all. Serves you right for having a loose tongue. What should we do now? As someone asked. Xianxia pondered for a moment and said, how about we tie him up and deliver him to the young master for judgment? Li Ming's eyes lit up. Great idea. No sooner said than done. The group began to act. Xiao Fan, still semi-conscious, nearly died from fury. In the scripture depository. Ding. Your investment target is suppressing the child of destiny. You have gained 200 villain points. Ding. Your investment target is suppressing the child of destiny. You have gained 200 villain points. Ding. What the heck? Could Lu Sun have found Lin Fan? No way. Is Lu Sun that formidable? Hasn't Lin Fengqing received the news yet? Zhou Qingyun was baffled. He had only just finished browsing the third floor of the scripture depository when he started receiving system notifications, which continued until now, probably for about half an hour. Annoyed, Zhou Qingyun simply had the system mute the notifications. Once the prompts ceased, he immediately summoned his status panel. Name: Zhou Qingyun. Realm: middle stage of the Elixir Core Realm. Fortune: purple. Villain points: 24,200. Investment targets: 109. Wow. 24200 villain points. Just which adorable little fellow was so fierce? To have suppressed the child of destiny so thoroughly. Truly a worthy inheritor of my legacy. The happiness came too suddenly. He was still in a daze. He kept speculating on the identity of the person in his mind. At that moment, Zhou Qingyun's mind was racing and he no longer had the heart to continue searching. He immediately exited the scripture depository. True Inheritor Peak. Zhou Qingyun's courtyard. A group of people brought Xiao Fan to the door. Hearing the commotion, the brothers Wang Wu and Wang Lu flung open the door menacingly. What's all this noise? Don't you know this is the young master's residence? Looking for death? Wang Wu demanded, his eyes wide open. With his bald head and scarred face, Wang Wu's imposing presence silenced the noisy crowd. Li Ming stepped forward, cupping his fists. Brother Wang Wu, this man was slandering the young master behind his back. We've brought him here to await the young master's judgment. Oh. Wang Wu's expression shifted and he immediately asked, how did he slander the young master? Before Li Ming could speak, Xianxia angrily said, this man called the young master a fool, a hypocrite, and a petty man. Boom. Wang Wu's face darkened, his aura exploding forth as he immediately strode forward and delivered a resounding slap to Xiao Fan. How dare you curse the young master? You're asking for death. Even the master has never cursed the young master like this. Who do you think you are, you little wretch? Are you tired of living? Wang Liu's face was equally grim, and he too stepped forward to slap Xiao Fan. The two brothers had grown up with Zhou Qingyun, and their sense of master-servant hierarchy forbade anyone from insulting him. Except, of course, for the clan leader and the madam. Xiao Fan, who had just recovered a bit from his injuries on the way, was immediately beaten until stars swam before his eyes. Gu Xie, who was cultivating, was startled awake. She furrowed her delicate brows and walked outside. The crowd outside noticed Gu Xie, their eyes filled with awe before quickly lowering their gazes. Today Gu Xie was dressed in a white gown. Her figure was graceful, her temperament ethereal, like a snow lotus on a snowy mountain untouched by the dust of the world. Wang Wu noticed the shift and turned his head. Seeing Gu Xie, he quickly greeted Sister Xie. Originally, Wang Wu and his brother wanted to address Gu Xie as young madam, because in their eyes Zhou Qingyun must have feelings for her. Why else would he treat her so well? After all, in all these years, Zhou Qingyun had never been so kind to any woman. Gu Xie was the first. Thus the two brothers held her in the highest regard. However, Gu Xie deep down still felt unworthy of the title young madam, so she asked them to change how they addressed her. Wang Wu, what's going on? Gu Xie asked softly, her expression cool. Having endured a series of blows, her temperament had become extremely cold. She had never smiled at anyone other than Zhou Qingyun. The two brothers were long accustomed to this. Upon hearing this, Wang Wu immediately recounted the situation to Gu Xie. Instantly, Gu Xie's beautiful face darkened, filled with murderous intent. Without a word, she stepped forward and slapped Xiao Fan. Dazed, Xiao Fan subconsciously activated his own life script system. Name: Gu Xie. Cultivation: 10th layer of body tempering. Destiny: Luwang Empress. Fate: Defier of Fate, Gold 9 Orifice, Exquisite Heart, Gold Reversal, to Immortality, Gold, Peerless Beauty, Gold, Unparalleled Talent, Gold, Auspicious Spouse, Gold. Upcoming turning point: captured by a venomous woman and taken to an auction house, then rescued by Zhou Qingyun. Granted a body awakening pill and a marrow cleansing pill, she sheds her mortal shell, breaks through the dust, and awakens the 9 Orifice exquisite immortal body tonight. She is then appointed as a saintess by the Jade Pool, embarking on a legendary path. Life script. Live script: the first half filled with hardships, experiencing the loss of both parents, enduring great ups and downs until rescued by Zhou Qingyun, turning the tide, and soaring through the skies, earning the title of the Lu Huang Emperor. Later, Zhou Qingyun was pinned down and killed by the ruler of the Great Qin Heavenly Court in the chaotic sea, his true spirit shattered. The Lu Huang Empress was heartbroken, forcefully reversing her fate through 9 lives, achieving the status of immortal emperor, sacrificing the 9 heavens, severing eternity, and annihilating the Great Qin Heavenly Court. Afterward, she traversed the river of time across the universe, seeking to revive those of the past, but to no avail, ultimately extinguishing herself in the chaotic sea. That Zhou Qingyun, that petty man, is worthy of such a girl's sacrifice. No, I must find a way to rescue her, to free her from the sea of flames. Xiao Fan's eyes widened in anger as he shouted inwardly. Seeing Xiao Fan staring blankly at her, Guxia felt even more disgusted and turned to the Wang brothers, whispering, "Wang Wu, take this person away and wait for the young master to return and deal with him." No, miss, I can tell you some things. Zhou Qingyun's rescue of you is entirely with ulterior motives. You must not trust him. Moreover, tonight you will awaken your immortal body and be taken away by the Yaoqi Holy Land to be sealed as a saint. Xiao Fan forced a smile on his swollen face, trying to gain Guxia's trust. Upon hearing this, the surrounding people burst into laughter, looking at Xiao Fan as if he were a fool. Is this kid out of his mind? Yaoqi Holy Land. Why don't you say the Sacred Spirit Palace instead? To attract attention, you truly spare no effort. The Holy Land is the pinnacle of power in the world, surpassing all others. How could a saintess from such a place possibly appear in a location like this? Thus, everyone was completely skeptical. Unlike others at this moment, Guxia's face was like a cold frost, as she did not understand how Xiao Fan knew about her constitution. As for going to the Holy Land to become a saintess, she would never do that. Unless Zhou Qingyun could go too. You brat, stop fooling around. Wang Wu slapped Xiao Fan again, then dragged him toward the basement. At this moment, Wang Lu stepped forward and said, "Thank you all for your righteous words. When the young master returns, I will report truthfully." Hearing Wang Liu's words of farewell, everyone left quite tactfully. Shortly after they departed, Zhou Qingyun's tall figure appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. Upon his return, he saw Guxia standing at the door, her brow furrowed, seemingly deep in thought, perhaps a bit worried. "Xia, what's wrong?" Zhou Qingyun asked with a hint of confusion. At that moment, Guxia also noticed the commotion, and upon seeing Zhou Qingyun, her eyes lit up with joy as she smiled. "Young master, you're back. Just now." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingyun's heart skipped a beat. Could this person be a destined child? At this moment, Guxia continued, "That person even knew about my constitution, and that it would awaken tonight, and that I would be taken away by the Yaoqi Holy Land to be sealed as a saint." As she spoke, a layer of coldness covered her delicate face, her silver teeth biting her lip. She was somewhat worried, fearing that she would truly be taken away. Hearing this, Zhou Qingyun's mind stirred, and he quickly asked the system, "Can Xia's medicinal power be completely refined tonight? Then will she awaken her constitution?" "Yes." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingyun was nearly certain that this person was indeed a destined child and possessed a system that could predict the future or life scripts. Zhou Qingyun's eyes narrowed, thinking, "Fortunately, this person ran into me. Otherwise, if they grew powerful, it would be difficult to deal with." But how does the Yaoqi Holy Land know about Xia? Could it be Lin Fan? Zhou Qingyun's gaze flickered. After pondering for a moment, he decided to reveal the truth to Guxia. "Xia, what that person said is very likely to be true." Guxia's delicate face instantly turned pale as she hurriedly said, "Young master, if I don't cultivate, will my constitution still awaken? I don't want to leave you." Zhou Qingyun fell silent for a moment, then shook his head. "If you don't cultivate, it will only delay the awakening speed, but it will still awaken. Moreover, if Lin Fan leaked the information, then the Yaoqi Holy Land is most likely coming for Guxia. However, going to the Yaoqi to become a saintess would also be a good thing for the girl." Thinking this through, Zhou Qingyun devised a plan and comforted her. "Don't you want to take revenge for your parents? If you don't cultivate, in just 100 years you'll be a pile of bones, while I will endure for thousands of years and remain unbroken. Would you accept such a result? Moreover, going to the Holy Land to cultivate may not be a bad thing. With your talent, you'll soon achieve success in cultivation. When we meet again, I might even come looking for you. Most importantly, with the power of the Holy Land, even if you don't want to go, I currently lack the strength to resist." As he said this, Zhou Qingyun sighed lightly. He was very rational and realistic. If Guxia did not cultivate and became a mere ornament, he probably would not let her follow him. Moreover, wasn't his initial investment in her for naught? Hearing this, Guxia's emotions calmed down. She took a deep breath and nodded heavily. "I will listen to you, young master. A brief separation is only for a better reunion in the future. Xia, you need not worry. We will surely meet again. It is just a matter of time. Go and cultivate well, awaken your constitution, and at that time you can strive for more benefits and a voice in your own destiny. Zhou Qingyun gently patted the girl's head. Although he said this, Xianxia still felt a pang of sadness in her heart and instinctively hugged Zhou Qingyun. Zhou Qingyun remained silent, allowing the girl to embrace him. He understood that her feelings were likely a mix of confusion and sadness. After all, she had finally found a sense of belonging here, yet now had to leave. But soon Xianxia reacted, her fair face turning pale as she hurriedly explained, "Young master, I didn't mean to offend." Her voice grew softer as she recalled her earlier actions. "No worries." Zhou Qingyun smiled helplessly. In an instant, Xianxia lifted her head and nodded vigorously. "Thank you, young master. I will go and cultivate striving to see you as soon as possible." Zhou Qingyun nodded slightly. Then Xianxia left, burying her sadness deep within her heart. Zhou Qingyun did not idle either, heading to the underground pavilion where Xiao Fan was imprisoned. This place was dark and damp, illuminated only by flickering candlelight. At this moment, Xiao Fan was battered and bruised. Ding. Detected legendary destined child, would you like to bind? Ding. Detected investment demand for golden investment target. Investing a recovery pill can yield a low-grade heavenly martial art Songlong spear technique, a high-grade spiritual treasure, Yinxing mask, and 50 years of cultivation. Would you like to bind the investment? Upon seeing Zhou Qingyun, the two brothers immediately bowed and said, "Greetings, young master." "Young master, this bumpkin just insulted you," Wang Wu said impatiently. Zhou Qingyun nodded, then waved his hand, signaling them to leave. Xiao Fan's hatred surged upon seeing Zhou Qingyun, but he knew that patience was crucial for a greater scheme. He immediately begged, "Young master, I was wrong. I hope you can overlook my minor offenses." "Dream on. How could I let go of such a ripe opportunity?" Zhou Qingyun did not respond, but said kindly, "I remember having no grievances or grudges with you. Why do you harbor such hostility towards me?" Zhou Qingyun was utterly perplexed by this. Could it be just because he was in a villain's role? Nonsense. Gah! Xiao Fan's mind went blank. He had never imagined that Zhou Qingyun's first words would be like this. Does hatred even require a reason? Xiao Fan said with a sheepish tone. He couldn't tell Zhou Qingyun that it was because he had driven Lin Fan away, failing to reap any benefits, which left him deeply discontented, and thus he held a grudge against Zhou Qingyun. The sect was now vigorously hunting Lin Fan, who, admitting any connection to him, would be suicidal. "It seems you won't confess until you see the coffin." Zhou Qingyun raised an eyebrow. His current villain points were only over 20,000, insufficient to bind Xiao Fan. Thus he could only rely on the principle of getting wool from the sheep. Immediately, Zhou Qingyun retrieved a revival pill from his storage ring and said meaningfully, "Come take this pill first." Wrapped in true essence, the pill was forced into Xiao Fan's mouth. Xiao Fan's expression shifted dramatically, thinking it was poison, and he began to struggle, incessantly muttering indistinctly, "Young master. Spare me, I will talk." Zhou Qingyun said nothing, but used his true essence to help Xiao Fan refine the pill. In a short while, Xiao Fan's injuries visibly healed, and he stared at Zhou Qingyun with a strange expression. He had heard that the young master was a naive do-gooder who liked handing out things. Could it be true? Had he misjudged him? Was Lin Fan's downfall truly not Zhou Qingyun's doing? And was that old man truly a demon? Recovered? Zhou Qingyun asked kindly. Since there was no binding, the system's investment requirement had vanished. However, Zhou Qingyun did not mind, as he had already grasped the principle of investment and could naturally restore the investment need. Xiao Fan instinctively replied, "Recovered." "Good." Zhou Qingyun's smile deepened. Before Xiao Fan could react, Zhou Qingyun began to beat him mercilessly. Bang ding. Congratulations, host, for suppressing a legendary son of fate, gaining 1,000 villain points. It worked. A joyful expression appeared on Zhou Qingyun's handsome face as he continued to pummel Xiao Fan. Ding. Congratulations, host, for suppressing a legendary son of fate, gaining 1,000 villain points. Uffed. Xiao Fan spat out a mouthful of blood, utterly bewildered. He couldn't understand why he was healed only to be beaten again. Was it just to torment him? This bastard was indeed a petty man. He had been right all along. Damn it. It hurt. In a moment, Xiao Fan let out a scream. Crack. A sound of bone breaking seemed to echo, and Xiao Fan instantly lost consciousness. Did he stop providing villain points once he was unconscious? Zhou Qingyun was puzzled and asked the system, why does this son of fate stop providing villain points after fainting? When the host physically tortures a son of fate, it undermines his confidence, faith, self-esteem, invincible momentum, and other latent traits, weakening his resolve to grow stronger. When he feels despair and suffocation, villain points are gained. Since he is unconscious, he is unaffected, so no villain points can be obtained. Tip: when a son of fate's despair reaches a certain threshold, he will stop providing villain points. Conversely, this may cause him to turn dark, fall into the abyss, be abandoned by the heavenly Tao, and lose his status as a son of fate. At the same time, this method can also weaken his fortune. When the host plunders the opportunities of a son of fate, it strikes his luck and weakens his fortune, also yielding villain points. Tip: a decrease in fortune will gradually reduce the villain points obtained. Zhou Qingyun understood. Then looking at the unconscious Xiao Fan, he curled his lips and said, "Not very durable." Immediately, he summoned his status panel. Name: Zhou Qingyun, realm middle Dan Yun, stage fortune purple, villain points 54200, investment targets 109. He had gained 30,000 villain points. Not bad. A light bloomed in Zhou Qingyun's eyes and a smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan's fortune had dimmed slightly. This meant he could still exploit him a few more times, but he wondered how high this son of fate's despair threshold was. If he lost the status of a son of fate, it would be a loss. So he had to be cautious. Zhou Qingyun admonished himself inwardly. Subsequently, Zhou Qingyun fed Xiao Fan another revival pill and continued to torment him. He gained another 30,000 villain points. The third time, Xiao Fan seemed numb and the villain points he provided dwindled. Zhou Qingyun raised an eyebrow and directly channeled true essence into Xiao Fan's meridians. The turbulent true essence rampaged through his meridians like countless ants gnawing at his flesh, causing him excruciating bone-gnawing pain. Xiao Fan was utterly despairing and begged, "Young master, I was wrong. Please spare me. I hate you because you got rid of Lin Fan. Oh, do you have something that can predict the future or see others' life paths?" Zhou Qingyun asked with a gentle smile. Boom. Xiao Fan's mind roared. He stared at Zhou Qingyun in disbelief, opened his mouth, and instinctively wanted to deny it. Ding. Congratulations, host, for making the first son of fate fear you from the bottom of his heart. You have completed the special achievement, Subjugator of Protagonists. Reward: Martial Arts Mastery Card 1. Do you wish to claim and use it? Think carefully before you speak. Seeing Xiao Fan's expression, Zhou Qingyun knew he was reluctant to tell the truth and looked at him coldly. At the same time, he stirred the true essence in Xiao Fan's meridians again. Yes, young master. I beg you, give me a quick death." Xiao Fan shuddered inwardly and spoke in despair. He now deeply regretted holding a grudge against Zhou Qingyun and cursing this demon out loud. And being overheard. He was no fool. But once he revealed the secret of the system, his life and death would truly be beyond his control. Xiao Chun was utterly despairing. "At least you know what's good for you. Now are you a visitor from another world? Tell me the name and function of that thing. Think carefully before you speak, or you know the consequences." Zhou Qingyun looked at Xiao Fan with a half-smile. How did he know? Was he also a transmigrator? Xiao Fan's eyes bulged and a chill shot up his spine. The cold air swirled, offering no warmth even in the heat. He instinctively opened his system. Name: Zhou Qingyun, cultivation middle Dan Yun, stage destiny. Fate dual sovereign, upcoming turning point. Life script. Howie. System: what's going on? Xiao Fan roared in his mind. But as usual, his system seemed to be just a program and ignored him. Xiao Fan gave a bleak smile, closed his eyes, and said hoarsely, "That thing is called the life script system. It can view others' life paths. I am indeed a visitor from another world." He recounted his origins and system to Zhou Qingyun in full detail. He was not a transmigrator, but a reincarnator. The world before his reincarnation was called Starfish, not the same as Zhou Qingyun's world, seemingly a parallel world of Earth. System: if I kill Xiao Fan, can I plunder the functions of his system? Zhou Qingyun asked thoughtfully. The current functions do not support this. Only for now. A glint of sharp light flashed in Zhou Qingyun's eyes. After hearing Xiao Fan out, Zhou Qingyun said with interest, "Then show me my life script." "Your life script is invisible." Xiao Fan lowered his gaze, then changed the subject, saying, "Although I can't see your life script, I gleaned some information from your maidservant. If you promise not to torture me anymore, I'll tell you." Invisible. Zhou Qingyun's eyes narrowed and he had an answer in mind. Then he sneered, "Hey, it seems you don't understand your situation. Who is the lamb now? And you still dare to bargain. However, if the information you provide is useful, I might spare you for now. In the future, you will be nailed to the chaos boundary sea by the Lord of the Great Qin Heavenly Court." A chill ran through Zhou Qingyun's heart as he looked at Xiao Fan, judging the truth of the information. After a long pause, Zhou Qingyun reached a conclusion. That Great Qin Heavenly Court was likely a son of fate. Interesting. Zhou Qingyun chuckled lightly. He did not continue torturing Xiao Fan. It wasn't because he kept his promise, but because he saw that Xiao Fan was on the verge of breaking down, and he did not want to drain the pond, completely causing him to turn dark. For now, Xiao Fan was an excellent tool. He could use him to read scripts of future villains. Moreover, the system had reminded him that Gu Xie was about to awaken. Subsequently, he had the system bind Xiao Fan. When he fed him another revival pill, Xiao Fan was terrified again. Ding. Investment successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a heaven-grade low-rank martial art. The Azure Dragon Halberd art, a top-grade spiritual treasure, the derivative spirit mask, and 50 years of cultivation. Do you wish to claim? No. Sealing Xiaofan's meridians, Zhou Qingyun stepped outside. Instantly, a brilliant light emerged from Gu Xie's pavilion, shining like a great sun. At the same time, a powerful fluctuation emanated, sweeping up the surrounding spiritual energy. About to awaken, Zhou Qingyun's gaze flickered. The moonlight shone like jade, playfully enveloping the world in a silvery hue. In Gu Xie's loft, a hazy divine light emanated, harmonizing with the moonlight. Feeling the changes within her body, Gu Xie's emotions were complex. She wished for the awakening of her 9 orifices Linglong immortal body to be slow, wanting to stay with Zhou Qingyun a little longer. Yet she also desired a swift awakening to begin her cultivation, to vanquish her enemies, achieve longevity, and to accompany Zhou Qingyun through every spring and autumn. Observing the morning flowers and evening gatherings, the unmelting snow of the snow spirit domain, and the ebb and flow of the endless sea. It seemed that with the awakening of her physique, the girl had gained much confidence and began to indulge in her fantasies. The young master said that a brief farewell is only to meet better later. Then my departure this time is to make myself even more outstanding, to shape a brand new self so that we can meet better in the future. Gu Xie came to understand this, murmuring softly, and her resolve strengthened. She had once been an ugly duckling. How could she face Zhou Qingyun now? She began to operate the transformation art with all her might, refining the remaining medicinal power. Buzz. In an instant, a humming sound echoed and a beam of celestial light appeared in the void, merging into Gu Xie's body. Gu Xie trembled, feeling a pure aura surge from the depths of her soul, resonating with her body, as if something was about to break free from its shell. Mysterious runes suddenly appeared, intertwining reality and illusion, swirling around Gu Xie's form. What is this? Gu Xie was momentarily taken aback. Before she could react, she was swept into the sky by those runes. Immediately after, the winds and clouds changed. Endless purple chi appeared out of thin air, sweeping across 30,000 miles of heaven and earth, converging into Gu Xie's body. Countless people suddenly looked up. Is a saint about to achieve enlightenment? For a moment, brilliant light shone above the Xianxia sect, as if endless celestial light poured down, dazzling and captivating. Many within the sect were alarmed, including the revered ancestors of the 3 great bridge realms, who looked up in astonishment at Gu Xie in the sky. Is this our sect's disciple? Qiu Jui murmured. It seemed that his excitement caused his words to tremble. Damn, it seems that the Yuanyang sect has awakened an immortal body. The Emperor of Daqian stood on the star observation platform, his expression solemn, his gaze seemingly piercing through endless time and space, witnessing everything happening in the Xianxia sect. His expression was somewhat unsightly. The sects and families had an inherent conflict, and every generation of emperors had aimed to eliminate sects and families, yet the deep-rooted nature of these sects and families far exceeded their imagination. Now, with the Xianxia sect producing an unparalleled immortal body, his mood naturally sank to the lowest point. Many forces of the Daqian dynasty felt the same way, their spirits dampened to varying degrees. The pie of the Daqian dynasty was only so large. If the Xianxia sect became powerful, their interests would be eroded. They wanted to unite and kick the Xianxia sect off the stage, but considering the delicate relationship between the dynasty and the sects, they dared not act, knowing that pulling one thread could unravel the entire fabric. On the borders of the Daqian dynasty, 2 dignified, beautiful women transformed into divine rainbows, racing through the heavens and earth. The moment they saw the strange phenomenon, joy immediately appeared on their faces. Senior sister, it seems the news was indeed correct. The Daqian dynasty actually possesses a 9 orifices Linglong immortal body. It seems our Yaoqi will thrive again for another 1,000 years. A girl in a pink dress spoke, her tone filled with fervor. The Yaoqi Holy Land was founded by women, but since its founding it had remained lukewarm and even showed signs of decline. Until 3,000 years ago, a 9 orifices Linglong immortal body emerged, dominating the contemporary era, achieving sainthood in a millennium, firmly establishing the Yaoqi Holy Lands, making it one of the strongest forces in the world. The immortal body has awakened. Other holy lands must have discovered it. We must quickly retrieve the immortal body. A girl in white said, her expression grave. Okay, senior sister. In a mountain range of Liangzhou, Lin Fan was filled with hatred. This kind of girl was originally meant for him, yet she fell into that Zhou Qingyun's hands. However, thinking of the impending arrival of the Yaoqi Holy Land, he revealed a delighted smile, fueled by a sense of revenge. Zhou Qingyun, you little villain, one day I will make you realize that the most regrettable thing in your life will be offending me. Ha ha. At the Xianxia sect at this moment, rich Tao rhythm flowed, intertwining with the principles of heaven and earth, forming an order chain that enveloped Gu Xie like a cocoon. Boom. A terrifying wave emerged, centered around Gu Xie, spreading across mountains and rivers for tens of thousands of miles. An ancient, profound, and mysterious aura manifested within Xianxia, resonating in the world. Countless individuals at lower realms began to attain enlightenment under this aura, grasping previously elusive martial arts, and even some demon beasts awakened their intelligence. With so many people, many immediately sat cross-legged to receive this great fortune. Even Zhou Qingyun was affected, his mysterious finger advancing to a small completion. At this moment, the order chain enveloping Xianxia began to shatter layer by layer. An ethereal figure of a woman crowned and dignified emerged, emanating vast majesty, like a celestial being suppressing the ages, possessing unparalleled grace. The entire Eastern spirit domain erupted, filled with discussions. The Tao rhythms are intertwining, and the purple qi is vast. An immortal body is being born. But we don't know to which holy land this immortal body will belong. Several transcendent holy lands moved in unison, heading towards the Dacian dynasty. Countless powerful beings cast their gazes, stunned and entranced. The Xianxia sect was in a frenzy. What is happening? I actually broke through a small realm. These Tao rhythms are too terrifying. The martial arts I couldn't comprehend before, unexpectedly I understood all at once today. Who is this person? Looking in that direction at the true inheritance peak, it should be a certain true inheritance disciple. No, this person is the handmaiden of the young master. What, a handmaiden? You can't be serious. A talent of this level is willing to be a servant. Some uninformed disciples and elders were even more shocked, left speechless. Uncertain how long it had passed, Xianxia's aura finally calmed. The heavenly phenomena gradually dissipated. She slowly opened her eyes, seemingly imbued with celestial essence. At that moment, she was enveloped in mysterious spiritual light, surrounded by Tao principles, making it hard to see clearly. Her aura ethereal, like a fairy descending to the mortal realm, exuding an extraordinary temperament. Have I awakened? Xianxia felt clarity within her cosmos, her spiritual wisdom floating, as if she could directly perceive the intertwining changes of the principles of heaven and earth. Her physical essence leaped, and countless spiritual powers seemed to come alive, cheerfully diving into Xianxia's body. Xianxia felt a bit delighted and began searching for Zhou Qingyun's figure. She lowered her head and saw Zhou Qingyun, who wore a gentle smile. She hurriedly approached him, exclaiming, "Young master, I have awakened." Looking at the girl enveloped in spiritual light, Zhou Qingyun appeared surprised, saying, "Not only have you awakened, but you have also broken through to the mid-stage of the Dan Yun realm. It's truly a case of the more you compare, the more you feel the difference." Oh, Xianxia gasped, quickly feeling the changes within herself and immediately noticing something unusual. At that moment, 3 elders and a middle-aged figure appeared out of thin air, all exuding vast auras. The 3 elders were the revered ancestors of the Yang sect, while the middle-aged figure was the sect leader Qiu. Upon seeing Xianxia, their faces were filled with smiles. An elder with a kind expression said warmly, "Little girl, do not be afraid. We are the ancestors of the Xianxia sect and wish to take you as a disciple. What do you think?" Xianxia was bewildered. She had never experienced something like this before, and her mind went blank. She fearfully approached Zhou Qingyun and instinctively blurted out, "I listen to the young master." Hearing this, the 3 men exchanged strange glances, noting Zhou Qingyun, and finally looked at Qiu. Qiu smiled wryly, saying, "Young master, you see." But before he could finish, a clear and cold voice echoed in the sky. "Is the sect leader of the Xianxia sect present? We are elders of the Yaoqi Holy Land, and wish to know if your sect's immortal body disciple would like to join us." 2 figures of women exuding noble auras, surrounded by fragments of laws, harmoniously resonated, standing above the protective array of the sect, their presence imposing and unfathomable. Half-saints. The 3 esteemed elders and Qiu all changed their expressions, looking extremely grim. They had anticipated that someone from the Holy Land might come, but they never expected it to be so soon. To arrive with 2 half-saints. The Xianxia sect did not have even 1 half-saint. How could they contend against that? They felt despondent, turning their gazes towards Zhou Qingyun. "Esteemed elders, sect leader, let Xia go to the Holy Land. If she stays here, other Holy Lands will come. Let's go meet the 2 Holy Land elders, perhaps we can leave a good impression." Zhou Qingyun smiled warmly. At this moment, Xianxia was nervously clutching her clothes, feeling uneasy. Zhou Qingyun quickly took her hand, alleviating her tension. Hearing this, the others smiled, helplessly nodding in agreement with Zhou Qingyun's suggestion. The Yaoqi Holy Land handled matters gently, unlike other holy lands that were domineering. Not directly taking people away was already a significant concession. "I apologize for not greeting you upon your arrival from afar, having lost the decorum. I hope the 2 esteemed ones can overlook this." Qiu flew through the air, coming before the 2 women, and said politely, "We are the ones who have disturbed. My name is Lian Yuru, and this beside me is Yin Ming Zhu, both elders of the Yaoqi sacred land. We shall not beat around the bush with the sect master. We have come today for the disciple with the awakened immortal body. I believe the sect master knows that the potential of the immortal body is extraordinary, and with your sect's capabilities, it is impossible to protect her. It would be better to let her join the Yaoqi sacred land and form a good relationship. You have misunderstood. The one with the awakened immortal body is not a disciple of our sect, but rather the maid of our sect's young master. Lian Yuru said sincerely, her figure graceful, dressed in white as pure as snow. Qiu Jiuyin laughed helplessly. He was puzzled as to how this maid that Zhou Qingyun casually took in could possess an immortal body. If he had known earlier, he should have made an exception and accepted Gu Shiyu as a true disciple. This way Gu Shiyu would rise, and he could reminisce about old times, allowing the Xianyang sect to share in the glory. What a mistake! What a mistake! Lian Yuru and Yin Ming Zhu's expressions changed. The Xianyang sect is truly deluded. That young master is likely a second generation, actually taking an immortal body as a maid. Even if the immortal body hasn't awakened, her talent shouldn't be too shabby. At this moment, I greet the two seniors. Zhou Qingyun held Gu Shiyu's delicate hand and floated into the air, speaking with great respect. As for the several supreme elders, they have not arrived and are still within the sect. Is she the one with the awakened immortal body? Lian Yuru sensed Gu Shiyu's aura, having found the answer in her heart, yet she couldn't help but ask. Zhou Qingyun nodded. Yin Ming Zhu beside him showed a look of joy. Yin Ming Zhu moved her figure and immediately came before Gu Shiyu, smiling. This young lady, my name is Yin Ming Zhu, an elder of the Yaoqi sacred land. You possess the 9-aperture Linglong immortal body, a peerless talent, a natural body for cultivation. Would you be willing to follow me into the sacred land to cultivate? Once you enter the sacred land, you will be directly accepted as a disciple by our holy master and be conferred as a saintess, enjoying the best resources. Moreover, our holy master also possesses the 9-aperture Linglong immortal body, and under her guidance your progress will be twice as effective with half the effort. Although her personality was carefree, she couldn't help but feel a bit nervous facing Gu Shiyu, fearing that Gu Shiyu might refuse. Though they could forcibly take her to the sacred land, that would lose people's hearts, and later, as Gu Shiyu cultivated successfully, she would have grievances, making it hard to feel a sense of belonging. Of course, there were also other methods to win her heart, but that would contradict the original intention of the Yaoqi sacred land, and how is it any different from the demonic path? Saintess. Qiu Jiuyin was taken aback, feeling even more frustrated in his heart. Gu Shiyu's awakening was too hasty, and now there was no time for remedy. However, the only consolation for Qiu Jiuyin was that Zhou Qingyun and Gu Shiyu shared a deep bond, and Zhou Qingyun was the young master of the Xianyang sect. Thus it meant that Gu Shiyu also had a connection with the Xianyang sect. Haha, as expected, the ginger is still old and spicy. The tower spirit ancestor indeed had foresight. I am willing, but you must agree to 3 conditions. Because she was already prepared, and holding Zhou Qingyun's hand, Gu Shiyu no longer felt rejection or tension, softly responding. Yin Ming Zhu and Lian Yuru both sighed in relief. Oh, as long as they could go with her, it was fine. Then Yin Ming Zhu hurriedly asked, what are the conditions? It won't be to help teach this kid a lesson, will it? This kid has a profound aura, possessing the red flame spirit body comparable to an outer sect disciple in the sacred land. No wonder he could become the young master of the Xianyang sect. It was strange that this kid had taken a saintess as a maid and still bullied her. Yin Ming Zhu looked at Zhou Qingyun, her face full of sympathy. Zhou Qingyun, what is with this look? This elder gives off an unreliable vibe. Gu Shiyu also noticed Yin Ming Zhu's strange gaze. Her eyes suddenly turned cold, and with a blank expression, she said, the first condition is that you must give all the storage rings on you to the young master. The second condition is that after I join the sacred land, you must not restrict my freedom. The third condition is that before I leave, I need to kill someone, and you must not interfere. Of course, if you do not agree, that is fine too. I can also join the sacred land with you, but I will not have any sense of belonging to it. Huh? Lian Yuru and Yin Ming Zhu's faces stiffened. Meanwhile, Qiu Jiuyin was overjoyed in his heart, lowering his head, afraid that the two might see his unusual expression. Even Zhou Qingyun was surprised. He had just been thinking about how to gain some benefits, completely unprepared for the girl to start demanding first. He looked at the two with great anticipation, smiling gently. Shiyue, don't be mischievous. The 2 elders hurriedly came, and they likely haven't brought any treasures. How can we make it difficult for the 2 elders? His smile was warm, seemingly genuinely trying to help the 2 out of their predicament. Then Lian Yuru took a deep breath, looked deeply at Zhou Qingyun, and said seriously, I agree to all 3 conditions, but the second condition needs to be changed. You must reach the divine ability realm before you can roam freely. Beside her, Yin Ming Zhu's expression changed, and she hurriedly transmitted her voice to Lian Yuru, saying, "Senior sister, no. Shut up, we have delayed too long here. Soon others from the sacred land will arrive." Lian Yuru interrupted. Yan Mingzhu's heart bled. Her storage ring contained a 7th grade elixir, the life and death profound pill. All to blame on this detestable kid. As for techniques, martial arts, spirit stones, and other items, she didn't care. Fine. Gu Shiyu frowned slightly, but still agreed. Then Lian Yuru took off her storage ring, while also snatching Yan Mingzhu's ring, who was dawdling, erasing her divine sense, and handed it to Zhou Qingyun. "You two elders are too polite, then I shall not refuse," Zhou Qingyun said with a chuckle, accepting the rings and quickly storing them. "Now can we leave?" Without paying attention to Zhou Qingyun, Lian Yuru spoke to Gu Shiyu. Gu Shiyu nodded, then hugged Zhou Qingyun again softly, saying, "Take care, young master. I will cultivate well and come to find you as soon as possible." Zhou Qingyun rubbed his nose, inhaling the faint fragrance from the girl's side lightly in his heart, and nodded slightly. Seeing this, Yan Mingzhu glared at Zhou Qingyun angrily. However, she did not stop it. Although Gu Shiyu had special feelings for this somewhat handsome boy, once she had seen those truly talented young men, she would surely forget this kid. Moments later, the girl left with the expressionless Lian Yuru and the amiable Yan Mingzhu heading towards Xianxia City. Zhou Qingyun knew that Gu Shiyu was now strong enough and was likely going to seek revenge herself. The moonlight was like jade, stretching the shadows of the three until they disappeared. Suppressing the sorrow in his heart, Zhou Qingyun was about to leave when he saw Qiu Jiuyin beside him, who awkwardly said, "Young master, could you check if there are any top-grade techniques among the rings the 2 envoys gave you? Could you possibly make a copy for the sect?" The sect can provide the young master with 50 superior spirit stones. 50 superior spirit stones are equivalent to 50,000 middle-grade spirit stones, almost 1/10 of the Xianxia sect's annual income. As for other items, Qiu Jiuyin also wisely did not mention them. "Sect master, you are too polite. I will check later, and if there are any, I will naturally present them to the sect," Zhou Qingyun said with a hearty smile. Qiu Jiuyin showed a grateful expression and then left to announce the news of Gu Shiyu's joining the Yaoqi sacred land. The purpose was to dispel some thoughts from the sacred lands. As soon as he landed on the ground, he spotted the Wang brothers and Zhao Wenjue sneaking around in the courtyard. Upon seeing Zhou Qingyun, they hurriedly stepped forward to pay their respects. "Greetings, young master. Greetings, young master. Greetings, young master." Zhou Qingyun nodded slightly. At this moment, Wang Wu, with his impatient temperament, couldn't help but ask, "Young master, did Sister Xia go to the Yaoqi sacred land?" The other two also displayed curious expressions. Zhou Qingyun nodded yes. Upon hearing Zhou Qingyun's confirmation, the three widened their eyes in shock. After a long while, they finally calmed down. Young master's insight is unparalleled, simply extraordinary. To be able to discover Sister Xia amidst this mortal realm. Wang Lu quickly chimed in with flattery. "Go back to your cultivation. You two dare to waste time here, having only reached the 8th level of spirit drawing, while Xia started later than you and has already broken through to the mid-stage of Danyun." Zhou Qingyun scolded with a dark expression. "Oh, no way," the three lamented. Then Wang Lu took out a storage bag and said, "Young master, this is your cultivation material for this month. You three can share it. Do I still have some on me?" Zhou Qingyun glanced. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Lu still retracted the storage bag, respectfully saying, "Thank you for the gift, young master." "All right, you can leave now." Zhao Wenjue stay. Zhou Qingyun waved his hand. "Understood. Foolish brother, let's go. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, my cultivation speed wouldn't be so slow. How can you blame me? You are the idiot brother. If it weren't for your birth splitting my talent in half, would I be cultivating so slowly?" Zhou Qingyun and Zhao Wenjue. What kind of logic is this? At this moment, Zhao Wenjue, left alone, said somewhat blankly, "I wonder why young master asked me to stay behind." "Follow me." Zhou Qingyun did not explain, he simply said, and proceeded to the place where Xiao Fan was imprisoned. Upon seeing the visitor, Xiao Fan was terrified. "Young master, spare me. I was momentarily blinded by greed, and now I realize my mistakes. I am willing to face any danger for you." Zhou Qingyun squinted slightly, asking, "Am I that terrifying?" Zhao Wenjue answered seriously, "Young master treats others with humility and kindness, which is not terrifying." Zhou Qingyun nodded in satisfaction, then coughed, and transmitted his voice to Xiao Fan, "Show him the life script." Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan's eyes showed fear. He did not dare to delay, and immediately opened his system. Name: Zhao Wenjue. Cultivation level mid-stage Danyun. Destiny: some achievements: 9 Radiance Emperor Pseudo Transformation. Fate: Villainous Potential Purple, Occasional Fortune Purple. Recent turning point: received a Tao Enlightenment pill from Zhou Qingyun, leading his cultivation method to a small success, breaking through to the Spirit God realm and participating in the secret realm of Tianzi Mountain 2 months later, where he obtained a top-tier martial art. Life script supporting role in Against the Nine Heavens. Going to Fenglin City to recruit disciples in half a year, offending the son of destiny and subsequently being killed. Xiao Fan widened his eyes wanting to speak, but Zhou Qingyun stopped him. Zhao Wenjue, you can leave now. Here, take this cultivation method and martial art to practice. The cultivation method was naturally the eternal blue wood art, and the martial art was the demon suppression fist. Currently, Zhao Wenzuo's favorability had reached 70, so Zhou Qingyun granted him the cultivation method and martial art. Thank you, young master. Zhao Wenjue, though confused, still said respectfully. After Zhao Wenjue left, Zhou Qingyun smiled kindly and said, now let's talk about his script. Xiao Fan shivered slightly and quickly said, his script is that he is a supporting role in Against the Nine Heavens. After a while, Zhou Qingyun seemed to be pondering. Against the Nine Heavens. I wonder how high his fortune is. Zhou Qingyun felt a bit of anticipation, then revealed a meaningful smile. Seeing that Xiao Fan had improved a little, Zhou Qingyun tortured him lightly. After obtaining 20,000 villain points, Zhou Qingyun returned to his room. Watching Zhou Qingyun's departing figure, Xiao Fan's eyes were filled with resentment, his teeth gritting together. Back in his room, Zhou Qingyun began to check 2 rings. As expected, worthy of being an elder of the sacred land. When Zhou Qingyun examined the first storage ring, he was astonished by the abundant resources inside. 100 top-grade spirit stones, a mid-tier heavenly martial art, Heaven Frostblade Scripture, 6 4th-grade pills, Dan God pill, a low-grade Dao weapon, and several low-tier pills and miscellaneous items. The Dan God pill can enhance divine sense and is basically priceless. Zhou Qingyun had not yet awakened his divine sense, so he did not need it for now. As for the Dao weapon, it was a spear which he named the Cloud-Shattering Spear. However, with Zhou Qingyun's current strength, he could not yet activate the Dao weapon, and he was currently considering using the Cloud-Shattering Halberd for the time being. Next, Zhou Qingyun opened the second ring. Inside were 200 top-grade spirit stones, a mid-tier heavenly martial art, double profound yang scripture, a top-tier spirit treasure sword, and a pill radiating a special fluctuation along with several miscellaneous items. Zhou Qingyun focused his thoughts and took out the pill, asking the system, what is this pill? Life and Death, Xian Dan, a 7th-grade pill can replenish the source of the soul and compensate for the loss of the life source. As long as a living being still has a breath, they can be saved. A good item. Zhou Qingyun felt that this was the biggest gain of the night. He then received the top-grade spirit treasure, the spirit transforming mask from the system reward, and began to refine it. After refining, Zhou Qingyun obtained the functional information of the spirit transforming mask. The spirit transforming mask is a special kind of spirit treasure that can change a person's aura and appearance. Only those 2 major realms above the user can see through it. Of course, this effect would only work at most below the sage level. This item is quite good, a treasure for disguising. Zhou Qingyun revealed a smile. Then Zhou Qingyun sat cross-legged preparing to cultivate. System extract 400 years of cultivation inscription patterns. Today, Zhou Qingyun earned a total of 16420 villain points. After spending 100,000 to bind Xiao Fan, he still had 6420 villain points left. As for cultivation, he currently had 1,046 years, deducting 40,000 villain points, inscribing in progress. A violent aura emerged and 40 mysterious symbols appeared in Zhou Qingyun's dantian, continuously imprinting on the Xiandan. Zhou Qingyun's dantian continued to be expanded, and his true essence became even more refined. Latest stage Dan Yun. Perfect Dan Yun. In an instant, Zhou Qingyun's realm broke through to perfect Dan Yun, and he had already sensed the bottleneck of the spirit god realm, yet Zhou Qingyun did not choose to break through. After finishing, Zhou Qingyun generously took copies of the double profound yang scripture and the Heaven Frostblade scripture and gave them to Qiu Jiuyin. Qiu Jiuyin was immensely grateful and gave Zhou Qingyun 100 top-grade spirit stones. Upon returning, Zhou Qingyun used a martial art small success card on the 1 profound finger. After achieving small success in 1 profound finger using all his true essence, Zhou Qingyun could condense a finger imprint several dozen feet in size. The finger imprint carried terrifying fluctuations as if it could penetrate the void. Then Zhou Qingyun began to consume the Dao Enlightenment pill and practiced the Zonglong Halberd technique. For 2 consecutive days, he cultivated the Zonglong Halberd technique, and under the effect of the Dao Enlightenment pill, he had already grasped the fundamentals. On the 3rd morning, a series of urgent knocking sounds echoed. Who? Zhou Qingyun frowned. Reporting to young master, 3rd master is waiting for you outside the mountain gate, saying he wants to see you. Wang Liu's voice rang out. Got it. Zhou Qingyun felt a bit strange, searching through his memories. What does 3rd uncle want? Could it be to deliver this month's supplies? That shouldn't be the case. The azure sky was as clear as washed paper, as if soaked in blue ink. The morning sunlight, lazy and gentle, fell upon the body with an exceedingly comfortable warmth. Cloud Sun sect perched atop a lofty peak shrouded in swirling mist and clouds resembling a celestial palace. Several perilously steep and rugged peaks were encircled by the great cultivators of Cloud Sun sect, using formations leaving only a single exit. On one main peak, a winding coiled white jade staircase connected the mountain gate to the sect. Outside the mountain gate stood an army riding fierce beasts whose blood boiled and whose bodies were wreathed in rolling flames. Clad in deep black armor, they stood tall and straight, exuding a killing intent and rolling malevolence that sent cold sweat dripping down the legs of the two disciples guarding the gate, their feet trembling uncontrollably. This army numbered about 100 all, with considerable cultivation levels, the lowest being at the initial spirit god stage and the highest at the late calamity stage. This was the black armored army of the Zhou clan of the Great Qian dynasty. Each soldier was a veteran of 100 battles, each raised by the Zhou clan from childhood, loyal only to the Zhou clan. At the center of the disciplined and orderly army, a white, jade divine chariot was surrounded. The chariot was pulled by 6 divine steeds. At the front of the army, Zhou Jing sat valiantly and heroically atop a beast resembling a fire qilin, waiting in focused silence. Zhou Qingyun stepped through the void clad in white robes, graceful as a jade tree in the wind. He descended along the white jade staircase to the mountain gate, where he immediately beheld a scene that seized the heart. The two gatekeeping disciples, upon seeing Zhou Qingyun, immediately bowed and said, "Greetings, young sect master." Zhou Qingyun nodded slightly. "Is this an expedition to attack some force?" Zhou Qingyun was somewhat perplexed, but then quickly greeted, "Third uncle, long time no see." Ding. Detected red investment target. Investing any heaven-grade martial art in them will yield a martial art mastery card 1, Array Dao Truth Solution 1, and 50 years of cultivation. Find investment. Zhou Qingyun's expression turned stern, but he said nothing. At that moment, Zhou Jing also noticed Zhou Qingyun eyeing him with surprise and uncertainty. "My nephew, how have you changed so much in just half a year? Especially this aura, so vastly different from 6 months ago. Tisk tisk, just as flashy as your father back in the day." Zhou Jing sized him up and then scolded with a smile, "You heartless brat, you never come home to see us. I almost didn't recognize you." Zhou Qingyun gave an embarrassed smile. "I've been busy." Hearing this, Zhou Jing didn't press further, but sighed with a smile, "You're something else, kid. In just half a year, you've broken through to the Dan Yun realm and become the young sect master of Cloud Sun sect. You have your father's style." Sensing Zhou Qingyun's formidable aura and his restrained, yet surging blood energy, Zhou Jing felt a slight shock. Having long been on the battlefield, even without using his divine sense to deliberately probe, he could see Zhou Qingyun's transformation at a glance. "I've had a few lucky encounters recently to achieve this," Zhou Qingyun said modestly, then shifted the topic. "Third uncle, what is the reason for such a grand mobilization?" Zhou Jing's smile faded. "A few days ago, your father arranged a marriage for you. My purpose today is precisely for this betrothal." Calling it off, Zhou Qingyun asked with a strange expression, "What are you thinking, boy? I've come today to take you to finalize the engagement." Hearing it wasn't about breaking the engagement, Zhou Qingyun let out a sigh of relief. Having read too many classic story tropes in his past life, the mere mention of betrothal involuntarily brought that thought to his mind. Truly, his identity as a villain was too sensitive, or perhaps he was even a villain in a broken engagement story. And which noble family's daughter is the one him to be engaged to? Zhou Qingyun pondered for a moment before asking. Whether in his past life or this one, marital alliances of convenience between powerful clans were very common. He was not averse to this, and this world, similar to the ancient times of his past life, allowed polygamy. Some powerful women even took multiple husbands. He only hoped that his fiancée's personality wouldn't be too terrible. If it were, she would have no one to blame but herself for his coldness. The woman you're to be engaged to is Qin Shifeng, daughter of the clan leader of the Qin family, one of the 4 great families. She is exceptionally talented, having already reached the 5th level of spirit guidance. She is dignified, virtuous, and gentle in appearance. The two of you are a perfect match, a heavenly couple." Zhou Jing's heroic face was full of teasing. Hearing this, Zhou Qingyun also breathed a sigh of relief. "Third uncle, wait for me a moment. I need to go back and attend to some matters." "All right." Back at the True Inheritance Peak, Zhou Qingyun first milked 2,000 villain points from Xiao Fan, then stopped treating him and sealed his meridians. The main reason was that Xiao Fan's luck was too high. He feared that if he left, Xiao Fan might cause some trouble. It was worth noting that after so many days of squeezing, Xiao Fan's luck had dropped to red. Then he instructed Wang Wu and the others to keep a strict watch on Xiao Fan. He had originally considered taking Xiao Fan along, but a child of destiny could not be taken lightly. Anything could happen. Shortly after, Zhou Qingyun returned to the foot of the mountain. Seeing Zhou Qingyun back, Zhou Jing broke into a smile. "Let's go." As if something occurred to him, Zhou Qingyun's mind stirred, and he said, "Third uncle, can the engagement be delayed by a day?" First help me capture 2 people. Who do you want to capture? Lin Xiong and his wife from Linan City Qingzhou. Zhou Qingyun lightly uttered Lin Xiong's name. Zhou Jing raised an eyebrow. What's the highest cultivation level? Mid-calamity stage. Zhou Qingyun was already well-versed in the Lin family's intelligence. Lin Fan's grandfather was a rare genius who had some connection with the Li family's ancestor, thus arranging the marriage between Lin Fan and Li Qingxia. However, Lin Fan's grandfather was too arrogant and was killed by others. The Lin family then faded like a fleeting flower and declined. Tieshan Du Gang stepped forward. Zhou Jing asked no further questions and called out 2 men. 2 men exuding a chilling coldness rode their beasts to the front of Zhou Jing and Zhou Qingyun, speaking in unison, "Greetings, General." "Greetings, young master." "What are your orders, General?" The 2 men were extraordinary in demeanor, concealing terrifying power within their robust bodies, seemingly on the verge of breaking through to the divine ability stage. "Go to Linan City Qingzhou and capture Lin Xiong and his wife," Zhou Jing commanded in a deep voice. "Third uncle, could you send a few more men?" Zhou Qingyun, fearing complications, made another request. Tieta and Du Gang are both at the calamity stage perfection. Capturing 2 people will be a piece of cake. Zhou Jing was a bit surprised, thinking his nephew might not know their cultivation levels, so he explained. "Third uncle, trust me." Zhou Qingyun insisted firmly. If it were an ordinary family, he wouldn't worry, but the mysterious Lin Fengqin made him cautious. Zhou Jing nodded, and then called out 4 more men, all at the late calamity stage. "Please, when you go, disguise yourselves. Also, after capturing them, take them directly to the Demon Seal Abyss and spread the word that Lin Fan has 3 days to come and rescue them or face the consequences." Zhou Qingyun smiled gently. The Demon Seal Abyss was a treacherous place surrounded by towering cliffs on 3 sides. There with Zhou Jing, a divine bridge realm grand cultivator, even if Lin Fan were a child of destiny, he would have no chance of escape. To eliminate Lin Fan, this major threat once and for all, Zhou Qingyun was exceedingly cautious. The 6 men respectfully said, "As you command, young master." Riding their beasts, they soared into the air with astonishing speed like wind and thunder. "Is that Lin Fan the one wanted by Xianxia a few days ago?" Zhou Jing's eyes gleamed. "Yes, third uncle." "Will he come?" Zhou Jing frowned. In his view, knowing it was a trap, one wouldn't come. It would be wiser to keep one's life and plan slowly. To be led by the nose with relatives as bait, that was a great taboo. The Zhou clan's ancestral precept: cut off decisively and plan for the future. If a Zhou clan member is baited with relatives, pay no heed and kill directly. If your strength is insufficient, accumulate power for a century, then slay the enemies of your to comfort the spirits of your kin below. If a century is not enough, your sons and grandsons will continue without end. It was not that the Zhou clan was cold, but that most in this world were like this. Acting on impulse would only backfire, even leading to extinction. He's not an ordinary person. He will come. On this point, Zhou Qingyun had some confidence. If he didn't come, then Zhou Qingyun had misjudged him. "Oh." Zhou Jing raised his thick eyebrows. Seeing Zhou Qingyun so confident, he chose not to pierce through his facade. He had no urgent matters at hand. He could wait for a few days. Moreover, he wanted to teach Zhou Qingyun some principles, reminding him not to let the enemy dictate his emotions. "Uncle San, let's go to Fengma Abyss and wait." Zhou Qingyun smiled warmly. Zhou Jing nodded, turning to signal Zhou Qingyun to board the white jade divine chariot. "Please board, young master." The operators of the divine chariot respectfully said. However, Zhou Qingyun shook his head in refusal, directly pulling out the floating cloud boat. Having obtained this treasure from the system, he had yet to truly use it. Today was a perfect opportunity to test the power of the floating cloud boat. "Go." Zhou Qingyun softly commanded, tossing it into the air. The floating cloud boat immediately expanded in the wind, quickly becoming the size of a football field. At the bow of the boat flew a black and gold flag, swaying in the wind with great majesty. A flying spiritual treasure. Everyone was stunned. They had only heard of flying spiritual treasures in legends. They never expected that their young master would possess one today, and they witnessed it with their own eyes. What a remarkable young man! Oh, he must have entered a holy relic. Zhou Jing's tiger-like eyes flashed with brilliance, feeling secretly alarmed. "Everyone, please come up." Zhou Qingyun leaped onto the floating cloud boat, inviting everyone aboard. The deck was still quite spacious. Although everyone was riding exotic beasts, it was still manageable to squeeze in. The soldiers' eyes were filled with longing, but without Zhou Jing's nod, they dared not proceed. Seeing this, Zhou Jing chuckled and scolded, "Get on." To be honest, he was also very curious about the power of the floating cloud boat. In the realm of 10,000 spirits, the value of flying spiritual treasures was extremely high. Even an early-grade flying spiritual treasure could be worth the same as a top-grade spiritual treasure. Once everyone was aboard, Zhou Qingyun maneuvered the floating cloud boat towards Fengma Abyss. During the journey, Zhou Qingyun also copied a few heavenly-grade martial arts techniques to give to Zhou Jing, smiling gently. Uncle San, here are some techniques and martial arts for you to take back to the family. Zhou Jing paid no mind, thinking they were just some low-level techniques, and casually accepted them. Ding. Congratulations, host, on your successful investment. You have received a Martial Arts Mastery Card 1, Array Dao True Understanding 1, and 50 years of cultivation. Would you like to claim them? However, after examining them closely, he was immediately dumbfounded. What is this? Unwilling to believe it, he scanned through the contents, becoming increasingly alarmed. Heavenly grade martial arts. All of them are heavenly grade. What kind of nephew do I have? Did he rob a holy ground? He recalled that in the Daqian dynasty, only the royal family possessed a lower grade heavenly technique. The Zhou family had only one top-grade earthly martial art, and their techniques were merely of mid-grade earthly quality. Never expected today. Zhou Jing's eyes widened in disbelief. His emotions surged, and he couldn't contain his aura, unleashing a terrifying pressure across the floating cloud boat, causing countless soldiers to break out in cold sweat. If not for their strong will, they would have likely knelt down. The pressure dissipated in an instant, and Zhou Jing quickly reined in his aura. Is there an enemy attack? A centurion asked, while others also appeared vigilant, circulating their true essence and preparing their formations. It's nothing. Zhou Jing waved his hand, then looked at Zhou Qingyun apologetically, saying, Qingyun, are you all right? You surprised me so much, or I got a bit too excited. However, when he looked at Zhou Qingyun, who remained as calm as ever, he was once again dumbfounded. Did I just unleash a bit of my aura? And Qingyun is also in the Dan Yuan realm, right? What is going on? For the first time, Zhou Jing doubted his own strength. In hundreds of years, he had never lost his composure like this. Even in the face of a tide of ferocious beasts, he could still maintain his calm. It's just a bit of blood boiling. There's nothing major. Zhou Qingyun shook his head. At the beginning, it did catch him off guard, but with the creation technique and Zhou Jing only leaking a bit of his aura, he was able to withstand it. Zhou Jing deeply gazed at Zhou Qingyun, then carefully placed those techniques and martial arts into his storage ring. He was eager to return to the family and safeguard these techniques in the ancestral hall. Calming his emotions, Zhou Jing said in a deep voice, with these items, the family's rise is promising. My good nephew, you have truly given me a tremendous surprise. Qingyun, your name will surely be at the forefront of the ancestral hall. Speak, Qingyun, what do you wish for? I will grant it. Oh, does Uncle San's word count without needing my father's consent? Zhou Qingyun teased meaningfully. If he remembered correctly, his uncle was quite afraid of his father. You little rascal, are you trying to compare with Uncle San? It seemed he struck a nerve, causing Zhou Jing's expression to stiffen. Zhou Qingyun's heart skipped a beat, quickly changing the subject. Then, Uncle San, please give me 100 recovery pills and 100 true essence pills. True essence pills, a third-grade elixir, can accelerate the recovery of true essence, worth more than recovery pills, requiring 4,000 low-grade spirit stones. However, both types of elixirs are relatively easy to obtain and won't burden the family too much. Only 4th grade and above elixirs are extremely scarce, fundamentally having prices beyond reach, with their costs increasing exponentially. For instance, a divine pill could auction for 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones. All right, Zhou Jing said with a cheerful smile. This request was not unreasonable. He could approve it. Then he heard Zhou Jing say, Qingyun, you go to Fengma Abyss first, and I will send these items back to the family. These items are invaluable, and with them on me, I cannot rest easy. Moreover, with my strength, I am confident I can make a round trip in 2 days. All right, Zhou Qingyun nodded. Buzz. As soon as Zhou Qingyun finished speaking, a sound of breaking air rang out, and in the blink of an eye, Zhou Jing's figure vanished from view. In the afternoon, Zhou Qingyun arrived at Fengma Abyss. Meanwhile, Du Gang and the others also reached Linen City. They did not act immediately. Instead, to ensure everything was foolproof, they first gathered some intelligence. As night fell, they donned night gear and infiltrated Lin Xiong and his wife's room. Lin Xiong, who had once served as the clan leader with latest-stage spiritual deity cultivation, was instantly awakened. However, in the face of a Calamity Realm opponent, he had no power to resist. He was swiftly knocked unconscious. Subsequently, Du Gang instructed the other 5 to take Lin Xiong and his wife to Fengma Abyss while he stayed behind to cover them. Once the figures of the others disappeared, he exuded a powerful aura, soaring into the sky like a demon god, recklessly releasing his pressure. Who dares to run wild in the Lin family? The old ancestor of the Lin family, furious, instantly attacked, forming a giant palm that surged towards Du Gang. The energy wave stirred countless onlookers. Oomph. Du Gang coldly snorted, easily extinguishing the giant palm, then used martial arts to injure the Lin family ancestor. Afterward, seeing that he had already caused a stir in Linen City, he altered his voice, hoarsely declaring, Lin Xiong and his wife have been taken by me. Tell Lin Fan to come to Fengma Abyss and rescue them. If he fails to come, he will face the consequences. Additionally, the Lin family members better find a way to spread the news and pray for Lin Fan's arrival. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to eradicate the Lin family. He did this to compel the Lin family to cooperate and spread the news, ensuring Lin Fan would know. Of course, he did not expect the Lin family to disseminate the news throughout the Dacian dynasty in just one day. Later, he planned to leverage some hidden forces within the Zhou clan to orchestrate things. Whoosh! Hearing Du Gang's words, all the Lin family's members turned pale, with even some collapsing to the ground cursing, "It's over, it's all Lin Fan's fault, that damned calamity star." Have you heard? The parents of that demon Lin Fan were captured by a mysterious powerhouse who named Lin Fan specifically and demanded he come to rescue them. If Lin Fan does not go, Lin Xiong and his wife will be annihilated. Hey, you're completely wrong. If Lin Fan doesn't go, not only will Lin Xiong and his wife die, but the entire Lin clan will be wiped out. Wrong, you're both wrong. If Lin Fan doesn't go, that mysterious powerhouse will eradicate all relatives connected to the Lin clan. Damn, I heard that mysterious powerhouse is at the perfection of the tribulation transcendent stage. Why would he go through such trouble to set a trap for Lin Fan? For someone of that level, they wouldn't care about such a small reward, would they? Really? Lin Fan has already been possessed. How could he possibly go to the rescue? Is that mysterious powerhouse stupid, expecting a demon to save someone with no connection to him? I bet Lin Fan absolutely won't go. Don't you think there's something off about Lin Fan? Or maybe he has some treasure on him. Otherwise, why would such a powerhouse go to all this trouble? And Xianxia sect only half-heartedly issued a wanted notice before going silent quietly, sending their elders to capture him. Hiss. The more you think about it, the more terrifying it is. Warning. Driven by those with ulterior motives, news of Lin Fan's parents' capture spread through every street and alley of the Great Qian dynasty. Countless people, though ignorant of the truth, still joined in the gossip. Some even sensed Lin Fan's extraordinariness and secretly sent people to intercept him on the road to the demon-sealing abyss, hoping to reap the benefits. They also dispatched numerous agents to hunt down Lin Fan. Given Xianxia sect's suspicious attitude in recent days and the appearance of the mysterious powerhouse last night, even the dullest could tell that Lin Fan was deeply involved in something significant. The capital of the Great Qian dynasty. Your Majesty, according to the scouts, the hidden Akatsuki organization appeared again last night, spreading a message across the entire Great Qian dynasty, overnight manipulating public opinion. An old eunuch knelt on the ground, reporting the information with a fearful expression. Clatter. The Great Qian emperor, enraged by this news, hurled a golden goblet to the ground. Damn those noble clans. He could not tolerate any force capable of manipulating such widespread public opinion overnight. It was beyond the dynasty's control. Moreover, the organization seemed to involve the shadow of aristocratic families, further fueling the emperor's fury. But after the great upheaval 1,000 years ago, the balance between the imperial family and the noble clans had been shattered. Imperial power was waning and restrictions on the clans grew increasingly ineffective. This left the Great Qian emperor feeling dejected. I hope the ancestor can break through successfully. Resentment and helplessness flickered in his eyes. He was likely the most humiliated emperor in the history of the Great Qian dynasty. Without exception, he resented his father for overreaching and leaving him such a mess. Now the illness was chronic and incurable. Has there been any news from the Great Yin dynasty? Suppressing his rage, the emperor asked calmly. Reporting to your Majesty, the Great Yin dynasty has made no statement yet. The old eunuch kept his head bowed. The emperor's expression was impassive, his gaze deep and unfathomable, lost in thought. Xianxia sect, a mysterious powerhouse. Gazing at the message wrapped in divine sense in his palm, Xiao Jian's eyes flickered. It seemed he had guessed something. He sighed. Forget it, summon the other elders back. There's no need to pursue Lin Fan anymore. Few forces in the Great Qian dynasty could spread news so widely overnight. Now that he had the heaven grade technique, he wanted to avoid further complications, especially in these turbulent times. Liangzhou, in the Alchemist Guild. Lin Fan, having just completed his alchemist certification, was clad in a black robe, his mood light. But as he was about to return to the inn and a tavern across the street, travelers were sharing interesting tales they had heard or encountered. How did Lin Xiong and his wife give birth to such a calamity like Lin Fan? A few years ago, he was jilted by a woman, and now a mysterious powerhouse has captured them. Lin Fan has long been possessed. How could he possibly go to the demon-sealing abyss? Tisk, if I had such a disgraceful offspring, I'd have slapped him to death long ago. Some sympathized, some mocked, others looked on coldly. Such were the myriad faces of human nature. Lin Fan had recently gained several opportunities breaking through to the early Danyun stage, and his hearing was extraordinary, so he naturally caught their conversation. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed in Lin Fan's mind. Dizziness washed over him, his thoughts went blank, and he staggered back several steps. The thing he had always feared had come to pass. Lin Fan's eyes were bloodshot, his face twisted with rage, fury blazing within him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He lost all reason, yet a sliver of hope lingered in his heart. With a flicker of movement he appeared before the group and demanded, "Is what you just said true?" An old man sitting among them frowned instantly. With a surge of violent true essence he slapped Lin Fan, sending him flying. "Who do you think you're talking to? Do you really think breaking through to the Danyun stage at such a young age gives you the right to shout at an old man?" The old man's aura swirled. He was at the Danyun stage perfection. Though he had been stuck at the Danyun stage for over 100 years, that didn't mean Lin Fan could bully him. So what if he was a genius? Did that allow him to be arrogant? The more the old man thought about it, the more bitter he felt and murderous intent flared. Lin Fan shuddered, his reason snapping back, and he quickly apologized. "Senior, I was wrong. I was just momentarily possessed." Saying this, Lin Fan hastily pulled out 100 spirit stones and offered them to the old man. The old man accepted the stones with satisfaction and scolded, "Kid, I admit you're a genius, perhaps favored by some sect or clan, but this world is full of desperados who won't care about your status. I hope you learn to keep a low profile." As for suspecting Lin Fan's identity, the old man never considered it. That fugitive demon Lin Fan was at the Tribulation Transcendent stage. How could he allow himself to be humiliated by a mere Danyun stage cultivator? Suppressing his seething rage and murderous intent, Lin Fan forced a smile and quickly asked the old man to confirm the news. He received the definite message that he was expected to go to the demon sealing abyss. Lin Fan felt as if struck by lightning. Dazed and disoriented, he left the tavern. He knew that if he didn't go to the demon sealing abyss, Lin Xiong and his wife would surely meet a grim fate. But his remaining reason told him that a deadly trap awaited him there. His chances of survival were extremely slim. After a moment's thought, his gaze hardened. He had to go. If he didn't, he would be unworthy of being a son, and an inner demon would haunt him for life, robbing him of his unyielding spirit. Then he removed the ring of Venerable Ling Do, placed it on the table, and kowtowed. "Master, your disciple may never repay your kindness in this life. I can only hope to repay your great grace in the next life." After completing the ritual, he was about to leave the ring in a conspicuous place when he heard an aged voice. "Oh, disciple, take me with you. In this life, meeting you has been my greatest fortune, and I have no regrets." A faint glow flickered within the ring. "Master." Hearing Venerable Ling Do's words, Lin Fan was overjoyed, but his expression quickly grew heavy. "Master, this journey is fraught with danger, and you still have a great revenge to exact. Disciple, say no more. In life there are some things one must hold fast to." Venerable Ling Do's tone was resolute. Lin Fan took a deep breath and said no more. He put the ring back on. Then, disguising himself, he went to a vast desert and found an imposing red-haired elder. This elder, named Red Cloud, was a divine palace stage powerhouse whom Lin Fan had once saved by chance. "Senior Red Cloud, my parents have been captured. I wish for you to accompany me to rescue them. If you can successfully help me save my parents, I will gift you a heaven-grade technique." Lin Fan pleaded. Red Cloud said softly, "You are Lin Fan." Lin Fan nodded. After a long silence, Red Cloud sighed. "Forget it, you saved my life, so I'll go with you this once." Then Lin Fan used the heaven-grade technique as bait. He summoned other strong followers. He no longer cared about exposing Venerable Ling Do's identity. Due to the urgency, after a day, Lin Fan had only gathered 1 Divine Palace stage, 4 Divine Ability stage, and 5 Tribulation Transcendent stage cultivators. The next day, "Whoever you are, even if I die today, I will destroy you." Lin Fan's gaze was unwavering. Leading his group, he headed straight for the demon sealing abyss. Those who had set up ambushes along the way sensed this, and their faces turning pale fled in panic. Lin Fan did not hide his aura. He led several people straight to the demon sealing abyss. At the same time, under his promise of great benefits, countless people lost their sanity and were swept along by Lin Fan. Heading south, the number of people following Lin Fan grew larger. "Haha," he revealed a delighted smile, feeling a significant boost in confidence. Seeing Lin Fan's overwhelming presence, the countless observers changed their expressions drastically. How can there be so many powerful individuals following Lin Fan? Oh my, that mysterious powerhouse is in for trouble. Haha, I bet that person never expected Lin Fan could bring so many strong allies. I imagine that person is regretting it immensely right now. Many rejoiced at the misfortune, while others were filled with doubt. Wait, wasn't Lin Fan possessed? How could he come to rescue Lin Xiong and his wife? I am also very curious about this. I guess it's highly likely he wasn't possessed, but rather that something enhanced his strength temporarily. Or perhaps he has the soul of a mysterious powerhouse that can lend him strength for a short time. With this revelation, many suddenly understood. Countless individuals believed Lin Fan could produce top-tier techniques and began to join him, while many others looked at Lin Fan with greedy eyes. The demon sealing abyss is surrounded by towering cliffs on 3 sides, with only one side lacking a great cliff serving as the sole exit. At the top of one of the cliffs, Zhou Qingyun stood there, his white robes fluttering, looking down upon everything at the abyss bottom. Reporting young Master Lin Fan is almost here. At this moment, Du Gang approached and respectfully said. Shock filled Du Gang's eyes as he never expected Lin Fan would actually come, let alone with so many people. It could only be said that his young master had a keen eye for people. All right, you take on Lin Xiong and his wife as you did that night, and wait for Lin Fan below. The other soldiers need not intervene. I'll let those from Xiao take action. Zhou Qingyun was arranging things methodically. Xiao was an assassination and intelligence organization secretly established by the Zhou family with an immense influence. Only a few from the Zhou family knew about its relationship with them. Even the emperor of the Great Qian Kingdom, who had been investigating for a long time, had only found traces of the Xiao organization resembling a noble family. To avoid arousing suspicion from other forces regarding the Zhou family, Zhou Qingyun directly notified those from Xiao to come. There are 3 in the Divine Palace realm, 20 in the Divine Ability realm, and 100 in the Calamity realm. Yes, young master. Du Gang accepted the order and left. Zhou Jing suddenly appeared beside Zhou Qingyun, scrutinizing him with satisfaction in his eyes. You rascal, you are becoming increasingly inscrutable. My nephew has the potential of a sage. A sage from our Zhou family is just around the corner. Zhou Qingyun smiled slightly, but did not say much. Instead, he intriguingly asked, Third uncle, if a powerful being from the Divine Bridge realm intervenes, do you have the confidence to suppress them? What? The Divine Bridge realm? Qingyun, are you sure? Zhou Jing's voice rose a few notches. I have an 80% certainty. Third uncle, do you have confidence in suppressing them? If that's not possible, then I will have to contact second uncle. He feared Lin Fan's grandfather, who had reached sage cultivation in his lifetime. Now, after all this time, even without a divine body, he could still unleash the strength of the Divine Bridge through some methods. And there's also the mysterious Lin Fengqing. He needed to be fully prepared. Qingyun, you underestimate your third uncle too much, Zhou Jing said unhappily. His gaze was dismissive, exuding overwhelming confidence. All right, it would be troublesome for third uncle to step in later. Leave Lin Fan alive. Zhou Qingyun smiled warmly. You rascal, you really don't know how to be courteous at all. I am your third uncle, and you're summoning me like this. Zhou Jing did not refuse, only scolding him with a laugh, but then he worriedly added, if I intervene, my identity might get exposed. Currently, many forces have begun to suspect the Zhou family. If he were to intervene, it might give some people a handle to grasp. Here, third uncle, take this thing. It can alter your aura and appearance, but remember not to use the family's renowned martial arts. Zhou Qingyun took out a spirit mask and handed it to Zhou Jing. Although the spirit mask had been recognized by him, it could still function for others. A top-grade spirit treasure. Zhou Jing's face changed slightly. But it wasn't over yet. Zhou Qingyun pulled out a long spear and said, Third uncle, consider this as a reward for this time. Qingyun, this item is too precious. Why are you being so polite with your third uncle? Just command me, no need for rewards. Zhou Jing quickly refused. Unlike techniques and martial arts, weapons once given away were truly gone. Third uncle, don't worry, I still have more. Zhou Qingyun said softly, showcasing his broken cloud halberd. Wow, Qingyun, let's be honest, have you been taken care of by some saintly maiden? Zhou Jing's expression was complex. Qingyun had sacrificed too much for the family. Zhou Qingyun twitched his lips, but did not respond. Instead, he directed his gaze towards the abyss bottom. At this moment, it was dusk, and Lin Fan finally arrived. If you release my parents, I can meet any condition. Upon arriving at the demon ceiling abyss, Lin Fan immediately spotted Du Gang, holding Lin Xiong and his wife standing there. Seeing that they were unharmed, Lin Fan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Suppressing the killing intent within him, he cautiously spoke. By now, there were over 100 powerful individuals behind Lin Fan, with 2 in the Divine Palace realm, 15 in the Divine Ability realm, and the rest all in the Calamity realm. This configuration was already comparable to some first-rate families. Facing so many powerful people, Du Gang remained unfazed, sneering. If you want me to release them, you can seal your spiritual veins and exchange that for their release. Lin Xiong and his wife could no longer speak, only shaking their heads frantically, looking at Lin Fan pleadingly. You? Lin Fan felt a sharp pain in his heart, the killing intent surging. Unwilling, huh? Then I won't hold back. Seeing this, Du Gang's eyes flashed with a fierce light, transforming his true essence into a sword, directly severing Lin Xiong's left arm. Swish! Lin Fan's eyes turned red, instantly roaring, stop. At this moment, the spirit duel master said, agree to him. Later, I will directly exchange your parents and take you away using your body. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's eyes lit up, and he took a deep breath. I agree. As soon as he spoke, the expressions of those following him changed drastically, all urging, no, young Master Lin, if you do this, won't you be just like fish on the chopping board? Don't worry, everyone, I have my measures. Lin Fan shook his head. Measures, my ass. They didn't care about Lin Fan's life or death. They were only worried that if Lin Fan was captured, what would happen to their rewards. All right, then you hurry up. Du Gang urged, his eyes filled with surprise. At the cliff top, Zhou Qingyun narrowed his eyes, already anticipating Lin Fan's intentions. He turned to Zhou Jing and smiled. Third uncle, the moment Lin Fan seals his spiritual veins, we will suppress him immediately. He wanted to give Lin Fan and his grandfather a surprise. Zhou Jing nodded in agreement. As Du Gang finished speaking, Lin Fan, being a ruthless character, took a deep breath, circulating his true essence, and sealed his spiritual veins. At that moment, an overwhelming pressure suddenly emerged, followed by a crystalline jade hand forming, instantly reaching out to grab Lin Fan. Lin Fan, open your mind. The spirit dual master was filled with rage. In the vast heavens, winds and clouds shifted violently as terrifying energy surged backward. A colossal hand stretched across the void, seizing Lin Fan as if he were a mere chick. Divine Bridge. Hong Yun and the others' expressions shifted as they swiftly intervened. 3 divine palace experts summoned their palaces, momentarily halting the giant hand. Lin Fan's spirit quivered, but seizing the chance to breathe, he unleashed his consciousness. An immense soul presence erupted and his aura surged, abruptly elevating him to the early stage of the Divine Bridge. Divine Bridge. Know this is a half-saint soul. Zhou Jing mused, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. Adorned with the deriving mask, his aura was entirely altered, rendering him unrecognizable even to acquaintances. Upon glimpsing the venerable Ling Do, Zhou Jing grew intrigued. This man held far greater value than Lin Fan. A heaven-grade cultivation art and a half-saint remnant soul. It seemed today's conflict could not end peacefully. Zhou Jing's gaze turned profound as he looked into the distance. Everyone coordinate with me. Lin Fan bellowed, unleashing a earth-grade superior martial art, striving alongside Hong Yun and the others to shatter the giant hand and break free. Hong Yun and his companions were heavy-hearted. They had never anticipated a Divine Bridge realm powerhouse intervening. Even before revealing himself, this expert had already reduced Lin Fan to such a desperate state. A chill ran through them, but they dared not dwell on it. Yet cornered as they were, they had no choice but to aid Lin Fan. Should he perish now, they would gain nothing, and even incur the wrath of a mysterious powerhouse. Hong Yun's group altered their hand seals, unleashing a cascade of martial arts like blooming flowers radiating sky-obscuring might. Blazing true essence surged toward the giant hand, causing cracks to appear on its colossal surface. Seeing this, Hong Yun and the others brightened with hope, ready to intensify their assault. Lin Fan, I advise you not to resist. Let the Lord take you willingly or face the consequences. Moreover, do you truly believe you're the only one with allies? Du Gang sneered. Since Lin Fan cared so deeply for his parents, Du Gang had no qualms exploiting that. This was what Zhou Qingyun had told him. Today he was utterly awed by Zhou Qingyun's foresight. Truly no detail was overlooked. Hidden within his sea of consciousness, Lin Fan stiffened. Master, foolish disciple, stop deluding yourself. Do you truly believe they'll spare your parents if you trade yourself for them? Venerable Ling Do continued his motions, sighing softly. Seeing Lin Fan not succumbing to folly this time, Hong Yun and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Simultaneously, as Du Gang's words faded, hundreds of black-clad masked figures emerged from the void. Their auras were overwhelming, pressing down upon the 9 heavens. The more ferocious their masks, the greater their power. A figure donning a malevolent ghost mask appeared, seemingly the leader, glaring coldly at Hong Yun's group. All who dare disrupt the master's plan shall be slain without mercy. The 3 kings of the Akatsuki. Someone recognized the 3 divine palace realm experts and cried out in terror, panic spreading. The Akatsuki had 5 kings, each a divine palace powerhouse. Now Shiragul, an alien spirit, had arrived. Some immediately retreated, cupping their fists. We were unaware this was part of your lord's plan. We shall take our leave. With that, 2/3 of those who had come with Lin Fan fled. One of the 3 divine palace experts also departed, leaving only Hong Yun and a middle-aged divine palace cultivator. The Akatsuki's origins in the Great Qian dynasty were shrouded in mystery, but their ruthlessness was infamous. These people sought gains, not martyrdom. The 3 kings did not stop them, silently noting their faces and auras for future reckoning. Elsewhere, Lin Fan, bereft of allies, was utterly helpless against the colossal hand. In an instant he was ensnared. Both Lin Fan and Venerable Ling Do were consumed by despair. At that moment, Venerable Ling Do spoke calmly. Disciple, it seems we are doomed today. Very well, let your master show you the might of the Divine Bridge realm. Once a half-saint, even with his soul incomplete by burning it, he could still unleash the power of a perfected Divine Bridge. Lin Fan's face turned ashen, and he replied in anguish, Master, it is I who have brought ruin upon you. As he spoke, Venerable Ling Do's already fragile soul began to combust violently. An unparalleled aura erupted, mystical runes swirling around him. With a single punch like a raging tide, he effortlessly shattered the giant hand. Sir, why skulk in the shadows? Lin Fan stood atop the 9 heavens, his voice resonant as he roared. Zhou Qingyun smiled, seeing that Lin Fan's old master was not as formidable as he had anticipated. He turned to Zhou Jing. Third uncle, go down and toy with him. It's time to end this. Zhou Jing nodded, and with a single motion appeared before Lin Fan. He sighed regretfully, why bother? As a half-saint remnant soul, if you had pledged allegiance to me, I might have helped you restore your flesh. To burn your soul for mere ants like him, utterly worthless. Each has their fate. I am merely curious why you insist on capturing us. If you spare my disciple, I can offer you a heaven-grade cultivation art and several earth-grade martial techniques. Seeing Zhou Jing's deriving mask and inscrutable aura, Venerable Ling Do frowned, inquiring. In his view, Zhou Jing's elaborate scheme must be driven by greed for his techniques. He now deeply regretted not striking with full force earlier to crush Zhou Qingyun. Perhaps then he wouldn't have been exposed, and the situation wouldn't have spiraled so disastrously. Truth be told, when Lin Fan had asked him to act earlier fearing exposure, he had only used a sliver of divine sense to scatter Zhou Qingyun's soul, rendering him simple-minded. It is not I who seeks your demise, but another. Zhou Jing shook his head, then fell silent. His aura surged, and a resplendent divine palace phantom materialized behind him like an ancient celestial palace stretching for 10,000 miles. Upon the palace, a divine bridge connected Zhou Jing's spiritual sea to it. As the palace emerged, the space for 10,000 miles around seemed suppressed. Zhou Jing stood like a god, commanding heaven and earth, seeking to replace the celestial will with his own. Boom! A terrifying pressure descended, making the air crackle. Zhou Jing's eyes blazed with divine radiance as he reached out, a long spear forming in his hand, true essence surging. Clang! The spear swelled immensely as if reaching 10,000 feet. Rumble! In the distance, a mountain peak was lifted by Zhou Jing and hurled upstream toward Lin Fan. Thud! Lin Fan's expression remained unchanged. He too summoned his divine palace, suppressing the surrounding realm, and wielded the power of heaven and earth to shatter the mountain with his martial art. Zhou Jing was not disappointed. Such an attack was trivial for a divine bridge expert. Afraid of revealing his identity, he dared not use his own techniques. His goal now was merely to stall until the remnant soul's power faded. Boom! Their auras were terrifying, shaking heaven and earth as they moved across 10,000 miles of mountains. Countless martial arts were unleashed by Lin Fan, shattering peaks and valleys. The commotion had already drawn the attention of countless powerhouses. They watched the duel with awe, speculating on the identities of the two combatants. Is this the might of the divine bridge realm? Zhou Qingyun's eyes shimmered with longing, then he turned his gaze to another battlefield. With some having fled, the 3 kings hesitated no longer, ordering the Akatsuki to encircle and kill the remaining hesitant ones. The 3 kings unleashed their vast might, directly besieging Hong Yun and the middle-aged man. The survivors' faces twisted in terror as they begged for mercy, but the Akatsuki paid no heed. They executed their martial arts, slaughtering countless. In an instant, blood flowed like a river. Those below the divine palace realm were swiftly annihilated, leaving only 2 divine palace cultivators struggling to hold on. Boom! Hong Yun and his companion, outnumbered, were overwhelmed and sent flying hundreds of meters. The middle-aged man, disheveled, immediately pleaded, 3 lords, I was wrong. I am willing to pay for my life. Too late, Shura sneered. Wielding a massive blade, his true essence vast as an abyss, he swung with murderous intent. A dazzling blade light arced toward the middle-aged man. No! The middle-aged man's expression contorted as he tried to resist, but it was futile. He was cleaved in 2. Lin Fan, this old man owes you his life. Today, I return it. At the same moment, Hong Yun laughed heartily, his body erupting with brilliant divine radiance, like a blazing sun emitting a bone-chilling ripple. Damn, he's going to self-destruct. The 3 kings' expressions shifted as they sped toward the exit of the demon-sealing abyss. Du Gang, watching over Lin Fan's parents, paled and tossed them aside, fleeing into the distance. Boom! A cataclysmic wave struck, shaking the demon-sealing abyss, and blinding light illuminated its darkness. Lin Fan's parents were instantly consumed by the terrifying explosion. Elsewhere, Venerable Ling Do had also fallen. His consciousness fading, he said with resignation, "Disciple, your master goes first. I am sorry I could not take you to see the scenery of other domains." Starlight-like specks emerged from Lin Fan's body, dissipating into the void. No master. Lin Fan's consciousness snapped back, filled with unbearable pain. He seemed to see his short life flash before him. His master died. Because of him, his parents were implicated. Perhaps he should never have come into this world. Why, cruel heavens, do you torment me so? Lin Fan wailed in despair, blood tears streaming from his eyes. There is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. Zhou Jing sighed, softly condensing a true essence hand to seize Lin Fan. At the critical moment, a voice rang out. Then space rippled, and a mysterious figure shrouded in dense mist appeared standing before Lin Fan. Sir, could you grant me the face to spare Lin Fan? Senior, Lin Fan, who was behind, saw the newcomer and seemed to rekindle hope, immediately pleading, could you kill this person? I am willing to pay any price, including my life. Lin Fan had a deep impression of this person. Not long ago, he was trapped in Taisu Mountain, and it was this person who brought him out. Although he did not know why this person had appeared again, he felt like a drowning man, not wanting to think at all. The mysterious figure did not pay attention to Lin Fan, but coldly gazed at Zhou Jing. Half-saint. Seeing the abrupt appearance of the mysterious figure, Zhou Jing's eyes narrowed. Indeed, that kid Qingyun was right. How did Qingyun discover this? Damn it, my nephew is becoming increasingly mysterious. Saints can manipulate the rules of heaven and earth, while half-saints still fall within the realm of the divine bridge. Those beings who have touched a hint of the saint's power are respectfully called half-saints. For such individuals, although their essence of life has yet to transcend, their combat power has doubled. Dealing with two fully realized divine bridge warriors should not be a problem. You are rather arrogant. Zhou Jing suppressed the turmoil within his heart and frowned. Although half-saints are terrifying, if he used the family secret techniques, he could still hold his ground. However, this method carries great risks. Using it once would damage the foundations of his life and origins, leaving him with injuries that might sever his chance of becoming a saint in the future. It is not arrogance, it is simply that this person is under the protection of our young lady, and I am merely carrying out orders. I hope you can show mercy. The mysterious elder shook his head. He felt a strong threat around him and wished to wade into this murky water. However, now that Lin Fan was in danger, he had no choice but to intervene. Young lady. Lin Fan's expression changed. He quickly reacted and coldly asked, are you sent by Feng Qing? Indeed. Then why didn't you act when my parents and master were in danger just now? Why? Lin Fan's face instantly darkened as he questioned. The mysterious elder's expression turned cold. First, I am not your subordinate. I only obey the young lattice orders. She instructed me to protect you and did not ask me to protect anyone else. Secondly, those ants will only hinder your path to becoming stronger. It is better to let them die a reasonable death. You should understand that the young lady cares for you, and with your current cultivation speed, are you not a burden to her? If it weren't for not wanting to go against Lin Fengqing's orders, he wouldn't mind letting Lin Fan perish here. What status does the young lady hold, and what status does Lin Fan have? To actually attempt to meddle with the young lady is simply a dream. Cold. Utterly cold. It made Lin Fan feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and he laughed bitterly. What a Lin Fengqing, how very cold. It's only been 2 years since we parted, and you've grown so cold. Get lost. From now on, I sever all ties with her. Akin to strangers, whether I live or die is none of her business. He pointed at the mysterious elder and cursed loudly. At this moment, Lin Fan looked almost insane, muttering to himself, seemingly unable to accept the blow, his mind already in disarray. Zhou Jing watched in astonishment. Where did this person come from? He didn't rush, he just watched this farce unfold. After all, Zhou Qingyun only asked him to stall this person. On another side, atop the sealed demon cliff. Is this a person from Lin Fengqing? Zhou Qingyun looked at the suddenly appearing mysterious figure and was not surprised. He was just a bit curious as to why this person chose to act now. The moment Lin Fan appeared at the sealed demon abyss, Zhou Qingyun had used the Eye of Fortune to see the elder hiding in the void and bound him with the system to obtain panel information. Without needing to trigger investment requirements, Zhou Qingyun could bind various subjects to view their data panels. This person is named Lan Chen, a half-saint with red fortune. After learning about Lan Chen's information, Zhou Qingyun's heart, which was hanging in suspense, finally relaxed. Just then a figure suddenly appeared beside Zhou Qingyun. This person wore a mask similar to those of the Azura and others. Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhou Qingyun's expression changed, and he quickly bowed, saying, Junior pays respects to Uncle San. The newcomer was Zhou Qingyun's uncle San Zhou Beishan, who broke through to the perfected divine bridge 2,000 years ago and later faked his death 1,000 years ago to escape and establish Xiaoshan. The Zhou family has 2 half-saints. One is in closed-door cultivation, while the other is Zhou Beishan, who faked his death to escape. Haha, Qingyun, why are you being polite? I remember when you were a child you were very attached to me. Why have you become so distant now that you've grown up? Zhou Batian laughed heartily. Then he began to scrutinize Zhou Qingyun. A true prodigy has emerged from the family. He had a premonition that the family would rise to new heights because of Zhou Qingyun. However, previously, in order to enter the Xianxia sect and obtain techniques, Zhou Qingyun had publicly declared that he would no longer inherit the position of family head. This left him quite displeased. However, once the family's plan succeeds, these issues will not matter. Zhou Qingyun smiled slightly, and did not explain further, instead asking, "Then I would trouble Uncle San to take action and capture that half-saint." Zhou Batian nodded solemnly. He looked at Lan Chun, his eyes filled with greed. As a half-saint, he must have many good things. Then with a movement, he instantly appeared behind Lan Chun, his true essence boiling a purple golden seal, suddenly appearing, smashing towards Lan Chun. Hua! Buzz! Lan Chun's expression changed drastically, and he immediately flung Lin Fan away, his hand seals changing, the divine palace's phantom appearing, a thread of heavenly power being mobilized, forming a spiritual energy storm that dissolved the purple golden seal. The dispersing aftermath directly reduced a nearby mountain peak to powder. Meanwhile, seeing Lin Fan being flung away, Zhou Jing immediately captured Lin Fan and soared into the sky. Junior put down Lin Fan. Lan Chen's face changed wildly, and the violent true essence suddenly transformed into a dragon rushing towards Zhou Jing. Its speed was astonishing, surpassing that of lightning. Boom! Zhou Jing did not dodge or evade. The spear moved, and the spear intent surged like a white dragon, annihilating the dragon shadow. Now Lan Chen needed to deal with Zhou Batian, and could not possibly use his full strength, which was also the confidence Zhou Jing had to take the hit. He good courage to dare to distract yourself while fighting me. Zhou Batian sneered. Countless fist shadows manifested in the void, resembling an ancient dragon elephant descending, vast and overwhelming, roaring as it attacked Lan Chun. This is a superior earth-level martial art, named Dragon Elephant Subduing Heaven Fist. Zhou Batian had already mastered this martial art, able to shake mountains and split seas with ease. If a hint of heavenly power were added, it could even have the ability to destroy heaven and earth. Lan Chen's face turned a few shades darker as he summoned a golden bell for defense. Dong dong. A buzzing sound echoed as the countless dragon elephant fist shadows slammed against the bell, causing its spiritual essence to dim significantly. Low-grade Dao artifact. Zhou Batian was instantly elated, his body bursting with boiling blood and true essence, using the divine palace to intercept a hint of heavenly power and strike fiercely. Just after dissolving the attack, Lan Chun had not yet had time to react when Zhou Tian's figure suddenly magnified in his vision. Before he could react, Zhou Baishan's fist, radiant with divine light, directly smashed Lan Chun and the golden bell into the ground. Boom! A massive pit suddenly appeared. Lan Chen's expression darkened as he sat up, looking at Zhou Batian in the void, almost ready to curse. Can you not have a bit of martial ethics? He couldn't understand how such a powerful individual could exist in such a remote place. It seems today will not end well. Lan Chen's face darkened as he muttered a curse. As for Lin Fan, he could not care less about him now. He was struggling to save himself. Bastard, did you enjoy yourself? Now it's my turn. Then his aura surged, hand seals changing, leveraging that bell to unleash a heavenly grade martial art, howling like mountains and rivers, killing, intent condensing. The two appeared to have exchanged blows several times, but in reality, only a couple of breaths had passed. Meanwhile, Zhou Jing brought Lin Fan before Zhou Qingyun, saying impatiently, "I haven't let you down and my promise is fulfilled. I will now go with Uncle San to take down that half-saint." "Thank you, Uncle San." Zhou Qingyun also breathed a sigh of relief, expressing his gratitude. Zhou Jing did not say much and immediately joined the battlefield. At this moment, Lin Fan was still mumbling to himself. When he saw Zhou Qingyun, his pupils constricted, and he exclaimed, "Zhou Qingyun, no wonder, no wonder. So it was you, a petty man, who orchestrated all of this. Why did you do this? Why? I regret not killing you outright back then. Why must you be so merciless? I curse you that one day you will end up just like me." Lin Fan, on the verge of tears, sometimes shouted, sometimes muttered to himself, utterly deranged. There aren't that many wise. The world is bustling all for profit's sake. Zhou Qingyun shook his head and murmured, to avoid further complications. He pointed a finger, and true essence surged. A sound like shattering glass rang out. Crack! Lin Fan's body began to crack layer by layer, turning into a cloud of dust. A bolt from the blue. A drizzling misty rain began to fall from the sky. Thus Lin Fan perished. Zhou Qingyun did not choose to torture him, but granted him a dignified death. Zhou Qingyun rather admired Lin Fan's character of valuing loyalty and friendship. However, from the very beginning, the two stood on opposite sides. Neither could tolerate the slightest flaw in the other. It was a matter of life or death. Zhou Qingyun did not think he had truly won. He had only relied on an information gap to foresee Lin Fan's future moves. At the same time, he had a decent family backing him. As for his own faction, he currently had none. Zhou Qingyun had already begun to formulate ideas about building his own power. Once this matter was concluded, it could almost be put on the agenda. At that moment, the system also reacted. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing an ordinary-level son of destiny, receiving a 100-fold reward, 1 million villain points, a saint-grade mid-tier martial art. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation Halberd Art, a martial art proficiency card, a Sage Puppet 1. Do you wish to claim it? Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing a Son of Destiny for the first time, completing the achievement, First Blood of Destiny. Rewards: Special Secret Martial Art Technique, the Emperor's Scripture of Life and Death 1, Martial Art Advancement Card 1, Imperial Armament, the Indestructible Halberd 1. Do you wish to claim it? Such rewards. Zhou Qingyun was stunned, his heart burning with excitement. Whoosh, taking off. He glanced at the others still locked in fierce battle and suppressed his urge to inspect them. Not claiming yet. Unlike before, the system rang out again this time. Ding. Detected that the host has killed a Son of Destiny for the first time. Obtained Destiny Fragment 1, which can be used for system upgrade. Do you wish to upgrade? Tip 1. After the system upgrade, its functions will be more powerful, better assisting the host in enhancing investments. Do not miss out. Tip 2. The system upgrade will deduct Destiny Fragment 1 and 500 villain points. It can be upgraded. A faint smile curled at the corner of Zhou Qingyun's mouth. After a moment of thought, Zhou Qingyun said to the system, upgrade. Deducting villain points. Deduction successful. Upgrading in progress. It is expected to take 3 days. Please wait patiently, host. In the Tianling domain, the Dongwang Dao domain. Within the small world of the Imperial clan, the Nangong family. 1,000 peaks floated palaces where scattered clouds and mist swirled like a celestial realm. In one of the palaces, a young girl sat cross-legged, her figure graceful, her features exquisite, her skin like white jade, like an ethereal fairy untouched by the mortal world. Suddenly a pang of palpitation filled her heart, like drowning, making it hard for her to breathe. It was as if she had lost something vital, leaving a hollow emptiness in her heart. What is this? The girl suddenly opened her eyes, murmuring to herself. She knew not whence the sorrow came. The girl was distracted. Suddenly she thought of something, someone. As she spoke, a maidservant at the Divine Palace realm entered the great hall. Greetings, Imperial daughter. What are your orders? The maidservant bowed respectfully. Suppressing the sorrow in her heart, the girl ordered, go and check if Elder Lan Chen's life tablet has shattered. Also dispatch 3 half-saint elders to the Dacian Imperial dynasty in the Dongling domain to investigate whether Lin Fan of Linen City is safe. As you command. The maidservant replied respectfully, then vanished from the hall. The girl gazed into the distance, her thoughts wandering. Brother Lin Fan, you must wait for Qing. Once the inheritance is complete, Qing'er will come to find you. Surely, surely. Brother Lin Fan, you will be fine, won't you? Lin Fengqing prayed silently in her heart over and over. After a short while, the maidservant who had just left returned, reporting to the Imperial daughter, Elder Lan Chen's life tablet has not shattered. Upon hearing this, Lin Fengqing's heart settled a little. The half-saint elders assigned to the Dacian Imperial dynasty shall proceed as planned. After gathering information, one elder may return to report, while the others remain to protect Lin Fan. Although she was now the Imperial daughter, she still could not freely deploy Saint Elders, especially for an outsider like Lin Fan. But as far as she knew, the highest power in the Dacian Imperial dynasty was at the half-saint level. With 3 half-saints protecting him, there should be no problem. As you command. Watching the maidservant leave, Lin Fengqing cast aside her lingering worries and began to cultivate. She needed to complete the inheritance as soon as possible. That way she could legitimately go to find Lin Fan. The mere thought of seeing him filled her heart with anticipation. The Dongling domain. The demon sealing abyss. Boom. With Zhou Jing's help, Lan Chen was forced back step by step. 2 mysterious and vast divine palaces suddenly materialized, pressing down on Lan Chen, the power of heaven and earth pouring down wildly. The radiance of various martial arts shimmered brilliantly in the void, seeming ready to annihilate everything. Lan Chen's face was grim. Although his martial arts were advanced, he could not withstand the combined assault of a half-saint and someone infinitely close to that level. Come. Lan Chen's aura was inscrutable, runes swirling as he roared like an enraged demon god. He tore a chunk of earth the size of a mountain from afar and hurled it at Zhou Batian and the others. Undeterred, Lan Chen then summoned an ancient bell shimmering with divine light. The bell swelled to 100 zhang in size, and following the mountain enveloped the duo. Zhou Batian and the others remained composed, activating their divine palaces to harness the power of heaven and earth and shatter the mountain. But the ancient bell that followed made their expressions shift. They quickly summoned their own spiritual treasures to counter it. Boom. The terrifying aftermath emitted a dreadful sound as if tearing at the eardrums. The shockwaves spread continuously, destroying surrounding peaks. Some who had sneaked in to watch were turned to dust before they could react. Those who managed to escape had grim expressions and cursed in lingering fear. Damn it, where did this half-saint come from, able to contend with the domain lord and an unidentified divine bridge perfectionist? Even Zhou Qingyun was caught in the blast and hastily summoned the floating cloud boat to shield himself. Before the dust had settled, Zhou Baishan's cold laugh rang out. Did you think you could escape? It turned out that Lan Shan, seeing he was outmatched, had abandoned the Dao weapon to buy himself a little time to flee. Decisive to the extreme. By now Lan Shan had already fled several thousand li. He shouted arrogantly, "You've meddled with someone you shouldn't have. I will return to settle the score." But no sooner had he spoken than Zhou Batian sneered. Spirit Sealing Array arise. A towering light curtain suddenly appeared, enveloping the surrounding space. The rules of heaven and earth around them began to churn chaotically, and Lan Shan's form froze momentarily. When did you set up the Spirit Sealing Array? Lan Shan was horrified. Zhou Batian naturally would not tell him that the array had been laid before he even appeared. Even Zhou Jing was extremely surprised. Both understood the principle of striking while the iron was hot. Their divine palaces swelled, and they beat the dog in the water, reducing Lan Shan to a wretched state. Lan Shan's aura withered. He hastily shouted, "How dare you? I am from the Tianxian Domain Palace." Silence. Before Lan Shan could finish, Zhou Batian and the others used all their strength to suppress him with the force of a thunderbolt. They feared that if Lan Shan revealed his identity, they would become afraid and hesitate. Lan Shan's eyes bulged wide. No martial honor. Qingyun, you are truly a blessing to the clan. You have brought such a magnificent gift to the ancestor. This Dao artifact shall be yours, Qingyun. Zhou Batian held Lan Shan, his expression joyful, and transmitted his voice to Zhou Qingyun. Then he handed the ancient bell Dao artifact brought by Lan Shan to Zhou Qingyun. As for Lin Fan, Zhou Batian did not press further. Zhou Qingyun shook his head and declined, offering a warm smile. "Great uncle, you flatter me. I should be thanking you for coming to my aid. As for this weapon, it is yours to handle. With my current strength, I cannot activate it. It will serve its greatest purpose in your hands. Since Qingyun says so, I shall not refuse. I will take this man back for interrogation." Zhou Batian laughed heartily, and having said that, he prepared to leave with Lan Shan. "Please, ancestor, do not kill this man for now. Instead, spread the word that Lin Fan rescued his parents tonight and fled to another dynasty." Zhou Qingyun's mind stirred, and he spoke with a hint of gravity. He refrained from killing Lan Shan immediately to prevent Lin Fengqing from discovering Lan Shan's fate too soon, and in a rage sending a supreme force to wreak havoc. He currently possessed only one sage puppet, which might not be sufficient to counter such a threat. As for the fabricated news of Lin Fan fleeing to another dynasty, it was merely a diversion. Though he knew it would not buy much time, every moment counted. Hearing this, Zhou Batian and Zhou Jing both showed approving glances. In their eyes, if not for his low cultivation realm, Zhou Qingyun would have long been capable of standing on his own. Rest assured, Qingyun, your ancestor knows how to handle matters. There are no divine bridge completion or half-saint cultivators here. Let Jinger clean up, and I will take my leave. Zhou Baishan's vast divine sense probed everything within 10,000 li, his gaze turning cold. Rest assured, uncle, Zhou Jing assured him. Then Zhou Batian departed with Lan Shan. Zhou Jing swept his gaze expressionlessly over the surroundings and turned to Zhou Qingyun. "Qingyun, take our people to Fengqing City first. I will have someone forge traces of us staying there for a few days to attend the annual array convention." Indeed, dealing with intelligent people was always comfortable. Their actions were truly watertight. Zhou Qingyun smiled. "Thank you, third uncle." With those words, Zhou Qingyun summoned the floating cloud boat and departed with the Zhou clan soldiers. No sooner had he left than he heard a thunderous roar. He turned to look back. Zhou Jing's body erupted with a might akin to a falling comet pressing down in all directions. Instantly, the space enveloped by the spirit sealing array for 10,000 li grew even more stagnant. Some weaker spies had their bodies crushed into bloody mist, dissipating into the void. Though the stronger spies did not turn into bloody mist, they fared no better, barely holding on. Beneath his mask, Zhou Jing's handsome face bore a hint of mockery. Excessive curiosity can kill the cat. He then transmitted a message to the Akatsuki members, ordering them to hunt down the isolated spies. With Zhou Jing overseeing the battle, the three kings led the Akatsuki in a frenzied pursuit of the spies. Some wandering cultivators who had come to watch also did not escape their fate. For a time, the demon-sealing abyss was filled with the cries of the wounded. Countless people, their faces etched with despair, begged for mercy. "Please, sir, spare our lives. We swear we will never reveal what happened today." Zhou Jing stood in the air silent. He still believed that only the dead could keep secrets. Though he knew not what power stood behind Lin Fan, it was undoubtedly terrifying. If a moment's negligence brought ruin upon his clan, even his death would not atone for the fault. Seeing Zhou Jing's silence, some grew frantic and shouted, "Since these beasts leave us no way out, let us fight them to the death. We swear to tear a piece of flesh from these monsters." Bang! The moment the man finished speaking, Zhou Jing crushed him instantly. Some, though terrified, still showed a maddened look, and led by two divine bridge cultivators charged at the Akatsuki members. But the moment they appeared, Zhou Jing struck them down from a distance. He continued to oversee the battle as the Akatsuki pressed on with the cleanup. An hour passed. The scene was finally cleared. Then Zhou Jing channeled his true essence and destroyed the demon ceiling abyss. The cliff walls on both sides began to collapse. They filled the demon ceiling abyss. Thus, the demon ceiling abyss vanished from history. Yang province bordering Qing province was renowned for its flourishing array civilization. Among its cities, Fengqing was preeminent. Every year on the 15th of August, Fengqing City held an array convention, setting up an arena to invite array masters under 50 from the Great Qian Dynasty to debate the Tao. The first place winner was rewarded with a 5th-grade array. The reward was extremely generous, attracting countless array masters from across the land. Hence, Fengqing City was bustling with activity today, teeming with people and carriages. The bright moon hung like a jade disk in the 9 heavens, draping the world in a silvery white gown. Fengqing City was not far from the demon ceiling abyss, a mere 90,000 li away. Traveling by floating cloud boat, Zhou Qingyun and his company of soldiers arrived at Fengqing City the following night. Under the moonlight, Zhou Qingyun stood on the boat and gazed into the distance. Fengqing City resembled a giant dragon perched majestically upon the land, winding and sprawling in extraordinary prosperity. As one of the most prosperous cities of the Great Qian Dynasty, Fengqing City had a rich history spanning thousands of years. They landed the floating cloud boat outside the city, disguised themselves, and entered Fengqing City. They did not linger within the city, but headed straight for the city lord's mansion. Inside the city lord's mansion, the city lord Wang Qianzhong, dressed in fine robes, paced back and forth. Just then a guard rushed in anxiously and reported, "City lord, a group of strangers outside wishes to see you." Did they say anything? Wang Qianzhong's spirits lifted as he quickly asked. They asked you to come out personally. Had they finally arrived? Wang Qianzhong breathed a sigh of relief and quickly followed the guard outside the mansion. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Zhou Qingyun and his party. At this moment, Zhou Qingyun had undergone a simple disguise, making his features ordinary, yet his ethereal aura remained unmistakable. Wang Qianzhong had a guess, but said nothing. Instead, he led Zhou Qingyun and the others to the back courtyard. After dismissing all the attendants, he hastily bowed with respect. "Greetings, young master. It is my fault for not receiving you sooner. Please punish me." Wang Qianzhong was a member of the Zhou clan, one of the few who knew of this disguise, so he could immediately identify Zhou Qingyun. "It's fine." Zhou Qingyun removed his disguise and offered a warm smile. "Thank you for your leniency, young master. I have prepared a banquet to welcome you. Please follow me." Wang Qianzhong sighed in relief and extended an invitation. "No need. Just arrange a guest room for me. I will wait for tomorrow's array convention." "As you command." The next day, news about the demon ceiling abyss spread like wildfire across the Great Qian Dynasty. Lin Fan, son of the Lin family of Linen City, is suspected to harbor the remnant soul of a great power. The Akatsuki discovered this, and to obtain his techniques devised a plan to capture his parents and lure him out. Lin Fan used a heaven-grade technique to coerce countless experts into a battle with the Akatsuki, which reached a stalemate. Then a half-saint appeared, ambushed the Akatsuki, rescued his parents, and fled with Lin Fan to another dynasty. The Akatsuki tried to snatch a chicken only to lose the rice. Their casualties were heavy. They issued a blood kill order against Lin Fan, to the death. The Akatsuki, being a shadowy organization, naturally had no fear of such blame. Zhou Batian heaped all the charges onto them. These were all smoke screens released by the Zhou clan. Meanwhile, the array convention commenced as scheduled. The sun had just risen, casting brilliant morning hues across the sky. Countless cultivators rode on demonic beasts, some flying with swords, others wielding magical artifacts resembling stars scattered across the heavens, continuously converging towards Fengqing City. In the debate and trial arena of Fengqing City, stone platforms floated in layers suppressed by numerous terrifying and intricate formations presenting a funnel shape, with a broad base tapering to a narrow top, exceedingly grand. At the center of the debate square stood a tall tower exuding an ancient aura. Surrounding this tower were floating stone platforms made of Xiantian silver or resembling steps, each layer serving as spectator seating, with the capacity for each level increasing exponentially, estimated to accommodate hundreds of thousands. On the highest level of the floating stone platform, there were numerous pavilions. Looking down, one could not only see everything in the debate trial arena, but also glimpse the entire layout of Fengqing City. At this moment, the spectator stands of the debate trial arena, except for the highest viewing platform, were already filled to capacity, bustling with excitement. They watched eagerly as the formation prodigies beneath the tower, discussing animatedly. This year's rewards are significantly richer than last year's. I wonder which formation genius will claim the top prize and obtain the 5-grade formation. Is there even a need to say? It must be that young master Nanyang Fu from the Nanyang family. At only 30, he has already become a third-grade formation master and is currently pushing to become a fourth-grade formation master. He is undoubtedly the frontrunner. Tisk it's not certain. This year's generous rewards have attracted countless talents from across the world to participate. For instance, the recently risen commoner prodigy Yi Tian, who became a third-grade formation master in just 2 years at the age of 19, is one of the hottest contenders for the top spot. Moreover, according to some insider information, this year a significant figure will be attending. Numerous noble families have been alerted and sent their formation prodigies to participate, hoping to gain favor and connections with this person, making this year's competition exceptionally fierce. May I ask which significant figure it is? Some were shocked and asked curiously. I heard it's young master Zhou Qingyun from one of the 4 major families along with General Zhou Jing. Is that true? Why would young master Qingyun and General Zhou be interested in attending this year? It seems young master Qingyun is traveling to Sichuan Prefecture to finalize a marriage pact with the Qin family. Upon hearing about this event while passing through, he decided to stay a few days to attend the formation grand meeting. No wonder. Those of high status on the top tier were already well aware of Zhou Qingyun and Zhou Jing's arrival in Fengqing City, eagerly awaiting their appearance. Dong dong dong. 3 resonant bell chimes sounded. Countless individuals present were jolted and instinctively looked up toward the distant sky. 2 jade carriages soared, trailing divine rainbows as they raced toward the horizon. In the 2 carriages, there were 2 figures. One figure stood tall and imposing with a heroic demeanor that commanded respect without anger. This was Zhou Jing, and beside him stood the city lord Wang Qianchong in a respectful manner. After wrapping up some reconnaissance in the demon-sealing abyss, Zhou Jing hurried over without pause. The other jade carriage carried Zhou Qingyun. Dressed in white, Zhou Qingyun exuded a lofty aura resembling an immortal descended to the mortal realm. Countless people looked on in astonishment, quickly rising to pay their respects. We pay our respects to the great general. We pay our respects to young master. Their eyes were filled with reverence, and their hearts were filled with disbelief. They never expected that Zhou Jing and Zhou Qingyun would truly arrive. The formation prodigies waiting in front of the tall tower also had fiery gazes, eagerly preparing to showcase their full strength to leave a good impression in the eyes of Zhou Qingyun and Zhou Jing. If they could be favored and taken as aides by these 2, it would surely propel them to great heights. In a corner of the square, Yi Tian, dressed in a blue robe and handsome in appearance, looked up at Zhou Qingyun and Zhou Jing with resolute determination visible in his clear eyes. A true man should live boldly in this world. Although he came from humble beginnings, ever since he received the inheritance from a 5th-grade formation master 2 years ago, his horizons had gradually broadened and his ambitions burned fiercely within him, desiring to ascend to the throne and achieve longevity. He wished to leave a significant mark in the river of time. If given the chance, who would willingly choose a life of mediocrity? Thus, he must seize every opportunity to grow stronger. Today's arrival of Zhou Qingyun and Zhou Jing undoubtedly allowed him to glimpse a broader sky. Therefore, the position of the top contender was his to seize. There is no need for excessive courtesy, everyone, Zhou Jing said with a faint smile. Zhou Qingyun also slightly nodded. In response to the politeness of Zhou Jing and Zhou Qingyun, the leaders of various factions did not take it to heart. To ordinary people, the Qian dynasty might seem like a divine entity. However, to the leaders of some factions, the might of the 4 major families was equally terrifying. With the imperial authority waning, the power of the 4 major families had begun to rival that of the imperial family, especially that of the Zhou family, which was even more fearsome. Naturally, no one dared to be negligent. Under the guidance of City Lord Wang Qianchong, the 2 arrived at the highest pavilion. Zhou Jing took the main seat, while Zhou Qingyun sat beside him. Subsequently, Wang Qianchong respectfully bowed and then flew into the air, addressing the tens of thousands of formation prodigies in the square with authority. You are all the outstanding talents from various regions. It is indeed a fortunate event to come to Fengqing City to participate in this grand formation meeting. I hope each of you can achieve your desired rankings and make progress in your formation skills during this debate. Now I will announce the rules for this session of the debate. Wang Qianchong's voice was thunderous, echoing across the debate square. After scanning the surroundings, Wang Qianchong continued, the towering structure before you is the renowned Tianjin Tower, a landmark of Fengqing City, a treasure left behind by a 7th-grade formation master who emerged from Fengqing 5,000 years ago. It consists of 14 layers, each with its own unique formations recorded within. You heroes will enter the Tianjin Tower and challenge from the 1st level onward. Each level will have a spirit of the tower drawing the corresponding formations for you. Successfully deciphering the drawn formations will allow you to pass that level. The higher the levels cleared, the higher your ranking in this formation grand meeting. Those ranked within the top 1,000 will receive 1,000 low-grade spirit stones as a reward. Those within the top 100 will receive a second-grade formation as a reward. Those within the top 10 will receive a third-grade reward. The top 5 will receive a fourth-grade formation as a reward, and the champion will receive a fifth-grade formation. Rewards do not stack. Only the highest rankings reward will be distributed. Additionally, those ranked in the top 10 will gain direct entry into Tianlu Academy. Upon hearing Wang Qianchang's final words, countless individuals were stunned. They never expected that this year's top 10 would be able to enter Tianlu Academy directly. Tianlu Academy was established by the founding ancestor of the Qin dynasty and contains the essence of 100 schools. Its purpose is to cultivate talents for the Qin. The number of spots is naturally limited each year and requires passing rigorous assessments. This quota was of course promised by Zhou Jing. Meanwhile, Zhou Qingyun was not idle either. He activated the Eye of Fortune, continuously observing the fortunes of the crowd present. The quality of the fortunes among the crowd was naturally not as high as that of the Xianxia sect, with white fortunes occupying 80% and the majority of the rest being blue. There's even black fortune. Zhou Qingyun smirked slightly. It was his first encounter with such fortune since acquiring the system, slightly taken aback. Such individuals were like omens of disaster bringing misfortune. After observing for a while, just when Zhou Qingyun thought he had found nothing of note, his gaze landed on a handsome young man, and Zhou Qingyun's eyes widened. Golden fortune. Golden fortune. Zhou Qingyun's gaze flickered as he looked at the young man. Then he speculated inwardly, a child of destiny. Or perhaps a villain of destiny. Or merely someone with immense luck. He sought confirmation from the system. System, is this man a child of destiny? System is upgrading, the relevant function is temporarily unavailable. Zhou Qingyun's mouth twitched. This tone reminded him of a certain company from his past life. Immediately, Zhou Qingyun etched the young man's features into his memory, then summoned his attendant and projected the youth's image. He instructed, "Go and investigate this person's background." "As you wish, young master." The attendant bowed respectfully and departed. Zhou Jing, who stood nearby, raised an eyebrow and asked, "Qingyun, is there something extraordinary about this man?" "This man is no ordinary individual. If nothing unexpected occurs, he will likely be the champion of this grand formation assembly." A sharp light gleamed in Zhou Qingyun's eyes. Although he couldn't confirm whether this man was the destined protagonist, his golden fortune alone marked him as a trendsetter of the era. He would surely shine brilliantly at this grand assembly. Thus Zhou Qingyun's tone was utterly resolute. Hearing this, Zhou Jing grew intrigued. "Since Qingyun holds this man in such high regard, how about we make a wager?" "Oh, how does third uncle wish to bet?" "Let's bet on whether he can seize the championship. If he does, he'll give you 100 mid-grade spirit stones. If he doesn't, you must never mention my embarrassing stories again." Zhou Jing was still resentful about Zhou Qingyun mentioning his fear of Zhoutsong that day. Zhou Qingyun chuckled softly. "All right, I'll go along with third uncle's terms." At that moment, Wang Qianzhong finished explaining the rules and announced loudly, "I now declare this grand assembly open." As his words fell, the crowd of prodigies in the square began to enter the heavenly formation tower one after another. About half an hour later, the attendant Zhou Qingyun had dispatched earlier returned. "Young master, this man is named Yi Tian from a small city in Yangzhou. Orphan since childhood, he was raised by the kindness of the village." As the attendant narrated, Zhou Qingyun's eyes sparkled. Surname, Yi, named Yi Tian, orphan from a young age. Wasn't this the quintessential template of a child of destiny? Zhou Qingyun's thoughts churned. He just didn't know what kind of child of destiny this protagonist was. He pondered whether to try building goodwill and recruit him. Eliminating a child of destiny yielded such immense rewards. Zhou Qingyun wanted to see what bounty he could gain by recruiting one. Subsequently, he whispered to the attendant, "Go tell the Nanyang family that if Yi Tian wins the championship, they should provoke him. Other local families can also join. If handled well, there will be a reward." Zhou Qingyun always believed that sincerity rarely wins hearts, only cunning schemes capture minds. "I shall follow the young master's orders." The attendant showed no surprise, responding with utmost deference. Zhou Jing, however, had a flicker of surprise in his eyes. It seemed Yi Tian was truly extraordinary. As the attendant conveyed the orders, the members of the Nanyang family and others glanced thoughtfully at Zhou Qingyun. Array masters followed a unique cultivation path, using array foundations and focal points to inscribe Dao patterns with their will, harnessing heaven and earth's power for combat. This extraordinary path was exceptionally special. Even before reaching the divine bridge realm, they could draw upon the power of heaven and earth. At lower realms, it seemed unremarkable, but when an array master reached higher realms, they could deploy formations with a single thought, annihilating countless voids. It was terrifying to the extreme. Legends spoke of an imperial-grade array master who used the earth as a foundation and the heavens as an eye piercing the immortal realm to extract longevity substances. Of course, though this path was fearsome, it demanded even more stringent talent. Among 100 cultivators, perhaps not one could become an array master. For Fengqing City to produce a 7th-grade array master was a blessing from the heavens. This array master ranked 7th grade had crafted the Heavenly Formation Tower, a marvel of profound mystery. Within it, a 7th-grade spatial array was inscribed, folding space to accommodate a staggering number of people. Tens of thousands of prodigies entered the first layer, yet the tower showed no signs of strain. Yi Tian also entered the Heavenly Formation Tower. As soon as he stepped inside, he felt a dizzying spin. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in a space shrouded in mist. Even as an array master with keen perception, he could only sense a few meters around him. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind, "Break the 1st-grade misty array to enter the next layer." This was undoubtedly the tower spirit Wang Qianzhong had mentioned. Yi Tian wasn't surprised. The moment he entered, he recognized the misty array. It was one of the simpler 1st-grade arrays, often the first mini-array masters learned. As a 3rd-grade array master, Yi Tian instantly spotted the misty array's foundation. Smiling, he dismantled it. As the foundation was removed, the mist dissipated. Misty array successfully broken. You will now proceed to the next layer. The tower spirit's voice barely faded before Yi Tian's form vanished. On the 2nd layer, Yi Tian breezed through effortlessly. On the 3rd layer, as time passed, countless people were trapped within the first 10 layers. Some who were expected to excel, such as scions of noble families, were also stuck between the 10th and 20th layers. Many, realizing they couldn't solve the arrays they drew, gritted their teeth and withdrew. By late afternoon, only Nanyang Fu and Yi Tian held a commanding lead. Countless people widened their eyes in astonishment. Who is this Yi Tian? How is he so powerful, reaching the 29th layer? He's nearly on par with Nanyang Fu. Incredible. This man is Yi Tian, a rising star in the array master world. He broke through to 3rd grade in just 2 years. Even Zhou Jing felt a hint of disbelief, glancing at Zhou Qingyun with an awkward smile. It seems it might really be as Qingyun said. He may win the championship. Though he trusted Zhou Qingyun's keen judgment, he hadn't expected it to be so sharp, recognizing the man's extraordinaire at first glance. Had Qingyun awakened some kind of eye technique? Third uncle, don't be discouraged. The outcome isn't decided yet. Zhou Qingyun smiled warmly. Just then someone exclaimed, "Heavens! Yi Tian has broken the 29th layer's array and reached the 30th. Doesn't that mean he already possesses the mastery of a 4th-grade array master?" In the Heaven Array Tower at the 30th level, Yi Tian passed through the 29th level and arrived at the 30th. As he entered, a surge of malevolent energy erupted and countless remnants of souls rushed towards him. Each remnant soul possessed significant strength equivalent to the spirit guiding realm. Rapidly evading the attacks of the remnants, Yi Tian's expression grew solemn as he murmured, "Blood Slaughter Array." The Blood Slaughter Array is a 4th-grade spiritual formation built on malevolent entities as its foundation and ethereal objects as its core. It is an incredibly terrifying killing formation. If I cannot break the formation, the strength of the remnants will only grow stronger. Moreover, the more people die within, the power of this array will increase exponentially. Yi Tian did not expect to encounter this array, and a sense of helplessness surged within him. He was now just a step away from breaking through to a 4th-grade formation master. Even if he became a 4th-grade formation master, it would still be difficult to crack this top-tier spiritual formation among the 4th-grade arrays. Though despair loomed, he did not give up, for he was unsure if others had reached the 30th level. Thus he wished to endure longer in this layer. As time passed, the power of the Blood Slaughter Array grew stronger. The malevolent energy thickened, causing Yi Tian's cultivation technique to stagnate. Moreover, some of the remnants inside had reached the early stage of the Dan Yuan realm. Yi Tian's current strength was also only at the late stage of the Dan Yuan realm, and facing the onslaught of countless remnants became increasingly overwhelming. His body was covered in scars, and his blue robe was in tatters. This Blood Slaughter Array is truly extraordinary. Yi Tian felt his weakened body and revealed a bitter smile, preparing to call upon the tower spirit to give up. At that moment, Yi Tian felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and his consciousness began to fade. Suddenly, a red light erupted from his brow, radiating into this space. Strangely, although Yi Tian's consciousness was obviously dormant, his body did not collapse to the ground, but instead stood upright in the air. Countless phantoms charged towards him. Suddenly, Yi Tian opened his eyes, and the eerie red light flickered, coalescing into a peculiar red rune in his gaze. The red rune flashed and vanished, and Yi Tian seemed to regain his senses. Looking at the surrounding remnants of souls, he revealed a terrifying smile, inhaling deeply, as if a black hole had appeared, drawing in countless remnants. The blood slaughter array began to collapse. Hic. Yi Tian licked his lips, seemingly satisfied, and a burp escaped him. He murmured like a nightmare after 30,000 years, I finally feasted. This dessert is delightful. He was extremely pleased. He stepped into the next layer. The main consciousness of the Heaven Array Tower also noticed the situation at the 30th layer. A vast divine sense extended towards Yi Tian. Yi Tian seemed to have noticed the tower spirit's gaze and grinned towards the sky. An endless sense of crisis surged towards the tower spirit. What on earth is this? It was utterly shocked. Yi Tian's displayed strength was only at the Dan Yuan realm, yet it felt threatened, which was hard for the tower spirit to believe. The tower spirit instinctively wanted to drive Yi Tian away. However, Yi Tian had not violated any rules, and its operating mechanism did not permit such actions. The tower spirit was filled with despair. It could only watch Yi Tian helplessly praying that he would violate the rules of the Heaven Array Tower, so it would have a reason to act. In the outside world, the moment Yi Tian stepped into the 30th layer, countless people shared the same thought in their minds. This time the leader would undoubtedly be Yi Tian. Because shortly after Yi Tian entered, Nanyang Fu, who was highly regarded by everyone, had not even cracked the formation of the 29th layer yet, and had stepped into the 30th layer. Not long after, Nanyang Fu chose to exit the Heaven Array Tower. He felt somewhat frustrated, but he was still very confident, believing that others could not possibly reach the 29th layer. This time he was surely the leader of the debate. However, as soon as he exited and saw someone still in the 30th layer, his expression changed dramatically, and he said gloomily, impossible, I refuse to believe that anyone among the younger generation has surpassed my understanding of formations. He must have cheated. Yes, it must be that way. Nanyang Fu could hardly accept this outcome, glaring resentfully at the figure in the 30th layer. Nanyang Fu had been detected to possess extraordinary talent in formation since childhood, and the Nanyang family had high hopes for him. He had not expected such a result in this year's formation debate. At this moment, a series of exclamations interrupted Nanyang Fu's thoughts. This is ridiculous. Yi Tian actually cracked the formation of the 30th layer and has now entered the 31st layer. What the hell? Although I don't know what formation Yi Tian drew, but that is a 4th grade formation, and this speed is too fast. Calculating it all, Yi Tian has only been in there for half an hour, and he has cracked a 4th grade formation. Could it be that Yi Tian is actually a 4th grade formation master? No way. Yi Tian is only 19 years old, and he has already matched the achievements of the older generation. It seems that our Fengqing city can truly produce a true dragon, and it appears that the great Qian dynasty cannot contain Yi Tian. Some people were so shocked by Yi Tian that they could hardly believe it. They sighed. A 4th grade formation master is an entirely different concept from a 3rd grade formation master. A 4th grade formation master, if they set up a formation in advance, could completely trap someone at the divine ability realm. If Yi Tian truly achieved the status of a 4th grade formation master at this age, it would be astonishing. Even Zhou Qingyun was secretly taken aback. He no longer had confidence about whether he could make Yi Tian submit. The key was that he needed to raise the favorability of the destined child to 70 to be able to subdue Yi Tian. Otherwise, he could resort to violent means to force him into submission. Of course, if he couldn't subdue Yi Tian, he would have no choice but to send him to reincarnation early. Zhou Qingyun's gaze turned slightly cold. At that moment, the Heaven Array Tower reacted again. 32 layers. Has it cracked another 4th grade formation? Zhou Qingyun looked at Yi Tian, who had climbed another layer, somewhat puzzled. However, before Zhou Qingyun could react, Yi Tian actually ascended to the 33rd layer. 34 layers. 35 layers. Yi Tian's ascent was incredibly rapid, as if a saintly formation master had descended, and all the formations inside could not impede Yi Tian's speed in the slightest. In just half a quarter of an hour, Yi Tian had reached the 40th layer, where the formation drawn was already a 5th grade spiritual array. Yet it still could not halt Yi Tian's progress. The onlookers' eyes widened in disbelief as if they were witnessing a prodigy. Nanyang Fu stared blankly, still muttering, impossible. How could this be? Absolutely impossible. Qingyun, how did you see that Yi Tian was so extraordinary? Zhou Jing looked at Yi Tian's figure incredulously, observing Zhou Qingyun utterly convinced by Qingyun's judgment. Even he had to marvel at Zhou Qingyun's keen insight, as no one among the younger generation could match it. At this moment, Zhou Qingyun smiled, without speaking, his heart filled with conjectures. It seems that Yi Tian's fortuitous encounter has taken effect. I just wonder what Yi Tian's fortuitous encounter is. It's unbelievably outrageous. Now Zhou Qingyun was 100% certain that Yi Tian was the destined child. Generally, even ordinary fortunate beings would not be able to achieve such outrageous feats. It's just that Yi Tian seems somewhat lacking in intelligence. In front of so many people, he is brazenly displaying his advantages. It's as if he wants everyone to know he possesses great treasures. After about half a quarter of an hour, Yi Tian directly arrived at the 50th layer. At this moment Nanyang Fu seemed unable to bear the blow and shouted loudly this person must have cheated. Otherwise how could he possibly reach the 50th layer so quickly? This is a place even the only 6th grade formation master of the great Qian dynasty cannot reach. This bumpkin definitely cheated. I implore the city lord to investigate this matter thoroughly. With that others also looked at Yi Tian's figure with doubtful eyes, some indignantly saying, I implore the city lord to investigate this matter thoroughly. I implore the city lord to investigate this matter thoroughly. Zhou Qinjian's eyes brightened as he looked at Nanyang Fu with approval. Pour this dirty water on me. To teach this young destined child a lesson. His original plan was to suppress Yi Tian first, and then have him step in to resolve the trouble, which should earn him considerable favor. Now that Yi Tian was courting death, it perfectly aligned with his wishes. General, what do you think about this? Wang Qianchang's face showed difficulty as he was about to seek Zhou Jing's opinion, when suddenly interrupted by a rumbling sound. The Heaven Array Tower suddenly floated into the air, erupting with boundless divine light, soaring into the clouds, absorbing countless spiritual energies and emitting profound waves. Afterward, the Heaven Array Tower quickly shrank, instantly becoming palm-sized. Following this, the authoritative voice of the tower's spirit echoed. Yi Tian has cracked the formation of the 50th layer, completing the trial. From now on, the Heaven Array Tower recognizes him as its master. A clamor erupted. When the Tianjin Tower's voice finished, the entire assembly was stunned. No one had expected that clearing the tower could result in it recognizing a master. Countless faces fell in anguish as if they had lost a fortune. Zhou Jing and Wang Qianzhong felt disbelief as well. The 7-rank Saint Array Master of old had never mentioned anything of the sort. Given the might of that 7-rank Saint Array Master, the Tianjin Tower he forged must possess at least the strength of a mid-grade Dao weapon. Greed was born in the hearts of many. When the dust settled, Yi Tian's silhouette slowly emerged. He appeared restored to normal. The crimson runes no longer burned in his eyes. He looked around bewildered, silently wondering what had just occurred. Why did he feel such overwhelming hostility? Could it be because he had won first place and others refused to accept it? In Yi Tian's memory, he had reached the 30th floor, then could not endure further, and had chosen to withdraw from the Tianjin Tower. In previous years, the best result had only ever been 29 floors, so Yi Tian assumed he had indeed claimed the top spot. At that moment, Yi Tian noticed the Tianjin Tower floating before him and felt puzzled. A wave of dizziness washed over him as a flood of information poured into his mind. He gaped. This was the Tianjin Tower. Could it be that I have been recognized as its master? A sudden harsh shout snapped Yi Tian back to reality. Brazen thief! How dare you use despicable tricks to win the Tianjin Tower's recognition? Hand it over now, and you may yet escape death. Nanyang Fu strode before Yi Tian and said coldly. To him, Yi Tian must have cheated, otherwise there was no way to crack a 50-floor formation. Having convinced himself of that, Nanyang Fu's old confidence and arrogance returned. Nanyang Ming, head of the Nanyang clan, heard Nanyang Fu's words and smiled. Our young clan leader of Nanyang is indeed astute. Even without instruction, he can divine the meaning of young Master Zhou. Nanyang Ming then leapt into the square and released a vast pressure. Fixing Yi Tian with his gaze, he roared, young man, you gained the Tianjin Tower's recognition through cheating. Such means are utterly base. As a member of Fengqing City, I will never permit you to carry off the city's sacred relic. Best surrender and confess. I will petition the city lord to spare your life. As he spoke, Nanyang Ming cast a covert glance toward Zhou Qinjian's pavilion. Although he coveted the Tianjin Tower, he had not forgotten Zhou Qinjian's instructions. When the tower could not be moved in the past, he had nursed some desire for it, but now that it could be relocated, it was no longer within his reach. His priority now was to curry favor with Zhou Qingyun, perhaps winning the clan's goodwill. A vast oppression swept toward Yi Tian, forcing him to step back until his spine seemed to buckle and he bent gradually. Beads of sweat dotted Yi Tian's forehead, and his face flushed red. He shouted angrily, you old dog, have some shame. You lust after the Tianjin Tower. Why speak with such lofty pretense? Young man, you jest. My coveting of the Tianjin Tower is not the point. I cannot stand idly by while you seize the sacred relic by such base means, Nanyang Ming said, shaking his head with a calm expression. Yi Tian opened his mouth to protest, but was cut off by the head of a noble house. Nanyang's words have merit. We accept the strong taking the Tianjin Tower by their own prowess, but we will never allow anyone to steal the city's heirloom through cheating. I propose a soul probe to discover by what method this villain cheated, another cried. Shouts of assent rose. A righteous act to prove it, we beg the city lord. Under the Nanyang family's prompting, everyone present grew indignant. Of course, some were truly angry, while others simply coveted the treasures on Yi Tian, especially the device that could break a 6-rank formation. In an instant, Yi Tian became the focus of 1,000 accusations. His face darkened and raged. He spat. When they wish to frame you, they can find any pretext. This is nothing but hypocrites. Did that Saint Array master 5,000 years ago forbid obtaining the Tianjin Tower by other means? Is there such a rule? Pray inform us. We hope the city lord sees clearly and does not heed slander. Although Yi Tian did not know exactly how he had broken every formation, he was unwilling to surrender the relic without a fight. Moreover, Yi Tian fully understood the consequences of soul probing. At best, it would injure his spirit, at worst it could rob him of his sanity and leave him a fool. He would never consent to a soul probe. Now all he could do was hope Wang Qianzhong proved to be an upright man. The crowd's expressions hardened. How dare you spout such nonsense here? Seize this wretch, they shouted as an oppressive weight crashed down toward Yi Tian like a receding tide. A spit of blood stained Yi Tian's lips. He knelt to the ground, his face sallow and bloodied. Bones cracked with a sickening sound. Despair marked Yi Tian's features. He had never imagined these old dogs would stoop so low. Was he to perish there today? A faint red light flickered in Yi Tian's eyes. Then 4 armored soldiers, blood boiling and bearing spears and halberds, appeared at his side and held him down. In the highest pavilion, Wang Qianzhong, slightly troubled, asked, "Zhou Jing, General, how should I handle this matter?" "Let Qing Yun decide," Zhou Jing replied briskly. Wang Qianzhong ventured carefully, "Young master, what do you think?" Zhou Qingyun smiled amiably. "Leave it to the city lord to decide." Hearing that, Wang Qianzhong smiled wryly. Had he not overheard Zhou Qinjian's earlier instruction, he might truly have believed those words. Wang Qianzhong was no fool. He grasped Zhou Qinjian's intent at once and pronounced with authority, "The Saint Array master of 5,000 years ago never explicitly forbade acquiring the Tianjin Tower by other means, but this is a formation discourse tournament in which outside assistance is prohibited. Yi Tian has openly trampled on the authority of the city lord's office. His crime is capital." Faces around the square broke into schadenfreude as they stared at Yi Tian. Avarice in their eyes intensified. Yi Tian's heart sank. Damn them, all the same breed. Yet when Wang Qianzhong continued speaking, a prickle of hope stirred within him. However, young Master Zhou has a generous heart and loves talent. He wishes to recruit Yi Tian as an advisor. I am not without compassion. If Yi Tian becomes Zhou's aide, I will overlook past offenses. Those words stunned the crowd. Many felt bittersweet. Some were genuinely distressed at the apparent leniency. "This is no punishment. It is a reward," someone murmured. Yi Tian has been lucky to meet such a mild-tempered young master. Had it been some other noble's son, he might have already died. Yi Tian, like a drowning man clutching a drifting log, hastily agreed, "I accept. Thank you, young master, for your mercy." The 4 soldiers released him and led him to Zhou Qingyun. Some onlookers showed only regret, while others sneered at Wang Qianzhong's words, recognizing them as a thinly veiled grab for the Tianjin Tower. With Yi Tian now under Zhou Qinjian's wing, many hid their petty desires and tempered their intentions. Those families who had earlier spoken against Yi Tian now kept silence as if nothing had occurred. Many looked at Zhou Qingyun with reverence. Thus, the formation discourse tournament concluded successfully. With Zhou Qinjian's protection, Yi Tian was spared further torment. Once his injuries had healed, Yi Tian went to see Zhou Qingyun at the earliest opportunity. "Young master, I am forever indebted to you for saving my life. I have nothing else to repay you with but this Tianjin Tower. I beg you to accept it." Yi Tian did not mention that he would now be subordinate to Zhou Qingyun, as some resentment still lingered in his heart. Reluctantly, he produced the Tianjin Tower and offered it. Zhou Qingyun did not take it, but smiled warmly. "It is a small matter, brother Yi. You need not make such a fuss. I saw your deep command of formations and wished to recruit you as an advisor. Do not take offense. As for the Tianjin Tower, it is your destiny to have found it. I could never seize what someone else cherishes." Hearing this, Yi Tian's expression changed, and he thanked him sincerely, vowing to follow Zhou Qingyun. He had been alone all along. There was nothing objectionable about joining Zhou Qingyun. Zhou Qingyun smiled faintly and nodded. "I see your injuries are not yet fully healed. Return and recuperate first." "Very well, young master. I will take my leave now." That night, while cultivating, Zhou Qingyun was suddenly awakened by the system's chime. "System upgrade complete. Congratulations, host. The system has been upgraded. The upgraded functions have been transmitted to you. You may inspect them at your convenience." Ding. An investment demand for an epic-level destined child has been detected. Investing in Jindao Xianxia will yield a half-saint's loyalty, 100 high-grade spirit stones, and 1 world seed. Would you like to bind the investment? Indeed, this Yi Tian is the destined child, and his level is not low. Half-saint. World seed. Truly worthy of an investment for a destined child. Though it was anticipated, Zhou Qingyun still felt a slight thrill, then asked the system, "Is the half-saint a real person?" It is indeed a real person, and after the host claims it, a reasonable identity will be randomly assigned to them, ensuring 100 loyalty to the host, never to betray. This I can't believe such things can actually be invested in. The host need not be surprised. After this upgrade, the rewards from investments are no longer limited to items. They will now include everything from all realms, including projections of certain origin-level supreme beings. Of course, the probability of obtaining a projection of an origin-level supreme being is extremely low, so the host is encouraged to invest more in villains or suppress, subdue, or kill the destined children. It seems this upgrade was indeed the right choice. This single feature is extraordinarily powerful. Items from all realms, powerful beings from all realms. Just the phrase all realms makes Zhou Qingjian's heart burn with excitement. Calming his emotions, Zhou Qingyun said to the system, bind Yi Tian. Deducting 1/0 villain points, binding of the epic level destined child successful. System, tell me about the functions of this upgrade. Zhou Qingyun nodded. This upgrade introduces 3 new functions. Firstly, the detection range for investment demands has increased from a 3-dimensional space with a 10-meter radius to a 3-dimensional space with a 1-kilometer radius. In the future, any investment demand triggered by the host, as long as it is within a 1-kilometer radius of the host, will be activated for investment. No wonder I couldn't see Yi Tian earlier, yet he was still detectable. Secondly, the data panel has been optimized, adding a rank column, and the investment object column will be removed, making the host's panel data richer. Moreover, the host will no longer need to bind investment objects to view their attribute data. Thirdly, the rewards from investments will no longer be limited to inanimate objects. Fourthly, the host can spend villain points to upgrade their rank. 50,000 villain points, well spent. Zhou Qingyun smiled. He then summoned his attribute panel. Name Zhou Qingyun. Realm complete stage of Danyun. Fortune purple. Villain points 514,400. Rank ordinary level villain. Special items experience card for divine powers stage 1 martial arts minor completion card martial arts major completion card 1 martial arts advancement card 1 696 years of cultivation. Physical rewards, Jindao Jinjia 1, Saint level medium, grade martial arts, 6 paths of reincarnation spear technique martial arts minor completion card Saint Puppet 1, special secret technique martial arts Emperor of Life and Death 1, Emperor weapon indestructible spear 1. Zhou Qingjian's attribute panel is similar to before except that it lacks the investment object column. He then summoned Yi Tian's data panel. Name Yi Tian. Realm late stage of Danyun. Fortune gold. Favorability 40. Rank epic level destined child. 40 favorability. Not bad, just a few more brushes and I can subdue a destined child. Zhou Qingjian's smile deepened. System claim all physical rewards. As soon as he finished speaking, beams of light flashed. All the items appeared before Zhou Qingyun. The rewards obtained from the kill of Lin Fan are all extremely high level. Among them, the most precious are the Saint Puppet Emperor weapon indestructible spear and the Emperor of Life and Death. The first two need no further explanation. What surprises Zhou Qingyun the most is the Emperor of Life and Death. This secret technique is a special martial art that upon reaching minor completion can actually condense a life-death talisman to control the life and death of others. By implanting the death talisman into another person's body regardless of where that person is with a thought, their life can be taken away. The most terrifying aspect is that upon reaching full perfection, the life talisman can forcibly extend a being's lifespan as long as their true spirit has not dissipated. Of course, there are limitations. The first limitation is that a minor completed death talisman can only control beings one minor realm lower than the user. A major completion can control beings of the same realm. Full perfection can control beings exceeding one major realm, and returning to simplicity can control beings surpassing the user by 2 major realms. The minor completed life talisman can forcibly increase a being's lifespan by 1 year. A major completion can increase it by 3 years. Full perfection can increase it by 10 years, and returning to simplicity can increase it by 100 years. The second limitation is that one must break through to the spirit god realm and awaken divine sense to condense the life-death talisman. Zhou Qingjian's eyes shimmered with divine light. This reward comes at just the right time. For Zhou Qingyun, this Emperor of Life and Death is even more valuable than that Emperor weapon. Then, as if he thought of something, Zhou Qingyun said to the system, use a martial arts advancement card on the Emperor of Life and Death. The Emperor of Life and Death is a special class of Imperial-level martial arts. After using the martial arts advancement card, it will transform into an immortal scripture which ordinary items cannot bear. The upgraded content will be directly imparted to the host. Moreover, each immortal scripture already involves great principles and is unique. Its appearance in this realm will attract the attention of certain terrifying beings, so the host should consider carefully. Just for upgrading a martial art, there are so many complexities. As the system's voice fell, an endless storm surged around, and Zhou Qingyun, like a glutton, began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. He hurriedly took out several high-grade spirit stones from his storage ring, crushing them to increase the concentration of spiritual energy in the room. Within Zhou Qingjian's dantian, a series of brilliant golden runes appeared inscribed upon the mysterious pill. As the runes were gradually inscribed, a majestic aura erupted akin to a dragon's roar. 60 runes, 70 runes, 80 runes. Aided by the system, Zhou Qingjian's speed in inscribing the runes was astonishingly rapid. In just a quarter of an hour, he had already inscribed 100 runes. After that, the speed slowed down slightly. Countless runes emerged from the void, the Tao rhythm flowing, rushing into Zhou Qingjian's body. An even more terrifying aura manifested, seemingly ready to collapse the void. With each rune that was inscribed afterward, Zhou Qingjian's aura grew even stronger. When the last rune was inscribed, a beam of divine light suddenly erupted from Zhou Qingjian's body, stirring the night. The dark sky was suddenly illuminated as bright as day. Countless people in Fengqing City were blinded and exclaimed, "What is happening?" This soaring light resembled the sun in the night, brilliant and sacred. As the only divine bridge perfected in Fengqing City, Zhou Jing sensed the source of the anomaly. Is Qingyun about to break through to the spirit god? How many runes has this kid inscribed? Zhou Jing was astonished, disbelief written all over his heroic face. This kid has truly presented me with a dilemma. He quickly ascended into the sky, treading upon the heavens, releasing his immense divine sense to protect Zhou Qingyun. At this moment, Zhou Qingyun sat with closed eyes, countless mysterious auras emerging from his dantian, transforming his limbs and bones. His flesh and bones seemed to have undergone 1,000 refinements, wrapped in mystical light, presenting a crystal-like appearance, as if he possessed divine bones and an immortal body. Boom! Within Zhou Qingjian's dantian, a thunderous sound erupted, as if the heavens were being opened, and the chaotic sea of spirit began to clarify. The sea of spirit continuously expanded, and in an instant it grew to several dozen miles. After a few breaths, it had expanded to the size of a county. When the sea of spirit ceased its expansion, the profound, mysterious pill erupted with countless mystical auras hovering above the sea of spirit, seemingly endowing the sea with a certain sentience, bringing it to life. Almost simultaneously, the light column emerging from Zhou Qingjian's body became even more brilliant, intertwining with an ethereal aura of vast and mysterious, ancient and boundless energy, surged up into the clouds. Buzzing above the 9 heavens, the winds rose and the clouds surged. Boundless purple energy appeared, spreading across mountains and rivers for millions of miles. Countless rules danced joyously, the Tao rhythm permeated even the great Qian dynasty was affected. Vibrant spiritual energy emerged from the void, filling the barren rivers of the great Qian. In the void appeared celestial bells, phoenixes, auspicious dragons. Tides rose and fell, chaos birthed the blue lotus. Countless terrifying anomalies manifested. At the same time, the purple energy in the sky suddenly converged, slowly forming a towering phantom. This phantom bore some resemblance to Zhou Qingyun, as if a celestial king had descended from the 9 heavens, erupting with unparalleled might. This aura was like the heavens leaning down, like the earth being overturned. It evoked a sense of submission in countless lives, as if it stemmed from a suppression of life itself. No one could resist it. Some began to kneel, worshipping the phantom of the celestial king. Yi Tian looked at the phantom in shock, feeling that overwhelming aura. His expression changing abruptly. Unwilling to kneel, he roared, "No one can make me bow in reverence, no one." Beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on Yi Tian's forehead as he tried to resist the pressure with his strong will. Almost everyone in Feng City had already knelt, only Zhou Jing and Yi Tian silently resisted. This aura continued to spread for countless miles. Only a few people in the great Qian dynasty did not kneel. Then it spread to other dynasties, other great regions. As time passed, billions of beings bowed in reverence. Terrifying and eerie, Yi Tian's face turned pale, on the verge of collapse. His will began to blur, and it seemed that crimson runes appeared in his eyes, but just as they were about to emerge, the phantom suddenly glanced at Yi Tian. Instantly, Yi Tian felt as if he had plunged into the depths of the 9 hells, his soul trembling. The crimson runes in his eyes dissipated. Bang! Ultimately, he still knelt on the ground. At this moment, the vast domain of the East Xian region was silent. Rivers and mountains for millions of miles, countless lives bowed in reverence. Countless figures of supreme beings, the most powerful of heaven and earth, and the great clans of emperors looked at this phantom, trembling in awe, their expressions unpredictable, unable to help but murmur to themselves. Has someone inscribed all the runes, forging an immortal grade mysterious pill? How is that possible? Since the calamity occurred 200,000 years ago, the heavens and earth have been flawed, the rules incomplete. How could any being inscribe all the runes and forge an immortal grade mysterious pill? Could it truly be, as the Heavenly Machine Emperor said, that the heavenly path collapses, all brilliance will be revealed in this era, that it is an ancient great era, and countless prodigies will emerge in this lifetime, striving for a spark of immortal opportunity? An ancient emperor awakened from slumber recalled his past remarks, feeling a chill run down his spine. This is a prodigy rarely seen in 10,000 years. The first person to inscribe all the runes in 200,000 years. His talent is not inferior to those of the celestial sovereigns. He is likely to seize a spark of immortal opportunity and should become the holy son of our sect. Come go find the holy son for me. Countless holy lands and imperial clans shared this thought, sending out scouts to roam the East Xian region in search of Zhou Qingyun. Buzzing. At the same time, countless prodigies gazed at that towering phantom, bolstering their spirits, vowing to inscribe 100 runes and forge a transcendent opportunity. In the West Xian prefecture within the Qin clan, in an elegant pavilion, a girl with a graceful figure and an extraordinary temperament lay on a bed resembling a stunning fairy. She fluttered her eyelashes, suddenly opening her eyes, a divine brilliance swirling within. The brilliance vanished in an instant, followed by a sense of desolation as she looked around in confusion, frowning slightly. Wasn't I undergoing the immortal emperor tribulation? Where is this place? As she continued to survey her surroundings, memories sealed within her mind began to resurface. Isn't this my childhood boudoir? Have I already passed the true spirit tribulation? Are these my trials of descent? A tempest of emotions surged within the girl. At this moment, a mysterious and unfathomable phantom appeared in the 9 heavens, followed by a pressure akin to the heavens leaning down. Is this the anomaly of forging an immortal grade mysterious pill? Oh. The girl's expression changed slightly as she instinctively sought to mobilize her celestial source power to resist. Yet when she sensed the familiar spiritual power within her body, the girl was stunned. What is this? A mysterious aura emerged from her, spontaneously shielding her from the pressure. As the anomalies in the 9 heavens began to dissipate, the unpredictable runes surrounding Zhou Qingyun flowed into his mind from his dantian. Boom! A sound echoed in his mind. Only Zhou Qingyun could hear it. In the next moment, a vast, illusory, chaotic space was born in his perception. This was the hallmark of the spirit god realm, the Sea of Consciousness. At the moment the Sea of Consciousness was born, Zhou Qingyun felt exceptionally clear, his 5 senses heightened to the utmost. It was as if he could perceive everything around him without even opening his eyes. As this thought emerged in Zhou Qingyun's mind, he felt as if he had gained a godly perspective, able to see everything within 1,000 meters, also capable of observing with extreme detail. Zhou Qingyun smiled. The Sea of Consciousness is manifested, the divine sense is out. The spirit god realm is achieved. The bizarre phenomena in the sky completely dissipated. The world returned to tranquility, and the night once again enveloped the horizon. However, from this day forth, countless beings would be unable to find peace. With the breakthrough of Zhou Qingyun triggering the phenomena, it seemed to have set off a chain reaction. On this night, someone witnessed a beast of extraordinary wisdom shedding its beastly form, manifesting high intelligence, and vanishing into the mortal realm. On this night, a being experienced an epiphany, encountering a legendary immortal and grasping a fragment of the immortal scriptures, only to be taken away by the sacred land. On this night, another being attained enlightenment, transcending their mortal form to forge an eternal body. This night was destined to be extraordinary. Some ancient beings speculated that the prologue of a resplendent era would begin from this day. In Fengqing City at the Lord's Mansion, the room where Zhou Qingyun resided had long since been unable to bear the pressure and was reduced to dust by his overwhelming aura. Some soldiers who rushed over were left dumbfounded. "Young master, are you all right?" Wang Qianzhong asked respectfully. "It's nothing, just a breakthrough in my realm, no need to worry." Zhou Qingyun waved his hand. "Just a breakthrough in one realm. Who else would make such a commotion over a realm breakthrough?" Wang Qianzhong and the surrounding soldiers couldn't help but feel a surge of disbelief in their hearts. However, due to Zhou Qingyun's status, they did not dare to ask further. They could only marvel inwardly, as expected of the eldest son of the Zhou family, truly extraordinary. Just a breakthrough in the spiritual realm, and it has caused such a phenomenon. Soon after, the soldiers were dismissed by Zhou Qingyun. At that moment, Zhou Jing's presence entered Zhou Qingyun's perception. Before long, Zhou Jing appeared before Zhou Qingyun. "Thank you for your protection, third uncle." Zhou Qingyun smiled slightly. "Have you engraved all the Dao patterns?" Zhou Jing merely waved his hand in gratitude, but could not suppress his curiosity and directly asked. Zhou Jing, with his exceptional talent, had traveled through other great realms and had seen remarkable things. Zhou Qingyun did not deny it, gently nodding. Although he had long suspected, Zhou Jing was still immensely shocked. "Is this really my nephew?" Had it not been for checking Zhou Qingyun's soul a few days ago, he would not have believed that Zhou Qingyun had not been possessed. His soul's origin showed no signs of change, no traces of soul snatching. It was only then that Zhou Jing dared to believe that Zhou Qingyun had not been possessed, that he was still the original Zhou Qingyun. He could not doubt it. Zhou Qingyun's recent performance was simply too monstrous. In less than 2 months, he had broken through to the spiritual realm. Even those with sacred bodies would not surpass this. Unless he had been possessed, only Zhou Qingyun could have obtained such a tremendous opportunity to achieve his current status. But what kind of opportunity it was, Zhou Jing could not even imagine, nor did he wish to delve into it. At this moment, Zhou Jing's heart was immensely complicated, filled with excitement and worry. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Jing solemnly said, "Qingyun, you must remember not to reveal the opportunity you obtained to anyone, including your parents and your future Dao partner. As long as someone investigates Zhou Qingyun's recent rise, even the dullest person would sense something unusual. Wealth stirs the heart. No one can be exempt. Rest assured, third uncle." Zhou Qingyun smiled warmly. He naturally understood this principle, and he was no fool. Then Zhou Jing explained the knowledge of cultivation in the spiritual realm to Zhou Qingyun. After an hour, Zhou Jing finished his explanation and then departed. Zhou Qingyun was also well-versed in the cultivation of the spiritual realm. If the first 3 realms were about refining the physical body and cultivating spiritual energy, then the spiritual realm was about refining divine sense and cultivating spirit. Once the divine sense is refined, one can condense the soul's phantom in the sea of consciousness and transcend tribulations. It seems simple, yet countless beings remain trapped in this realm for their entire lives. After breaking through the spiritual realm, Zhou Qingyun's life essence was further sublimated, with his lifespan directly increasing by 300 years. Subsequently, Zhou Qingyun extracted the remaining cultivation to thoroughly stabilize his realm. Seeing that the sky was still early, Zhou Qingyun did not rest, but changed to another training room to study the Death and Life Immortal Scripture. System used the martial arts minor achievement card on the Death and Life Immortal Scripture. The Death and Life Immortal Scripture is a method of seizing the heavens and changing fate, profoundly intricate. Relying solely on Zhou Qingyun's cultivation, it was unclear how long it would take to grasp. Thus, Zhou Qingyun chose to use the martial arts minor achievement card directly. Ding! The Death and Life Immortal Scripture is a technique of the immortal path already involving the changes of laws. The martial arts minor achievement card can only act on imperial quality martial arts and below. The host can spend 10,000 villain points to fuse the martial arts minor achievement card with the martial arts major achievement card to upgrade it to a celestial technique minor achievement card, then use it. System, you didn't say that when you rewarded me with the martial arts minor achievement card. Zhou Qingyun's expression darkened, and he asked, somewhat displeased. The host need not be angry. The immortal scripture has long departed from the realm of martial arts, thus the martial arts minor achievement card, martial arts major achievement card, and martial arts perfect card cannot affect it. The system explained without a hint of emotion. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingyun calmed down. After thinking for a moment, he chose to fuse the martial arts minor achievement card with the martial arts major achievement card. Ding! Fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a celestial technique minor achievement card 1. Would you like to use it? Use it. His voice fell. In Zhou Qingyun's sea of consciousness, those characters of the great Tao seemed to come alive, wandering within his consciousness. Countless runes suddenly appeared and flowed into Zhou Qingyun's body, seemingly marking him for cultivation. At the same time, vast amounts of information surged into Zhou Qingyun's mind. In an instant, Zhou Qingyun felt a splitting headache. After a few breaths, he found himself adept in understanding the Death and Life Immortal Scripture, as if he had practiced it for countless years. A glint of sharp light flashed in his eyes. However, he did not immediately begin to condense the death symbol. Instead, he took out a pill of divine essence and swallowed it. After consuming it, Zhou Qingyun's divine sense began to grow, increasing from several hundred strands to over 1,000. Moreover, the range he could probe expanded from 1,000 meters to several miles. After refining all the medicinal power, Zhou Qingyun began to condense the death symbol. He first decided to condense the death symbol. A mysterious divine sense emerged. Zhou Qingyun began to rely on the Death and Life Immortal Scripture to capture the Tao rhythm in the world. An enigmatic aura manifested, revealing a faint death character before Zhou Qingyun. The next day, the morning glow spread across the sky, painting the entire world in a magnificent light. Zhou Jing took Zhou Qingyun towards the western Xian prefecture. On the floating cloud boat, Zhou Qingyun was studying the death symbol. Several hours passed. Zhou Qingyun barely managed to condense one death symbol, but it had exhausted his meager divine sense. Now it seems my divine sense will take several days to recover, Zhou Qingyun said with a bitter smile. Due to the depletion of his divine sense, his spirit appeared somewhat languid. Zhou Qingyun's mind stirred, and a death character emitting a mysterious aura appeared. Then he took out the imprinted true explanation of array Dao and merged the death symbol into it. Immediately, Zhou Qingyun smiled and instructed the soldiers nearby, "You go call Yi Tian over." Understood. The soldiers saluted respectfully. Moments later, Yi Tian arrived. Seeing Zhou Qingyun, he recalled the previous night's scene, his heart a tangled mess of emotions. On one hand, following Zhou Qingyun wasn't entirely a loss. On the other, the vast gap between them had shattered his pride completely. "May I ask why you summoned me?" Yi Tian asked, puzzled. Zhou Qingyun didn't answer directly, but countered, "Do you want to know how I became so strong? Wasn't it talent?" Yi Tian was bewildered. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, "I beg you to enlighten me." Zhou Qingyun's eyes burned bright as he said warmly, "It's because I joined a mysterious organization called the White Jade Pavilion. This organization spans the river of history with unfathomable depth. Every member is a titan of unimaginable power beyond ordinary perception. It was there I obtained extraordinary techniques leading to my current achievements. To join one must be a prodigy, a genius beyond compare. I see such potential in you, Brother Yi, and wish to recommend you." With his fortune eye and investment system, he had long planned to create an organization to recruit promising investments and those blessed by fortune, maximizing his gains. Once established, this organization would attract more prodigies to help him deal with the children of destiny. Against those yet to rise, manipulation and deception came easily. His fear was reserved for the matured children of destiny. Moreover, according to Xiao Fan's script, he would eventually clash with the Great Qin Celestial Court and meet his end. Thus, he had to prepare in advance. Hearing this, Yi Tian's spirit stirred as warmth flowed through him. "Thank you for the recommendation, sir. I shall follow your commands from now on." At that moment, Yi Tian's goodwill toward Zhou Qingyun skyrocketed, reaching 50 in an instant. Zhou Qingyun's heart danced with joy, but he maintained his composure. "Brother, you don't rush to promise. Even with my recommendation, joining requires a strict condition. You must become a 5th-rank array master within a year. So your success depends on yourself. As the saying goes, what comes too easily is seldom valued." Thus, Zhou Qingyun set a trial for Yi Tian. A 5th-rank array master. Yi Tian thought he misheard. "Did you say 5th-rank array master?" 5th-rank arrays were no common commodity. This level could already begin to harness the power of heaven and earth. Even in the Great Qin dynasty, such masters numbered barely 100. No matter how confident or proud Yi Tian was, he couldn't guarantee breaking through to 5th rank within a year. His heart grew heavy. Yet this also lent credence to the might of the White Jade Pavilion. Indeed, 5th rank array master. Zhou Qingyun nodded, then added, "Knowing your difficulty, I've exchanged a special method from the organization for you." With that, Zhou Qingyun produced a tampered copy of the true solution of arrays. The moment Yi Tian received it, a wave of discomfort washed over him. An instinctive revulsion. A red glint flashed in his eyes. But seeing Zhou Qingyun's gentle smile, Yi Tian hesitated, suppressing his unease. If Zhou Qingyun meant him harm, he would have acted already. So after a pause, he opened the true solution of arrays and began reading. Ding. Investment successful. Congratulations, host, you have gained the loyalty of a half-saint. Rewards: top grade spirit stones 100, world seed 1. Claim now. The moment he saw the content, Yi Tian was awestruck. It contained no high-grade arrays, only the most fundamental exposition of the Tao of arrays, as if it were the very essence of array cultivation. Yi Tian was instantly captivated, reading with rapt attention. At that moment, the death talisman hidden within the true solution of arrays emerged and seeped into his body. His soul trembled, snapping him out of his trance. Embarrassed, he said, "Thank you for the gift, sir. With this, I am confident I can break through to 5th rank array master." With that, Yi Tian bowed sincerely. Damn, what a child of destiny. Even after all this, it only rose to 63. Zhou Qingyun cursed inwardly. Then with an air of calm, Zhou Qingyun said, "Brother Yi, no need for thanks. Your talent in arrays is truly rare. I couldn't bear to see it wasted." Yi Tian was moved to tears of gratitude. In his heart, a sense of mutual respect bloomed. "To follow you in this life is my fortune." In the western Xian prefecture, Tianma City stood in all its splendor, one of the most prosperous cities in the Great Qin dynasty. Here lay the Qin family, one of the 4 great clans. Within the Qin estate, in an intricately carved pavilion, a maiden sat by her dressing mirror, her figure graceful, her aura transcendent, a flawless masterpiece of heaven. She gazed at her reflection in the bronze mirror, lost in thought. So I really did return. It seems the inner demon kept me from overcoming the immortal emperor tribulation. This maiden was Qin Shifeng, betrothed to Zhou Qingyun. But this Qin Shifeng was no longer the same. She had returned from 100,000 years in the future. She had come back the previous night, but mistook it for a trial of true spirit. Only this morning, sensing the tangible laws of this world, did she realize the truth. Though I don't know how I returned since I'm back, I must first change my family's tragedy and resolve the inner demon. Qin Shifeng recalled the past, a wistful sigh escaping her flawless features. In her previous youth, the Qin and Zhou families had conspired to rebel. Just as success seemed near, the imperial clan's ancestor broke through to sagehood, crushing both families. All Zhou clan members were slaughtered, while her father, in a blaze of power, sent her away. Thus began her path of revenge. Through countless ages, she eventually annihilated the Qian imperial clan. Yet after vengeance, she lost her purpose. At a friend's urging, she turned to cultivation, aiming to resurrect her family one day. With unparalleled talent, she seized heavenly treasures and divine fruits to forge a celestial body. In the end, during an era when the heavenly Tao crumbled and brilliance converged, she seized a thread of immortality, ascended to the immortal realm, and attained the rank of immortal king. Just then a maid's voice sounded from outside the door. "Miss, the eldest young master of the Zhou clan has arrived in Tianma City. The clan head requests you prepare to meet him shortly." The eldest son, Qin Shifeng, was momentarily stunned, a hint of surprise in her voice as she asked, "Are you referring to Zhou Qingyun?" If her memory served her right, Zhou Qingyun should currently be in a foolish state. Why is he here so soon? Wasn't it said that it would take a month for the Zhou family to heal Zhou Qingyun, and they would only meet then? Could it be due to the butterfly effect? Qin Shifeng felt some confusion within her heart. It seems I need to retrieve those opportunities sooner rather than later. Yes, miss. Xianxia, standing outside the door, wore a peculiar expression. What happened to the miss? Why does her tone sound so unexpected? Could it be that she is too happy to hear that the eldest son has come personally? Indeed, the eldest son has always had a good reputation in the great Qian dynasty, and the miss holds a favorable impression of young Master Zhou. Otherwise, she wouldn't have agreed to this marriage. The maid thought to herself. Upon hearing this, Qin Shifeng's surprise deepened, but she did not pursue the matter further. Instead, she said to the maid, "All right, Xiaoxua, I understand. Her doubts could be investigated slowly later." With that, Qin Shifeng began to wash and dress herself. She did not reject this marriage. Now that she has been reborn, everything still holds a chance, everything can still be changed. Her family is still around. She no longer has to walk alone on the path like in her previous life, accompanied only by desolation and loneliness. Even if in the end all might and power return to her, she still retains her emotions as a human. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so determined to revive those she cared about. She also wants to live like a normal person, to find a Tao partner to pursue the grand path, and to share years with her family. Coincidentally, during her youth, she had seen Zhou Qingyun from afar in the imperial city and fell in love at first sight. In her youth, she developed a slight affection for Zhou Qingyun. In her memory, Zhou Qingyun exuded a noble aura, his character gentle and disinterested in the struggles for power, quite similar to her own personality. This was also one of the reasons she agreed to this marriage in her past life. However, later on the plans of both families fell through, and the two were forcibly sent away by the heads of their respective families. But Zhou Qingyun, once foolish, was suspected by the Zhou family of being manipulated by Lin Fan, leading to a large-scale pursuit of Lin Fan, as well as the destruction of the Lin clan. The Zhou family and Lin Fan bore a deep grudge. Consequently, Zhou Qingyun was hunted to death by Lin Fan. She, on the other hand, narrowly escaped the calamity by fleeing to a forbidden area. After that, she practiced diligently and ultimately destroyed the imperial family. However, from the imperial family's words, she learned that the failure of the two family schemes was due to Lin Fan's involvement. Zhou Qingyun's death, the fall of the family. New grudges added to old resentments, and Qin Shifeng could be said to hate Lin Fan to the extreme. Yet Lin Fan possessed the body of a war god, and at that time she was no match for him. She could only choose to take risks, breaking into countless forbidden places, seizing treasures of heaven and earth to forge her holy body. Through countless near-death experiences, Qin Shifeng achieved the position of emperor and seized the opportunity to slay Lin Fan during a battle with another emperor. After killing Lin Fan, she lost her purpose, but ultimately, with the persuasion of a friend, reignited her hope to achieve the highest realm, reverse time, and revive those from the past. Time passed. A quarter of an hour went by. Qin Shifeng finished washing up. Upon seeing her emerge, the maid Xiaoxia's eyes brightened as she complimented, "Miss, you are becoming more and more beautiful." She noticed that Qin Shifeng seemed different from yesterday, but she couldn't quite pinpoint what had changed. It seemed to be her aura, or perhaps her appearance. In response to Xiaoxia's praise, Qin Shifeng smiled gently. "Oh, was I not beautiful before?" Qin Shifeng had a calm and serene personality, never putting on airs, and since Xiaoxia had grown up with her, they often joked with each other. "Miss, you misunderstood. You were also very beautiful before. It's just that today is a bit different. That kind of. In short, you are always very beautiful." Xiaoxia's expression turned awkward as she scratched her head, anxiously explaining. "All right, I understand what you mean. Qin Shifeng said, looking at the flustered Xiaoxiu, a feeling of warmth in her heart. After all, she had been reborn, and it's understandable for her aura and spirit to undergo slight changes. Yes, in any case, the Miss is extremely beautiful. I've heard that in Tianma City, the Miss holds the title of the first beauty, while the young master is also handsome, like a celestial being perfectly matched with you. Xiaoxiu chattered on, directly referring to Zhou Qingyun as the young master. In her heart, even though Zhou Qingyun and Qin Shifeng had not married yet, this matter was already a done deal. Not only her, but many servants of the Qin family had already privately referred to Zhou Qingyun as the young master since Qin Wuxian announced that Qin Shifeng would be engaged to him. Upon hearing this, Qin Shifeng did not refute, but led Xiaoxiu towards the main hall. Qin family residence. In the hall, several terrifying figures were seated on either side. In the central seat of honor sat a dignified middle-aged man. He sat upright, exuding an imposing aura that commanded respect. This man was none other than Qin Wuxian, the current patriarch of the Qin clan, and also the father of Qin Shifeng. Qin Wuxian was exceptionally famous in the Great Qian, possessing remarkable talent, having achieved the Divine Bridge 2,000 years ago, and now 2,000 years later, he had reached the pinnacle of the Divine Bridge. His cultivation talent was unmatched among his contemporaries in his era, with few in the Great Qian able to compare. But that was not the most terrifying part. The most terrifying aspect was Qin Wuxian's managerial skills. 2,000 years ago, the Qin family could only be considered a second-rate family, but under Qin Wuxian's leadership, they gradually became the fourth family in the Great Qian. However, compared to the other three established families, the Qin family's foundation appeared somewhat lacking. In order to elevate the family further, the Qin family began to ally with the Zhou family, attempting to overturn this region. Upon learning that his daughter had feelings for Zhou Qingyun, Qin Wuxian was overjoyed and proposed an alliance with the Zhou family. Naturally, the Zhou family had no objections to solidifying the alliance and agreed to this marriage. Just then, Qin Shifeng, accompanied by Xiaoxiu, walked in and saw Qin Wuxian sipping tea. Her eyes stung a little, and she quickly called out, "Father." Having been reborn, she had long been prepared, but seeing Qin Wuxian alive in front of her stirred emotions within her. "Shifeng, you are here." Qin Wuxian smiled slightly, but when he noticed something off about Qin Zifeng's emotions, he frowned and asked, "Shifeng, what's wrong? Do you not want to marry into the Zhou family? If you're having regrets, I can discuss with the Zhou family to cancel it." Qin Wuxian was deeply in love with his wife, and since he had not focused on having children in his early years, it became exceedingly difficult to have offspring after reaching a certain level. 19 years ago, Qin Shifeng was born. Therefore, Qin Wuxian cherished Qin Shifeng immensely. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of a falling pen could be heard in the room. The elders present immediately became tense, each of them silently shouting, "Patriarch, do you know what you are saying?" Upon hearing Qin Wuxian's domineering words, Qin Zifeng's emotions calmed down as she helplessly smiled. "No, daughter, just misses you too much." "Miss you? Why would CS say such a thing?" Qin Wuxian was somewhat at a loss. Just then a servant rushed in from outside the Qin residence, reporting to the patriarch, "General Zhou and the eldest son have arrived." Arrived? The elders present suddenly stood up, filled with excitement. The Zhou family was powerful, subtly gaining the reputation of the foremost family. If an alliance could be formed with the Zhou family, it would undoubtedly elevate the strength of the Qin family to new heights. The elders were unaware that Qin Wuxian had already decided to conspire with the Zhou family. If they knew the plan, they would likely be terrified. Qin Wuxian also regained his composure, glaring at the elders with his tiger-like eyes, saying, "Why are you all still dawdling? Hurry and invite them in." "Yes, clan leader." The elders' expressions turned serious as they hurriedly responded. Moments later, amidst the crowd of elders, a middle-aged man and a young man appeared in the hall. The middle-aged man stood tall and imposing, exuding an unfathomable aura. This person was Zhou Jing. Upon seeing Qin Wuxian, Zhou Jing smiled brightly. "Brother Qin, long time no see. Your strength has clearly grown even more formidable." "You flatter me, brother. As for strength, I observe that your abilities have also advanced a few notches. You are surely on the brink of entering the half-saint realm." Qin Wuxian laughed heartily as he exchanged pleasantries. Then he scrutinized Zhou Qingyun and inquired, "You must be my nephew Qingyun." Looking at Zhou Qingyun's face, so similar to Zhou Cong's, Qin Wuxian's tone was filled with certainty. In the Great Qian dynasty, the person Qin Wuxian was most wary of was Zhou Cong. Every time he met Zhou Cong, there was a chilling sense of dread. Even when facing the Emperor of Great Qian and the two half-saint ancestors of the royal family, he never felt such a sensation. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingyun smiled gently and cupped his hand, saying, "I am Zhou Qingyun, greeting my uncle." Ding. Legendary level villain detected. Would you like to bind? Ding. Detecting legendary level villain. Qin Zifeng's investment needs investing. A cleansing pill could yield a Saint 1 and an Imperial grade technique. Imperial Ascension Sutra. Would you like to bind the investment? This. Isn't Qin Shifeng my fiancée? I didn't expect her to be a legendary level villain. Zhou Qinjian's heart trembled, filled with excitement. However, he did not show much on his face, still respectfully looking at Qin Wuxian. Haha, my dear nephew, no need for excessive courtesy. He helped Zhou Qinyan up and then praised, truly you are Zhou Tsang's son, handsome and talented. Uncle, you flatter me. Regarding Zhou Qinjian's modesty, Qin Wuxian did not comment further and smiled slightly. You and your nephew have traveled a long way. I have prepared spiritual tea for both of you to refresh yourselves. Please take a seat, and we can chat while we enjoy it. With that, Qin Wuxian gestured for them to sit. Zhou Jing and Zhou Qinyan nodded in agreement and took their seats. In a corner of the hall, Xianxia looked at Zhou Qinyan, and her eyes sparkled, whispering, Miss, look quickly, your husband is too handsome. Zhou Qinyan was still wearing white today. His tall figure and hair flowed like a waterfall, and his deep-set eyes reflected a piercing sharpness. With a face as jade and a gentle smile paired with an elegant and noble aura, he was simply incomparable. Although cultivators in this world generally had decent looks, Zhou Qinyan still stood out. Xiaoxua, how about I send you to take care of young Master Zhou? Qin Shifeng said helplessly. She remembered that in her past life, Xiaoxua wasn't this infatuated when she first saw Zhou Qinyan. It had to be admitted that Zhou Qinjian's aura and appearance were extraordinary. Looking at the handsome Zhou Qinyan, Qin Shifeng felt a heavy weight in her heart. Indeed, changes have occurred. Not only has he recovered from his foolishness, but his strength seems to be at the spirit god realm. But this change is just too great. She remembered that at this time in her past life, Zhou Qinyan was still at the 7th layer of spirit drawing. Moreover, the Tao patterns he inscribed seemed to exceed 70 in number. Sensing Zhou Qinjian's changes, Qin Shifeng felt a sense of urgency. Despite being reborn, she had not awakened her divine sense, but her experience and perception remained. Consequently, she could easily discern Zhou Qinjian's realm, yet she still couldn't probe the Tao patterns he inscribed. Miss, you are not yet married. How could I overstep my bounds? Xiaoxua quickly responded, eager to express her loyalty. So you really do want that? Qin Shifeng was left utterly helpless. After they were seated, Zhou Jing and Qin Wuxian chatted. Before long, the hall was filled with cheerful laughter. At this moment, Zhou Qinyan activated his eye of fortune, surveying the surroundings. Qin Wuxian's fortune and Zhou Jing's fortune were both red. The fortunes of the elders were relatively ordinary, with both blue and purple present, but predominantly blue. As Zhou Qinjian's gaze swept to a girl in the corner, Zhou Qinyan paused for a moment. The girl wore a white dress, her curves enchanting, and her long hair falling gracefully to her waist. Her aura was elegant and ethereal, and her eyes seemed to contain countless stars, giving a dreamlike sensation as if she might drift away on the wind at any moment. The girl's beauty was unparalleled, but what surprised Zhou Qinyan the most was her fortune, which was golden. So she is Qin Shifeng. I didn't expect my fiancé to also be a villain, and a more formidable one at that. Zhou Qinyan was somewhat astonished and puzzled. Indeed, they were not from the same family, yet they shared a similar identity. Zhou Qinyan felt a sense of familiarity with Qin Shifeng, simultaneously recognizing her as his fiancée. Immediately, he spoke to the system in his heart system, bind Qin Shifeng first. 100,000 villain points deducted, legendary villain binding successful. As for the investment, he would find opportunities later. The timing was not right now. Speaking of which, his luck had indeed been quite good lately. Not only had he encountered an epic-level destined child, but he also met a legendary-level villain. Could it be the influence of the system's existence? Zhou Qinyan pondered. Brother Qin, let's pause our conversation here. Today I brought Qin Yun here, and I believe Brother Qin is already aware of my intentions, so I won't beat around the bush. I have come today to settle the marriage between Qin Yun and your niece Shifeng. This is the betrothal gift. Zhou Jing's smile faded, and he spoke solemnly. With that, he took out a ring from his bosom. Brother, our families have been close friends for generations, and your nephew and Shifeng are a match made in heaven. There is no need for such formalities. Brother Qin, you flatter me, but this is merely a formality that has been observed since ancient times. You needn't decline. Then I shall accept it. After receiving the storage ring, Qin Wuxian called out to Qin Shifeng in the corner. Shifeng, come greet your uncle Zhou and your future husband. Qin Shifeng beamed like blooming flowers as she entered the hall, greeting Zhou Jing with a graceful bow. I am your niece, greeting Uncle Zhou. My niece need not be so formal. Zhou Jing smiled in satisfaction. After that, Qin Shifeng approached Zhou Qinyan and bowed, saying, I have met young Master Zhou. Miss Qin need not be so formal. Zhou Qinyan also smiled warmly. Just then, 4 terrifying auras suddenly descended from the sky, altering the expressions of everyone present. Then a sharp voice rang out, the imperial decree has arrived. Qin Wuxian stepped forward to receive the decree. The imperial decree has arrived. Qin Wuxian stepped forward to receive it. How could this be? Zhou Jing and Qin Wuxian exchanged glances, their hearts sinking slowly. Young Master Zhou, shall we go out? and take a look together. Xianxia smiled gently. He did not misperceive. At this moment Qin Zifeng's heart was indeed stirred by tumultuous waves. This imperial decree clearly bore ill intent. If only Zhou Qingyun had changed, that would be one thing. Although she had been reborn, she had yet to take any action. How could such a significant butterfly effect arise? All right. Zhou Qingyun smiled warmly and nodded. He then followed Qin Zifeng to the courtyard. Upon reaching the courtyard, they saw 4 figures standing in the air above the Qin residence. 2 of the figures were concealed beneath cloaks, their depth indiscernible. The other 2 were easily recognizable. One was an elderly man with graying hair, his expression cold. The other figure was a eunuch holding the imperial decree. Surrounded by the 3, the eunuch appeared arrogant. The moment he saw Zhou Jing and Qin Wuxian emerge, he became even more brazen, lifting his head and declaring, "Oh, isn't this General Zhou Jing? Why are you here too? Perfect timing, I have the imperial decree from the Zhou family to announce as well, so I might as well do it here to save myself a trip." Wang Xingchuan. Qianxing. Wang Xingchuan was a eunuch beside the emperor of the Great Qian, possessing the strength of the early stages of the Divine Bridge. Every time he encountered Zhou Jing, he had been extremely respectful. Today, however, he was so arrogant it seemed that those 2 mysterious individuals had given the royal family confidence. And that elderly man with graying hair was a half-saint ancestor of the royal family named Qianqing. The royal family had declined, now there were only 3 half-saints left. Zhou Jing recognized the identities of 2 of them, his eyes narrowing as despair settled in his heart. What message does Lord Wang need to convey on behalf of His Majesty? Seeing Wang Xingchuan hovering in the air, his demeanor so arrogant, Qin Wuxian's rage surged, but considering the 3 half-saints, he still patiently asked. 1 Qianqing and 2 mysterious individuals, all half-saints, while the Qin clan only had 1 half-saint, making it hard to contend. Unless another half-saint were to arrive, there would be no assurance of being able to resist. Seeing the esteemed Qin Wuxian being so respectful, Wang Xingchuan felt triumphant, as he had never received such treatment before. Previously, every time he encountered someone from the 4 great families, he was exceedingly humble, ingratiating himself with flattering words like a dog. From now on, all of that would change. He could once again be the esteemed eunuch above millions. After all, the emperor had found a good ally. Clearing his throat, Wang Xingchuan, with a voice like a duck, proclaimed loudly, "Since King Qin has come out, then accept the decree." The Great Qian operates similarly to the feudal system known by Zhou Qingyun in his past life. When the Great Qian royal family was powerful, the drawbacks were not obvious, but now that the royal family had weakened, the various lords of the realm were already harboring ulterior motives. And with Qin Wuxian's formidable strength, being the patriarch of the 4 great families, he was conferred the title of King Qin. Does King Qin not hear that I am here to proclaim the decree? Why are you not kneeling? Wang Xingchuan glanced at the crowd, seeing no one with the slightest intention to kneel, and he became furious, admonishing them. The Great Qian's founding ancestor once said that when the lords of the realm receive the imperial decree, there is no need for them to perform the kneeling ritual. Does Lord Wang wish to violate the rules laid down by the ancestor? Qin Wuxian sneered. King Qin may not kneel, but why should the others not kneel? Wang Xingquan's expression changed as he retorted. The others are permitted not to kneel by my decree. Such power you have, King Qin. Even Qianqing's cold demeanor began to shift. Seeing the 2 mysterious individuals' eyes glimmer with unusual hues, a thought arose in his mind. The imperial power of the Great Qian dynasty had truly weakened to the extreme. A mere small divine bridge practitioner could be so arrogant. In the Great Yin, those who dared to be so arrogant would have long since lost their heads. Then Qianqing suppressed his emotions and said to Wang Xingchuan, "Xiaochuan, quickly proclaim the decree. Let this old man see whether King Qin accepts it or not." Qianqing glared at everyone present, his expression utterly indifferent, as if viewing corpses. "Yes." Wang Xingchuan nodded. At this point, the faces of the Qin clan members, including Zhou Qingyun and Zhou Jing, also changed. Before anyone could react, Wang Xingchuan loudly declared, "By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees. It has come to my attention that the daughter of King Qin, Qin Zifeng, is gentle, virtuous, and remarkably beautiful, and is now of marriageable age. Today the 9th prince has reached adulthood, and it is destined that he and the daughter of King Qin will become a beautiful tale. Therefore Qin Zifeng is betrothed to the 9th prince. All ceremonies will be arranged by the Bureau of Heavenly Affairs, selecting an auspicious day for the wedding. Let it be announced to the world that all may hear." With that, the proclamation was concluded. The expressions of everyone present changed dramatically, including Zhou Qinjian's smile vanishing in an instant, replaced by a deep sense of murderous intent. This was an attempt to prevent the alliance between the Qin and Zhou families. The imposing aura of Qin Zifeng, who had once been a celestial king in her past life, involuntarily pressed down on Wang Xingchuan, causing him to feel as if he had fallen into an ice cavern. At this moment, Xianxia was filled with rage, wanting to seize the rules of heaven and earth to empower herself and slay Wang Xingchuan and the other three. Two sharp shouts rang out. In Tianma City, a burly man suddenly rose into the air. This man, 8 feet tall, with a bearing capable of lifting mountains, had his true essence surging wildly and his hair flying. With a strike across the void, he neutralized the cloaked man's momentum. Before the crowd could react, the sky seemed to shimmer with radiant light filled with countless figures. These figures, as if conforming to the laws of heaven and earth, advanced toward Zhou Qinjian's position. The myriad figures merged into one, forming the silhouette of a young man. With a single step, he seemed to traverse the distance between heaven and earth. A step that spanned 1,000 miles. In an instant, he stood before Zhou Qinjian. Meeting Zhou Qinjian's gaze, the young man's eyes seemed to contain the ultimate truths of the cosmos, captivating all who beheld them. "Holy Son, you have been alarmed," the young man said with a distant gaze and a light smile. Then he cast a cold glance at Wang Xingchuan and the others. His eyes held utter disdain, like a god looking down from on high. "You are a saint," one of the cloaked men cried out in terror. Boom. The scene fell into a dead silence, broken only by the faint rustle of wind and the sound of swallowing saliva. Zhou Jing and the others were utterly stunned. How did Qingyun come to know a saint, and one who seemed to be the holy son of some sacred land? This. Qin Shifeng, who had been preparing to strike, paused in surprise, quietly dispersing the secret art she had gathered in her hand. She stared at Zhou Qinjian's profile, her eyes full of inquiry. "Spare us, saint. We did not know he was the holy son. Otherwise, even with 10 times the courage, we would never have dared to attack his highness." In less than a breath after the young man descended, sensing the indifference in his eyes, Qianqing trembled with fear, his body shaking like a sieve as he hastily begged for mercy. The 2 other cloaked men looked grim, but did not flee. Fleeing before a saint was nothing short of a joke. "Senior, we are men of great Yin. We implore you for the sake of the great Yin Emperor to spare us." The great Yin Emperor was a legendary figure. Once a man at the end of his lifespan, on the verge of entering the grave, he suddenly awakened, lived a second life, and restored the crumbling great Yin. 30 years ago, he broke through to the saint realm, elevating great Yan's prestige to new heights. This was the reason the 2 dared to speak thus. Too late. The young man's expression was indifferent. He raised his hand and wiped the air. No true essence flowed, no divine light bloomed. Only the ripples of the laws. Qianqing and the other 3 felt an immense malice, as if they had been forsaken by heaven and earth. Panic-stricken, they tried to speak. But before they could utter a word, they dissolved like reflections in a mirror or flowers in water, their physical bodies and souls turning to dust and scattering into the void as if they had never existed. At that moment, heaven and earth fell silent. Even Zhou Qingyun frowned, uncertain of this person's identity. Could it be that his breakthrough a few days ago had drawn this being here? That must be the only reason. Then Zhou Qingyun opened his system and checked this person's stats. Name: Nian Jingchuan Realm, Saint Subsaint Realm. Sealed luck, gold favorability, 10 rank, great fortune bearer subsaint. Zhou Qingyun found this peculiar and immediately asked the system, "What do subsaint and sealed mean?" The subsaint is a division of the saint realm. This realm is categorized into subsaint, entering saint, and true saint. As for sealed, it means this person's strength surpasses that of a saint, but due to special reasons it is restricted, and he can only unleash subsaint level power. Then what realm is the saint puppet you rewarded me with? Zhou Qinjian's heart tightened as he hurriedly asked. Entering saint realm. Zhou Qingyun breathed a sigh of relief. Just then the burly man who had flown out of Tianma City arrived before Zhou Qingyun and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, young master." This man named Su Taoyin was the half-saint Zhou Qingyun had obtained. "Young master, a half-saint showing such deference." Zhou Jing and Qin Wuxian's hearts were once again flooded with shock. "My prospective son-in-law is no ordinary man. How many secrets does my nephew still hold?" Qin Shifeng, however, thought differently. She furrowed her delicate brows, pondering what could have triggered such a chain reaction. "Holy Son, come with me." Nian Jingchuan walked forward with his hands behind his back, ignoring spatial distance, and appeared directly before Zhou Qingyun. "May I ask which sacred land you hail from, senior? Could this junior be allowed to finish some matters here before heading to the sacred land?" Zhou Qingyun had a guess about Nian Jingchuan's purpose. He was not averse to going to the sacred land. People strive for higher ground, just as water flows downhill. It was only natural. Moreover, the chances of encountering great fortune bearers, chosen ones, and heavenly villains in a sacred land were undoubtedly high. Thus, Zhou Qingyun was quite eager to go to the sacred land and reap its benefits. "This lord is not negotiating with the Holy Son, who I am informing you." Nian Jingchuan's expression was cold. He looked at Zhou Qingyun as if observing an object devoid of any emotion. As his words fell, Zhou Qinjian's expression darkened abruptly. He said calmly, "This young master is likewise not negotiating with you, Nian Jingchuan, who I am informing you." His voice was soft yet resounded in everyone's ears. Boom. The hearts of the onlookers fell into utter stillness as if they could hear their own heartbeats. Zhou Jing in particular was tense to the extreme. He seemed to foresee Zhou Qinjian's fate. He closed his eyes in despair. Hearing Zhou Qingyun accurately call out his name, Nian Jingchuan's indifferent eyes finally shifted. "Are you seeking death? Do you know that? If it were anyone else, this lord would have already annihilated their body and soul. But considering you possess a immortal-grade mystic pill which is useful to the sacred land, I will grant you one chance and spare your life." As he spoke, it felt as though the entire weight of heaven and earth pressed down on Zhou Qingyun. Binding forces assailed him, rendering him immobile. Zhou Qingyun wasted no time and said to the system, "Summon the Saint Puppet." In that instant, a mysterious fluctuation emanated from Qin Zifeng's body. The oppressive aura of a saint suddenly emerged, and her eyes seemed to hold worlds being born and destroyed in endless cycles. "Release him." Her expression was majestic, like a celestial maiden of the 9 heavens, as she summoned the power of heaven and earth's laws and pressed it toward Nian Jingchuan. "You?" Nian Jingchuan's face changed, and he hurriedly resisted. "What the hell? What in the world is happening now? Can someone tell me?" The minds of Zhou Jing and Qin Wuxian went blank. But it wasn't over yet. As soon as Nian Jingchuan neutralized the law's suppression, ripples began to spread through space again. A golden armored warrior like a war machine appeared in the air, radiating a powerful aura, as if about to crush space itself. An entering Saint Realm puppet. Nian Jingchuan frowned and exclaimed, quickly fleeing through the void. Although the puppet required divine sense to control and lacked its own domain of laws, making it less powerful than a true entering saint. In coordination with Qin Shifeng, it had the potential to severely wound him. Moreover, he sensed a faint threat from Qin Shifeng. Thus, he dared not gamble. No fool, he chose to flee the moment he saw the puppet. His decision was resolute. By now, Zhou Qingyun could move freely. Seeing Nian Jingchuan trying to escape, his eyes blazed with killing intent, and he immediately infused the puppet with his divine sense. Instantly, the puppet seemed to come alive. It raised its hand and punched, unleashing a brilliant divine light and a terrifying aura. Boom! A colossal fist woven from dazzling laws hurtled toward Nian Jingchuan's direction. The winds and clouds shifted, and the sky seemed to darken. The space where Nian Jingchuan was fleeing shattered like a broken mirror, with a crack turning to dust. Nian Jingchuan's expression twisted in shock. He had never expected Zhou Qinjian's divine sense to be sufficient to control the puppet. He dared not be reckless. He burned a portion of his saint origin, unleashing entering saint-level power to neutralize the fist. Then he vanished into the void and disappeared. Damn it! He got away. Zhou Qinjian's face was pale and grim. His heart seethed with murderous intent. The scene fell into an eerie silence as everyone glanced between Zhou Qingyun and Qin Shifeng. Some could barely breathe, like Zhou Jing and Qin Wuxian. "Qingyun Shifeng, you too?" They stammered, unsure where to begin. Zhou Qingyun suppressed his frustration and took a rejuvenation pill. Then he turned to Qin Shifeng, utterly astonished. "My fiancée is no ordinary woman. Are you all right?" Zhou Qingyun asked with concern. Looking at Zhou Qingyun, a faint smile curled at the corner of Qin Zifeng's lips as she tried to answer, but before she could finish, the aura on her body rapidly faded, and her beautiful face was instantly tinged with pallor. Without a divine sense, plucking a thread of heaven and earth's laws to empower herself was still too much of a strain. That was Qin Zifeng's final thought before she fainted. Zhou Qingyun was quick to react and caught her. "Shifeng." "Shifeng." The crowd was startled, hastily extending their divine senses to examine Qin Shifeng's condition. Zhou Qingyun immediately produced a rejuvenating pill and administered it to her. In an instant, the pallor of Qin Shifeng's complexion began to regain color. Is she weakened by some secret art? But what kind of technique could allow a spirit attraction cultivator to unleash the might of a saint? Could it be an immortal art? Sensing that Qin Shifeng's life force was not severely drained, only her soul slightly diminished, Zhou Qingyun breathed a sigh of relief. After all, it was their first meeting, yet Qin Shifeng was willing to help him so selflessly. Zhou Qingyun felt a surge of goodwill, no longer viewing her merely as a tool. At the same time, Zhou Qingyun was intensely curious about Qin Shifeng's identity. Had she been taken as a disciple by some hidden sacred ground? Or was she the reincarnation of some great power? Or perhaps the legendary reborn one? Several conjectures surfaced in Zhou Qingyun's mind, and a shiver ran through him, yet he refrained from probing further. Because Zhou Qingyun had already checked Qin Shifeng's data panel. Qin Shifeng harbored no ill will toward him. On the contrary, her favorability was around 40. "Brother Qin, your niece, Shifeng, is fine." Zhou Jing, having examined Qin Shifeng's soul, transmitted a meaningful message to Qin Wushun. After his own inspection, Qin Wushun reached the same conclusion. His tense expression relaxed as he said to Zhou Qingyun with a smile, "Qingyun, please escort Shifeng back to her room." Now that Zhou Qingyun was betrothed to Qin Shifeng with only the wedding pending, Qin Wushun no longer minded their physical contact. "Very well, uncle." Zhou Qingyun nodded. Then, pressing down her dress, he lifted Qin Shifeng in a princess carry. Feeling her delicate, exquisite form, ripples stirred within Zhou Qingyun's heart. "Young master, please follow me." Xiao Shui, standing nearby, smiled and spoke to Zhou Qingyun. He gave a slight nod. Then, carrying Qin Shifeng, he headed toward her room. "Brother Qin, this Qingyun and your niece, Shifeng, are both extraordinary. Truly a match made in heaven." Watching Zhou Qingyun's departing figure, Zhou Jing transmitted to Qin Wushun. Upon hearing this, Qin Wushun gave a bitter smile. "Neither shows signs of possession. Oh, it seems they have awakened past life wisdom. I only hope the memories of their former lives do not sway them." The power Qin Shifeng displayed today was too shocking, leaving them no choice but to suspect possession. After all, in the myriad spirit realm, the stronger the cultivator, the more formidable the soul. Possession was hardly a secret. As for Zhou Qingyun, Qin Wushun had seen him before. His talent was not lacking, but never as terrifying as now. Hence his suspicion led him to examine Zhou Qingyun as well. Finding no issues, he too breathed a sigh of relief. As for joining some sacred ground, Qin Shifeng had grown up under his watch. Such a possibility was extremely low. What remained was the awakening of past life wisdom. Haha, brother Qin, do not worry. Children have their own fortunes. Both are extraordinary, and I believe they will not be swayed by their past lives. Now these two youngsters have created such a golden opportunity for us. We must seize it, topple the Qian family from its pedestal, and fulfill our two families' plans. Zhou Jing's eyes gleamed with divine light, filled with elation. The royal family had 3 semi-saint ancestors. With one lost here today, they were already severely weakened. This was a heaven-sent opportunity, a perfect chance to execute their scheme. The only precaution was against the great Yin dynasty, but with Zhou Qingyun's puppet, they could leverage it. The only thorn in Zhou Jing's heart was the saint who descended today. Nian Jingchuan, having retreated, would surely be enraged. What must be done now is to seize the great Qian's realm as soon as possible, gain the blessing of the dynasty's qi, and have a chance to struggle. The Zhou family could also move a saint from behind the scenes. Moreover, he planned to send Zhou Qingyuan to a sacred ground, ensuring his safety. After all, the phenomenon of Zhou Qingyun's breakthrough a few days ago was too terrifying, as sooner or later people from other sacred grounds would come knocking. Thus it was better to find a reliable sacred ground in advance. Wise words, brother. Qin Wushun smiled and laughed heartily. Hearing the laughter, the surrounding elders were baffled, staring at Qin Wushun in confusion. Since the two had communicated via divine transmission, the crowd was unaware. "Then, brother Qin, I will return to prepare." Zhou Jing cupped his hands in farewell. Then, channeling his true essence, his aura surged, and he transformed into a divine rainbow, vanishing into the horizon, leaving behind only an afterimage that lingered for a long time. Though preparations had been extensive, Qin Wushun knew this matter involved too much. One misstep could lead to utter ruin. He swept his gaze across the scene, dismissing some inconsequential individuals, leaving only 5 elders. Qin Wushun casually set up a sound barrier array here, then looked at the 5 and solemnly instructed, "Fifth elder, have the righteous army you were fostering begin their actions. Fourth elder, head to the vast mountains, lead the 200,000 soldiers hidden there, disguise them, and move in batches to various cities awaiting orders. Third elder, go to the border of this province, take command of the barbarian army, and guard against harassment from the Kanglin dynasty. Second elder, oversee the clan and manage logistics. Grand elder, reorganize the 3 armies and join me in defending the sovereign. All of you are the clan's most trusted confidants. Some matters you may have already guessed. I will not spell them out. This concerns the rise and fall of our clan, and I ask each elder to be fully vigilant." The 5 elders' expressions turned stern as they replied in a low voice, "We obey the clan leader's command." Qin Wushun nodded and headed toward the clan's forbidden ground. In the forbidden ground, an elder as withered as drywood sat. Sensing Qin Wushun's presence, he spoke faintly, "Have you decided?" "I have decided, ancestor." "Very well, this old man will shine one last time for the clan." The elder's aura surged like a dragon emerging from the sea. In a mountain forest echoing with the roars of fierce beasts, space rippled, and Nian Jingchuan's figure abruptly appeared. At this moment, having burned part of his origin, his aura was wilted, his face pale. Even his ink-jade hair had turned white. What a pity about that fine vessel. If I had seized it, I could have allowed the sacred lord to descend. A great merit. Nian Jingchuan's face darkened, his heart bleeding with regret, wishing he could devour someone. He marked Zhou Qingyun and Qin Shifeng as targets for certain death, not only because they had defied him, but because both harbored great secrets with extraordinary origins. One at the spirit attraction stage could unleash the might and authority of a saint, utterly horrifying, and the other had accurately called out his true name. The first time since his ascension that anyone had done so. He felt fear for the first time. At that moment, an eerie dark glow emanated from Nian Jingquan's body, and his flesh began to slough off like a snake shedding its skin, shocking and grotesque. In an instant, Nian Jingquan's youthful appearance vanished. Then a monstrous creature with two faces emerged, one side a handsome man, the other a sinisterly beautiful woman. Truly terrifying. Strands of black light burst from Nian Jingquan, darting deep into the ancient forest. Roar! Beast after beast screamed in agony as their blood and essence were drained, leaving them like dried, kindling mere skin and bones. At this point, Nian Jingquan's form shifted again, becoming a middle-aged man. His gaze seemed to pierce the distance as he said coldly, "To become a sacred son of the Yinyang sacred sect, a vessel for the sacred lord, that is supreme glory. Yet you dare defy the decree. You court death. Once I find a superior vessel, I will make you suffer beyond imagination." Qin residence. Zhou Qingyun carried Qin Shifeng back to her room. Xianxia's room was elegantly decorated, emanating a fragrant aroma. He gently placed Xianxia on the bed. Just as he set her down, her eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her spring-like eyes. Upon seeing Zhou Qingyun in her boudoir for the first time, a rare blush appeared on Qin Zifeng's cheeks, making her look particularly charming. In her past life, she had never been this intimately close to a male. Therefore, facing Zhou Qingyun now, her emotions were somewhat turbulent. After a moment, she composed herself and smiled, gently saying, "Thank you for bringing me back." "No problem," Zhou Qingyun replied with a warm smile, shaking his head. Then he took out a washing marrow pill from his ring and said softly, "This is a washing marrow pill along with a few cultivation methods and martial arts. I hope they will be of use to you." As his fiancée, and with her significant background, Zhou Qingyun didn't mind nurturing her. Naturally, one cannot be too weak if they are to be by his side. A fifth-grade washing marrow pill. Xianxia's expression was filled with astonishment. Although the grade of the pill was not particularly high, it was incredibly precious in this place, often being available but rarely sold. Aside from the precious herbs required for its concoction, the process itself was exceedingly complex. A fifth-grade alchemist had a failure rate as high as 90%. Only a sixth-grade alchemist could reliably produce it. As for the cultivation methods and martial arts, they were clearly imperial-grade techniques, along with 2 sacred-grade and heavenly-grade martial arts. Logically speaking, Zhou Qingyun shouldn't be able to produce such items at this time. However, thinking of the changes in Zhou Qingyun, Qin Shifeng felt relieved. Now she had calmly accepted all these changes. Her main goal was to amend the regrets of her past life. Since everything was now developing positively, she decided to go with the flow. Understanding the key to it all, Qin Shifeng resolved her inner turmoil, breaking into a smile. "Since it is your kind intention, I will graciously accept the pill, but as for the cultivation methods and martial arts, I will pass on those." Now she resembled a sacred sprite, embodying the essence of heaven and earth, her smile enchanting. After speaking, Qin Shifeng calmly accepted the pill. She truly needed the washing marrow pill. Originally, she planned to gather the herbs herself to refine it, but hadn't expected Zhou Qingyun to give her one directly. This stirred a ripple in her heart. After all, the fact that Zhou Qingyun thought of her indicated that he held a favorable impression of her. Ding! Congratulations, host. Golden object investment successful. Gained a Sage 1. Imperial grade technique, feathering Emperor's scripture. Would you like to receive it? No need to thank me, you are my fiancé. There will be plenty of opportunities to repay me in the future. Hearing the system's voice, Zhou Qingyun felt utterly delighted and teased. You are quite the chatterbox. Qin Shifeng shot him a glance, and then said softly, "Your changes are truly remarkable." She had wondered if Zhou Qingyun had been taken over by another, but then thought with the Zhou family having 3 half-saints and several divine bridges, they would have noticed if he had. This indicated that he had likely not been possessed, but had undergone another fortuitous encounter. It could be that, like her, he was reborn, or perhaps he joined a hidden sacred ground, or awakened his past life's wisdom. After all, in her memories, there were many hidden forces in this realm, such as the Celestial Palace, the Immortal Pavilion, and the Yinyang Sacred Ground. These powers were among the most elite in the world, and also the forces closest to immortality. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingyun pondered, saying, "You are quite different from what I imagined. Who would have thought that beneath your delicate frame, you could unleash the power of a sage? You are truly unprecedented." As his words fell, Xianxia and Zhou Qingyun exchanged glances, revealing bright smiles. "Today I was able to unleash such strength because I tapped into a wisp of the rules of heaven and earth. In the future, when you comprehend your own Tao, you will naturally be able to do so with ease." Tapped into. Are you sure it wasn't borrowed? Just a word apart, yet it carries vastly different implications. Even a sage could only borrow right. At this moment, Zhou Qingyun was somewhat surprised. Simultaneously, he had a more certain guess about Qin Zifeng's identity. However, he didn't delve deeper. Qin Shifeng also refrained from probing into his secrets. Let's maintain this tacit understanding. At this moment, Zhou Qingyun heard Qin Zifeng's clear voice again. I see that the cultivation method you practice is of a decent level, but you lack corresponding offensive techniques. Allow me to impart a few offensive techniques to you. Hearing this, a glint of brilliance flickered in Zhou Qingyun's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he did not refuse, saying, "Then I must thank you, miss." Immediately, Qin Shifeng searched her mind for imperial-grade martial arts and began to recite them to Zhou Qingyun. Originally, she intended to teach him the immortal scripture. However, the immortal scripture was exceedingly special and domineering. It couldn't be recited aloud, nor could ordinary beings bear it. And now Qin Zifeng's divine sense had not awakened, so she couldn't transmit it via divine sense. Helpless, she could only settle for less and choose a few imperial-grade martial arts to impart to Zhou Qingyun. The ancestral land of the Zhou clan was located in a secluded area of Xianxia. This place was surrounded by perilous peaks. On the peaks, waterfalls cascaded, divine rainbows spanned the sky, and countless rare spirit beasts played among the mountains, presenting a scene of freedom for myriad creatures. In the center, surrounded by mountains, lay a flat area with ancient pavilions adorned with carvings. This place was the ancestral land of the Zhou clan. Zhou Jing hurried back to the clan's land and immediately went to see Zhou Cong. "Greetings, elder brother." Zhou Jing respectfully bowed. Has the engagement been set? Where is Qingyun? Zhou Cong, holding a book in one hand, paused upon seeing Zhou Jing and asked curiously. Since the last time Zhou Jing brought back those cultivation methods, Zhou Cong had been very curious about Zhou Qingyun's changes. He had always wanted to meet Zhou Qingyun. Qingyun hasn't returned yet. He's still at the Qin residence. Zhou Jing calmed his restless true essence and answered casually. This rascal has forgotten about his parents now that he has a wife. Zhou Cong's elegant face immediately darkened. At this moment, a beautiful woman in palace attire appeared in Zhou Cong's courtyard, looking around. "Third brother, has Qingyun not returned?" the beautiful woman asked in disappointment. Zhou Jing felt embarrassed and quickly explained, "Sister-in-law Qingyun is still at the Qin residence. I had urgent matters to report to elder brother, so I returned first." "It's all right if he hasn't returned. Just report your matters first, he'll go back now." She was perceptive and did not wish to make things difficult for Zhou Cong. Zhou Cong understood Jiang Shuyu's character and did not insist. He turned to Zhou Jing and asked, "Third brother, what is so urgent that has you in such a hurry?" Zhou Jing dared not delay, succinctly explaining everything that had happened in the past few days. After listening to Zhou Jing, Zhou Cong's gaze flickered as if a divine light flashed through, shockingly so. Good. Truly worthy of being my son." After a moment, Zhou Cong calmed his emotions and said solemnly, "Since there is such an opportunity, we must not waste it. Third brother, immediately notify Uncle San to lead the people of the Dawn organization tonight to assassinate Qian Wushuang and members of the royal family. As for the remaining 2 half-saints, I will have father and second uncle deal with them. Also remember to have Uncle San keep the young prince alive. After it's done, you must mobilize the troops and be ready to support the young prince's ascension to the throne." "Understood." Zhou Jing clasped his fists. Then he spoke to the void. Mo Tsong, immediately gather evidence of the royal family's conspiracies and have the people from the imperial office raid their homes and exterminate their clans by tomorrow morning. Also notify Zhou Lantian to mobilize the Xianyong army to suppress the troops of the Qin clan in various cities. "Yes, sir." Mo Fan, have the Zhou clan spies keep an eye on the movements of the other 2 major families and report at all times. Notify the Grand Commander that when the news of Qian Wushuang's death reaches him tonight, he must immediately cleanse the court. Notify the allied foreign princes to mobilize their troops to attack the Qian clan's vassal kings. One command after another issued from Zhou Cong's mouth. Countless troops were mobilized. In an instant, the Qian dynasty was engulfed in dark currents. The storm was brewing. Countless small forces trembled in fear. When the ruler of the Qian dynasty sensed the unusual movements, he was filled with extreme rage and mobilized troops to uncover the hidden mastermind. Little did he know an enormous net was closing in on him. Qin Shifeng imparted 2 imperial-grade martial arts to Zhou Qingyun. They were the Killing World Heaven Halberd Sutra and the All-Encompassing Nature. The Killing World Heaven Halberd Sutra cultivates the intent of slaughter, using killing to stop killing and nurturing killing through killing. It is the pinnacle of offensive techniques in the world. If a sage were to wield this martial art, they could conjure the scene of purgatory within their domain, commanding malevolent spirits, and could also nurture the white-faced Azura to summon the essence of the Yellow Springs. Both martial arts were top tier. Zhou Qingyun was immensely pleased. As a token of gratitude, he gifted Qin Shifeng 2 enlightenment pills and forcibly provided her with another imperial-grade martial art. Although he knew Qin Shifeng would not use it, it could serve as a reference. Reluctantly, she accepted these items. However, when Qin Shifeng looked at the Transformation Sutra, she was somewhat surprised and said, although this technique is not of high grade, its concept is quite good. If refined further, it might evolve into an immortal sutra unlocking the path of transformation. Initially, she was somewhat indifferent, but as she read it in detail, she was shocked by the concept of this technique. It seemed to be useful to her. As long as it is useful, that's good. Seeing Qin Shifeng interested, Zhou Qingyun smiled slightly. Miss Qin, do you have time later? After accepting these items, Qin Shifeng softly inquired. Is there something you need, Miss Qin? Zhou Qingyun pondered for a moment, not providing a clear answer, but instead countering with a question. It's nothing, I just wanted to invite you to stroll around Tianma City. If you have matters to attend to, there is no need to agree. We can explore together another time. Qin Shifeng explained specially. Having been reborn, she was both familiar and unfamiliar with everything here and wished to see all that had once been. At the same time, she wanted to get to know Zhou Qingyun better. I have long heard of the great name of Tianma City. Since Miss Qin has extended such a warm invitation, I naturally cannot refuse. Zhou Qingyun nodded. Upon exiting the room, he walked alongside Xianxia with the golden-hued sunset casting a glow upon them, resembling a pair of golden boys and jade maidens. Little Shui in the courtyard saw the departing figures of the two and revealed a happy smile. The young master and the young lady are truly a perfect match. Tianma City was extraordinarily bustling. Countless merchants on both sides of the streets shouted vigorously. Seeing all this familiar scenery, Qin Shifeng felt an unprecedented sense of peace in her heart. A faint smile lingered on her delicate face. Tianma City was vast, and if one did not fly relying solely on foot, it would take several days of continuous walking. Zhou Qingyun and the others did not use their cultivator powers, but instead strolled through the city like ordinary people. As the sunset, merchants began to pack up. Countless children began to play in the streets. Some old men debated over a game of chess under the setting sun, and there were also women chatting. It was a vibrant scene painted by the mundane world. Walking with Qin Shifeng, Zhou Qingyun's heart also rarely calmed down. He began to contemplate everything that had transpired over the past 2 months, reflecting on his shortcomings during this time. When confronting Lin Fan, he was too reckless and overconfident, assuming Lin Fan would definitely come to rescue his parents. If Lin Fan grasped the key and hid in the shadows, he would undoubtedly become a formidable enemy. He realized he was still trapped in the misconceptions of his past life. This was a real world with flesh and blood where all possible factors should be considered. Those destined children were not puppets. This was a fatal mistake, he must remember. Although Yi Tian's actions were skillful, they still had flaws. Currently, the potential enemy was that Nian Jingchuan, who was not simple. If he were merely to take him as a disciple, he would not be so reckless and would not consider whether he would be devoted. It seemed he only wanted a tool. One must be wary. Then there was the matter of Lin Fan. A Lin Fengqing would know sooner or later. This matter should also be prepared for in advance. It seemed that because he had merged with the memories of his former self, he had developed a certain attachment to this land. Family parents kinship. Alas, bearing the cause, he would return the fruit within his capabilities. At this moment, night fell, and the stars shone brilliantly. Countless fireworks appeared, dazzlingly complementing the starlight. A gentle voice pulled Zhou Qingyun's thoughts back. Young master, thank you for accompanying me today. When we meet next time, can we explore the mundane mountains and waters together? Qin Shifeng's appearance was lovely, and her bright eyes held a hint of inquiry. In her past life, she had lived too exhaustingly, cultivating for a fleeting hope without daring to rest for a moment. Now that everything was still here, after eliminating all potential dangers, she wanted to take a good look at this magnificent landscape. All right. Zhou Qingyun smiled slightly and agreed. I will need to go to some places to retrieve some items. Our next meeting might be a year later, or perhaps 3 years later. Our wedding might thus be delayed, and I hope young master will not hold it against me. Qin Shifeng revealed an apologetic smile. Now that changes were becoming increasingly significant, she had to eliminate Lin Fan ahead of time, retrieve some celestial treasures from forbidden zones and secret realms to alter her physique, thus the time delay might be a bit longer. It's fine. Zhou Qingyun shook his head. Qin Shifeng breathed a sigh of relief. Soon after, the two chatted lightly as they turned back. However, Zhou Qingyun did not return to the Qin residence with Qin Shifeng. Instead, he returned to an inn in Tianma City. Before parting, he smiled and said, I greatly enjoyed my time with Miss Qin, and I look forward to our next meeting. So do I. Qin Shifeng smiled gently and replied gracefully. After returning to the inn, Zhou Qingyun went to increase his affinity with Yi Tian. At this time, Yi Tian's affinity had reached 64. He was eagerly anticipating what rewards the system would grant him upon subduing Yi Tian. Subsequently, Zhou Qingyun returned to his room and began to recognize the immortal halberd. Once the recognition was complete, Zhou Qingyun began to refine the world seed. The night of the Daqian dynasty was destined to be restless. At the Daqian imperial palace, blade energy illuminated the entire night. Boundless divine light erupted, and terrifying pressure swept through, causing a tremendous roar. By the next morning, news began to spread like a bolt from the blue, stirring the hearts of countless people. Shocking. Members of the Akatsuki organization have gone mad, leading their members to assassinate the Daqian Emperor Qian Wushuang and the members of the royal family, and they have succeeded. Emperor Qian has passed away, and countless lords are mustering troops to rescue the emperor, heading towards the imperial court. All members of the royal family have perished, leaving only the young prince. Upon learning of the king's death, the Grand Marshal raised an army to rebel, intending to use the prince to coerce the lords. General Zhou was enraged upon learning of this and deployed troops towards the imperial palace to rescue the young prince. King Qin Gao summoned soldiers to suppress the countless rebellious traitors and the lords plotting rebellion. The Emperor of Dian was extremely furious upon receiving this news. The Great Yin dynasty, located in the southern part of the Eastern Spirit Domain, borders the Great Qian. In terms of national strength, it was once on par with Great Qian. 300 years ago, Emperor Su Shao of the Great Yin, on the brink of death, lived out a second life. From then on, he dedicated himself to governance, turning around the decline of the Great Yin dynasty, leading to a steady rise in national strength. The Great Yin dynasty notably proposed the concept of governing the country through culture and securing the nation through military might. He advocated for the dual cultivation of culture and martial arts, asserting that only by refining both intellect and body could one pursue the great Tao. This initiative challenged countless people's beliefs, earning him the title of the Wise Emperor among the people of Great Yin. 30 years ago, the Great Yin Emperor broke through to the saint level, achieving unprecedented power, and became one of the strongest dynasties in the Eastern Spirit Domain. Within the palace of the Great Yin dynasty, Emperor Su Shao sat on the throne, shrouded in mysterious light, rendering his true visage unseeable. He exuded a faint aura of authority, gazing sharply at the noble lords and ministers in the hall. So it is said that the deaths of Feng Lin and Su De were due to Zhou Qingyun being favored by a sacred land, who then effortlessly eliminated both of them along with the ancestor of Great Qian. Correct. Which sacred land are you referring to? An elder dressed in luxurious attire knelt in the center of the hall, being scrutinized by the Great Yin Emperor, beads of cold sweat rolling down his face. He trembled and said, "Reporting to your majesty, it is indeed so. As for the sacred land, I do not know, but we discovered that this saint's name is Nian Jingchuan." Nian Jingchuan, the Yinyang sacred land. The Great Yin Emperor's pupils constricted, and he immediately asked with some confusion, "How did you come to know this person's name?" He remembered that those from the Yinyang sacred land walked the world under strange guises, hiding in various places with few able to recognize them, let alone know their names. "I report to your majesty that it was Zhou Qingyun who mentioned this person's name, allowing us to find out." He added, "Moreover, Zhou Qingyun ultimately summoned a saint puppet which frightened Nian Jingchuan away." Zhou Qingyun. Again with Zhou Qingyun. The Great Yin Emperor frowned and asked, "Show me the detailed information on Zhou Qingyun." After reading the information on Zhou Qingyun, he was equally astonished. Has he joined some hidden sacred land? Or has he obtained some astonishing opportunity? The Great Yin Emperor's gaze flickered as he pondered whether to take action against Great Qian. With Zhou Qingyun possessing a saint puppet, sending ordinary soldiers would be utterly ineffective. Moreover, they were currently at a critical juncture in their battle against the Great Zhou dynasty, and there were no spare saints to deploy. Mobilizing 2 half-saints was already the limit. Could it be that he really had to nurture a tiger to bring disaster? The cultivation method he practiced was unique, a method of the imperial lineage. It was also thanks to this method that he was able to break through so quickly, sweeping through dozens of small nations bordering the Great Yin dynasty in just a few decades. Now only the Great Zhou and Great Qian dynasty stood in his way, and he could establish an imperial dynasty and break through to the next realm. However, the Great Zhou dynasty had sensed the anomaly and dispatched numerous powerful individuals to attack Great Yin. Originally, his plan was to swallow Great Qian first, and then turn his spear toward Great Zhou. However, since Great Zhou had sensed too early, he could only maneuver around them, seeking an opportunity. Seeing that the Great Yin Emperor remained silent, the others below did not dare to speak, gazing at the ground, observing with their noses and hearts. Just then, a servant hurriedly burst into the hall. "Reporting to your majesty, there is a person outside claiming to be from the Nangong family of the Tianling domain, seeking an audience." The Great Yin Emperor, who was deep in thought, paused, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes, and commanded, "Summon him." Yes. Moments later, a middle-aged man dressed in brocade entered. He slightly bowed and said, "Greetings, great Yin Emperor. I am a member of the Nangong Imperial Clan, and I wish to discuss a cooperation with your majesty." "What cooperation does the envoy wish to discuss?" the great Yin Emperor asked with great interest. "The Nangong Imperial Clan is willing to send 2 saints to assist the great Yin Emperor in attacking Great Qian," the middle-aged man replied respectfully. "What are the conditions?" The great Yin Emperor never believed in a free lunch and asked in a deep voice. "We require the cultivation method of the great Yin Emperor as well as Zhou Qingyun." The middle-aged man spoke slowly. They were sent to investigate Lin Fan's matter, but unexpectedly discovered the extraordinary nature of the great Yin Emperor, reporting it back to their family. The current head of the Nangong family valued this highly and dispatched him to negotiate. As for Zhou Qingyun, that was just an additional matter. In the past few days, they had already discovered that Lin Fan was most likely dead, with all suspicion pointing toward Zhou Qingyun. Fearing that Nangong Fengqin would go berserk and cause the inheritance to fail, they chose not to report the truth, but planned to wait until Nangong Fengqin completed the inheritance before informing her of the truth and handing Zhou Qingyun over to her to appease her anger. Boom. Just as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the great Yin Emperor suddenly unleashed an overwhelming aura, pressing down on him coldly, stating, seeking death. "Do you truly believe that with the protection of the Imperial Clan, I would not dare to kill you?" The middle-aged man's words had touched upon the Emperor's bottom line, igniting a murderous intent within him. Furthermore, he was baffled as to why the Imperial Clan of the Tianling domain would send someone to such a place, and discovered his cultivation method. Puffed. The overwhelming pressure bore down on the middle-aged man, making him feel as if he were carrying the weight of the heavens, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and kneel on the ground. His eyes were filled with horror, as if witnessing something inconceivable. True saint. This was a person who could be considered an ancestral figure in the family. How could he appear here? In truth, he was not a true saint. The great Yin Emperor remained at the saint level, but with the blessing of national fortune, he possessed the strength of a true saint. However, the great Yin Emperor did not explain, but coldly said, "Considering your status as an envoy, I will give you one opportunity. Leave." The current great Yin dynasty was surrounded by enemies, and he did not wish to offend the Imperial Clan. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man suppressed the turmoil in his chest, overcoming his fear, and quickly said, "The family head instructed me to tell the great Yin Emperor that if he does not agree to cooperate, the family will disclose the cultivation method of the great Yin Emperor to all sacred lands and imperial clans. I hope the great Yin Emperor considers this carefully." Buzz. The great Yin Emperor's expression changed drastically, his killing intent boiling as a terrifying aura surged once more. Everyone in the hall felt their hearts race with fear, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. After a moment, the great Yin Emperor still did not take action, but in his rage he laughed coldly. "What an imperial clan, quite impressive. I will cooperate with you, but the conditions must be adjusted. I can offer my cultivation method and Zhou Qingyun, but the imperial clan must dispatch 2 half-saints, 2 saints, and 1 true saint to assist me in vanquishing Great Qian and Great Zhou. Otherwise, everything is off the table." The middle-aged man's eyes brightened, and he quickly responded, "As the great Yin Emperor says, but the family's saints have their own affairs. To mobilize such power puts considerable pressure on the family, and it may take 2 months before we can assist the Yin Emperor." This was the bottom line given to him by the family head, so he readily agreed. Although the Nangong family held the title of Imperial Clan, the saints remained the family's top strength. Aside from some ancestors nearing the end of their lifespan who were in deep slumber to extend their lives, the remaining saints had to be responsible for suppressing the territories of the Imperial Clan. If such powerful forces were mobilized, it would likely attract the attention of hostile powers. Thus, they had to slowly mobilize. Suppressing the anger within him, the Yin Emperor calmly said, "Then I shall await the envoy's good news." The morning sunlight bathed Tianma City, calming the slightly restless populace. The citizens of Tianma City continually reassured themselves in their hearts, and then began their busy day. Zhou Qingyun sat cross-legged on the bed, emanating profound fluctuations. Buzzing, a faint sound emerged, and a brilliant radiance enveloped Zhou Qingyun before vanishing. Within Zhou Qingyun's spiritual sea, a seed adorned with mysterious patterns floated beside the golden core. Zhou Qingyun's divine sense reached out towards it. Simultaneously, the true essence in the spiritual sea continuously surged towards the seed. Inside the seed, the true essence was compressed and condensed, becoming increasingly smaller. Damn, why is this world seed so hard to refine? Zhou Qingyun's true essence and divine sense relentlessly poured into the world seed, reaching a state of exhaustion. Yet the world seed remained unrefined, causing Zhou Qingyun's expression to darken as beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. At that moment, the world seed seemed to sense Zhou Qingyun's predicament and suddenly trembled. Inside the world seed, the continuously compressing true essence became a singularity. In a fleeting moment, the singularity erupted violently, unleashing powerful energy that tore open a space the size of a palm in the void. The space continued to expand. The laws of the world manifested around Zhou Qingyun, making him appear as a sacred being of extraordinary stature. Su Tao, who was guarding outside, sensed the change, his expression shifting as he hurriedly concealed Zhou Qingyun's aura. A quarter of an hour passed. The rule fluctuations around Zhou Qingyun vanished. The world seed's space ceased its expansion, yet its domain now matched the size of the nation where Zhou Qingyun previously resided. Moreover, this space continued to absorb chaotic energy, perfecting its rules and expanding its dimensions, albeit at a very slow rate. Finally refined, Zhou Qingyun gasped, a smile breaking across his face. He then extended his remaining divine sense into the world seed to perceive the changes within. Within the space, colossal thunder flickered, swirling black mist erupted, and thunderous roars resonated. Subsequently, turbid air sank to form the earth, while clear air rose to become the sky. Other rules seemed to be perfecting as well. The space evolved from this world seed appears to be similar to those small worlds or secret realms, right? Zhou Qingyun pondered. In this world, when beings break through to become emperors, they can transform their domains into small worlds, while powerful formation masters can confine a space into an independent existence. Thus, observing the space of the world seed, Zhou Qingyun felt puzzled. After refining the world seed, it seemed his only option was to draw power from the space to strengthen himself. Zhou Qingyun estimated that if he were to fully extract all power without fearing damage to the foundation of the small world, he could unleash the strength of an early-stage tribulation. Essentially, small worlds and secret realms still belong to the main world and are similarly restricted by its rules. However, the world seed refined by the host is an independent realm, albeit its rules are incomplete, making it appear quite modest. Nevertheless, as long as the host does not damage the foundation of the world, this small realm will continue to absorb chaotic energy, perfecting its rules, and eventually surpass this world, potentially becoming an eternal realm. Zhou Qingyun understood, and then inquired, how long will it take? Unmeasurable. However, the host can invest their true essence and divine sense into it to nurture it, comprehend the rules of heaven and earth, to accelerate evolution, or spend fragments of destiny for the system to assist in evolution. Zhou Qingyun's expression darkened, but he did not dwell. Now that he understood a method to accelerate evolution, he could ponder further solutions later. He then glanced at the chaotic energy being emitted from the small realm, his eyes glinting with excitement. I remember, this chaotic energy seems incredibly potent. If I were to absorb a trace of it into my spiritual sea, would my strength undergo a qualitative change? Zhou Qingyun felt curious. Acting on his thoughts, he focused and instantly extracted a trace of chaotic energy from the small realm, placing it into his spiritual sea. However, as soon as the chaotic energy entered the spiritual sea, the true essence within reacted, as if it had seen a predator, instantly being devoured. Simultaneously, Zhou Qingyun's spiritual sea seemed unable to withstand the chaotic energy, showing signs of collapse. What the hell? Zhou Qingyun was horrified, his face paling as he hurriedly returned the trace of chaotic energy to the small realm. After a moment, he still felt shaken. Was the essence of this power too high for him to bear? He speculated inwardly. At the same time, Zhou Qingyun felt fortunate that he had not attempted to force the chaotic energy into his meridians, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. After a while, Zhou Qingyun began experimenting with the small realm. He found that he could indeed place items into it. I wonder if living beings can enter it, Zhou Qingyun speculated. He then went outside, captured a wild beast, and placed it inside, but it died immediately, causing Zhou Qingyun to frown slightly. Next, Zhou Qingyun placed a spirit beast at the spirit gathering realm inside. It did not die. What is going on? Is it because there is no spiritual energy? Thinking this, Zhou Qingyun quickly manipulated the small realm, attempting to convert some chaotic energy into spiritual energy. However, it was futile. It seemed that due to incomplete world rules, he could not accomplish this. Helpless, Zhou Qingyun took out 100 top-grade spirit stones and placed them in the small realm. With the introduction of spiritual energy, the small realm seemed to undergo a marvelous transformation, but specifically how Zhou Qingyun could not articulate. Subsequently, Zhou Qingyun placed another wild beast into the small realm. This time the beast did not die. As expected, Zhou Qingyun smiled. He could already envision recruiting countless children of destiny, antagonists, and fated individuals to enter the small realm. During battles, with a wave of his hand, summoning forth countless saints and emperors. At that time, enemies would be left dumbfounded, cursing Zhou Qingyun for lacking martial virtue. With a joyful heart, Zhou Qingyun returned to the post station to meet Yi Tian. Upon seeing Zhou Qingyun, Yi Tian's expression shifted in surprise, and he quickly bowed, saying, "I greet you, my lord. What brings you to seek me?" Zhou Qingyun smiled slightly and said, "Brother Yi, there is no need to be tense. I am here to discuss some matters with you. I hope you will speak plainly, my lord. Brother Yi, your fortune is remarkable and your talent is exceptional. If you remain by my side for too long, you may find it difficult to gain experience and cannot grow into a powerful figure on your own. Thus, to help you grow better, I suggest that you travel the world, comprehend the profound truths of the universe, attune to heaven and earth, and cultivate your own path. As for your desire to join the Bayou Capital, once you break through to the 5th grade formation master within a year, come find me, and I will recommend you." Zhou Qingyun said solemnly. As a child of destiny, if Yi Tian does not venture out to hone his skills and seize opportunities, he will never grow. According to the pattern, nearly all children of destiny can only grow into formidable beings through the trials of life and death. As for whether Yi Tian might betray him in the future, Zhou Qingyun was untroubled. He had already planted a life and death talisman within Yi Tian's body. No matter where Yi Tian was, he could control his life and death with just a thought. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's spirit lifted, and he said emotionally, "To not hide anything from you, my lord, I have actually had this thought for a long time. I was just afraid of disappointing your trust and never spoke of it. Thank you for your understanding. Meeting a noble person like you is truly my fortune. I will definitely not disappoint your kindness in this life. Those who understand me are not just you, my lord." Yi Tian's heart was greatly stirred. At this moment, Yi Tian's favorability rating increased by 2 points. Zhou Qingyun smiled, his expression warm, and said, "Brother Yi, you underestimate yourself. Such a terrifying talent of yours concealed among the multitude is truly a pity. This is half of the imperial grade cultivation method I possess in Bayou Capital. I hope it will be of help to you." With that, Zhou Qingyun took out the half of the Ascension Emperor's scripture that had been inscribed from his ring. Imperial tier cultivation methods. This Baijujing must indeed be a hidden sanctuary. Yi Tian was taken aback and hurriedly refused, saying, "My lord, this simply cannot be done. The imperial tier cultivation methods are the most supreme techniques in the world, possessed only by a few sacred places. In fact, even some sacred places may not have them. Their value is immeasurable." Although he did not know what price Zhou Qingyun had paid to have Baijujing agree to teach him, he could still imagine it. He could not accept this with a clear conscience. "Brother Yi, since I have already redeemed it, there is no way to return it. Please accept it, and I hope you do not disappoint my expectations," Zhou Qingyun said meaningfully. After pondering for a moment, Yi Tian solemnly replied, "Thank you for your trust, my lord. I will certainly not let you down. When I achieve success in my cultivation, I will eliminate all your enemies." After accepting the cultivation method, he etched Zhou Qingyun's kindness in his heart. Yi Tian secretly vowed that from now on, any enemy of Zhou Qingyun would be his enemy too. No amount of words can express your kindness, and there is no need for a farewell banquet. Yi Tian bowed to Zhou Qingyun again and said his goodbyes. "The mountains are high and the waters are long. Take care, brother Yi." Zhou Qingyun smiled. "My lord, take care." With mixed feelings, Yi Tian left the post station. Watching Yi Tian's departing figure, Zhou Qingyun's smile faded, and he cursed inwardly, what is wrong with the system? Yi Tian was clearly so moved. Why did his favorability only increase by 2 points? Did you swallow it? Now Yi Tian's favorability had risen to 16, just a bit short of 70. This made Zhou Qingyun extremely displeased. Ding. 70 is a threshold. Reaching this standard will generally not decrease. As long as the host does not act recklessly, living beings will always favor the host, be loyal to the host, or regard the host as a close friend. Therefore, it is quite difficult to surpass the hurdle of 70. The favorability of the chosen one reaching 70 is regarded as a form of submission, and this is also the reason. Zhou Qingyun furrowed his brows, pondered for a moment, and then communicated with Su Taotian, who was hidden in the shadows. "You follow Yi Tian, find a suitable opportunity to send someone to target him. When he feels despair, you will step in to save him and casually reveal that I sent you to protect him." I still don't believe that favorability can't break 70 this way. Do you want to force him to play hard? System. Remember, never expose any flaws or evidence. Zhou Qingyun reminded again. Su Taotian's eyes sharpened, and he respectfully said, "I will certainly act cautiously." He was 100% loyal to Zhou Qingyun and naturally would not ask further. Immediately, Su Taotian's figure vanished. Then Zhou Qingyun spoke to the system. Summon the sage obtained through investing in Xianxia. Ding. Summoning. Summoning in progress. Creating a suitable identity for Tang Guangjuan. Tang Guangjuan's identity creation successful. Tang Guangjuan is a scholar from a small nation. By chance, he fell into a cave and obtained a cultivation method. He is proud and arrogant, never joining any faction, and has progressed as a loose cultivator to reach the sage level. As his time of great peril approaches and after a chance remark from the host awakens him, he breaks through to the true sage realm, vowing to protect the host's safety. Can it stretch any further? Zhou Qinjian's mouth twitched. Ding. Summoning successful. Tang Guangjuan will arrive beside the host in 5 hours. Please wait patiently. Zhou Qinyan nodded. The last time he summoned Su Taotian was about the same. Then he asked the system check Tang Guangjuan's data panel. Name Tang Guangjuan Realm Sage. Early True Sage Fortune, Red Favorability, 98 Status, Ordinary Fortune Bearer, quite good. After checking, Zhou Qinyan revealed a smile. Then he went outside and dismissed the soldiers in the post station, sending them to find Zhou Jing. With the current chaos in various places, manpower was needed. My lord, what about your safety? Du Tao asked hesitantly. I have a sage puppet, do I still need your protection? Zhou Qinyan responded with a smile. Instantly Du Tao awkwardly smiled and respectfully replied, then my lord, we will go assist the general. Take care. With that said, Du Tao did not delay, directly leading 100 soldiers away. This 100 soldiers were the elite of the elite, providing significant assistance to Zhou Jing. Seeing everyone leave, Zhou Qinyan began to operate the creation technique to restore his true essence. After several hours, Zhou Qinyan had restored half of his true essence. At that moment, a servant from the post station knocked on Zhou Qinjian's door. Report, my lord, there is a person outside the post station claiming to be Tang Guangjuan, saying he knows you. Should I bring him in? No need, I will go down. Zhou Qinjian's eyes flashed with sharp light as he spoke softly. After finishing, he went outside the post station. He saw a young man dressed in a scholar's robe, exuding an air of elegance. With his hands behind his back and a smile on his lips, he gazed into the distance. Sensing the movement, he turned to look at Zhou Qinyan, reining in his smile, and respectfully said, I am Tang Guangjuan, paying my respects to you, my lord. Although I have never met Zhou Qinyan, the system has long imprinted Zhou Qinjian's appearance into Tang Guangjuan's mind. No need for such formalities. Zhou Qinyan smiled warmly. Without further ado, he took Tang Guangjuan to the Wanbage in Tianma City to purchase some elixirs, spirit fruits, medicinal materials, and various other miscellaneous items. Afterward, Zhou Qinyan strolled around Tianma City, aiming to trigger investments. He was quite lucky. After completing a tour of Tianma City, he triggered 23 investments. However, they were all low-level investments, and the fortune did not exceed purple. In total, he obtained 10 recovery pills, 5 vitality pills, and 20 years of cultivation. He did not hesitate. He directly used the 20 years of cultivation. But his realm still did not break through to the initial stage of spiritual god. It only solidified his foundation a bit. After that, Zhou Qinyan and Tang Guangjuan headed toward the imperial capital. He did not travel at an extremely fast speed, stopping at cities to stroll above them. The aim was to trigger investment demands. Strolling and stopping, Zhou Qinyan triggered investments from 98 individuals along the way. He obtained a segment god pill, a mid-tier heavenly martial art, a low-tier heavenly cultivation method, several lower-grade martial arts, some low-grade elixirs, and 70 years of cultivation. After using 50 years of cultivation, Zhou Qinjian's realm finally broke through to the mid-stage of spiritual god. Thus, after 3 days of travel, he finally arrived at the imperial capital, Qinggan. But as soon as he arrived, he heard a voice stern and cold reverberate through the air. Bold Long clan and Feng clan with wicked intentions colluding with the Grand Commandant to conspire against the throne. His Majesty has decreed the extermination of the Long clan and Feng clan's 9 families to be executed by the Regent Zhou. Bold and treacherous are the Long and Feng clans, harboring vile intentions, colluding with the Grand Commandant to plot rebellion. By imperial decree, the Long and Feng clans shall be eradicated to the 9th degree, and the Regent Prince, Zhou, shall carry out this judgment. The stern proclamation fell silent, yet its reverberation lingered in the air. Night had fallen over the capital, yet every street blazed with lantern light. In Qing'an City, countless citizens stood aghast. No wonder the Grand Commandant dared such treason. So the Long and Feng clans were pulling the strings behind the curtain. I doubt it. All ministers fell into silence, then murmured softly. Who could have imagined? The young emperor has finally yielded. Should the Long and Feng families truly be wiped out, the great Qian dynasty will inevitably fall into the Zhou clan's grasp. They cursed themselves for choosing sides too late. Others trembled with terror. They had stood in opposition to the Zhou clan, even days earlier, rallying behind the young emperor, striving to restore his authority. If the Zhou clan prevailed, they would surely face ruthless reckoning. They raged against the young emperor as a fool. When hope of reversal still flickered, why yield? It is over. The Long and Feng clans each harbor half-saints. If they resist to the last, do we stand any chance of survival? Lower-tier cultivators and commoners gazed despairingly toward the ancestral estates of the Long and Feng clans. The great Qian dynasty is ruled by 4 great clans, Zhou, Long, Feng, and Qin. The first three trace their lineage to the dynasty's founding. Only the Qin clan rose later, and remains the weakest, wielding little influence even within the capital. At that moment, scarcely after the decree echoed Long Jian, the patriarch of the Long clan, soared skyward, unleashing an awe-inspiring aura. Radiant divine light blazed forth, pressing down upon the entire capital. A wave of horror swept across the populace. Their worst fear had come to pass. Long Jian, a man in his prime, stood tall, and unbowed. Sorrow flickered in his eyes, his expression caught between bitter laughter and profound grief. How absurd. Truly absurd. For 6,000 years my Long clan has remained utterly loyal to the great Qin dynasty. Not a single thought of defiance ever stirred within us. My grandfather marched alongside the founding emperor, carving this vast realm from chaos only to rest forever in foreign soil. My father spent his life on horseback, guarding these borders until his final breath. Even now, as the dynasty teeters on the edge of collapse, the Long clan stands unwaveringly beside the imperial house. Haha. And how then does you, a mere child, treat the Long clan? Long Jian laughed sharply, then roared, voice thunderous. To save your own skin you heed the slanderous whispers of sycophants and brand the Long clan traitors. Have you any honor left to face the ancestors of the Qin imperial line? His voice boomed, piercing every heart. Among the four clans, the Long clan alone had remained steadfastly loyal to the throne, and upon learning of the upheaval rushed immediately to the imperial house's aid. Yet intelligence failed them. The Long clan arrived too late. Worse still, the Qin clan's elder ancestor, sensing his end was near, fought with suicidal fury, sacrificing himself to slay one of the Qin clan's ancient elders. Thereupon the Qin clan's strategic advantage crumbled entirely. By the time the Long clan reached the capital, the Zhou clan's dominance was already irreversible. With no choice, the Long clan withdrew and urgently contacted the upper three sects, seeking a path to salvation. Yet scarcely days passed before the young emperor relented, branding the Long clan rebels. This shattered the Long clan utterly. You wretched child. You need only have refused to yield, even at the cost of death, and we would have sworn our lives to protect you. Why could you not hold on, just one more day? Why? You fool. I see now why they kept you alive. Ha ha ha. Long Jian's body blazed with brilliant radiance. His face was etched with despair, yet his gaze burned with fierce clarity, as if piercing straight into the young emperor's chamber within the palace. How bitterly ironic. One more day, and they would have secured the upper three sects' support. Yet at the very last hour the young emperor faltered. The great Qin dynasty once boasted 5 great sects, each anchored by a half-saint. 2 have since declined. Only 3 retained such power, hence their title, the upper three sects. From the direction of the imperial palace, a youth of 14 or 15 stood atop the towering city wall, clad in the dragon-embroidered imperial robe. At the sound of Long Jian's agonized outcry, he closed his eyes in anguish and whispered, I did not wish it, but I cannot die. If I perish, the Qin bloodline ends forever. Even now he sought excuses for his cowardice, and still clung to the delusion that in the end the Zhou clan would spare his life. In the instant Long Jian's voice faded, Zhou Tsang emerged from the imperial palace, hovering opposite Long Jian in midair. With a sigh he said, Brother Long, your clan's treason is now irrefutably proven. Why persist in futile resistance and reckless rhetoric? Traitor, cease your slander and your false lamentations. Long Jian's face darkened visibly as he spat the words. His innate sense of honor bred utter contempt for Zhou Tsang, the very embodiment of rebellion. He seethed inwardly. Had heaven truly gone blind to allow a prodigy like Zhou Qingyun to be born into the Zhou clan? Otherwise, how could the Zhou clan ever have found such opportunity? Zhou Tsang smiled faintly, then transmitted his voice directly to Long Jian. Brother Long, we both know the truth of all things. Why cling so desperately to this doomed stance? Better to submit to the Zhou clan. I shall personally clear the Long clan's name. Hearing this, Long Jian hesitated. At that moment, Feng Chun, the patriarch of the Feng clan, paled, leapt from his estate, and flew toward Long Jian, crying, Brother Long, do not be deceived by this villain Zhou Tsang. If you heed his words, the Long clan will truly become traitors, forever shamed before your ancestors. The Long clan's greatest vulnerability lay in its unshakable devotion to imperial loyalty, a virtue hardened over millennia into something perilously close to blind fealty. Feng Chen's plea steeled Long Jian's wavering resolve. Relieved, Feng Chen exhaled deeply, then turned sharply toward Zhou Tsang and sneered. The emperor is still a child, easily misled by treacherous ministers. The Long and Feng clans have always embodied unwavering loyalty and righteousness. How could they ever commit treason? Today the 2 clans shall jointly eradicate the true usurper and restore clarity and justice to the realm. Zhou Tsang's expression hardened instantly. His eyes narrowed as he declared, "So, you two clans choose total resistance." Then he commanded, "Seize all those implicated in the Long and Feng clan's rebellion. Await execution." As his words fell, countless faces paled. None understood why Zhou Tsang had chosen such decisive force. Why not proceed cautiously, dividing and conquering? After all, both clans sheltered half-saints. Even if Zhou Tsang triumphed, his forces would suffer grievous losses. At that moment, legions of soldiers surged forward, encircling the Long and Feng estates. Within the imperial palace, 13 overwhelming auras erupted simultaneously, soaring into the heavens. Cultivators of great power sensed the surge and recoiled in shock. 2 half-saints. 13 divine bridge cultivators? And those 2 half-saints, aren't they Zhou Tsang's father Zhou Longji and his second uncle Zhou Chun? How are they still alive? And how have they broken through to half-sainthood? Those with deep insight cried out in disbelief. This, the Zhou clan's hidden strength, is terrifying beyond measure. Though the divine bridge cultivators include members of the Qin clan, the 2 supreme half-saints are unquestionably Zhou. Long Jian and Feng Chun exchanged grim glances, then clenched their teeth. "We fight." Immediately, they summoned their ancestral elders and divine bridge masters. In an instant, 3 half-saints and 10 divine bridge cultivators soared forth from the Long and Feng clans. 2 immense forces faced each other across the sky, the very space between them trembling under the weight of their auras. Despair gripped the masses. They glimpsed their own grim fate and broke into wails of anguish. Yet neither side struck immediately. Instead, both ascended together toward the stratosphere, tens of thousands of zhang above the earth. Neither wished to shatter the dynasty's millennium-old foundations before victory was certain. In a quiet corner of the imperial city, Zhou Qingyun watched silently and smiled. When all the fish have revealed themselves, eliminate the lesser ones without mercy. Upon entering the capital, Zhou Qingyun had already sensed every half-saint concealed within the palace. To eradicate all future threats, he secretly instructed Zhou Tsang to lure the elite forces of the Long and Feng clans into the open and expose which cultivators aligned with them. 3 half-saints still remained hidden within the palace. Zhou Qingyun intended to observe whether they would intervene. Should they aid the Long and Feng clans, he would strike openly and justly. "By your command, young master," Tang Guangjuan replied with solemn reverence. Under the canopy of the night sky, terrifying fluctuations emanated, causing the void to tremble, dispersing the heavy clouds. Divine light erupted, resonating with the moonlight, illuminating the entire territory of the Dacian dynasty. Countless extraordinary divine palaces spanned across the void, absorbing the power of heaven and earth, showcasing martial arts. The waves emitted by countless powerful martial arts made even the beings on the earth feel a sense of unease. Countless people looked up towards the sky, utterly astonished. Is that a divine bridge engaged in battle? No, there are even semi-saints present. My God, it seems Dacian hasn't seen such a great war in 1,000 years. As Zhou Jing and Qin Wuxian suppressed various local lords, they frowned involuntarily upon sensing the fluctuations above Qingan City. Why did a battle erupt? Could it be that Qin Yun has already gone to the capital? In the heights of the sky, the void was shattered and chaotic spatial currents appeared, yet no one paid attention. Although there were 3 semi-saints from the Long and Feng families, the divine bridge was still lacking several, so the Zhou clan kept their forces pressed against the 2 families. Boom! The overwhelming force sent Feng Chun flying hundreds of miles. Zhou Tsang's face turned cold as he suddenly unleashed the power of a semi-saint, causing the divine palace to swell dramatically, intercepting an even greater amount of heaven and earth's energy and launching hundreds of fist shadows. Crack! The divine light shone brightly, akin to a comet descending, heading towards Feng Chun with unmatched force. In an instant, the fist shadows arrived, directly shattering Feng Chen's divine palace. Puff! As the divine palace shattered, Feng Chen suffered a severe injury and spat out a mouthful of blood. "You are a semi-saint." Feng Chun was horrified, and even those around him were shocked, their expressions freezing. This Zhou Tsang was hiding too deeply, wasn't he? Zhou Tsang smiled without speaking, not giving Feng Chen a chance to catch his breath, unleashing a mid-grade, earth-level martial art that shattered Feng Chen's physical body. In a flash, Feng Chun couldn't react in time, and his body was shattered, leaving only a flickering divine soul. At this moment, Feng Chen's expression was terrified as he shouted, "How long are you two going to watch the show? Do you really want to submit to the Zhou clan?" The others engaged in battle nearby were suddenly filled with doubt. Did the Feng clan invite others to help? Zhou Tsang, however, showed no signs of surprise, continuing his movements as spiritual light surged, attacking Feng Chun. Feng Chun was instantly filled with despair. Just then, 2 semi-saint auras rose again from the imperial city. One of the elderly semi-saints in crimson attire suddenly made a move, resolving Zhou Tsang's offensive from a distance, and then sighed, "Friend Zhou, one should spare others when possible." "Fire Spirit Sect and Red Refining Sect, are you sure you want to intervene?" Zhou asked rhetorically with a half-smile. The two remained silent, clearly fearful. But given the Zhou clan's nature, if they were to gain control of the Dacian territory, it would only be a matter of time before their sects were devoured. It was better to take a gamble now. Moreover, the two had already received news that Zhou Qingyun had offended a certain saint, and they were betting that Zhou Qingyun wouldn't dare to show up. At that moment, someone in the imperial city recognized the identities of the two. "I didn't expect the upper three sects to also wade into these murky waters. And it's the semi-saint ancestors of the Fire Spirit Sect and Red Refining Sect. It seems the Zhou clan is in jeopardy. Unless that young Master Qingyun comes in person, the situation cannot be reversed. Have they finally reached their limit?" It seemed there was still one semi-saint, but one semi-saint should not be able to stir up much trouble. Gazing at the sky, Zhou Qingyun chuckled, then directly said to Tang Guangjuan, "You take action and suppress all those who are causing a ruckus, sealing their cultivation completely." He had changed his mind. These people had considerable strength. In the future, when their realms broke through, they could be controlled using life and death talismans. Killing them would be too wasteful. "Understood, young master." Tang Guangjuan's figure suddenly vanished. When he appeared again, he was already in the sky. Dressed in scholarly robes, he walked through the void as if on solid ground. "Who are you?" People on the scene were horrified. Someone asked. A person appeared out of nowhere. Yet they felt no sense of his arrival, as if he were a ghost, extremely terrifying. "What kind of realm is this?" Even Zhou Song's expression changed. "By the order of the young master, I come to suppress the unruly." Tang Guangjuan smiled faintly. "Young master, could it be Zhou Qingyun?" Countless people were filled with terror. Without giving everyone a chance to think, a mysterious force erupted from Tang Guangjuan. These forces seemed to possess while drifting towards the people of the Long and Feng clans. In an instant, the members of the Feng and Long families were suppressed, unable to react. "Saint." Countless people were filled with dread, involuntarily thinking of these two words. Especially the two semi-saint ancestors of the Fire Spirit Sect and Red Refining Sect, who regretted it deeply, quickly pleading, "Senior, we know our wrongs, please let us go." They truly felt like they had been blinded by greed. How could they have such thoughts? If they could turn back time, they would never have agreed to Feng Chen's unreasonable request and wade into this murky water. Too late. Tang Guangjuan paid no heed to their pleas, directly reaching out to grasp several threads of the rules of heaven and earth, injecting them into several people's bodies. He directly sealed the cultivation and divine souls of several people. And Feng Chen, left with only a divine soul, seemed unable to withstand Tang Guangjuan's torment, as if his soul was about to shatter. Ultimately, Tang Guangjuan directly erased him. "You all take them back and imprison them. Await for the young master's orders." Leaving behind a sentence, Tang Guangjuan directly departed. Looking at the people of the Feng and Long clans trapped in the void, Zhou Song and the others were utterly shocked, exchanging glances, unable to speak. At this moment, an elder from the Zhou clan swallowed hard and said hoarsely, "Clan leader, was that saint just now Zhou Qingyun's attendant?" "It should be." Zhou Song smiled bitterly. He had thought Zhou Qingyun would control that saint puppet to assist, but unexpectedly, he had brought a real person. Hiss, that's terrifying. To actually have a saint as a subordinate. What kind of force has Qingyun joined? Zhou Song suppressed the shock in his heart and instructed everyone to take the Feng and Long families, as well as the ancestors of the two sects, back to imprison them. Meanwhile, in the imperial city, another semi-saint ancestor of the upper three sects looked at everything that had happened in the span of a few breaths in the sky, utterly shocked. With lingering fears, he said, "Fortunately, I didn't agree to Feng Chona, otherwise I would have been in trouble too." However, he began to worry again. Now that the Zhou clan has Zhou Qingyun, this prodigy, taking control of Dacian is a foregone conclusion. What should my sect do now? Some semi-saint ancestors were bewildered. At the same time, when some powerful beings sensed the situation in the sky, they found it hard to comprehend. Is that a saint? Of course, who else could suppress several semi-saints with a mere gesture? What is even more unacceptable is that this saint is actually a servant of Zhou Qingyun. Dacian is really about to change hands. The tremendous changes occurring in Dacian spread wildly. Even those from the Holy Lands were astonished upon receiving the news. Didn't this person offend the Yinyang Holy Land? How could any Holy Land dare to accept him as a disciple? Moreover, they even assigned a sage protector to him. Could it be that it is also a hidden supreme Holy Land? Some Holy Lands that came to investigate Dacian speculated wildly. The Holy Lands are classified into various ranks. Some powerful Holy Lands have existed for an incredibly long time. Some Holy Lands have histories spanning hundreds of thousands, even millions of years, reaching terrifying extremes. The Yinyang Holy Land is the apex of all Holy Lands, having persisted since ancient times. The cultivation methods of this holy land are mysterious, hidden in the shadows of the world, overseeing the rise and fall of civilizations. Few can glimpse the true facade of the Yin-Yang Holy Land. However, due to a great change in the world later on, the Yin-Yang Holy Land fell into silence. Yet no one could underestimate the Yin-Yang Holy Land. Upon learning that Zhou Qingyun had offended the Yin-Yang Holy Land, many Holy Lands quickly extinguished their intentions to recruit him. An extraordinary talent is indeed admirable, but they had to weigh the invisible immense threat he posed. Of course, in this world miracles could happen. Zhou Qingyun could rise, but they dared not gamble. They could only ensure that they did not offend Zhou Qingyun, maintaining their own safety. Zhou Qingyun was unaware of the thoughts of those holy lands. At this moment, he was heading to Zhou Tsang's residence. His return was to eliminate obstacles for the Zhou family and to bring several cultivation techniques to lay a foundation. Knock, knock, knock. Zhou Qingyun knocked on Zhou Tsang's door. Come in. Zhou Tsang, who was recovering his energy, said softly upon hearing the noise. Zhou Qingyun pushed the door open. Zhou Tsang, with an air of elegance, was sitting cross-legged in meditation. Greetings, father. Zhou Qingyun slightly bowed. Qingyun. Zhou Tsang was slightly delighted, but then jokingly scolded. You little rascal, for the sake of cultivation, you haven't returned to see your mother for half a year. She misses you dearly. You should come back with me to see her later. Your father is right. Zhou Qingyun awkwardly nodded. Even he could not comprehend the behavior of his previous self, let alone Zhou Tsang. Hearing this, Zhou Tsang smiled with comfort and said, You have truly grown up. In just half a year, Zhou Qingyun had changed so much. Not only was he more understanding, but even Zhou Tsang could no longer discern Zhou Qingyun's depths. For a moment, Zhou Tsang felt a pang of bittersweet emotion. He knew that the moment a fledgling eagle grows up, it will soar into broader skies, experiencing more vistas. By then, their meetings would be few and far between. He would no longer be able to provide protection. He could only hope that he and others would not become a burden to Zhou Qingyun. Everyone will grow up, it's just a matter of time. There is no need for your father to feel guilty. Seeing this, Zhou Qingyun fell silent for a moment, and then comforted, Haha, Qingyun is right. I was being stubborn. Zhou Tsang laughed heartily. Then he chatted with Zhou Qingyun about some family matters. At this time, Zhou Tsang's expression grew serious as he said solemnly, Qingyun, do you know why our family must seize the throne of Deqian? I hope father can enlighten me. Zhou Qingyun shook his head, as this was also a point of confusion for him. 6,000 years ago, my grandfather, your ancestor, was just a minor cultivator at that time. During the confrontation between Deqian and the previous dynasty, he chose to join the army of Deqian. With his remarkable courage, he achieved considerable merit, exchanging for many cultivation resources, and at the age of 29 became a spirit realm cultivator. Later, Deqian successfully overthrew the previous dynasty, ushering in a new era with all things reviving. At the time when the Tianzi Mountain secret realm was opened, he earned a spot to enter the secret realm through a great competition and obtained a middle-grade earth-level cultivation technique, as well as a method for establishing a dynasty. The method for establishing a dynasty. Zhou Qingyun was somewhat surprised. He knew about the middle-grade earth-level cultivation technique. The previous self had also abandoned the family inheritance due to dissatisfaction with the family's cultivation methods. Great. Stubbornly, he joined the Xianxia sect despite the family's persuasion to reconsider. In this regard, Zhou Qingyun could only conclude that his previous self was foolish. Of course, it could not be ruled out that the will of heaven was intervening, aiming to facilitate the growth of the fated child Lin Fan. Yes, it is indeed the method for establishing a dynasty. Zhou Tsang was not surprised by Zhou Qingyun's astonishment. When he first learned of it, he was also quite shocked. As he understood, in ancient times the dynasty was overwhelmingly powerful, suppressing sects and clans. Some celestial dynasties could even subdue holy lands, establishing laws and commanding the populace. However, later, due to a cataclysm, all the dynasties were erased overnight. The method for establishing a dynasty ceased to exist. From then on, the dynasty withdrew from the historical stage. Then he took out a simple sheepskin scroll from his ring. Zhou Qingyun's eyes flickered as he took the yellowed sheepskin paper and began to read. The method of forging a celestial dynasty is based on the populace, with the populace as the vessel collecting fortune to forge the dynasty. A dynasty established by this method, as long as it aligns with the people's will and the fortune does not collapse, the ruler and ministers of the dynasty could command a sliver of heavenly authority within the realm of the celestial dynasty, enjoying various enhancements. The Zhou family could possess 4 semi-saints due to this method, stealing a few strands of national fortune from Deqian, accelerating their cultivation speed. Even Zhou Qingyun had to admire the talent of the person who created this method. At this moment, Zhou Tsang smiled and asked, So after reading this method, do you have any interest in becoming the ruler of this dynasty? Father, I do not have such thoughts for now. We'll see later. Zhou Qingyun shook his head. He did not want to be confined here for the time being. He planned to go out find more fated children and gain some benefits to enhance his own strength. Then he hesitated and asked, "But this method is so powerful, if established rashly it might attract covetousness. This world is vast, and if some powerful cultivators passed by they might easily detect the issue. Naturally, it will not be established immediately. The family will first establish a dynasty using the fortune to elevate the family's strength having been dormant for so many years. What harm is there in being a bit more low-key in our dormancy?" Zhou Tsang smiled, slightly a hint of dominance flashing in his eyes. Zhou Qingyun nodded and did not ask further. The family had been planning for so many years, and they certainly would not stumble over such trivial matters. Then he took out the Ascension Emperor scripture and a holy-level martial art and gave them to Zhou Tsang. As for the creation technique and martial arts, Zhou Qingyun did not provide them. This cultivation method Zhou Qingyun planned to leave at Baiyu Jing for the talented ones to cultivate. With these items plus the method for establishing a dynasty, the rise of the family would be assured. Qingyun this. Zhou Tsang showed shock, swallowing hard as he accepted the cultivation methods. He did not ask further. Since Zhou Qingyun did not speak, there must be his reasons. Zhou Tsang was not foolish and certainly would not pursue the matter. Then Zhou Qingyun and Zhou Tsang returned to the ancestral land. They stayed there for a day. Zhou Qingyun then headed towards Yunxiao sect with Tang Guangjuan. This is the sect where Li Qingyue resides. Zhou Qingyun always remembered that Li Qingyue was a villain from whom he could reap benefits. Yunxiao sect, with a long heritage and formidable strength, is guarded by a semi-saint. It is one of the top 3 sects located at the Wulingyuan mountain range at the border of Yunzhou and Dingzhou. The recent upheaval in Qingan City provided the Zhou clan with an excuse to act against the other 2 sects. The ancestors of both sects were imprisoned. Facing the Zhou clan's aggression, the 2 sects were utterly powerless and were suppressed with overwhelming force. From then on, the 2 sects announced their dissolution. Only Yunxiao sect remained among the top 3 sects. The events of that evening in the capital truly terrified the ancestors of Yunxiao sect. With the dissolution of the 2 sects, the ancestor of Yunxiao sect immediately declared the closure of the mountain gates. Zhou Qingyun entrusted the floating cloud boat to Tang Guangjuan for piloting, moving at incredible speed. In just a few hours they arrived at the Wulingyuan mountain range. The mountains of Wulingyuan stretched endlessly, with ancient trees, flourishing towering peaks lying flat, and ravines crisscrossing. At this moment it was nighttime. The full moon hung like a plate, casting bright moonlight upon the Wulingyuan mountain range, resembling white frost sprinkled on the ground. This scenery is truly delightful, comparable to some 3-level attractions from my past life. Zhou Qingyun stood on the floating cloud boat, gazing below with a sense of nostalgia. Roar! A great demon stood atop a mountain peak, howling at the sky, pulling Zhou Qingyun's thoughts back to reality. Zhou Qingyun was both amused and exasperated, gesturing for Tang Guangjuan to eliminate it. About a quarter of an hour later, the floating cloud boat arrived at the gates of Yunxiao sect. Seeing the closed mountain gate, Zhou Qingyun furrowed his brows. Is the mountain closed? At this moment the system chimed in. Ding. Detected ordinary level antagonist Li Qingyue. Do you wish to bind? Ding. Detected investment demand from ordinary level antagonist Li Qingyue. Investing a washing dust pill could trigger a 10-fold reward, obtaining a multiverse communication talisman. Do you wish to bind the investment? As expected, a villain. Bind it, and also open Li Qingyue's panel. Name Li Qingyue, realm late stage of pill condensation, fortune, red favorability, 20 status, ordinary level antagonist. Zhou Qingyun smiled, but soon frowned again. Is Li Qingyue's demand really this low? The washing dust pill is a 4th-grade pill similar in function to the bone cleansing pill, but not as potent. He turned to Tang Guangjuan and asked, Yunxiao sect is shrouded by a forbidden formation. Are you confident in getting in? No problem. Tang Guangjuan smiled slightly. All right, then bring this person to me. Zhou Qingyun said, condensing the image of Li Qingyue using his true essence. Before coming, he had already had someone search for information on Li Qingyue. Tang Guangjuan respectfully bowed and then gradually faded away until he disappeared. Zhou Qingyun waited quietly. Shortly after, Tang Guangjuan reappeared. Young master, I have fulfilled my duty. With that, ripples appeared in the space. A cold-faced, graceful young woman landed on the deck. At that moment, she was in a coma resembling a sleeping beauty. Zhou Qingyun nodded, donned the spirit mask, then circulated his true essence, and entered Li Qingyue's body to awaken her. Li Qingyue's eyelashes fluttered slowly, opening her eyes. Who are you? In an unfamiliar environment, upon seeing Zhou Qingyun and Tang Guangjuan, an overwhelming fear ignited in Li Qingyue's heart, causing her delicate body to tremble as she instinctively asked. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she regretted it, and hurriedly added with a trembling voice, I do not know where this little girl has offended the 2 seniors to warrant your personal visit to capture me. Being taken away from her sect without a sound, she feared that the realm of her captors had long surpassed the mundane, making her unable to resist. She could only choose to negotiate slowly. At the same time, Xianxia searched her mind to see if she or her family had offended anyone. "You haven't offended us." Zhou Qingyun, wearing the spirit mask, concealed all traces of emotion from Xianxia. Xianxia sighed in relief and cautiously asked, "Then why do the two seniors want it?" The latter words capture me, she did not dare to say out loud. Zhou Qingyun was unbothered and said softly, "We brought you out because we value your talent and wish to recommend you to join Baiyu Jing." Baiyu Jing. This can't be a demonic sect, right? When has recruiting like this happened? Li Qingyu's heart was filled with complexity, and she cautiously said, "Senior, is it possible not to join?" Hee. Zhou Qingyun chuckled lightly and retorted, "Do you think you have a choice? You are born with a thirst for power. If you stay in Yinxiao sector, limits will only be the divine bridge. If you join our organization, you can become a saint and reach even higher realms, experiencing the scenery of other great domains. Would you willingly give that up?" Li Qingyu's character was extremely proud and intensely desired power. She had previously called off her engagement to Lin Fan because she did not want him to become a burden. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyu's body trembled and she fell silent. Zhou Qinjian's words undoubtedly struck at her soft underbelly. Could she really accept spending her life in the Great Qian? Could she accept it? As for whether it was a demonic sect, did it affect her growth? After a prolonged silence, Li Qingyue came to a decision and firmly said, "Thank you for your guidance, Senior. I am willing to join, but I just don't know the name of the force." "Baiyu Jing," Zhou Qingyun said slowly. Then he flipped his palm, revealing a death talisman. This is a type of restriction of the organization that can control life and death. Once any thoughts of betraying the organization arise, even if separated by a realm, our emperor can obliterate you with a single thought. I hope you take this seriously. Qingyue understands. The death talisman emitted a chilling aura, instilling fear. Li Qingyu's gaze sharpened, and she did not resist. This was an equivalent exchange for power. Zhou Qingyun nodded, then flicked his fingers and inserted the death talisman into Li Qingyu's body. "I greatly appreciate your attitude. This washing dust pill and half a royal grade cultivation method are rewards for you," Zhou Qingyun said as he took out the washing dust pill and half of the transformation technique. Royal grade cultivation method. What kind of force is Baiyu Jing? Could it be one of the most powerful forces in the world? How can this royal grade cultivation method be taken so casually? At this moment, Li Qingyue felt a sense of awe towards the power of Baiyu Jing. "Thank you, Senior." Li Qingyue was startled and quickly bowed to express her gratitude. "Congratulations to the host for a successful investment, obtaining a multiverse communication talisman. Do you wish to claim it?" Multiverse communication talisman, forged from a unique world-breaking jade by infusing true essence. It can split into subtalisman. Communication between the mother and subtalisman ignores distance. Subtalisman can also communicate with each other with authorization from the mother talisman. Warm reminder: when the distance crossed exceeds 3 chaotic realms, the communication talisman will become ineffective. Zhou Qinjian's eyes lit up. He was in need of such an item. He directly chose to claim it. The communication talisman fell into his palm, resembling a jade slip enveloped in mysterious fluctuations. Immediately, he probed his divine sense and directly refined it. In less than a moment, Zhou Qingyun succeeded in refining it, then with a thought infused it with true essence. In an instant, the communication talisman split into a subtalisman. Zhou Qingyun focused, inscribing 3 characters on the subtalisman, then turned to Li Qingyue and said, "I bestow upon you a third-tier identity sequence. This talisman is your identity symbol, and the organization will contact you through it in the future." He planned to categorize future members of Baiyu Jing into 7 identities ranked from low to high, each enjoying different benefits. Train well, and by completing the organization's tasks, you can earn points which can be used to upgrade your identity sequence and exchange for various cultivation methods and martial arts. Li Qingyue was once again startled receiving the subtalisman and respectfully said, "Thank you, Senior. You may return now." Having settled Li Qingyu's affairs the next day, Zhou Qingyun returned to Xianxia sect. He did not conceal his presence. No sooner had he approached than sect lord Qiu Juyin sensed him. Qiu Juyin's spirit leaped with joy. He nearly wept, for after learning of the recent events, he realized that a true dragon had arisen in Daqian. He had longed for Zhou Qinjian's return and had been sleepless with anticipation. From now on, anyone who told him Zhou Qingyun was not the young sect lord would earn his wrath. Immediately, he led the elders to the mountain gate to greet Zhou Qingyun. When the Fu Yun boat descended, it revealed the figures of Zhou Qingyun and Tang Guangjuan. Qiu Juyin and the elders' faces brightened, and they respectfully intoned together a welcome for the young sect lord. Their voices thundered through the entire Xianxia sect. All the disciples were stunned and then erupted into ecstatic celebration. The hall buzzed with exclamations of joy at the young sect lord's return and eager vows to perform well. They proclaimed that without the young sect lord heaven would be an endless night, and declared that Xianxia sect would surely ascend to its pinnacle because of him. Many swore that in this life the young sect lord would be their very purpose. Some disciples were beside themselves with excitement. One young woman blushed scarlet. At a certain Jinchuan peak, Lu Sun sat disheveled and uncharacteristically rough, drunk on spirit wine. Hearing of Zhou Qingjian's return, Lu Sun's eyes brightened. Zhou Qingyun smiled wryly and told the elders not to make such a fuss, insisting their ceremony was unnecessary. Xiao Juyin feigned solemnity as he replied that the honors were fitting, for the young sect lord was the future arbiter of Xianxia sect. The elders quickly chimed in agreement, praising the young sect lord and remarking that his only flaw was excessive modesty. Zhou Qingjian's mouth twitched in annoyance, but he spared them further argument. After a few perfunctory words, he made his way toward Jinchuan Peak, for he had returned to deal with the matter concerning Yitian. In a mountain range, Yitian dressed plainly and moved with anxious haste through the ancient grove, muttering in frustration at how his disguise had been seen through. He cursed under his breath and poured his true essence into his escape. At that moment, a sudden sonic wave struck with overwhelming force. The blast hurled Yitian dozens of meters, slamming him into a towering tree, which crashed to the ground as he spat blood. One of his pursuers taunted him, asking if he truly believed that his consummate Danyun realm cultivation could let him outrun the Huainan Five Thieves. 5 hulking figures bristling with murderous intent closed in with astonishing speed, sneering as they surrounded him. Yitian's face went pale as a sense of despair crept into his heart. He racked his brains for an escape. The scar-faced man, apparently their leader, scoffed and demanded that Yitian hand over the Tianjin Tower, promising that perhaps they would spare his life. Spare his life, Yitian thought bitterly, dismissing the offer as a child's bargain. He smiled, blood at his lips, knowing the Tianjin Tower's value meant that surrender would be a death sentence. Only the dead could guard certain secrets forever, yet Yitian was willing to parry them for a moment. He sneered that he served young Lord Zhou Qingyun of the Zhou clan, and asked if they truly were not afraid to offend him. He urged them to withdraw, promising no vengeance, while secretly gathering strength, prepared to take at least one of them with him as a sacrificial anchor. Before him stood 2 at the Lingshan realm and 3 at the Danyun realm. In a desperate last gambit, he still had a chance to drag down a Danyun cultivator with him. These were men without scruples. He did not expect them to shy from challenging Zhou Qingyun. Still, at the mention of Zhou Qingyun, a flicker of fear crossed their eyes. After all, the Zhou clan's power in Daqian was deeply rooted, and recent deeds had only raised their renown to a loftier height. Yet the Tianjin Tower's price was beyond measure, a fortune they could never otherwise attain and worth any risk. The scar-faced leader hesitated, then steeled his expression. He sneered that while Zhou Qingjian's might was vast, once they possessed the Tianjin Tower and fled to another domain, little would be able to touch them. The Wanling realm stretched boundlessly, its empires and sects innumerable. After seizing the tower, they could slip into a different domain and assume new identities. Who could say that Zhou Qingyun would find them then? The scar-faced man released oppressive pressure to subdue Yitian. They had discovered this boy the night before, but he had been unusually slippery. They feared Yitian might have other stratagems. The leader signaled his companions to finish him off, now lest longer nights bring unforeseen complications. Just as the others moved in, Yitian suddenly burst forth. A mysterious fluctuation emanated from him, faintly surpassing the Danyun realm, and his fist was wrapped in surging true essence. With a sickening crack, Yitian's blow pierced the chest of one Danyun cultivator. The man collapsed, powerless, eyes wide with utter disbelief. The others raged, bile and fury in their throats, especially the scar-faced leader and another Lingshan cultivator whose faces turned leaden. The other Lingshan cultivator snarled that Yitian sought death, hefted his great blade, bolstered it with true essence until it became a streak of searing light, and cleaved toward him. The blade gleamed as if to rival the sun, hissing through the air, and the attacker cried that his life would not be lived in vain. By then Yitian was exhausted, slumping to the ground with a resigned, almost carefree smile as he closed his eyes. A grassroots soul raised on scraps reaching this point felt like some meager recompense. He lamented that Zhou Qingjian's kindness might only be repaid in another life. Zhou's figure surfaced in his mind as he murmured that having met such a patron in this life left him no regrets. Yet after a breath, Yitian felt no pain and opened his eyes in bewilderment. A diminutive man, barely 4 feet tall, had appeared out of thin air, hovering and shattering the blade's radiance. A terrifying aura pressed upon the attackers, who instantly paled and pleaded for mercy. Su Teoshan's cold laugh cut the air as he admonished them for daring to slander the young master. Despair engulfed them. How could they have been so foolish as to heed the mysterious voice that had lodged in their minds? Now their lives were forfeit. The scar-faced man, realizing his doom, spat a vile curse, but before he could finish, Su Taotian wiped him away with a single sweep. The men dissolved into clouds of blood mist and vanished. Yi Tian cried out in gratitude, asking if Su Taotian had been sent by the young master. Su Taotian confirmed that the young master had worried about him traveling alone and had dispatched him to offer protection. Su Taotian smiled with rustic warmth. After accompanying the party for many days, he had found the right person and fulfilled Zhou Qinjian's charge. Yi Tian vowed he would never forget the young master's great favor. Gratitude flooded Yi Tian's handsome features, tears glinting at their edges. Su Taotian explained that the form before him was a projection of spiritual sense capable of saving a life in a dire moment. Su Taotian urged Yi Tian to take the projection and said he would return to report to the young master. Yi Tian thanked him. At that same moment, as Zhou Qingyun arrived at the gate of his courtyard, a system voice sounded in his mind. Ding! The voice announced, congratulating the host for successfully recruiting the child of destiny and triggering a tenfold reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully subduing the destined child, triggering a tenfold reward, gaining 2 saint-level puppets, a supreme skill. Holy Flame Art, 1 piece of Destiny Fragment, and 1 million villain points. Would you like to claim it? Ding! Congratulations to the host for capturing the destined child for the first time, triggering the achievement, First Capture of Destiny, and specially rewarding the host with a projection card of the Great World, Sun Wukong 1, an Emperor-level Supreme Martial Art, Maha Law, and an Epic Destiny Status Deprivation Card 1. Would you like to claim it? Did Su Tao succeed? Zhou Qinjian's eyes flickered, and he said to the system, check Yi Tian's data panel. Name Yi Tian, Realm, Full Pill, Refinement, Fortune, Golden Favorability, 78 Status, Epic Level, Destined Child indeed. Zhou Qinjian's gaze shifted as he said to the system, check the information on the Sun Wukong Projection Card Maha Law and the Epic Destiny Status Deprivation Card. Sun Wukong Projection Card. After using this card, one can summon a projection of Sun Wukong from a certain great world. This projection has 1/10 of the original strength, equivalent to half a step into supremacy in this world's power system. Maha Law, a defensive martial art that combines body tempering and soul refining into one method, cultivating the will of Maha, condensing the myriad forms of the heavens, enhancing oneself, making it difficult for any law to tip. Epic Destiny Status Deprivation Card can forcibly strip away the status of an epic destined child or an ordinary destined child. After deprivation, the host can directly kill them. Zhou Qingyun smiled. At that moment, Wang Wu, Wang Lu, and Zhao Wenjue came out to greet him. Upon seeing Zhou Qingyun, they immediately said respectfully, greetings, young master. No need for formalities. Zhou Qingyun nodded and gestured for the 3 to step back. The 3 did not move, but looked at Zhou Qingyun with difficulty. What's wrong? Zhou Qingyun raised an eyebrow, asking with some confusion. The 3 exchanged glances, and Wang Lu gritted his teeth, saying, to not hide from you, young master, my brother and I, along with brother Wenjue, wish to go out for some training. We hope for your permission. I thought it was a big deal. I permit it, go ahead. Zhou Qingyun said irritably. He then took out 3 characters of the 10,000 Realms Communication Talisman and gave them to the 3. He explained the function of the talisman to the 3. Thank you, young master. The 3 were overjoyed and immediately expressed their gratitude. You may leave now. The 3 bowed once more and returned to their pavilion to pack their things. Zhou Qingyun watched their departing figures, hoping Zhao Wenjue could rise through this opportunity. After all, his status and fortune were not something ordinary people could compare with. He then did not delay any longer and went straight to the underground pavilion where Xiao Fan was imprisoned. Greetings, young master. Xiao Fan's eyes were somewhat vacant, and upon seeing Zhou Qingyun, he immediately became fearful and trembled as he bowed. Are you very afraid of me? Zhou Qingyun narrowed his eyes. Xiao Fan fell silent. His will was not very firm. After those days of torment, he had long regarded Zhou Qingyun as a nightmare. Rest assured, as long as you honestly work for me in the future, I won't torment you, Zhou Qingyun said kindly. He now had a small world. In this realm, he was the heaven, completely able to suppress Xiao Fan within it, needing to gain insight into the destined child's future while borrowing Xiao Fan's system. He could completely use Xiao Fan as a tool. Once his system could consume the other system, he would kill him. Wu, thank you, young master. I will definitely follow your lead. Xiao Fan burst into tears, extremely excited. He knew that his only useful value now was his system. At this moment, the system oddly said to Zhou Qingyun, Xiao Fan's favorability increased by 30. I hope the host continues to work hard. Zhou Qingyun looked at Xiao Fan strangely, then checked Xiao Fan's data panel. Name Xiao Fan, Realm Spirit Connection, Level 1 Fortune, Red Favorability, 20 Status, Legendary Level, Destined Child. Upon seeing the favorability section, Zhou Qingyun was shocked. Is this Stockholm Syndrome? I've gained some knowledge. Zhou Qingyun then no longer hesitated, taking out the Death Talisman and injecting it into Xiao Fan's body. Then he instructed Tang Guangjuan to set up restrictions within Xiao Fan's body and soul to prevent him from cultivating. After finishing all this, Zhou Qingyun suddenly had a whim and said to Xiao Fan, "Check my life script." Xiao Fan focused, and then shook his head, reporting to the young master, "Your talent is unparalleled, and I still cannot see your future." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingyun nodded in satisfaction. Then he had Xiao Fan check Tang Guangjuan's life script. Name Tang Guangjuan cultivation early true, saint fate, reverse heaven, to change fate destiny rise from the grassroots, purple white-faced emperor red recent, twist 50 days later the great Yin emperor will join forces with 5 saints from the Nangong emperor family to capture Zhou Qingyun. To buy Zhou Qingyun time to escape, he will block the 5 saints with his own body, ultimately unable to resist falling in Xianxia. Unknown changes occurred, unable to view. Life script: a scholar from a small country, due to an encounter gained cultivation methods, becoming a saint, and when the deadline approaches travels the great Qian. Due to Zhou Qingyun's words, he suddenly gains enlightenment and breaks through to true saint. To repay Zhou Qingyun, he willingly becomes Zhou Qingyun's protector. Unknown changes occurred, unable to view. Xiao Fan was startled and quickly reported everything he saw to Zhou Qingyun without missing a word. After a moment, Zhou Qingyun's eyes flickered as he looked at Xiao Fan and chuckled. "You didn't intentionally alter the information, did you?" Xiao Fan's body shook like a sieve, reporting to the young master, "Even if you gave me 10 guts, I wouldn't dare to fool you." Zhou Qingyun did not fully believe Xiao Fan's words, but looked at Tang Guangjuan and transmitted, "Did he have any soul fluctuations when he reported to you?" If Xiao Fan lied, he would definitely be nervous. When nervous, the soul would surely fluctuate. And since Tang Guangjuan has restrictions in his mind, it can be detected. Reporting to the young master, "When he reported to you just now, there was no soul fluctuation. It only fluctuated violently when you asked him, seemingly due to fear." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingyun nodded and said to Xiao Fan, "I will believe you for now." "Who?" Xiao Fan was so nervous that sweat poured down, and upon hearing Zhou Qingyun's words, he felt relieved. Zhou Qingyun made a judgment in his heart, directly bringing Xiao Fan into the small world for suppression, and began deep contemplation. Unable to view. Is it because I received the system's rewards? Or is it something else? Zhou Qingyun frowned slightly, muttering to himself, "The secret realm of Tianzi Mountain opens in a month, and 50 days later is exactly when the secret realm closes." The secret realm of Tianzi Mountain is located in Xianxia. It seems these people plan to lay ambush for me there. I just didn't expect the Nangong Emperor family to arrive so quickly and collude with the great Yin dynasty. The place where the secret realm of Tianzi Mountain is located was once the ancestral land of the Zhang family, a 10,000-year-old family, which wanted to monopolize it due to the appearance of the secret realm. Countless forces were furious and directly united to erase them. From then on, that area was known as Xianxia. At this moment, Zhou Qingyun's eyes were filled with coldness. "You and I will take this opportunity to thoroughly spread the name of by Yujing, intimidating some petty criminals. Also, I can maximize my interests and find ways to slay more saints, striking fear into this group of people. There is still a month to prepare. I should be able to raise my cultivation to the tribulation level. I still have a divine skill cultivation experience card, an emperor weapon, and a small world. It should be no problem to challenge a sub-saint for a few minutes." 3 saint-level puppets. A moment later, Zhou Qingyun smiled because he had already figured out how to slay more people to maximize benefits. PS attached are the realms of this book. The first 5 realms, also known as mortal realms: body tempering, spirit connection realm, pill, refinement realm, spirit, god realm, tribulation realm. 3 divine realms, generally not mentioned directly, called the subsequent realms: divine ability realm, divine palace realm, divine bridge realm. Transitional realm: half saint. Saint, sub-saint, entry, saint, true saint. Transitional realm: half-step supremacy. Supremacy 9 levels. Emperor. With a plan in mind, Zhou Qingyun no longer hesitated. He prepared to convey some information to the Emperor of Dian, urging him to bring more saints. This way he could eliminate several saints and build momentum for Bai Yujing. At the same time, it would allow Bai Yujing to fully emerge and attract those with great fortunes to join. Zhou Qingyun exited the underground pavilion, intending to find Qiu Jiuyin to revoke the identity of the young sect master. After all, he no longer needed this identity. Just as he left the courtyard, he encountered Lu Sun, who was waiting quietly outside. "I pay my respects to the young sect master." Upon seeing Zhou Qingyun, Lu Sun's eyes brightened as he clasped his hands. "What did Lu Sun come for?" Zhou Qingyun asked with a smile. "Senior brother, you are too polite. May I ask what brings you to find me?" Lu Sun did not answer directly, but spoke for himself. "Junior brother, do you think I am too useless? I have not guided my younger brother well, allowing him to become arrogant and commit numerous wrongdoings, yet I still choose to turn a blind eye. I know this is a wrong mindset, but our parents passed away early and we have relied on each other since childhood. He is my only family in this world. I do not wish to be too harsh on him because this world is one of the survival of the fittest, and I believe I can bear the consequences of his wrongs. As he spoke, there was a hint of despair in Lu Xun's eyes. He regretted why he had indulged Lu Jing's character. Even if he did not provoke Lin Fan now one day, he would surely encounter a strong enemy. Zhou Qingyun remained silent, finding it difficult to respond to this matter. However, he had no regrets about using Lu Jinghe. His goal was immortality, to look down upon all domains, to transcend. In his past life, he was a person full of ambition, and in this life he arrived in this realm with the same grand ambitions. He would suppress anyone who tried to obstruct his path without hesitation. Of course, on this road he might meet his own demise, but he would not regret it. Thus, he bore no psychological burden about using Lu Jinghe. He admitted that he was somewhat despicable, somewhat unscrupulous. But only the despicable can serve as the epitaph on the road to success. When he stood atop the peak, history would be written by him. Pausing for a moment, Lu Xun continued, I also thought I could protect him for life, yet I did not expect the cycle of cause and effect. In the end, it was due to his character that he was killed by Lin Fan. I initially intended to kill Lin Fan, and then let it go, wholeheartedly pursuing the great Tao, but I did not expect to never even meet Lin Fan as he disappeared. With that, Lu Xun gazed intently at Zhou Qingyun. Young sect master, has Lin Fan already died? Zhou Qingyun pondered for a moment and replied, Indeed, as you have surmised, senior brother. The Nangong Imperial clan already knows, so there is no need to conceal it any longer. Thank you, young sect master. Should you have any assignments in the future, I will certainly not hesitate to give my all. Upon hearing this, Lu Xun's spirit lifted, speaking with implied meaning. At this moment, the system's voice also rang out. Ding. Ordinary level antagonist Lu Xun's favorability towards the host 30, currently reaching 80, meeting the condition of not betraying. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the achievement. First time subduing an antagonist, receiving a reward of a 6th grade forbidden array. Would you like to receive it? Forbidden array 6th grade array, once arranged, can somewhat isolate the power of heaven and earth. A good item. Zhou Qingyun smiled and said to Lu Xun, Senior brother, you are too polite. Since loyalty had been established, there was now a candidate for the young sect master of Xianxia sect. Then he took out a sub-symbol of the Universal Communication Talisman along with several volumes of sacred-level techniques and martial arts, handing them to Lu Xun. Lu Xun was immediately taken aback and expressed his gratitude to Zhou Qingyun once again. Under Zhou Qingyun's persuasion, he finally accepted these items. After some friendly exchanges with Lu Xun, Zhou Qingyun arrived at the hall of the sect leader. The hall of the sect leader was shrouded in ethereal mist adorned with dragon carvings and phoenix paintings. Qiu Jiuyin sat in a high seat, eyes closed in meditation. Sensing Zhou Qingyun's aura, he opened his eyes. The majestic demeanor he once had was replaced with a warm smile as he said, What brings the young sect master to find me? I hope the sect leader can revoke my identity as the young sect master. Zhou Qingyun said with a gentle smile. What? Qiu Jiuyin was immediately startled, rising in disbelief, quickly confirming, Did you really just say that, young sect master? You're not joking with me, are you? You did not misunderstand me. Zhou Qingyun nodded. Upon hearing this, Qiu Jiuyin despaired, anxiously asking, Young sect master, has the sect done something wrong? I will have someone rectify it immediately. Or did any disciple offend the young sect master? I will have them executed immediately. Qiu Jiuyin's eyes narrowed slightly, surrounded by a murderous intent. Currently, Zhou Qingyun was undoubtedly a great asset. As long as he remained in Xianxia sect, the sect would surely rise, even to the status of a holy land. He could finally realize his dream of many years. Zhou Qingyun smiled wryly, saying, Sect leader, you have misunderstood. Then why? Qiu Jiuyin asked, unwilling to accept the answer. This world is vast, and I wish to go out and see it. I do not want to hinder the normal transition of sect positions. No wonder. Yes, how could such a genius remain in a small sect like Xianxia sect? A broader world was their stage. Qiu Jiuyin understood solemnly, saying, Since the young sect master has made up his mind, I will no longer persuade you further. However, the identity of the young sect master was established by the Tower Spirit ancestor, and I cannot revoke it. I understand the sect leader's difficulty, but I have already found a new candidate for you. His talent is not low and is fully capable of taking on this important responsibility. Oh, who might that be? Qiu Jiuyin's eyes lit up as he asked. The true disciple Lu Xun. Lu Xun, huh? Qiu Jiuyin quickly searched his mind for information about Lu Xun, and after a moment he laughed heartily. All right, I will follow the young sect master's words. Since Lu Xun had a connection with Zhou Qingyun, what harm was there in doing him a favor? Moreover, Lu Xun's talent was indeed commendable. Qiu Jiuyin understood the key point and no longer struggled with it, wishing him, Then I wish the young sect master great success, and to ascend to the holy position soon. and Xianxia sect will always keep its doors open for you. The young sect master is welcome to return often. Zhou Qingyan nodded. Watching Zhou Qingyan's departing figure, Qiu Jiuyin sighed. A shallow pool can ultimately not contain a crouching dragon. Immediately, he had someone announce the news of Zhou Qingyun resigning from the position of young sect master and appointing Lu Sun as the new young sect master. Countless disciples and elders were immediately taken aback, feeling a chill run down their spines. They were still dreaming of taking off. Unexpectedly, the sect leader directly delivered a backstab, shattering their daydreams. Zhou Qingyun left the hall of the sect leader, but did not depart immediately. Instead, he ordered Tang Guangjuan, who was hidden in the void, to execute Huang Yi, who was meditating. Currently, Huang Yi no longer posed a threat to him, but she was suspected to be the female protagonist. What if she suddenly became powerful? Such things were hard to predict. System: extract 30 years of cultivation and enhance it. At this moment, under the night sky, the floating cloud boat traversed through the clouds, and Zhou Qingyun sat cross-legged on the deck, addressing the system. The 30 years of cultivation were the rewards Zhou Qingyun obtained from his investments in the Xianxia sect. Naturally, the rewards included more than just 30 years of cultivation. There were also some low-level martial arts techniques and elixirs. Extracting. Pure energy manifested from the void, rushing into Zhou Qingyan's dantian, filling his spiritual sea. Countless mysterious auras appeared in Zhou Qingyan's sea of consciousness, awakening more of his divine sense. At this moment, his perception range expanded once again, reaching nearly 30 miles. However, his realm still remained at the midstage of the spiritual god. In this regard, Zhou Qingyun was not upset. The cultivation rewarded by the system was equivalent to that of an ordinary person cultivating without any resources, and 30 years of such cultivation could not help him break through to the later stage. With a month remaining until the opening of the Heavenly Sun Mountain's secret realm, he had plenty of time to roam the Great Qian and enhance his cultivation. Subsequently, Zhou Qingyun swallowed a comprehension pill and began practicing the Slaughtering World Heaven Spear Sutra. He had too many martial arts techniques now and decided to focus on the Death and Life Immortal Sutra, Slaughtering World Heaven Spear Sutra, and Mahalaw. Recently, he hadn't obtained any martial arts proficiency cards, leaving Zhou Qingyun a bit frustrated, so he could only choose to cultivate slowly on his own. After swallowing the comprehension pill, Zhou Qingyun's mind became exceptionally clear, and a thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Now that the small world has evolved some degree of authority and computational power, if I invoke some authority to enhance myself, can it accelerate my comprehension? Zhou Qingyun's robe fluttered and his deep eyes sparkled with a glint of excitement. Acting on impulse, he focused his mind and immediately summoned the authority from the small world to enhance himself. Instantly, his spirit seemed to strengthen and his divine sense evolved, as if he could perceive the changes of heaven and earth. Indeed, it can be done. Zhou Qingyun's spirits lifted, and he promptly asked the system, "What are the conditions for you to upgrade again?" Ding. Requires 5 pieces of destiny fragments and 10 million villain points. Are you trying to make things difficult for me, fat tiger? Zhou Qingyan's face darkened. It seemed impossible to upgrade the system in the short term. So he said to the system, "Extract the only destiny fragment to upgrade the small world." Ding. As the host wishes. As the words fell, mysterious auras suddenly emerged from Zhou Qingyan's body, enveloping him in a divine and extraordinary atmosphere. Tang Guangjuan was immediately startled and quickly opened his domain to envelop the floating cloud boat, isolating it from external scrutiny. Meanwhile, within Zhou Qingyan's dantian, the small world within the seed of the world was undergoing tremendous changes. It seemed as if ancient iron laws emerged, allowing the small world to devour more chaotic energy. The desolate land rapidly evolved into a vast desert reminiscent of Mars, which Zhou Qingyun was familiar with in his past life. The sky also appeared clearer, while a faint veil enveloped the entire space, making the small world resemble a celestial sphere. As the evolution concluded, the small world had grown to the size of the planet from his previous life, and the speed at which it absorbed chaotic energy had increased. However, the laws were still incomplete, filled with desolation and emptiness, with life only represented by the fearful expression of Xiao Fan. Finally, it has some semblance of a world. I can catch some beings in the future to decorate it. Zhou Qingyun smiled, and subsequently named the small world the Eternal Realm. Eternal Realm, he wanted to use this world to reach eternity. It seemed that by invoking the authority of the Eternal Realm to enhance himself, he began cultivating the Slaughtering World Heaven Spear Sutra. At this moment, he felt a boost from heaven, and his comprehension ability significantly increased. The bright moonlight complemented Zhou Qingyan's robe, enhancing his aura, making him more serene and elegant. A divine radiance emanated from him, captivating all who beheld it. Thus, with the support of the Eternal Realm and the comprehension pill, Zhou Qingyun made some headway in his study of the Slaughtering World Heaven Spear Sutra. The floating cloud boat continued to move through the clouds at night. It wasn't until the next morning upon encountering a city that Zhou Qingyun instructed Tang Guangjuan to stop. Afterward, he entered the city and began searching for investors. This city was quite large, and Zhou Qingyun wandered around for half a day, triggering numerous investment opportunities. At this moment, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Detected an investment demand from a golden investment target. Investing a life and death mystical pill can earn a major achievement card for techniques 1, a major achievement card for martial arts 1A, and an 8th rank entry Dao pill. Would you like to bind this investment? Zhou Qingyun's eyes flickered, and he quickly opened the Eye of Fortune to scan his surroundings. Before long, he found an old man. In front of an old man seemed to be driven away by several young rascals for having dined and dashed. However, the old man was quite peculiar. He was dressed in rags, his gaze murky, propping his head up with one hand, while lying at the door, continuously pouring liquor into his mouth. No matter how the young rascals tried to drive him away, punching and kicking him, the old man remained utterly unmoved. Damn, what the hell is this? I've been trying to kick him out all morning. Why is this bastard as hard as a stone from a cesspool, stinky and tough? I've been a servant all my life, and I've never encountered someone so refreshingly unconventional, dining and dashing. A young rascal panted. Zhou Qingyun watched this scene with great interest. Was this great fortune bearer down on his luck? Or was there another reason? He pondered in his heart, then directly opened the system's data panel. Name Yu Ruguan. Realm Perfect Saint Entry. Fortune Golden. Favorability 0. Status Great Fortune Bearer. Perfect Saint Entry. Zhou Qingyun was taken aback. I didn't expect to encounter a big shot in a place like this. He hurriedly released Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan appeared somewhat dazed and cautiously set upon seeing Zhou Qingyun. Greetings, young master. From now on, just call me young master and go check that person's script. Zhou Qingyun pointed at Yu Ruguan and said to Xiao Fan, Yes, young master. Seeing that Zhou Qingyun had no intention of tormenting him, Xiao Fan breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Zhou Qingyun's mind received another prompt from the system. Ding. Congratulations, host. Xiao Fan's favorability has increased by 3. Zhou Qingyun. Immediately, Xiao Fan, not daring to delay, quickly opened the system. Name Yu Ruguan. Cultivation Perfect Saint Entry. Fate Infatuated Seed. Fate Number Emperor's Qualities Gold. Recent turn gained Zhou Qingyun's recognition, beloved saved, and in 14 days in Xianxia. Unknown changes will occur, unable to detect. Life script the son of the great elder of the sacred land of Fengchan, gifted from a young age. In just 1,000 years he became a saint, and then fell in love with the holy maiden Su Xianyu of the heavenly demon sacred land, facing pursuit from 2 major sacred lands, escaping in the process, and Su Xianyu was seriously injured. Thereafter, Yu Ruguan fell into a slump. Later meeting Zhou Qingyun, Su Xianyu was saved, and he pledged loyalty to Zhou Qingyun. Unable to detect, Xiao Fan was startled and quickly relayed what he saw to Zhou Qingyun. After a moment, Zhou Qingyun frowned. Why have I offended 2 sacred lands? He felt somewhat speechless. After sending Xiao Fan back to the eternal realm, Zhou Qingyun considered the pros and cons, and still approached Yu Ruguan softly, telling the young rascals, You guys hold on for a moment, we'll continue shortly. Gentlemen, please hold on a moment. 3 young servants paused, panting slightly, and turned to look at Zhou Qingyun. Moon Ruguan, however, seemed unaware of Zhou Qingyun's arrival, continuing to drink her wine nonchalantly. Seeing Zhou Qingyun's noble attire and extraordinary demeanor, one of them asked with some uncertainty, May I ask what brings you here, young sir? Has this person dined and dashed? Zhou Qingyun smiled faintly and asked, I apologize for letting you witness this farce. This person indeed ate without paying at our inn, yet we are unable to do anything about it. The 3 young servants expressed their frustration, venting their grievances to Zhou Qingyun. They had never encountered such a brazen and shameless individual. Zhou Qingyun chuckled heartily, saying, How about this? I will cover his bill, and you can hand him over to me. Thank you, young sir. Your high-mindedness is commendable. The young men's expressions brightened, and they hurriedly flattered him. Had they not feared punishment, they would not have wished to deal with this person at all. Zhou Qingyun maintained a smile as he took out a few low-grade spirit stones and handed them to the 3. After receiving the spirit stones, they expressed their gratitude once more and then departed. Moon Ruguan, come with me. Zhou Qingyun looked at Moon Ruguan and said softly, Boom. Moon Ruguan's previously murky gaze suddenly regained focus, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body, pressing toward Zhou Qingyun. Who are you? Yet before the imposing aura could descend, it was dispelled by the void figure of Tang Guangjuan. Tang Guangjuan then snorted coldly, causing the power of heaven and earth to surge forcibly, restraining Moon Ruguan. True saint. Moon Ruguan's hair flew wildly, his expression filled with shock. Was he from the Fengchan Holy Land? Or the Tianma Holy Land? His anger flared as he considered burning his life potential for a desperate gamble. At that moment, Zhou Qingyun seemed to sense Moon Ruguan's intent and smiled, saying, "If you wish to save Su Xiangyu, I advise you not to act impulsively." With that, Zhou Qingyun turned away, his hands clasped behind his back. His words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Moon Ruguan's head instantly, bringing him back to his senses. He looked at Zhou Qingyun's retreating figure with uncertainty. Who on earth is this person? With a true saint as his protector, could he be a son of a transcendent holy land? Those from the Fengshan Holy Land and the Tianma Holy Land were merely ordinary holy lands, utterly incapable of commanding such authority as to have a true saint as a protector. At this moment, Moon Ruguan felt like a drowning person, seeing Zhou Qingyun as his last straw, and he didn't wish to think too much. Gritting his teeth, he decided to follow him. What if Zhou Qingyun truly could save Xianyu? Zhou Qingyun arrived at an inn. Moon Ruguan followed closely behind, arriving at this inn. "How do you plan to save Xianyu, young sir?" Zhou Qingyun sat down, while Moon Ruguan stood beside him, asking with a fawning expression. He had sacrificed so much to save Su Xianyu. As for dignity and such, he no longer cared. Zhou Qingyun did not answer the question, but frowned and said, "First, you need to tidy up your appearance." Moon Ruguan emitted a strange odor, making Zhou Qingyun slightly uncomfortable. Hearing this, Moon Ruguan smiled awkwardly and quickly circulated his true essence to cleanse the dust and strange smell from his body. Afterward, he looked at Zhou Qingyun with anticipation. "I have a life and death mystic pill, but what price can you offer?" Zhou Qingyun asked with interest. "A 7th grade pill, the life and death mystic pill." Moon Ruguan was taken aback. He had been searching for this pill. However, the materials to refine it were extremely rare, typically found only in top holy lands or certain forbidden areas. Moreover, and most importantly, 7th grade alchemists were mostly offerings of the holy lands. He dared not seek them out. Now, if he dared to show his face, he would undoubtedly face the pursuit of 2 holy lands. Now that Zhou Qingyun possessed the life and death mystic pill, what price would he demand? Moon Ruguan felt despondent. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and hurriedly said to Zhou Qingyun, "I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you, never to betray. Your strength is decent, but if I accept you, won't that offend 2 holy lands?" Zhou Qingyun tapped the table, squinting as he asked. Upon hearing this, Moon Ruguan fell into despair. Seeing that the pressure had worked, Zhou Qingyun continued, "How about this? Aside from your loyalty to me, fulfill one more condition, and I will give you the life and death mystic pill." "May I ask, what is the condition?" "I will place a restriction on both you and Su Xianyu. Regardless of what method you use, you must break through to the Supreme Realm within 10 years, or I will erase your lives and those of Su Xianyu." Zhou Qingyun said casually. For someone with such great fortune, he needed to be given some pressure to grow better. This was an unconventional gambling agreement. He believed that in the future Moon Ruguan would be grateful to him. Even if he did not succeed, whether to kill or not would still depend on his mood at that time. Immediately, he summoned the system, bind Moon Ruguan. Deducting 100 villain points, binding successful. Supreme Realm. 10 years. Breaking through from Saint to Supreme in 10 years has indeed been done throughout history, but those were undoubtedly extraordinary prodigies. Moon Ruguan was far from such prodigies. Achieving Supreme in 10 years was like searching for a needle in the ocean. 500 years would be more reasonable. Moon Ruguan fell silent. After a long pause, he gritted his teeth and said, "I agree, young sir." He had nothing to lose now and might as well go all in. That's some determination. Zhou Qingyun chuckled, taking out the life and death mystic pill and 2 death talismans, saying to Moon Ruguan, "Take the life and death mystic pill and use the 2 talismans to plant restrictions in your and Su Xianyu's bodies. Oh, and by the way, don't try any tricks. Oh, I will sense them." Moon Ruguan was startled and quickly replied, "I wouldn't dare." He then gritted his teeth and took the 2 death talismans and the life and death mystic pill. Congratulations, host. Investment successful. Obtained cultivation completion card 1, martial arts completion card 1, 8th grade Dao entry pill. Would you like to receive? Dao entry pill, after consumption, affinity for laws increases, aiding in comprehending the laws. Zhou Qingyun did not respond, but looked at Moon Ruguan. At this moment, Moon Ruguan did not hesitate and directly infused the death talismans into his body. Then, with a thought, an ice coffin, made of unknown materials, suddenly appeared in the room. The ice coffin was enveloped in mysterious fluctuations, a chilling aura constantly circulating, seemingly able to lock in the flow of life. Inside the ice coffin lay a beautiful woman. Without hesitation, Moon Ruguan took out the life and death mystic pill and administered it to the woman. Seeing this, Zhou Qingyun also had no habit of eating dog food. He took out a sub-talisman of the Universal Communication Talisman and handed it to Moon Ruguan before leaving the inn. After leaving the inn, Zhou Qingyun continued to stroll around the city. Then he proceeded towards the Dian dynasty, stopping at cities to look for investment targets. 3 days passed, and Zhou Qingyun finally arrived at the border. During this time, he had not encountered any great fortune bearers or other beings of special status. However, during these few days, through investing in ordinary people, he had still gained 50 years of cultivation and broke through to the late stage of spiritual god. The next day, Zhou Qingyun arrived at the border. This place, or called the Crossing Difficulties Pass, was located on a vast desert magnificently resembling a soaring dragon stretching for miles. The fierce wind howled, stirring up clouds of yellow sand. Standing atop the towering city walls, Zhou Qingyun gazed at the territory of Dian, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he communicated with Tang Guangjuan telepathically, saying, "Go scout the strength of the Dian Emperor. If you cannot contend, retreat immediately." Tang Guangjuan nodded respectfully. "Yes." Boom. Tang Guangjuan emerged from the void surrounded by an overwhelming aura. His expression relaxed as he walked on the yellow sand with his hands behind his back. With each step he took, it felt as if he crossed hundreds of miles, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Who was that just now? The commander stationed at the crossing had the cultivation of the divine bridge realm, yet could only see a blurred phantom. His expression turned to one of horror as he speculated inwardly, is that the protector of the young master? Zhou Qingyun did not conceal his aura upon arriving here. Now the great Qian was nearly swept clean by the Zhou family, and at such a crucial juncture it had long been replaced by members of the Zhou clan. He naturally knew of Zhou Qingyun. On the other side, Tang Guangjuan maintained an indifferent gaze, arriving at the territory of Dian in no time. A terrifying aura erupted, crushing countless soldiers at the checkpoint into a mist of blood. What? Countless faces turned pale, looking at Tang Guangjuan in fear. The commander guarding Dian was in the midst of cultivating when he was suddenly awakened. His expression darkened as he flew out of the city shouting, "You seek death." The divine palace was summoned, blocking the sun and the moon, capturing the power of heaven and earth to unleash martial arts. A myriad of blade intents roared, reverberating with divine light as they struck toward Tang Guangjuan. "Oomph." Tang Guangjuan smiled faintly. With a gentle wave of his hand, the myriad of blade intents vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. A saint. The commander's expression changed drastically, his heart filled with dread. He immediately summoned a fragment of the imperial authority granted by the Dian Emperor to empower himself and prepared for battle. "Ignorant fool." Tang Guangjuan shook his head, extending his palm. Suddenly, an oppressive force akin to the heavens descended upon the commander. Even with the imperial authority's boost achieving a semi-saint strength, he still could not withstand it. "Ah!" The commander screamed in agony, and in an instant was crushed into a mist of blood. However, this commander was decisive. At the moment of his death, he burned his own divine soul, leveraging the imperial authority to send a message to the Dian Emperor and all officials. Enemy attack. All officials of Dian suddenly changed color instinctively, turning their gazes toward the frontier. Bold. The Dian Emperor was enraged. His eyes revealed divine light as he mobilized the imperial authority, striking with a mighty force. Boom. The heavens and earth changed color as the Dian Emperor, across tens of thousands of miles of rivers and mountains, conjured a massive national seal to suppress Tang Guangjuan. Tang Guangjuan remained calm, his Tao rhythm surging, with phenomena manifesting in the sky. Scholars recited verses forming characters that shattered the Great Seal. The terrifying aftermath filled the air with a sense of destruction spreading outward. The city below was directly flattened. True saint. The Dian Emperor's face changed drastically. How could this be? He had not provoked the sacred grounds recently. Why is there a true saint attacking? Who are you? Why do you invade my Dian territory? The Dian Emperor asked warily. Tang Guangjuan chuckled, saying, "It seems the Dian Emperor is forgetful. But I have not forgotten. I am here on the young master's orders to collect some interest from the Dian Emperor." His voice, imbued with the power of heaven and earth, resonated throughout every corner of Dian. Even some cultivators from the great Zhou heard it. Looks like a good show is about to unfold. The aging great Zhou Emperor's eyes sparkled with delight, revealing a gleeful smile. "Young master, who is this person to actually serve as a saint's retainer?" Countless minds went blank and could not comprehend. On the battlefield between Dian and Great Zhou, the faces of two Dian saint commanders also changed drastically as they turned their gazes toward this direction. "Are you one of Zhou Qingyun's people?" The Dian Emperor's pupils constricted. Tang Guangjuan ignored him, suddenly expanding his domain, enveloping the vast rivers and mountains of Dian. In this domain, Tang Guangjuan was a goddess sovereign. With a thought, he extracted all the energy of heaven and earth within the domain, transforming it into a colossal hand that struck toward the Dian Emperor from a distance of hundreds of thousands of miles. The magnificent imperial palace, spanning thousands of miles, appeared as insignificant as an ant beneath the colossal hand. The hand radiated golden divine light, exuding an aura capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. The faces of countless individuals within the palace were filled with despair. The Dayan Emperor's expression darkened. He hurriedly mobilized the imperial authority to empower himself, while summoning his domain, contracting it to protect the imperial city. Buzz! The giant hand struck the Dayan Emperor's domain, producing a terrifying sound that made countless eardrums tremble. Some weaker individuals bled from their 7 orifices and fainted. Crack! A sound resembling shattering echoed as cracks appeared in the Dayan Emperor's domain, causing divine light to leak out and shake the space. Due to the suddenness, the Dayan Emperor did not fully mobilize all the imperial authority to empower himself, resulting in his failure to unleash the true power of a saint, allowing Tang Guangjuan to gain the upper hand and severely damage his domain. Seeking death. The Dayan Emperor's face turned ashen. Saints cultivate their domains, and the domain is the foundation of a saint's path. With a severely damaged domain, the chances of becoming an emperor were minimal. This was a grudge against the path. This made the Dayan Emperor extremely furious. Losing his rationality, he gathered all the imperial authority to empower himself, determined to kill Tang Guangjuan. But how could Tang Guangjuan give him that opportunity? Inside the imperial authority, the master of the imperial authority enjoys an enhancement from various fortunes, which should not be judged by common sense. Only a fool would battle against the master of the imperial authority within its domain. His recent advantage was purely due to the Dayan Emperor's fear of his identity, combined with his position on the fringes of the imperial authority, making the fortune thin. This allowed him to seize the opportunity and catch the Dayan Emperor off guard. Now that his objective had been achieved, he naturally would not foolishly remain within Dayan's territory to entangle with the Dayan Emperor. He moved his figure and instantly exited Dayan's territory. "You little brat, if you have the guts, don't run." The Dayan Emperor, seeing this, went mad with rage and cursed. Hearing this, Tang Guangjuan stood outside Dayan's territory chuckling. "Since the Dayan Emperor says so, I will give you face and wait here for you to have a good fight with the Dayan Emperor." Shameless. The Dayan Emperor's face turned dark, nearly spitting out a mouthful of old blood. He was currently only at the pinnacle of the Saint realm. Outside Dayan's territory, he was no match for Tang Guangjuan. Only within Dayan could he display the true strength of a saint. Once he stepped outside Dayan's territory, he could not gain any enhancement. Moreover, the great Zhou Emperor's lifespan was nearing its end, and he feared that once he stepped out, the great Zhou Emperor would recklessly engage him in a desperate fight. The Dayan Emperor's expression was grim. "Do you dare come in?" Tang Guangjuan retorted disdainfully. "I dare to go in, but do you dare to come out?" The Yin Emperor's face darkened, yet he still did not venture beyond the borders of Great Yin. Tang Guangjuan shook his head in disappointment, and without lingering to confront the Yin Emperor, departed directly. Damnation! Watching Tang Guangjuan leave unscathed, the great Yin Emperor shed his usual majesty, his expression sinking to an abyssal gloom. Suppressing the fury within, he moved and returned to the imperial palace. He perused the intelligence on Tang Guangjuan. Some days prior, spies hidden within Great Qian had relayed word. Zhou Qingyuan had a sage protector by his side. Yet he had not anticipated a true sage, and one so formidable. After a moment's perusal, the great Yin Emperor discerned nothing of Tang Guangjuan's origins. Helpless, he could only turn back to examine the dossier on Zhou Qingyuan. Suspected of being accepted as a disciple by some ancient sacred land, forging an immortal-grade mystic pill, breaking through to the divine spirit realm. Offending the Yin-Yang sacred land, acquainted with the holy maiden of the Jade Lake sacred land. Also possessing an entering sage puppet and a true sage puppet. Dangers ahead, threats behind. The great Yin Emperor sat on his throne reviewing Zhou Qingyuan's intelligence, a slight headache forming. Though he had been wary of Zhou Qingyuan a few days prior, it had not reached this level. The exposure of Tang Guangjuan's cultivation utterly disrupted the great Yin Emperor's plans, elevating Zhou Qingyuan to an unprecedented level of importance. Moreover, with such a commotion here today, some sacred lands had likely already taken notice. Previously, he had planned to seize the Eastern Spirit Domain with lightning speed and break through to become a sovereign in one fell swoop. At that time, even if discovered by some sacred lands, as long as he remained within his dynastic court, he could defy them. In this era, the heavenly Tao slumbers, great emperors are rare, and a sovereign is invincible. Though Great Zhou had previously obstructed him, it remained within his control. But with the Nangong imperial clan uncovering his method of the dynastic court, he found himself in an immensely thorny situation. Coupled with Zhou Qingyuan's sudden emergence, it broke the great Yin Emperor's composure, embedding a deep grudge against Zhou Qingyuan, the Nangong imperial clan. After pondering for a long while, he could only seek a breakthrough through the Nangong imperial clan. What of it if he had to collude with a tiger? Time was pressing now. If that person in the immortal spirit domain detected his presence, then he would truly have no path to survival. Thus he took a desperate gamble. The great Yin Emperor composed his appearance, his demeanor regaining its authority, and ordered the eunuch outside, "Summon the right chancellor." "As you command." The old eunuch outside the door responded respectfully, then headed straight for the chancellor's residence. Soon an elderly man with a wrinkled face and a long beard arrived at the great Yin Emperor's palace. "Your servant pays homage to your majesty." The right chancellor immediately knelt and performed the ritual. "Rise." The great Yin Emperor gestured for him to stand. "Yes." The right chancellor slowly rose and asked respectfully, "May I ask what matter your majesty wishes to discuss with your servant?" "Go to the treasury and procure a flying spiritual treasure. Depart at once for the Nangong Imperial clan in the Heavenly Spirit domain and request them to dispatch an additional 5 entering sages and 1 true sage to assist me. I am willing to offer an additional 7th grade pill formula and a sacred grade lower tier martial art." The great Yin Emperor's expression turned grave, then he added coldly, "You must reach the Nangong Imperial clan within 20 days and inform an elder or the clan leader of this matter. If you fail, I will charge you with treason and execute your entire clan." The right chancellor's countenance tightened, and he immediately bowed his head. "Your servant shall obey." As he turned to leave, the great Yin Emperor spoke again. "Also take this intelligence dossier on Zhou Qingyun to the Nangong Imperial clan." "Your servant obeys." The right chancellor swiftly took the scroll and hurried to the treasury. After all, this concerned the lives of his entire clan, and he could not afford any negligence. In the myriad realms, there are thousands of spirit domains. Yet among these thousands, the immortal spirit domain, heavenly spirit domain, sacred spirit domain, and demon spirit domain boast the richest resources, spiritual energy, and Tao resonance. All the sacred lands and imperial clans of the myriad spirit realms are largely concentrated within these 4 great domains. The eastern spirit domain, however, lies immensely far from the heavenly spirit domain. The right chancellor, currently at the half-sage cultivation level, could only hope to reach the Nangong Imperial clan within 20 days by piloting a flying spiritual treasure and traveling without rest. Watching the right chancellor's departing figure, the great Yin Emperor's eyes flickered. Then, sitting cross-legged, he began to mobilize the dynastic fortune, attempting to repair his damaged domain. Tang Guangjuan strode back, arriving at Zhou Qinjian's resting place. He bowed and reporting to the young master, "By your command, the great Yin Emperor's domain has been damaged." "You have worked hard, Guangjuan." Zhou Qingyun smiled gently. Then he summoned Xiao Fan and once again examined Tang Guangjuan's life script. When Zhou Qingyun learned that the sages attacking over 40 days later had changed again, a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He murmured, "The fish has taken the bait." Xiao Fan, seeing Zhou Qinjian's professional smile once more, couldn't help but shiver. Who was he about to trick this time? Paying Xiao Fan no heed, Zhou Qingyun sealed him back into the eternal realm and continued his travels with Tang Guangjuan. There were still over 20 days until the Son of Heaven's secret realm opened. He intended to seek out as many investment targets as possible, farming rewards to strengthen himself. Setting out from the trial, Zhou Qingyun adopted the mindset of a traveler from his past life. He journeyed from city to city, witnessing the unique styles of various towns, the majestic landscapes, and the extraordinary demon beasts of remarkable abilities. On the first day, he passed through a barren city, witnessing the struggles of those at the bottom, and encountered a young prodigy with red qi, taking him into his small world to cultivate. On the third day, he passed through a city of mercenaries, seeing the weak venture into the mountains to hunt demon beasts at the Dancor stage, their blood-hot fighting for a future, a sight that stirred Zhou Qinjian's emotions. On the 7th day, he passed through a misty riverside city, witnessing the prosperity of the land of rivers and lakes. Zhou Qinjian's Tao heart settled into tranquility. Investing during the day and cultivating martial arts or techniques at night became Zhou Qinjian's routine. Worth mentioning, the technique Grand Completion card obtained from investments was used on the creation art. The creation art reached grand completion. Zhou Qinjian's physical strength underwent a transformative change, now comparable to a low-grade spiritual treasure. His true essence also transformed, taking on an undying quality. As long as Zhou Qingyun was not instantly killed, he could rely on the creation art to recover. As for the martial art Grand Completion card, he did not use it planning to save it until the slaughtering heavenly halberd art was mastered. These past few days of investment yielded a total of 90 years of cultivation, pushing Zhou Qinjian's realm to the peak of divine spirit, only a hair's breadth from the calamity realm. On the 10th day, a piece of news reached Zhou Qinjian's ears. The young emperor of Great Qian, recognizing his own incompetence to rule, abdicated the throne to Zhou Tsong. Zhou Tsong ascended as emperor, naming the dynasty Kaiyang, and simultaneously infeft Zhou Qingyun as the crown prince. The majority of Great Qian's people heartily approved of this matter. Some who harbored grudges against the Qian clan upon learning this rejoiced, and attempted to assassinate the young emperor, but their efforts failed. Enraged by this, Zhou Cong cast these individuals into prison and arranged for the last young emperor to be sent to a secluded paradise. From then on, no one ever saw the young emperor again. The founding ancestor of Kaiyang, a sage of great wisdom, established the Wenchang and Wujuan halls in every state and city to enlighten the minds of the people. Within these halls, there are studies of both sage teachings and cultivation practices. Kaiyang citizens below the age of 12 are welcome to enter and learn, and those who perform exceptionally well can directly participate in assessments to enter advanced academies. Those who reach the age of 18 can participate in the annual civil and martial examinations, and those who excel may directly serve in the court or the army. At the notice wall, a soldier read aloud with great vigor. The sun blazed fiercely, yet it could not dampen the enthusiasm of the ordinary people. After hearing the announcement, the atmosphere at the scene fell silent for a moment, then erupted into enthusiastic gasps of awe. His Majesty is wise. Some were moved to tears, for everyone knew that with Zhou Cong enacting this policy, even commoners now had a glimmer of opportunity for advancement. The class conflicts of the previous dynasty had long been brewing, and now that the Zhou clan could replace the former dynasty, the commoners naturally supported them with open arms. They just never expected the Zhou clan to be so enlightened. As Zhou Qingyun passed by, he heard the proclamation and was equally astonished. One must admit the Zhou clan indeed had far-reaching plans for establishing their dynasty. First, they completely abolished the previous dynasty's systems, centralizing power. Then they established a system akin to the imperial examinations of the past, gathering the talents of the world. Once their strength is amassed, perhaps at that time the Zhou clan could truly soar to great heights. Afterwards, Zhou Qingyun lost interest and continued to stroll through the city. After extracting enough resources, he moved on to the next city. 7 days passed. Zhou Qingyun visited 2 major cities and triggered several investments, receiving a reward of 150 years of cultivation. Not bad. Zhou Qingyun smiled and then headed towards a mountain range. Today, he intended to utilize this cultivation to break through to the Calamity Transcendent stage. With the Calamity spirit formed, the heavens would rain down the lightning tribulation. By overcoming it, he could break through to the Calamity stage. Arriving at the peak of a mountain with a gentle breeze, Zhou Qingyun looked into the distance and said to the system, extract 150 years of cultivation. Extracting. Pure energy surged forth, filling Zhou Qingyun's body and spirit. Boom. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted, creating a fierce wind that shattered the air. Zhou Qingyun's aura intensified, resembling a tidal wave about to crash. Buzz. In that instant, his momentum seemed to reach a critical point, stirring up terrifying airwaves that roared ominously. Crack. In Zhou Qingyun's perception, he seemed to hear the sound of some shackles breaking, the universe becoming extraordinarily clear. His spiritual sea underwent a dramatic transformation, rapidly expanding. In Zhou Qingyun's sea of consciousness, a shadow of a spirit identical to him suddenly formed. The moment the spirit took shape, his perception extended to 100 miles, and the sky abruptly changed color. The originally clear blue sky was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds, as if terrible thunder was brewing. Rumble. A horrifying pressure descended, making it hard to breathe. Countless beasts fled in panic. Some people looked up towards the scene. Is this someone transcending the calamity lightning? It seems like the lightning tribulation for someone just breaking through to the spirit stage, but why does it look so terrifying? These people naturally did not know that due to Zhou Qingyun's profound foundation, his lightning tribulation was significantly stronger than that of ordinary individuals. It's coming. Zhou Qingyun fixed his gaze on the brewing lightning in the sky, his eyes shining brightly, devoid of any fear. Boom. A massive bolt of lightning suddenly struck Zhou Qingyun, producing a crackling sound. He remained calm, activating the transformation art and wielding his martial skills to extinguish the lightning. Then a second bolt of lightning descended, even stronger than the previous one. Yet it still could not harm Zhou Qingyun in the slightest. By the time the third and sixth bolts arrived, Zhou Qingyun grew impatient and directly took out the indestructible spear, unleashing the slaughtering world spear technique. The power of the indestructible spear was terrifying, and Zhou Qingyun was not yet able to fully unleash it, so he could only use it as a weapon to execute his martial skills. After so many days of training, he had already grasped the basics of the slaughtering world spear technique. Buzz. The intent to kill surged, transforming into a myriad of spear lights that slashed towards the thundercloud. This. What the hell? Are you looking for death? How dare he provoke the heavenly tribulation? Some who were watching from afar were dumbfounded, their hearts racing. Having lived so long, they had never seen such audacious behavior. Such a uniquely bold individual. The brewing lightning tribulation in the sky seemed angered as it unleashed dozens of massive bolts of lightning towards the myriad spear lights. However, those spear lights contained intent to kill, incredibly terrifying, and suddenly erupted with brilliant divine light, annihilating that bolt of lightning. The might of the spear lights did not diminish, and in an instant they scattered the dark clouds. The sky returned to clarity as if nothing had ever occurred. Countless pure energies suddenly appeared between heaven and earth, reinforcing his spirit and foundation. Moreover, the cultivation rewarded by the system was still being infused. Those watching from a distance were rendered speechless by Zhou Qinjian's actions, their mouths agape. What the hell is this? I've never seen such an impressive maneuver before. Truly a sight to behold. So this is how one can transcend the lightning tribulation. I should try this next time. Try it. I think you're more likely to die. This person might be a top genius from another realm. Do you have the same foundation as him? At that moment, Zhou Qingyun was making more commotion. With the feedback from the lightning tribulation and the reward from the system, Zhou Qingyun ultimately broke through the shackles of the mid-calamity stage. Dong. As soon as he broke through to the mid-calamity stage, the winds and clouds transformed, and the thunderclouds gathered once more. This time the might was even more terrifying than before. Heh! Zhou Qingyun smiled slightly, mobilizing all of his true essence, replicating his previous actions, and forcefully dispersing the thunderclouds. Those in the distance were shocked to the point of being unable to breathe. In the ancient wood forest hundreds of miles from Zhou Qinjian's peak, a young man with eyebrows like swords and well-defined features stared blankly at the extraordinary events unfolding in the distance. He couldn't help but murmur, "Master, have you ever seen such a terrifying person?" Chu Tian's Dao heart was somewhat shattered. He had thought that achieving the initial calamity stage in just 3 years was already astonishing. Yet he never expected that someone could obliterate the heavenly tribulation with their calamity. Truly, there are always people beyond the realm of mortals and heavens beyond the heavens. Chu Tian smiled bitterly. In his mind, an ancient voice echoed, "I too have never seen such a person. This individual is likely a holy son from a powerful sacred land, enjoying countless resources. A disciple, do not be disheartened." In Chu Tian's sea of consciousness, an immortal-looking elder comforted him. Chu Tian did not dwell on it and nodded. After completing the tribulation, Zhou Qingyun soared into the sky, but just after flying for a while, he once again heard the system's voice. Ding. Detected a legendary heir of destiny. Would you like to bind? Ding. Detected a legendary destined child. Do you want to bind? Detected investment needs of the legendary destined child. Investing in a low-grade Dao weapon, the Wind Spirit Sword, can yield a sacred weapon and a 1-minute experience card of supreme cultivation. Do you wish to bind the investment? Zhou Qinjian's eyes revealed a look of surprise. Bind it, system. The Wind Spirit Sword was something he had invested in a few days ago, and he did not expect it to be useful today. Spent 100,000 villain points. Binding successful. Check this person's data panel. Zhou Qingyun nodded. Name Chu Tian. Realm, early stage of calamity. Fortune golden. Favorability 0. Status legendary destined child. Early stage of calamity. It seems he is already a grown destined child. He then extended his divine sense, perceiving the surroundings within 100 miles. Soon Zhou Qingyun discovered a young man with exceptional demeanor. The young man wore blue clothes, had delicate features, and his eyebrows resembled swords, exuding an impressive aura. The moment he detected the young man, Zhou Qingyun relaxed slightly. This person was likely Chu Tian. At that moment in the ancient woods, Chu Tian was preparing to leave. Suddenly the elder with an ethereal aura in his sea of consciousness frowned and said to Chu Tian, "That person seems to have noticed you. Hurry and leave." Noticed? Chu Tian was startled and did not dare to delay. He activated his movement technique to leave, but suddenly heard a gentle voice behind him. "Dao friend, please hold on." So fast. Chu Tian was extremely shocked and turned stiffly, only to see Zhou Qingyun in white clothes, exuding an ethereal presence, smiling at him. "What business do you have, Dao friend?" Chu Tian also smiled back and inquired. "No need to be nervous, I mean no harm. I just noticed your profound background and extraordinary talent, and I am here to invite you to join my Baiyu Jing." Baiyu Jing is the holy place. This person belongs to Baiyu Jing. Chu Tian did not respond immediately, but asked the elder in his sea of consciousness, "Master, have you heard of Baiyu Jing?" The elder searched his memories, but found no information about Baiyu Jing after a long while. That shouldn't be. Although my strength in life wasn't the strongest in the world, I still knew about the 4 major domains and those hidden holy places. Why has a Baiyu Jing suddenly emerged now? Is it a new holy place that appeared after my death? Or is Baiyu Jing not a holy place at all, just a sect in some major domain? The elder frowned slightly, constantly speculating in his heart. He then sighed and said to Chu Tian, "I don't know of such a holy place. It could just be a major sect, or possibly a newly established holy place, or even a hidden holy place." Hearing this, Chu Tian also frowned. For the past 3 years, the elder had given him the impression of knowing everything. Baiyu Jing was the first thing that left the elder at a loss. After pondering for a moment, Chu Tian quietly asked, "Why have I never heard of this Baiyu Jing if it is a power?" Zhou Qingyun smiled warmly and said Baiyu Jing is hidden beneath the shadows of fate with a deep heritage. Its establishment time is hard to trace, and it is not something ordinary people can glimpse. Even I only know a little information. It is normal that you do not know. The elder hidden in Chu Tian's sea of consciousness was startled upon hearing this. Could it really be a hidden holy place that due to the great changes in heaven and earth had to reveal itself? The elder was also uncertain and could only let Chu Tian decide for himself. "Thank you for your invitation, but I have already joined the Yuling holy land of Tianlingyu, so I may not be able to join the holy place you belong to." Chu Tian's face showed a struggle. Hearing Zhou Qinjian's description, he too was somewhat tempted. However, not long ago, he had already been accepted as a disciple by an elder of the Yuling Holy Land. If he withdrew now, he would likely be hunted down by that holy place. He was from another major domain, and he had heard the elder mention that there was a secret realm within this dynasty that was extraordinary and useful to him. Now that the secret realm was about to open, he had come here specifically to take a look. Zhou Qingyun was not angry upon hearing this, and still wore a smile. "Dao friend, there's no need to rush to refuse. Think it over, and you can contact me later." Saying this, Zhou Qingyun took out a communication talisman from his ring and said, "Dao friend, take this. If you think it over later, you can contact me through this." This item came from the hands of the immortal master of Baiyu Jing. "No matter where you are, you can contact me." Chu Tian and the elder were both shocked. Is there really such a magical item in the world? "I appreciate your kindness, Dao friend, but this item is too precious. I hope you can take it back." Chu Tian hesitated and said, "Those in the holy places could also create communication devices, but they all had distance limitations. Such communication without distance limitations must be extraordinary." However, Chu Tian's heart remained unsettled, filled with pride. After all, being invited so earnestly by a figure of the saintly child level clearly indicated his extraordinary talent. "There's no need to be polite, Dao friend. This is just a small item from Baiyu Jing." Zhou Qingyun shook his head. Hearing this, Chu Tian still hesitated but accepted the talisman, cupping his hands and saying, "Then thank you very much, Dao friend. I feel we have a connection. This item is also a gift for you." Zhou Qingyun took out the wind spirit sword and handed it to Chu Tian. Without giving him a chance to refuse, he transformed into a rainbow and departed. This is Baiyu Jing really that powerful? A Dao weapon was given just like that. Holding the wind spirit sword and watching Zhou Qinjian's departing figure, Chu Tian was stunned. Even the mysterious elder was astonished. It seemed Baiyu Jing was indeed genuine, and its foundation was not shallow. Just now the elder had sensed a faint fluctuation of a domain. Thus the elder believed it. Chu Tian examined the wind spirit sword for a while and said to the elder, "Please check if there are any issues with these two items." The elder nodded. Although he was now just a remnant, thought his eyesight was still sharp. He then extended his divine sense to inspect the items. After a while, the elder shook his head and said, "Both items are fine. I owe this Dao friend a great favor. I will think of a way to repay him in the future." Then, as if he thought of something, his expression stiffened. "Oh no, I forgot to ask that Dao friend's name. It's simple. You can try to see if that talisman can communicate." The elder said irritably. Chu Tian smiled awkwardly and probed his divine sense into the talisman. After a while, a familiar voice came from the talisman. "Have you thought it through, Dao friend? You've misunderstood, Dao friend. I just wanted to ask your name." Chu Tian smiled awkwardly. "Zhou Qingyun." Zhou Qingyun. Chu Tian felt this name was extremely familiar, but he couldn't recall it at the moment. He shook his head, suppressing his curiosity, and transformed into a divine rainbow to leave. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successful investment, obtaining a sacred weapon and a 1-minute experience card of supreme cultivation. Zhou Qingyun did not leave, but went to a distance where Tang Guangjuan concealed the aura of heaven and earth. I didn't expect this destined child's character to be quite upright. Just after one brush, his favorability actually reached 50. Zhou Qingyun smiled. Originally, Zhou Qingyun planned to do something sneaky, but seeing how quickly Chu Tian's favorability increased, he abandoned the idea. Then seeing Chu Tian about to leave, he immediately summoned Xiaofan and said, "Check his life script." "Let me see his life script." Xiaofan's vision blurred, and in an instant he found himself outside. Feeling the external scenery once more, he nearly wept with emotion. Was this a moment of respite? He dared not tarry and quickly opened his system. Name Chu Tian. Cultivation early calamity stage. Destiny ascension amidst the mundane world. Fate threads rising against the odds red. Extraordinary fortune gold. Survival against all odds gold. Chosen protagonist gold. Upcoming turning point at the Tianzi Mountain secret realm of the Kaiyang dynasty. Obtain an imperial artifact. subsequently journey to the Imperial Spirit Holy Land of the Tianling domain. 2 years later offend the Imperial Spirit Holy Sun. With the exposed Imperial artifact inciting greed be suppressed by the Holy Sun's overwhelming influence. Chu Tian burning with indignation resolutely defects from the Imperial Spirit Holy Land only to be hunted down by them. He then joins the White Jade Capital. Unable to predict. Life script protagonist of Eternal First Immortal. Xiao Fan's mind trembled. Holy shit, another protagonist. Does the young master attract children of destiny? This cheat is a bit too much. Xiao Fan's mind went into overdrive. With a respectful expression he quickly said, "Young master, this person's information is." Previously Zhou Qingyun had tormented him quite severely, so even small favors would boost Xiao Fan's goodwill. At the same time, having witnessed Zhou Qingyun's extraordinary methods, he had completely abandoned any thought of opposing him. After a moment having heard Xiao Fan's account, Zhou Qingyun fell into thoughtful contemplation. Obtaining an imperial artifact. This secret realm is no ordinary place. Joining the White Jade Capital in 2 years. This kid is somewhat pedantic. Zhou Qingyun's eyes flickered. He then waved his hand, teleporting Xiao Fan into the Eternal Realm and transmitted a message to Tang Guangjuan. Did you sense any unusual fluctuations from that young man just now? Among the renowned prodigies of the Kaiyang dynasty, none possessed the status of a child of destiny. Undoubtedly, Chu Tian was an outsider drawn directly to the Tianzi Mountain secret realm with a clear purpose. Thus, Zhou Qingyun suspected that Chu Tian's golden finger was of the old mentor type and that he knew some of the secrets of this place. Tang Guangjuan, hidden within the void, revealed a contemplative expression and said slowly, reporting to the young master, "I did indeed detect a faint remnant thought fluctuation on him just now." Zhou Qingyun understood and without further delay headed straight for the capital of the Kaiyang dynasty. There were still 5 days until the Tianzi Mountain secret realm opened. He needed to find several array masters to set up prohibition arrays in advance. The capital of the Kaiyang dynasty was still the former dynasty's Qingan city, now renamed Kaiyan City. With the rise of the Zhou clan, Kaiyan City had shed its former decadence. Resources were redistributed, a myriad of reforms were underway, and the city radiated vitality. Moreover, with the imminent opening of the Tianzi Mountain secret realm, Zhou Tsang had announced that 1/3 of the secret realm slots would be contested through arena battles. Consequently, countless rogue cultivators and prodigies from various factions converged upon the capital. The current Zhou clan was immensely powerful, and unlike the previous dynasty's imperial family, was not subject to checks from various forces, thus it could distribute slots as it saw fit. The secret realm slots were now entirely under the Zhou clan's control. Zhou Qingyun rode a floating cloud boat to the outskirts of Kaiyan City. A young soldier patrolling the towering city walls saw him and was about to shout. But he was immediately silenced by a middle-aged soldier beside him who whispered harshly, "Are you crazy? That is the Crown Prince's flying vessel." Clearly, he had seen Zhou Qingyun's floating cloud boat before. Upon hearing this, the young soldier was terrified and shot a grateful look at the middle-aged soldier. At that moment, other soldiers on the wall also recognized Zhou Qingyun's floating cloud boat, immediately knelt on one knee and chanted in unison, "Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Others below the wall, seeing this, were astonished and also bowed. "Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Zhou Qingyun, with a calm expression, gave a slight nod and continued towards the imperial city. Upon arriving at the imperial city, Zhou Qingyun went directly to meet Zhou Tsang. At that moment, Zhou Tsang was reviewing memorials. Hearing that Zhou Qingyun sought an audience, he smiled and said, "Come in." "Greetings, Imperial Father." Zhou Qingyun performed a slight bow. Now that Zhou Tsang had become the emperor of a dynasty, he could no longer address him as before. "Why bother with such formalities with your father?" Despite becoming the sovereign of a dynasty, Zhou Tsang remained elegant and approachable. He chuckled and scolded, then asked with curiosity, "What brings you here, Qingyun?" In his memory, Zhou Qingyun rarely sought him out unless there was a specific matter. Zhou Qingyun said softly, "I've come to ask Imperial Father for a few 6th grade array masters." 6th grade array masters already dealt with the power of heaven and earth and were extremely scarce even in the Kaiyang dynasty. Zhou Qingyun did not know any personally. Hearing this, a gleam of divine light shone in Zhou Tsang's eyes. He asked, "What does Qingyun need 6th grade array masters for?" Zhou Qingyun did not hide anything and explained the whole situation to Zhou Tsang. Hiss. Zhou Tsang's expression turned grave and he asked solemnly, "Are you confident?" "Rest assured, Imperial Father." Zhou Qingyun nodded, his eyes shining brightly. Zhou Tsang paced back and forth, saying with a bitter smile, "With my current strength, it seems I cannot help you. I hope you will act cautiously, Qingyun. If you truly cannot prevail, retreat in time and seek another opportunity another day." Although Zhou Qingyun was absolutely confident, Zhou Tsang was still uneasy, as this involved a saint. Zhou Qingyun gave a slight nod. After a moment of thought, Zhou Tsang's hand seals shifted, his hair flew, patterns emerged in the void, and a faint dragon's roar seemed to echo within the dynasty's territory. Countless people looked up puzzled. In an instant, a wisp of golden divine radiance merged into Zhou Qinjian's body. Although the Destiny dynasty has not yet been established, the method left by our ancestor for establishing it is profoundly mysterious. Now that I am the sovereign of this dynasty, I can use this method to mobilize a fraction of the dynasty's fortune authority. That divine radiance just now was a thread of the Destiny dynasty's fortune authority. I hope it can aid you. Seeing Zhou Qinjian's confusion, Zhou Tsang explained. His heart was somewhat bitter. As a father, being unable to shield his child from calamity left him feeling a sense of defeat. Then Zhou Tsang added, there are 5 sixth-grade array masters in the dynasty, but 2 have already entered secluded meditation. Qingyun, do you think the remaining 3 are enough? If not, I will find another way. Thank you, Imperial Father. 3 are sufficient. Zhou Qingyun smiled slightly and cupped his hands in salute. However, inwardly he was far from calm. In fact, he was astounded, because he discovered that the moment the dynasty's fortune authority entered his body, the Eternal Realm's rate of devouring chaotic qi had accelerated, and the speed of its rule evolution had also increased. Although the rate was minimal, as the master of the Eternal Realm, Zhou Qingyun could clearly perceive the changes. It seems the establishment of the Destiny dynasty needs to be carefully planned. Zhou Qinjian's eyes flickered. Since this dynasty's fortune was beneficial to him, he would have to take it seriously. Seeing that it was useful to Zhou Qingyun, Zhou Tsang also smiled. He then summoned the 3 sixth-grade array masters to the palace. Before long, 3 elderly men arrived at the Great Hall. Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince. The 3 performed a bow of respect. Zhou Qingyun nodded. After selecting the heavenly materials and earthly treasures needed for the array from the national treasury, he immediately led the 3 straight to Xianxia. Xianxia is located in the central region of the Kaiyang dynasty. Here the majestic mountains stand tall, showcasing unique landscapes. Countless powerful auras flicker in and out of existence in Xianxia, with roars echoing through the mountains, shaking down numerous withered leaves, producing a rustling sound. Deep within, 2 perilous peaks pierce the clouds, resembling 2 gigantic gateways standing out amidst the mountains. Surrounding the towering mountains are numerous smaller peaks, unevenly clustered, encircling those 2 mighty summits, forming a natural array. This mountain range is known as the Tianzi Mountain. Zhou Qingyun, accompanied by 3 sixth-grade array masters, arrived here aboard a floating cloud boat. Looking at the peculiar scenery, Zhou Qingyun was quite astonished. He then took out the forbidden array and with a warm smile asked, are you 3 seniors confident in completing this 6th-grade array within 3 days? The 3 exchanged glances, and one of the older white-beard elders stepped forward, took the forbidden array, glanced over it, and passed it to the next for inspection. After passing it around, the 3 discussed through their spiritual senses. This array is exceptionally intricate. Even among 6th-grade spirit arrays, it belongs to the top tier. It may be challenging to set it up within 3 days. A burly elder with thick eyebrows and large eyes communicated through his spiritual sense. What Lin Daofren said is indeed correct, but the Tianzi Mountain is naturally a foundation for the array. If we utilize this characteristic, we might be able to complete it. Another lean old man gently stroked his beard. Daofren Heist's understanding is exceptional. The other 2 were also filled with admiration. The white-beard elder cupped his hands and said, Your Highness, the terrain here is unique. We 3 should be able to accomplish this. Then I will trouble you seniors. There will be generous rewards upon completion. Zhou Qingyun smiled slightly and promised. Hearing this, the 3 felt a surge of joy and solemnly replied, We will surely live up to Your Highness' expectations. With that, the 3 took the forbidden array and the materials for the formation, flying towards the Tianzi Mountain. After stopping the floating cloud boat in midair, Zhou Qingyun did not waste any time swallowing a comprehension pill and continuing to practice the Lushi Tiangong scripture. For 3 consecutive days, Zhou Qingyun stayed here. Meanwhile, the competition held in the royal city also yielded results. This competition selected 1,600 talented individuals, while the remaining spots were allocated by Zhou Tsang to the Zhou clan and those within the court. Outside Cayenne City, tens of thousands of elite soldiers were lined up in formation, each soldier clad in dark armor that shimmered with an eerie glow, exuding a heavy aura that made one's heart tremble. At this moment, a terrifying phantom suddenly appeared in the sky. In his hand, he held a sacred edict radiating divine light, and he solemnly proclaimed, by the mandate of heaven, the Emperor decrees, as the Tianzi Mountain secret realm opens, I am greatly pleased, and I set forth a quota inviting heroes from all over the world to compete. The various heroes did not disappoint, showcasing their might, and today the victors shall be determined. A total of 1,600 heroes will be allocated spots combined with 3,400 talents from the court, making a total of 5,000 spots. The secret realm will open the day after tomorrow. Zhou Jing and several ministers are specially appointed to lead all the heroes to Tianzi Mountain without any mistakes. We obey. Numerous people bowed in response. Immediately, countless individuals began to move towards the outskirts of the city. Zhou Jing rode a fantastical beast that radiated illusory flames, his expression serious as he appeared before the tens of thousands of elite soldiers along with several ministers. Set off, Zhou Jing announced loudly. Immediately, the fantastical beast, seemingly endowed with intelligence, leapt into the air, followed closely by several ministers and then tens of thousands of elite soldiers. Those who obtained spots were the third wave, while the remaining onlookers or factions were at the end. Sensing the departure of the troops, Zhou Tsang gazed towards Tianzi Mountain and sighed lightly. Uncle, these years I have worked diligently for the family. This time for Qingyun I fear I must be selfish once. Although Zhou Qingyun was confident, he still felt uneasy and wanted to prepare the foundations for the establishment of the dynasty in advance. If Zhou Qingyun were to fail, he could instantly establish the dynasty, summon the authority of the dynasty to empower himself, and gain the combat strength of a sage to share some pressure for Zhou Qingyun. This was also the reason for his sigh. After all, involving the imperial clan, Zhou Tsang could not help but worry. The imperial clan once produced a great emperor and possesses extraordinary heritage. Zhou Feng, clad in purple, stepped out from the shadows and said cheerfully, Qingyun is a ancien millennium talent of our clan, and with the great Yin dynasty eyeing us covetously, even without Qingyun, the great Yin dynasty would likely ally with the imperial clan to invade. We might as well take this opportunity to gamble once. Sometimes being overly cautious can lead to losing one's edge. My family harbors great ambitions and will inevitably face these challenges one day. The clan head need not bear any burden. We few old fellows will fully support the clan head. Thank you, uncle. Zhou Tsang smiled, possibly the reason he cherished this family so much. If that's the case, I will go prepare accordingly. If Qingyun's forces are not enough, the clan head can instantly establish the dynasty and gain combat power. Thank you, uncle. Zhangjuji, Tianzi Mountain. That evening, the three 6th grade array masters completed the setup of the forbidden array. The bright moonlight illuminated the faces of the group, seemingly revealing fine beads of sweat. 3 days of continuous array setup left their minds and spirits utterly exhausted. Your Highness, we have lived up to our promise. Here is the array activation plate. The three flew onto the floating cloud boat, revealing smiles of relief. Then the white-haired elder took out a compass emanating mysterious patterns and handed it to Zhou Qingyun. Accepting the array activation plate, Zhou Qingyun smiled gently, saying, Thank you, seniors. This is a mid-level Earth-grade martial art. Please accept it as your reward. Thank you, Your Highness. The three were pleasantly surprised, not declining, and immediately accepted the martial art. They thought they were merely fulfilling a task and did not expect such a rich reward. In an instant, the three's fondness for Zhou Qingyun increased significantly. Subsequently, they did not linger and left directly. The intense array setup over 3 days left them mentally scattered and utterly fatigued, in urgent need of rest. After the three left, Zhou Qingyun took out the 10,000 Realms communication talisman to summon Su Taotian. He then sent a message to Zhou Tsang asking his third uncle and second uncle to come over. Zhou Tsang's communication talisman was given to him a few days ago. He now had 3 saint-level puppets that needed someone to activate them. After arranging everything, Zhou Qingyun continued his cultivation. The next day in the morning, a powerful aura approached from a distance, causing the demonic beasts in the mountains to scatter in panic. Boom! The sound of tremors rang out as Zhou Jing led his troops, appearing grandly at Tianzi Mountain. Zhou Qingyun opened his eyes, sensing the aura, and descended the floating cloud boat. The crowd, upon seeing the floating cloud boat land and Zhou Qingyun's figure emerge, immediately brightened and saluted. We pay our respects to Your Highness. Among the crowd, Chu Tian, dressed humbly and with a handsome appearance, saw Zhou Qingyun and exclaimed inwardly, It's actually him. So this friend is the renowned Zhou Qingyun. The great Yin dynasty was quite famous in the nearby spiritual domain, and Zhou Qingyun, who could bring the great Yin dynasty to its knees, was immediately remembered. Though recognizing Zhou Qingyun, Chu Tian did not approach to speak with him, but instead kept himself hidden. Zhou Qingyun also noticed Chu Tian glancing over lightly, without saying much, and laughed aloud. Everyone, please be at ease. He then greeted Zhou Jing, saying, Third uncle. At this moment, in front of outsiders, Zhou Jing had to maintain his image and merely nodded with a smile. Immediately, he commanded the soldiers to set up camp and wait for the opening of the secret realm tomorrow. Zhou Qingyun guessed Zhou Jing's subtle intentions, but did not expose them. In the afternoon, Su Taotian, Zhou Baishan, and Zhou Feng all arrived. Zhou Qingyun handed the 3 puppets to them, instructing them to listen to his arrangements after the secret realm. On the second day, the morning glow resembled thousands of golden arrows shooting down from the 9 heavens, illuminating the 2 towering peaks, filling the air with a mystical and dreamy aura. Tianzi Mountain was suddenly enveloped in a mysterious aura with Tao rhythms emerging, converging into brilliant divine light that shot towards the 2 peaks resembling gateways. The void between the 2 mountain ranges suddenly began to undulate. Boom! The ground trembled and a deep mysterious vortex suddenly formed between the 2 mountains. Countless eyes sparkled with excitement as they murmured, the secret realm has finally opened. This secret realm is truly wondrous. It has only just opened, yet rich spiritual energy and profound Tao resonance are already billowing forth. The mysterious Tao resonance echoed through the space, carrying an aura of ancient desolation, leaving countless onlookers in awe. Master, is this secret realm truly the ruins of a holy land? Chu Tian, sensing the vast and boundless aura, could not help but ask the ethereal elder within his sea of consciousness. A flicker of reminiscence passed through the elder's eyes as he said, "This is indeed a small world of a holy land, and a formidable one at that. One that once housed multiple sovereigns. However, it was shattered by a cataclysmic upheaval 100,000 years ago. What was that upheaval that could destroy such a powerful holy land? I recall you once said you perished in that same upheaval 100,000 years ago." Chu Tian's expression trembled as he pressed for answers. After a moment of silence, the elder spoke. In the past, the myriad spirit realm was exceedingly prosperous with complete laws and the concentration of spiritual energy and Tao resonance across all spirit domains was roughly equal. But 500,000 years ago, heaven and earth underwent a drastic change. Laws became obscured, spiritual energy waned, and it seemed to herald an age of decline. 100,000 years ago, some of the most powerful beings in the heavens, unwilling to fade into oblivion, joined forces with the major powers of the 4 domains. They proposed a shocking plan to extract spiritual energy and Tao resonance from the other spirit domains to nourish the 4 spirit domains. Naturally, the holy lands of the other domains resisted, uniting to oppose them. That war shook heaven and earth. Countless sovereigns, holy lands, imperial dynasties, and great sects were obliterated from the annals of history. Your master perished in that war, leaving behind only a lingering remnant of consciousness. Now, apart from the 4 domains, the Tao resonance in the other spirit domains is faint and feeble. It seems the 4 spirit domains ultimately prevailed. The elder gave a bitter smile. He was once the patriarch of a first-rate power in the holy spirit domain named Xiao Changtian at the 2nd layer of the sovereign realm. He had no desire to participate in the schemes of those great figures. Forced by the coercion of those supreme celestial powers, he had no choice but to join the battle. Yet the holy lands of the other domains were no easy prey. In the end, he fell in that great war. Chu Tian was astounded. Were the 4 spirit domains so powerful back then? Could they truly stand against so many forces? In the past, the 4 spirit domains were only slightly stronger, nowhere near capable of opposing all the forces. I suspect that the supreme powers of the 4 domains agreed to share benefits, and driven by the irresistible tide of events, the other top-tier powers ultimately consented to the plan. This point also puzzled Xiao Changtian, but having never visited the 4 spirit domains, he could only speculate. If he saw remnants of forces from other domains within the 4 spirit domains, he would be able to confirm his conjecture. Hearing this, Chu Tian nodded. Just then Zhou Jing announced, "The secret realm is now open. The chosen prodigies who have earned their places may enter. I wish you all a triumphant return." "Thank you, General." All the prodigies made their way toward the swirling vortex gate, one after another. Chu Tian wasted no time either. Zhou Qingyun scanned the crowd with his fortune eye, and as Chu Tian stepped forward, he transformed into a divine rainbow and strode confidently into the gate. The heavenly spirit domain. Within the small world of the Nandu imperial clan palaces floated in the air, suffused with dense Tao resonance resembling an earthly paradise. In a hall emanating an overwhelming aura of oppression, a middle-aged man wearing a crown sat upon a high throne. Gazing expressionlessly at an old man with a wrinkled face prostrating on the ground, he said, "That Zhou Qingyun has joined a hidden holy land and even has a true saint as his protector. Are you certain you are not reporting false intelligence?" An immense pressure like surging tides bore down upon the old man. The old man's already wrinkled face instantly turned the color of liver. Trembling, he stammered, "Reporting to your excellency, this intelligence was conveyed to me by the Yin Emperor to present to you. I dare not conceal or fabricate anything. I beseech your excellency to investigate thoroughly." Seeing that the old man's expression did not seem feigned, Nangong Batian narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. He harbored some skepticism regarding the so-called hidden holy land. Apart from a few truly ancient hidden holy lands that had weathered the ages, which could genuinely be called holy lands, the others were merely losers from 100,000 years ago. Those losers unable to establish a foothold in the four spirit domains could only skulk in the shadows like rats barely surviving. Thus Nangong Batian did not believe that such a desperate holy land would act so ostentatiously. Yet aside from the Inyang Holy Land which had emerged, there were no signs of the other truly hidden forces appearing. Could it be that Zhou Qingyun had ultimately agreed to join the Inyang Holy Land? Nangong Batian frowned, deliberating whether to take action. Just then a young girl burst into the main hall. She wore a snow-white silk dress, her figure graceful, and her temperament utterly ethereal. Nangong Batian's expression stiffened momentarily before he forced a gentle smile. "Qing, have you completed your inheritance?" Lin Fengqing did not answer. Her beautiful face was filled with fury as she fixed her gaze on Nangong Batian. "Father, is Lin Fan dead?" "Qing, where did you hear that?" "That boy Lin Fan is still alive and well." Suppressing his anger, Nangong Batian tried to laugh it off. "Are you going to deceive me too, father?" Tears streamed down Lin Fengqing's face, her disappointment in Nangong Batian evident. Then with hatred she declared, "Since you refuse to tell me the truth, I will go and see for myself." With those words Lin Fengqing turned to leave, but two guards at the palace entrance blocked her way. Her expression darkened. She turned to look at Nangong Batian, her beautiful eyes brimming with sorrow and fury. "I have fulfilled the promise of the inheritance. Are you still going to stop me? You abandoned me for 20 years, and I never blamed you. You forcibly took me away, and I never blamed you either, because I knew you had your reasons. But why must you restrict my freedom? Why am I not even entitled to know the truth? Why didn't you send a saint elder to protect Lin Fan? Why? Was it always only about the emperor bloodline within me?" Seeing Nangong Batian's attitude, Lin Fengqing found her answer confirmed. Her delicate face twisted with grief as she demanded an explanation. "So that palpitation that day, was it because something had happened to Lin Fan? Why did it have to be this way? Why? Lin Fan, I will avenge you. Once revenge is done, Xing'er will come to join you." Lin Fengqing's heart was consumed by hatred, yearning to flay the murderer of Lin Fan alive, to devour his flesh and drink his blood. Hearing this, Nangong Batian fell silent, opening his mouth, but finding no words. He had not expected Lin Fengqing to care so deeply about Lin Fan. Moreover, the emperor bloodline within her was dense and potent. Her confinement was not a decision he could make alone. Seeing this, Lin Fengqing felt utterly despairing. She also bore a grudge against the Nangong clan. Begging, she said, "Since that's the case, strip me of the emperor bloodline. Sever our father-daughter bond, and let me go. I will avenge Lin Fan myself." "Qing'er, you." Hearing this, Nangong Batian was both shocked and angered, but then he slumped in defeat. "Is this truly how you see me, Qing'er? I did not tell you the truth only because I feared it would affect your cultivation. As for Lin Fan's death, it is indeed my fault. To make amends, I am actively seeking redress, and have sent men to capture the murderer and bring him to you. The man lying on the ground has come to report the identity of Lin Fan's killer. If you do not believe me, you may ask him yourself." With that, Nangong Batian turned his gaze to the old man. Feeling the pressure, the old man quickly replied, "It is exactly as His Excellency says." Hearing this, Lin Fengqing took a deep breath and said expressionlessly, "When will you dispatch the men, father? And this time I will go personally. I hope you will not stop me." "We will send men immediately, but you're going in person." Nangong Batian gave an awkward smile, about to refuse, but upon seeing the resolute look in Lin Fengqing's eyes, he changed his tune. "I will grant you this one request." He then commanded with authority, "Summon the 9th and 8th elders to the main hall." A servant outside acknowledged and left. The truly hidden holy lands had not yet fully awakened. Their strongest combatants were likely only true saints. Once he swiftly killed Zhou Qingyun, fulfilling his promise to the great Yin Emperor and obtaining the method to establish a dynastic fate, the Nangong clan could then found a dynasty. With the support of a dynastic fate, they would no longer fear those few powers. "Thank you, father." Lin Fengqing's expression softened slightly. She gazed into the distance, but the sorrow and hatred in her eyes were impossible to conceal. In all these years, she had never hated anyone so deeply, nor had she ever yearned so desperately to kill someone. Truly worthy of a secret realm, the density of spiritual energy must be over 10 times that of the outside. "I wish I could stay here forever." One by one, youthful figures appeared in the sky, unable to help but exclaim as they felt the overwhelmingly rich spiritual energy. At that moment, Zhou Qingyun appeared in the sky and immediately sensed a primeval aura, evoking a sense of desolation. The secret realm lacked true lunar and solar stars. The light here came from the projection of those celestial bodies from the outside world, casting a pale glow that left the entire realm dark and somber. Zhou Qingyun gazed into the distance, his eyes filled with astonishment. This secret realm was vast and boundless, dotted with towering peaks. Upon the earth stood countless ancient trees like mountains unspiring. Vines coiled like azure dragons hung from the ancient trees, while countless primordial great beasts scurried among them. A colossal ape 100 zhang tall stood atop a peak, beating its chest and letting out a terrifying roar. It tore up a massive mountain and hurled it at a crimson giant bird in the sky. Screech! The crimson giant bird flapped its blade-like wings, easily dodging the ape's attack, then let out a long cry, as if mocking the ape's impotence. The ape erupted in fury and leaped into the air. Countless were stunned by the sight, Zhou Qingyun among them. Noticing Zhou Qingyun, they instinctively bowed, and others followed suit. Greetings, Crown Prince. No need for formality. This place is a land of opportunity. I hope you all may find your fortune. Zhou Qingyun offered a slight smile. May your words prove true, Your Highness. The crowd nodded and departed with clasped hands. Just then the ground suddenly shook and a spine-chilling aura emerged. What is that? Someone in the crowd cried out in alarm. All eyes followed the sound. Boom! A blood-red giant python carrying a mountain range on its back suddenly burst into the sky. The python's size defied description. Wreathed in a blood-red divine radiance, it flicked its tongue and fixed its cold, dark gaze upon the crowd. Hiss! In an instant, the python opened its bloody maw and lunged to devour dozens of figures. Its speed was so immense that those figures' divine senses failed to track it. They saw only a blur before losing consciousness. What in the world is this thing? The crowd was stricken with terror and fled in all directions as divine rainbows. Chu Tian, also horrified, activated his movement technique while asking in his mind, Master, what species is this beast? Its aura matches the Tribulation Realm, but why does it feel so terrifying? Since breaking through to the Tribulation Realm, only Zhou Qing had made his heart tremble among peers. Now this python was the second being to instill such dread in him. This is a blood spirit python with a trace of the ancient heaven-swallowing python's bloodline. Beasts are naturally stronger than humans, and this is a king among beasts at the tribulation completion stage. Your fear is understandable. Xiao Changtian spoke in a low voice. Beasts cultivated at an excruciatingly slow pace, but their lifespan and physical strength were beyond human comparison. Heaven-swallowing python. Chu Tian gasped in shock. He had read about the heaven-swallowing python in an ancient text, a terrifyingly powerful beast from primordial times that upon maturing could devour heaven and earth, reaching an extreme of horror. Yet its abilities were so aberrant that it incurred fear, leading to its annihilation by a coalition of supreme beings. Why isn't fellow Taoist Zhou fleeing? What is he standing there for? Could he be planning to fight that blood spirit python? As Chu Tian sped away, he caught sight of Zhou Qingyun's composed expression and was filled with disbelief. Other prodigies also noticed Zhou Qingyun standing still, a mix of doubt and wonder stirring in their hearts as the absurd thought arose. Could the crown prince intend to take on this beast? Impossible, right? Zhou Qingyun was not frozen in place. The moment he sensed the blood spirit python's aura, he felt a measure of confidence. Now he was checking the python's information through his system. Beast blood spirit python possesses a trace of heaven-swallowing python bloodline. With specific elixirs, there is a chance for it to revert to its ancestral form. Since I've encountered it, it shall enter my eternal realm to enrich its species. A gleam of determination flashed in Zhou Qingyun's eyes as he decided to take the python into his eternal realm for cultivation. With that, Zhou Qingyun grasped the void, and the indestructible halberd materialized in his hand, quivering slightly. A terrifying aura surged from Zhou Qingyun as his true essence swirled around him. A massive halberd shadow appeared, lifting a distant hill and hurling it at the blood spirit python. Boom! The hill struck the python, raising vast clouds of dust. Hiss! Enraged, the python twisted its enormous head and lunged at Zhou Qingyun. Zhou Qingyun's divine sense was extraordinary. He perceived the python's move instantly and dodged with a flicker of movement. He chuckled softly, then infused true essence into the indestructible halberd, causing it to expand to dozens of zhang. Having advanced to the mid-tribulation realm, Zhou Qingyun's power was extraordinary. He wielded the halberd with ease, sweeping it toward the blood spirit python. The python possessed some intelligence, but Zhou Qingyun's speed was too great for its massive body to evade. It could only swing its tail to meet the halberd. Boom! Runes flowed along the indestructible halberd, erupting in dazzling divine light that sent the python flying. At that moment, the earth quaked and heaven and earth seemed to explode. Countless towering trees were shattered by the python's fall, leaving a massive chasm on the ground. Silence. Utter silence. Countless stared at the scene, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. This. It can't be. Tell me it's not real. How has the crown prince already reached the tribulation realm and so far along that he can contend with such an ancient, great demon? To live in the same era as such a peerless prodigy is both sorrow and honor. In the shadow of such a figure, they could only be background. That was sorrow. But to witness the rise of a titan was an honor. Chu Tian smiled bitterly. I suspected fellow Taoist Zhou was strong, but I never imagined he was this powerful. In my era, he would have been a peerless prodigy, a young emperor. Barring misfortune, he will become another colossus of heaven and earth. Xiao Changtian marveled. Boom. The blood spirit python was furious, unable to accept defeat by a bipedal creature. It was a disgrace. It erupted with blood-red demonic power like molten lava, transforming into countless ferocious serpents that lunged at Zhou Qingyun. The endless sea of snake shadows sent many prodigies into panic, and they fled outward. Zhou Qingyun remained undaunted, bathed in divine light, with a calm expression. He wielded the indestructible halberd, executing the heaven-slaying halberd scripture, which roared like mountains and rivers, obliterating countless serpent shadows. Countless halberd lights materialized, slashing at the python. Boom. Wounds appeared all over the python's body, and it collapsed to the earth once more. Before the python could react, Zhou Qingyun hurled the indestructible halberd, pinning it to the ground. Roar. The python let out an agonized hiss. Zhou Qingyun stood in his white robes, calm and composed like a white-clad war god. He then reached out his hand, unleashing a torrent of true essence that enveloped the python, as if commanding the very mountains and rivers, capturing it to send into the eternal realm. At that moment, deep within the secret realm in an abyss, a man with disheveled hair bound by divine chains suddenly opened his eyes. The blood spirit python has vanished. The man's face was caked with grime, his age indeterminate. Only his eyes, brimming with profound Tao rhythm, were mesmerizing, as if piercing through time and space to see Zhou Qingyun. He murmured to himself, "Interesting, how interesting." At the same time, in a desolate part of the secret realm, shattered walls and heaps of corpses lay scattered about. This place was shrouded in a thick layer of black fog where sunlight could not penetrate, creating an atmosphere of extreme horror and a chilling aura. Suddenly, the distant battle seemed to affect this area, and wisps of resentment floated out, forming an ugly silhouette. The figure gazed in a certain direction and suddenly cracked a sinister smile, saying, "This physical body, this divine soul. Truly an exquisite target for possession. The quality of this group of newcomers is also quite good. They can serve as nourishment. I need to think of a way to lure them over. Oh, I've got it." A chilling laughter echoed through the space, sending shivers down one's spine. At the entrance of the secret realm, a group of outstanding youths stared in disbelief at Zhou Qingyun. Although he had just knocked down the blood spirit python with a single strike, everyone knew that Zhou Qingyun's combat power was extraordinary. However, they did not expect the blood spirit python to be defeated so quickly. In less than a quarter of an hour, it was suppressed. Moreover, it vanished in an eerie manner. The crowd exchanged glances and murmured, "Does His Highness possess a high-grade spatial treasure to be able to contain such a massive entity? Regular spatial rings and storage bags simply do not have such vast spaces to accommodate such a large creature." The crowd couldn't help but think about the spatial treasure, then looked at Zhou Qingyun with admiration. Joining a hidden holy land makes a difference. Even the legendary spatial treasures are now in hand. What His Highness possesses now are things that I could never obtain in my lifetime. Some people reach the end that others strive for their whole lives from the moment they are born. The key is that these individuals are not only talented, but also diligent. Isn't it infuriating? If only I could join the Holy Land. Just think about it. If you had His Highness talent, there would certainly be a holy land that would accept you. Someone said disdainfully. Zhou Qingyun left a good impression on them, and very few felt jealousy. Soon they no longer lingered and used their techniques to leave the space. Inside the secret realm, there were countless heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and rare fruits, and they naturally did not dare to waste time. Zhou Qingyun, of course, was indifferent to their discussions, extending his hand. The indestructible spear stuck in the ground instantly shrank and flew back into Zhou Qingyun's hand before he stored it back in the eternal realm. At this moment, Chu Tian, with a look of shock on his face, flew towards Zhou Qingyun, cupping his hands in respect and saying, "Friend Zhou, your strength is truly admirable. I hope for a chance to spar with you someday." Although Zhou Qingyun's strength was incredibly formidable, Chu Tian couldn't suppress his fighting spirit, wanting to spar with him to see just how much he lagged behind Zhou Qingyun. Of course, that wouldn't be now. His cultivation realm was still below Zhou Qingyun's, so he planned to wait until he elevated his realm to match Zhou Qingyun's before seeking him for a duel. Sensing Chu Tian's approach, Zhou Qingyun feigned surprise, saying, "Oh, so you are a friend. I didn't expect you to be here in the secret realm. If you wish to spar with me." Chu Tian smiled wryly, saying, "The reputation of the Tianzi Mountain secret realm is renowned. I specially came to try my luck to see if I could gain some opportunities." "Just some opportunities?" Zhou Qingyun felt something strange in his heart and calmly replied, "Then I wish you a fruitful return. If you wish to spar, I am always available." "Thank you, my friend," Chu Tian said with slight joy, clasping his fists. At that moment in Chu Tian's sea of consciousness, Xiao Changtian suddenly remarked, "Zhou Qingyun's talent and character are quite remarkable. My disciple should befriend him." Although cultivators emphasize gathering all power to oneself, we still exist in the mortal world. It isn't always about fighting and killing. Sometimes interpersonal relationships also matter. "I understand, Master." Chu Tian nodded. He had a good impression of Zhou Qingyun, and even if Xiao Changtian hadn't mentioned it, he would have thought the same. Immediately, Chu Tian no longer delayed and flew away into the distance. Favorability of the son of destiny. Chu Tian towards the host 3. I didn't expect him to be such a martial fanatic. Hearing the system's announcement, Zhou Qingyun chuckled lightly, and then quickly summoned Xiao Fan, asking him to check Chu Tian's life script again. Originally, he wanted to use the spirit mask to disguise and follow him. However, within this secret realm, he was the strongest. If he seized that imperial artifact, Chu Tian would surely turn against him. At that point, all the goodwill he had built with Chu Tian would be in vain. Therefore, he could only choose to intercept the imperial artifact in advance. This way, Chu Tian wouldn't have much to say, as opportunities are always seized by those who are destined. Upon hearing Zhou Qingyun's orders, Xiao Fan did not dare to delay, quickly watching Chu Tian's figure and opening the system. Named Chu Tian Cultivation, early stage of tribulation, fate red, dust, immortal fate number rising against the odds red, extraordinary luck gold, narrowly escaping death gold, protagonist of destiny gold, recent turning point. 10 days later, in the suppression zone of the Tianzi Mountain secret realm, he will be gifted an imperial artifact by Zhou Qingyun. After exiting the secret realm, he will go to the Yuling sacred land in the Tianling domain. 2 years later, offending the Yuling holy sun, and due to the exposure of the imperial artifact, he will face coveting and suppression by the Yuling holy sun. Angered, Chu Tian will decisively flee the Yuling sacred land, encountering pursuit, and then joined by Yujing. Unable to predict. Life script, the first immortal of all ages, protagonist. Gifted. Is the young master so generous? I've heard that the young master enjoys forming good relationships. Could it be true? Xiao Fan's heart was filled with complex emotions. Seeing the strange look on Xiao Fan's face, Zhou Qingyun narrowed his eyes and softly asked, "What is it? Has his script changed?" Sensing Zhou Qingyun's emotional changes, Xiao Fan immediately shivered and hurriedly said respectfully, reporting to the young master, "Chu Tian's recent script has indeed changed. Previously, he would be here and obtain an imperial artifact, but now it has changed to 3 days later, when the young master will gift it to him in the suppression zone." Indeed, it changes. Zhou Qingyun had previously discovered that as long as he participated in others' events, that person's trajectory would constantly change. It seems this gifting must have triggered an investment. Zhou Qingyun's mind raced with thoughts, and he soon sent Xiao Fan back to the eternal realm. How do I find this suppression zone? Looking at the vast ancient forest, Zhou Qingyun felt a headache, suddenly recalling something. Perhaps I can try to find a few intelligent demon beasts to extract information from, or directly search their souls. For a moment, Zhou Qingyun's expression brightened, and he immediately extended his divine sense, transforming into a divine rainbow as he sped away. In the secret realm, compared to the day, the moonlight in the secret realm was dim to the extreme, casting no ripples within. In the ancient woods, the faint moonlight could not penetrate, shrouded by the dead silence of darkness, making it hard to see one's own hand. Zhou Qingyun continuously traversed through the forest, channeling his true essence, radiating a brilliant divine light that illuminated his surroundings, making it impossible for the darkness to encroach upon him. This was intentional on his part, as he aimed to fish, to catch those great monsters. Today he had communicated with the blood spirit python, but its intelligence was low, comparable to that of a 7 or 8-year-old child, having never encountered any place of suppression. This left Zhou Qingyun quite disappointed. Suddenly, Zhou Qingyun halted, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Has it finally taken the bait? In the far distance, Zhou Qingyun sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching his direction. He remained still, silently waiting. Boom, boom. The ground trembled and rustling sounds echoed in the darkness as countless towering ancient trees fell. A gigantic wolf over 10 feet in size suddenly appeared before Zhou Qingyun. Is it a heart-eating wolf? Upon seeing this beast, Zhou Qingyun felt somewhat disappointed. Such beasts were extremely common outside. Without the bloodline of an ancient monster, its realm was merely at the late stage of tribulation, and its intelligence was likely still inferior to that of the blood spirit python. The fur of the heart-eating wolf was sharp as blades, emanating a cold gleam. It turned its blood-red eyes, staring at Zhou Qingyun with a hint of cruel bloodlust. Roar! It let out a howl, a terrifying wave sweeping out as it lunged at Zhou Qingyun. The howling wind ravaged the surrounding ancient trees. Zhou Qingyun shook his head. Since it was an ordinary beast, and weaker than the blood spirit python, he naturally would not waste time. Boom! A volcanic momentum suddenly surged from within Zhou Qingyun, causing the heart-eating wolf to halt in its tracks. In the gigantic eyes of the heart-eating wolf, which were several times larger than lanterns, a trace of fear flickered as it attempted to turn and flee. But it was too late. Zhou Qingyun clenched his fist with one hand, a violent aura enveloping him like a tidal wave, forming a massive shadow of a fist that struck down towards the heart-eating wolf. Buzz buzz. The tremors of iron clashing resonated as a terrifying true essence poured forth, creating a dazzling radiance akin to a royal sun illuminating the surrounding darkness. The enormous body of the heart-eating wolf was directly smashed into the ground by the fist shadow, sliding backward and forming a massive trench shattering a distant small mountain peak. Its aura weakened, confusion reflected in its blood-red eyes. Why was this two-legged beast so weak yet able to unleash such overwhelming power? What could be the reason? Zhou Qingyun moved gracefully, floating before the immense head of the heart-eating wolf, extending his divine sense forcefully, invading its sea of consciousness. The heart-eating wolf's soul was crumbling, but Zhou Qingyun paid it no mind, continuing to examine its memories. After a while, Zhou Qingyun frowned slightly. As expected, just as I hypothesized. At this moment, due to the collapse of its soul, the heart-eating wolf had lost all vitality. Yet its eyes still appeared very confused. It seemed to still be wondering why Zhou Qingyun had suddenly become so powerful. Without delay, Zhou Qingyun extracted the heart-eating wolf's demon core from afar and proceeded deeper into the darkness. He was no longer interested in ordinary monsters. He only hoped to find a monster at the divine transformation realm, as that might lead him to the location of the place of suppression. Or perhaps the giant ape he had seen when he first entered. That giant ape appeared extraordinarily extraordinary at first glance, implying a high level of intelligence. As for monsters above the divine transformation realm, Zhou Qingyun held no illusions. The rules in the secret realm were incomplete, preventing the evolution of the divine palace and breaking free from its constraints. In a desolate plain, Chu Tian, dressed in a black robe, cautiously flew across the plain. His strength was not as formidable as Zhou Qingyun's, so he naturally could not roam freely in the secret realm. If he encountered a monster at the divine transformation realm, he would surely perish. Looking at the unyielding darkness, Chu Tian felt dizzy and frustratedly asked, "Master, where exactly is that place of suppression you mentioned? Searching aimlessly like this is not a solution." "To be honest, I don't know either," laughed Xiao Chantian awkwardly. Upon hearing this, Chu Tian's face darkened. "Then how do you know there is a divine artifact here, Master?" Xiao Chantian smiled slightly and explained, "This holy land used to be called the Tianxiang Holy Land, with a terrifying foundation. Its lord possessed an indestructible divine body and had already condensed a part of his own Tao, exhibiting extraordinary combat prowess capable of contending against multiple figures of the Holy Master level single-handedly. In a stalemate, a quasi-emperor ancestor from the Force-Spirit domain intervened, but the Tianxiang Holy Master relied on his perfected indestructible divine body to contend against a quasi-emperor ancestor. In desperation, the people of the Force-Spirit domain had no choice but to invoke the Emperor's decree to suppress the Tianxiang Holy Master. Due to the characteristics of the indestructible divine body, it was difficult to eliminate the Tianxiang Holy Master. The people of the Force-Spirit domain sealed him within this secret realm, hoping that time would wear him down. The place where the Tianxiang Holy Master was sealed became the place of suppression. At that time, the Tianxiang Holy Master was also ruthless, burning his own portion of the Tao and causing a divine artifact to fall into the place of suppression. This incident caused quite a stir, and the Holy Land that possessed the divine artifact went frantic, continuously sending people to search for it. However, this secret realm had already been outfitted with restrictions by the Tianxiang Holy Master at that time, preventing anyone over the age of 30 from entering. At that time, many prodigies attempted to find it, but none succeeded, and countless prodigies perished within, ultimately leading to unresolved matters. I once obtained a powerful method for tracking aura. As long as you, my disciple, can find something that has been tainted by the aura of the Tianxiang Holy Master in this secret realm, I will have a way to locate the place of suppression. This is the reason I had you move around so much." Chu Tian's eyes sharpened, and he solemnly replied, "Thank you, Master, for clarifying my doubts. Do I understand now?" Without delay, Chu Tian used his movement technique to continue flying through the darkness. In another place, Zhou Qingyun was also in search of monsters. During this time, he encountered several monsters, but their intelligence was very shallow. Helpless, he had to collect them into the eternal realm to enrich the species. He continued to release his divine sense, probing everything around him. The next day, the pale sunlight appeared again, dispelling the darkness. Zhou Qingyun was leisurely flying in the air when he suddenly sensed a young man frantically fleeing. Just then the system's investment demand was triggered. A chime sounded. A purple tire investment target has appeared. Invest a Fu Ling Dan revivifying pill, and you shall receive 10 years of cultivation and a Xiangrade supreme technique. Bind the investment. Bind it, Zhou Qingyun said, frowning. He did not immediately approach the youth, but watched him for a time. When the youth was about to collapse, Zhou Qingyun flew over. The young man's face was ashen. The moment he sensed Zhou Qingyun's qi, he started an alarm. Once he made out Zhou Qingyun's features, he exhaled weakly. I pay my respects, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Were you being pursued? Zhou Qingyun frowned and asked. The youth answered with a voice full of grief. Your Highness, my companions and I found a cave dwelling within a mountain range. It seemed a peerless opportunity, but we did not expect a terrifying giant ape guarded the place. My friends were all overturned and slaughtered by its hands. I barely escaped. A giant ape? What a stroke of fortune to stumble upon such a thing. A sharp light flashed in Zhou Qingyun's eyes as he took out a Fu Ling Dan and said, Take this Fu Ling Dan, swallow it, and lead me to see it. The youth hesitated. He truly did not wish to face that ape. But thinking of Zhou Qingyun's strength, he bit his lip, accepted the pill, and said weakly, Thank you, Your Highness the Crown Prince. A congratulatory tone rang out. Investment successful. 10 years of cultivation and a Xiangrade supreme technique ready to claim. Zhou Qingyun nodded and signaled for the youth to begin refining the pill. Without delay, the youth swallowed the Fu Ling Dan and began to breathe himself back to health. After the span of half a teacup, his wounds were barely mended, and he led Zhou Qingyun deeper into the secret realm. After some time, they arrived before a cliff face. Corpses lay strewn across the ground like a blanket, and in the cliff itself there yawned a cave dwelling. The cave was barred by an ancient stone door. Your Highness the Crown Prince, this is the place. I will take my leave now, the youth said, trembling with fear as he pleaded with Zhou Qingyun. Zhou Qingyun nodded. He then extended his spiritual sense to search for the giant ape. Where's the giant ape? Could it know how to conceal its breath? His gaze fixed on the cliff cave, and he stepped into the air toward it. Just as his hand was about to touch the stone door, a low, menacing voice sounded. Human brat, depart this instant, or I will cut you down. Zhou Qingyun followed the sound, and saw clinging to the upper cliff a small monkey slowly revealing itself. The monkey was singularly majestic, its fur shimmered like scattered gold, and it carried an exceptional bearing. Its eyes held a disdainful intelligence that seemed to have shed ordinary beastliness. It truly knew the art of concealment, and a most profound version at that. It could merge itself with the environment. Zhou Qingyun amused appraised the monkey and smiled. If you wish me to leave, that is simple enough. Lead me to the place of suppression. How do you know of the place of suppression? The monkey's expression changed violently. A murderous intent poured off it, as if it had substance. It fixed Zhou Qingyun with a cold gaze and said, Human brat, you have dared to anger me. If I do not slay you today, it will tarnish my majesty. The words were absurd coming from a monkey, yet the next instant its aura detonated into something terrifying like mountains and rivers roaring to life. Its body swelled with breathtaking speed, instantly towering like a small mountain, indistinguishable from the giant ape Zhou Qingyun had glimpsed the day before. Early stage of the divine arts. Zhou Qingyun sensed the monkey's realm the moment the aura burst forth. He quietly drew upon the power of the eternal realm, watching the monkey with keen interest as he awaited its attack. He prepared to counter, but after a while the monkey still did not strike, only watched Zhou Qingyun with a frost-edged gaze. An awkward silence spread. The monkey inwardly cursed. Why did this brat not flee? Did he not even fear a cultivator of the divine arts? It wished it had simulated a perfected divine art aura from the start. A flush of regret rolled through the monkey's mind. When Zhou Qingyun first arrived, the monkey had already treated his aura with utmost caution, yet it had not expected him to act so unpredictably. You still will not strike. Zhou Qingyun frowned. Suspicion creased his brow. Could the monkey be casting some secret method? Impudent wretch, what is your station, and what is mine that you dare question me? I shall execute you. The monkey bellowed, its threatening aura trembling the void. Impatient Zhou Qingyun let true qi flow. In a flash his form vanished, as if teleporting from the spot. He reappeared before the giant ape. With one hand he shaped an empty grasp, and the bummy G undying halberd manifested, radiating vast divine light, as if to shatter mountains and rivers, sweeping toward the monkey. Beside the giant ape, Zhou Qingyun's own body seemed small as a relic before a colossus. The long halberd loomed enormous in the ape's eyes, throwing it into panic. It cried, My lord, have mercy. But before the plea finished, the halberd struck its body. The ape reeled as if struck by a cataclysm, its frame bending into a grotesque arc, and it was hurled away like a shattered vessel. It slammed through several peaks as it flew dozens of zhang. Dust and stones filled the air as the ape's form reverted, shrinking back down until it was again the small monkey. Zhou Qingyun regarded it with mild curiosity. So it had been bluffing all along. What were you about to say just now, he asked. The ape gaped and stammered, immediately groveling for mercy. Pardon me, Great One. No, I mean I am willing to lead you to the place of suppression. Our humans become so bold now. Seeing a mighty demon of the divine arts realm, they did not tremble, but instead leapt at it without hesitation. The ape was puzzled and tearful. Do you possess some method to simulate aura? Zhou Qingyun asked coldly. The monkey fawned. My lord has piercing sight. Indeed, I have such a thing, but it is not a secret method. It is an ancestral treasure art of my people. The monstrous races were peculiar. Some of the higher ranks could awaken treasure arts unique to their bloodline. Treasure arts like the techniques and martial methods crafted by humans possess grades and can unleash astonishing powers. Zhou Qingyun pondered. What precisely is your cultivation realm? Does your treasure art have limits to the aura it can mimic? Was the concealment just now produced by that art? I report my current realm is latest stage calamity tribulation. The treasure art can simulate an aura that exceeds my level by 2 major realms, and the concealment you sensed was also produced by this art, the ape answered honestly. This treasure art was not simple. The monkey's bloodline must be uncommon. Zhou Qingyun's eyes sharpened. What race are you, he asked. I carry a trace of Shengwu Xianyuan bloodline, the monkey replied. Holy martial immortal ape. No wonder it can withstand my strike. Zhou Qingyun had just infused his attack with the power of the eternal realm. If it were any other ordinary beast at the late stage of tribulation, it would have been severely injured. Yet this creature merely showed slight signs of weakness. Immediately Zhou Qingyun unleashed a powerful aura that suppressed the monkey. My lord, spare me. I am willing to submit and take you to the place of suppression. I can tell you everything. Please spare my life. The monkey frantically pleaded for mercy. Are you that afraid of death? Zhou Qingyun ignored it and conjured a death talisman, implanting it into the monkey's body. Seeing that Zhou Qingyun had no intention of attacking, the monkey appeared somewhat confused. My lord, what is this? A small restriction that can control your life and death with just a thought. I hope you will behave from now on. Zhou Qingyun explained nonchalantly. The monkey. Can you do something useful? The monkey nearly spat blood. Why did you stop others from entering that cave? Zhou Qingyun casually asked. Hearing this, the monkey fell silent and said with some sadness, because that is the cave of my master from his lifetime. I do not want others to destroy what is inside, and those people's qualifications are not enough to inherit my master's legacy. Oh, you have a master? Then do you have a name? Zhou Qingyun's interest was piqued. Yes, my master's name is Feng Qianxi, and my name is Feng Tianhuang. Mentioning his master's name, the monkey's eyes showed sadness and nostalgia. Then it spoke proudly, my master is unparalleled, his methods are extraordinary, and my bloodline was created by him. Hearing Feng Tianhuang's endless praises, Zhou Qingyun asked in astonishment, and what happened to your master? It was because during the great battle 100,000 years ago, those despicable humans ambushed my master when several of them were of the same realm, leading to my master's downfall. Otherwise, with my master's qualifications, he would have certainly become an emperor dominating ancient and modern times. Feng Tianhuang said indignantly, then added, of course this does not include you, my lord. You are honorable and a rare hero among humans. It is evident that Feng Tianhuang's will to survive is strong. 100,000 years ago, this monkey has lived quite a long time. An emperor's lifespan is not that long, is it? Zhou Qingyun was taken aback and said, tell me what happened 100,000 years ago. 100,000 years ago. Feng Tianhuang sighed and began to narrate slowly. After a while, a glint of sharp light flashed in Zhou Qingyun's eyes as he sighed inwardly. The people from the 4 great spiritual domains are indeed ruthless. Then he asked, so the place of suppression is where the holy master of the Tianxiang sacred land is imprisoned. Indeed, it is the holy master. After a moment of silence, seeing Zhou Qingyun's dangerous gaze, Feng Tianhuang chose to answer. The holy master is so powerful. Even if it is known, there should be no danger. Holy master, please don't blame me. I am only trying to survive. I still need to go out and seek revenge for my master. The holy master should understand my position. Feng Tianhuang constantly reassured himself. Hearing Feng Tianhuang's definitive answer, Zhou Qingyun's gaze flickered. The holy master of Tianxiang. It seems there's something to gain. Then Zhou Qingyun no longer thought too much and said to Feng Tianhuang, take me into your master's cave to have a look. Upon hearing this, Feng Tianhuang's eyes showed signs of struggle. Then he despondently said, I will take you in, my lord, but I hope that once you reach your peak, you can help me out of this secret realm. To prevent the holy master of Tianxiang from escaping, the strong figures from the 4 spiritual domains have set rules and restrictions in the outside world, making it impossible for the beings inside to leave. No need to worry about the future. In a few days I will be able to take you out. Zhou Qingyun casually said. Feng Tianhuang possesses a trace of the holy martial immortal ape's bloodline. If cultivated well, he could be quite a decent combat force. Is what my lord said true? Feng Tianhuang was suddenly taken aback. Zhou Qingyun nodded. Feng Tianhuang was exceedingly excited and hurriedly led Zhou Qingyun to the cave entrance. He placed his palm on the ancient stone door and infused it with true essence. Suddenly the stone door emitted a loud rumbling sound. A rich aura of the Tao surged out, illuminating the interior. The layout inside the cave was very simple, a stone bed and an ancient lamp that had endured the ravages of time. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Why is it so simple inside? Didn't you say your master was very powerful? Zhou Qingyun asked with a frown. Feng Tianhuang replied somewhat disgruntled. My master had already touched upon the laws in his lifetime, returning to simplicity, preferring simplicity, hence the scene before us. However, within that ancient lamp, there is a trace of my master's will. As long as my lord activates it and agrees to some conditions from my master, he can obtain some of my master's legacy. Once my master's trace of will completes the transmission of the legacy, it will completely dissipate. This is also one of the reasons I do not want others to acquire the legacy. Feng Tianhuang sighed. Zhou Qingyun understood, but did not activate the remnant will in the ancient lamp. Instead, he summoned Xiaofan and said, that ancient lamp contains some legacy. I appreciate your hard work, so I reward it to you. Go and activate it to receive the legacy. Feng Tianhuang, is it necessary to be so cautious? Xiaofan was immediately startled and said, young master, I cannot bear it. Since it is a reward for you, then go quickly. Zhou Qingyun said coldly. In such a world, anything could happen, and he had to be on guard. Moreover, why not utilize an exceptional tool like Xiaofan? Most importantly, he did not want to bear the consequences. Xiaofan shivered and hurried toward the ancient lamp, then he asked blankly, young master, how do I activate this? Zhou Qingyun turned to Feng Tianhuang, signaling him to tell Xiaofan. Feng Tianhuang felt somewhat exhausted and said helplessly, you just need to infuse your true essence into it. Xiaofan followed suit. Buzz. The ancient lamp trembled and the aura of the Tao intertwined, revealing a middle-aged man in a white robe who suddenly appeared in the air. The middle-aged man had an ethereal demeanor radiating kindness with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Feng Tianhuang was excessively excited and exclaimed, Master. The middle-aged man nodded, then looked at Xiaofan and said solemnly, young friend, since you have awakened me, it indicates that the little emperor has discussed the rules with you, so I will be brief. This trace of my will can pass on an imperial level cultivation method to you, but I require you to swear by your Tao heart that once you break through to the supreme level, you must rebuild the Xianxia sacred land. The so-called oath by Tao heart can vary in binding power. If the promise is not fulfilled, it may only affect the ascent to emperor. For those incapable of breaking through, the binding power is essentially zero. Xiaofan. Under Zhou Qingyun's gaze, Xiaofan struggled to say, I promise, senior. Very well, then you may swear. The middle-aged man smiled. I swear by my Tao heart to receive the senior's legacy that after I break through to the supreme level, I will indeed rebuild the Xianxia sacred land. If I violate this, my Tao heart will shatter, and I will never achieve enlightenment. As Xiaofan completed his oath, the middle-aged man revealed a relieved smile. Immediately, the virtual image of the middle-aged man began to transform into a mysterious fluctuation rushing into Xiaofan's mind. Beside him, Emperor Feng Tian displayed a look of sorrow as he left the cave. It seemed that the information of the inheritance was overwhelming as pain etched itself across Xiaofan's face. With the complete dissipation of the middle-aged man's virtual image, about half a cup of tea's time passed, and the inheritance came to an end. Zhou Qingyun's eyes radiated divine light as he softly said, remember to go back and copy it out. Yes. Xiaofan dared not defy, nodding with a bitter smile. Shortly after, Zhou Qingyun brought him into the eternal realm, exited the cave, and said to the monkey, take me to the place of suppression. Emperor Feng Tian nodded and led Zhou Qingyun away. However, they had not traveled far when in the far west of the secret realm, where it was shrouded in black mist, a brilliant divine light suddenly erupted with runes swirling, breaking through the black mist. The divine light coalesced and did not dissipate, exuding a majestic aura. Boom! The ground trembled as a mysterious ancient palace suddenly burst forth from the ground, floating in midair. The ancient palace was enveloped in ethereal charm, radiant and extraordinary to the extreme. Countless prodigies looked up at the ancient palace, shaken and astonished. What is this ancient palace? Could it be a palace forged by the Holy Land in the past? This trip was truly worth it. Countless people's eyes burned with passion as they circulated their true essence, rushing towards the ancient palace. Chu Tian, who was rushing through the forest, also noticed the ancient palace. Surprised, he said to Xianxia, "Master, this must be the ancient palace left by the Holy Land. There should be relics of the heavenly aspect Saint Lord inside. He'll go take a look right away." Upon hearing this, Xianxia's expression grew serious as he slowly said, "My disciple, the aura of Xianxia within that ancient palace is thick. It may not be simple. Don't enter just yet. Let's observe the situation first." "Yes." Chu Tian was taken aback and hurriedly agreed. Meanwhile, Zhou Qingyun, who was heading towards the place of suppression, was also drawn in by the ancient palace. He halted and frowned, asking, "Emperor Feng Tian, what is that ancient palace?" "My lord, that ancient palace is a building from the past Holy Land. Other ancient palaces have turned to ruins over time, and due to the destruction of that great battle, but this palace, nourished by those Sha spirits, has been preserved so well." A hint of fear flickered in Emperor Feng Tian's eyes as he slowly explained. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingyun speculated with some confusion, "Are those Sha spirits formed from resentment?" "Indeed, as you guessed, my lord. Over the past 100,000 years, countless powerful beings have descended into this secret realm, leading to earth-shattering battles, and many from the heavenly aspect Holy Land perished in those conflicts, bleeding profusely, giving rise to countless resentments that lingered, nurtured by the corpses of the Holy Land, strong, forming the Sha spirits. Now making such a huge commotion is likely intended to attract some prodigies to attempt to seize control." Emperor Feng Tian was not surprised that Zhou Qingyun could deduce the origin of the Sha spirits, and proceeded to explain further. Zhou Qingyun's expression was inscrutable, and he said nothing more, gesturing for Emperor Feng Tian to continue leading. After flying for several hours, Emperor Feng Tian brought Zhou Qingyun to an area dense with peaks. Here the peaks towered high into the clouds, seemingly altered by human hands to form formations presenting an impenetrable defense. These majestic peaks stood like ancient deities suppressing the vast earth. In the center of the peaks, a terrifying abyss loomed, impossible to see the bottom. The abyss emitted a faint mist that seemed to obstruct divine sense. At the bottom of the abyss, barely visible, a disheveled man shackled by chains of rules suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were deep with the cycles of rules revolving as he gazed up, murmuring, "Is that the kid from that day, eh?" He pondered whether to invest in Zhou Qingyun. But over the years he had played countless idle games, all without success. Would this child succeed? The mysterious man felt some hesitation. In the sky above, as Zhou Qingyun arrived at this place, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Ding! Detecting investment demand from a legendary level villain. Investing 1 Dao entry pill can yield an 8th grade spirit formation. Cross-dimensional teleportation. Array 1 Immortal Scripture Mastery card, 5 Dao entry pills. Do you wish to bind the investment? What? The heavenly aspect Saint Lord is actually a legendary level villain. Hovering above the abyss, Zhou Qingyun was astonished by the system's prompt. Bind and view his data panel. Deducting 100,000 villain points, binding successful. Name Blood God Robe Realm Supreme 4th level, weakened fortune, golden favorability, 0 status, legendary level villain, supreme 4th level. Zhou Qingyun was taken aback. It was his first time encountering a villain of such caliber. Beside him, Emperor Feng Tian seemed to sense Zhou Qingyun's emotional shift and couldn't help but ask, "My lord, what's wrong?" "No worries." Zhou Qingyun waved his hand. Then he probed his divine sense into the abyss. In an instant, his divine sense was like dry wood meeting a raging fire, immediately dissolved by the mist. Zhou Qingyun frowned, circulating his true essence to enhance his vision. Suddenly, brilliant divine light emanated from his eyes as he directed his gaze into the abyss. A vague figure emerged in Zhou Qingyun's sight. Zhou Qingyun understood and said to Emperor Feng Tian, "Go down and tell your Saint Lord that as long as he vows to submit to me and hands over the imperial weapon that fell into the abyss, I will find a way to rescue him." The system indicated that Blood God Robe was extremely eager for the Dao entry pill, suggesting that after obtaining it, he was confident in leveraging it to escape. After all, if a person's freedom is restricted, would he still desire other things? If he guessed wrong, then he would come back to save him next time. Upon hearing this, Emperor Feng Tian's expression darkened, and he hurriedly said, "My lord, the Saint Lord has been extremely irritable in recent years. If I say this, I fear I will be beaten to death by him. To start with submission, what kind of tiger wolf words are these? Blood God Robe has been suppressed for so many years and has become unpredictable. If he says this, isn't it like asking for death? Even if he doesn't kill him, he would probably have to shed a layer of skin." Emperor Feng Tian felt extremely frustrated. Where did this lord's confidence come from? "Oh." Zhou Qingyun narrowed his eyes and calmly said, "Since you don't want to go down, then I will kill you right away." With that, Zhou Qingyun directly activated the death talisman within Emperor Feng Tian's body. Instantly, Emperor Feng Tian's aura erupted, his expression convulsing as if millions of ants were gnawing at his soul, causing him immense pain. "Can we have some martial ethics?" Why do you strike without warning? Though I have my limits, I can still relent. Emperor Feng Tian broke down, intermittently begging for mercy, my lord. Spare my life. I am willing to go down. Have you thought it through? Zhou Qingyun did not stop, but continued to ask. I have thought it through. Emperor Feng Tian replied, somewhat aggrieved. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingyun halted and signaled him with his eyes to go down. Then hurry down. Or don't try to be clever, I can sense the restrictions I left in your body. If you don't follow my orders, you know the consequences. Yes, my lord. Feng Tianhuang's eyes sharpened, casting a fearful glance at Zhou Qingyun before taking a deep breath. With a resolve of one facing death, he leaped into the abyss. As Feng Tianhuang's figure vanished, Zhou Qingyun also had Xiao Fan examine the life script of the Blood God Robe. Name Blood God Robe. Cultivation 4th layer of Supreme Realm. Destiny Bloodclad, Great Emperor. Fate Heavenly Saint Master Red Son of a Great Emperor Gold Heaven Defying Villain Gold. Recent turning point reached. A cooperation with Zhou Qingyun willingly submitted to Zhou Qingyun, was gifted an entry Dao pill by Zhou Qingyun, escaped from the suppression site, joined the White Jade Capital, became the vice leader of the Blood Fiend Tower. Life script Heaven-defying villain of dominating the 9 heavens. Born in the Heavenly Saint's sacred land, possessing the indestructible divine body, his birth caused anomalies that shook the myriad domains. He was immediately declared the Holy Son by the sacred land's ancestor. In the following 50 years, he ascended the divine palace, advancing triumphantly all the way. Everyone in the Heavenly Saint's sacred land held high expectations for the Blood God Robe, believing he could lead the sacred land to greater heights. Until the 10,000 Realms tournament, where the Blood God Robe defeated an unremarkable disciple from an ordinary great sect with a single blow. This disciple of ordinary cultivation could not withstand the Blood God Robe's strike. He suffered hidden injuries, developed inner demons, and his cultivation stagnated. It was thought the matter would end there, but unexpectedly this disciple fathered a son named Wang Fan. Initially, Wang Fan was just an ordinary child. Later, he seemed to acquire a fortuitous opportunity, reversing his decline. He dominated his peers and caught up to the Blood God Robe's level within decades. Wang Fan harbored immense hatred for the Blood God Robe, constantly seeking trouble with him. At first, the Blood God Robe could contend with Wang Fan, but gradually, he found himself outmatched. The Heavenly Saint's sacred land intervened, beginning to suppress Wang Fan. From then on, Wang Fan forged a deep enmity with the sacred land. When the 4 spirit domains plan was initiated, Wang Fan played a role in the sacred land's downfall. Because the Blood God Robe possessed the indestructible divine body, he was suppressed here. Until today, he was rescued by Zhou Qingyun, becoming the vice leader of the White Jade Capital. 30 years after the revival of heaven and earth, he broke through to become a great emperor, fought a decisive battle with Wang Fan, had his divine soul exterminated, and his indestructible divine body seized. Cannot detect. Xiao Fan was stunned and quickly reported this to Zhou Qingyun. Wang Fan, another child of destiny, and one who has already grown. Zhou Qingyun frowned. After dismissing Xiao Fan, he fell into deep thought. At the bottom of the abyss, Feng Tianhuang was majestic and awe-inspiring, yet now he trembled. He cautiously arrived at the abyssal floor, hiding behind a rock, to observe the Blood God Robe. Clank. The sound of chains clashing echoed. The Blood God Robe, with disheveled hair, revealed only a pair of deep, profound eyes. He looked towards Feng Tianhuang's direction and said coldly, Feng Tianhuang, why are you skulking there? Even the massive restrictive chains suppressing the Blood God Robe seemed unable to fully contain his aura. Feng Tianhuang's face fell, and he shuffled over to stand before the Blood God Robe. Greetings, Holy Lord. Feng Tianhuang said fawningly. The Blood God Robe frowned and asked, what's wrong with you today? Usually Feng Tianhuang would come to chat, but he was never this afraid. His behavior today was extremely strange. After a moment's deliberation, Feng Tianhuang slowly said, I have a small matter to report to you, Holy Lord. I beg you to pardon me from death. Stop dawdling. I pardon you. Speak quickly, the Blood God Robe said impatiently. Feng Tianhuang's face lit up with joy, and tremblingly he relayed Zhou Qingyun's words to the Blood God Robe. How dare he? The Blood God Robe flew into a rage. A wisp of his aura emerged, causing the ground to crack layer upon layer, pressing Feng Tianhuang to the floor. These are restrictive seals set by a great emperor's decree. Could that brat possibly have a way? Unless he gives me an entry Dao pill allowing me to condense a portion of the Dao, restore my strength to half-step quasi-emperor, and then burn that part of the Dao. That might just break the restrictive chains. Feng Tianhuang was terrified. Holy Lord, calm down. I am merely a messenger. I still need to accompany you in your revenge. You must stay calm. If I die, the sacred land will be left with only you. He rambled on, analyzing the pros and cons for the Blood God Robe. The Blood God Robe. How could the Heavenly Saint's sacred land have produced such a cowardly wretch? If not for the sake of the heaven-sealing ruler, he truly wanted to crush this flat-haired monkey to death. However, after Feng Tianhuang's cajoling, doubt began to stir in the blood god Robe's heart. Maybe he could give it a try. What if it actually worked? Trapped here for 100,000 years, he was going mad. Trying wouldn't cost him much anyway. Besides, that kid's talent wasn't bad, he could be a useful pawn. Having made up his mind, the blood god Robe calmed down and said to Feng Tianhuang, I can agree to his terms, but he must come down here himself, so I can see his sincerity. Feng Tianhuang breathed a sigh of relief, but his face quickly fell again. Dealing with these two lords was truly a pain. Reluctantly, he flew back up towards the abyss. Seeing Feng Tianhuang emerge, Zhou Qingyun collected his thoughts and asked, what did he say? My lord, the Holy Lord agrees to your terms, but he requests that you go down personally. Feng Tianhuang observed Zhou Qingyun's expression and spoke cautiously. Hearing this, Zhou Qingyun nodded. He flew down towards the abyss. Feng Tianhuang's jaw dropped in shock. This lord agreed so readily. Wasn't he afraid of the Holy Lord? Zhou Qingyun was not afraid. First, he had already glimpsed the future and knew the blood god Robe bore him no ill will. Second, he possessed a supreme experience cultivation card which allowed him to easily contend with the suppressed blood god Robe. Zhou Qingyun descended to the abyssal floor, ethereal as the wind, his bearing transcendent. Such a foundation. Sensing Zhou Qingyun's aura up close, a sharp glint flashed in the blood god Robe's eyes. He said directly, I hear you have a way to rescue me. Is that true? Indeed, Zhou Qingyun nodded. I want to know what method does this brat plan to use to get me out. The blood god Robe stared intently at Zhou Qingyun. With this, without hiding anything, Zhou Qingyun directly produced the entry Dao pill. An entry Dao pill. Sensing the pill's fluctuations, the blood god Robe's pupils constricted, his mind shaken. Do you think this can get you out? Zhou Qingyun asked with a light laugh. With this pill I can condense another part of the Dao. By burning that part, I have a 70% chance of breaking this seal. The blood god Robe was inwardly excited, and his tone unconsciously became more respectful. All right, then make your oath. Zhou Qingyun said with a warm smile. By the way, my name is Zhou Qingyun. After a moment's hesitation, the blood god Robe slowly said, I swear by my Dao fruit, as long as Zhou Qingyun gives me the entry Dao pill, I am willing to submit to him and be at his command. If I violate this oath, may inner demons haunt me, my Dao fruit shatter, and my true spirit sink into oblivion. The voice of the blood god Robe fell with a sacred seriousness. Zhou Qingyun also smiled, tossing over an entry Dao pill, and said softly, once you go out, you will be the deputy master of the Blood Shadow Pavilion Inn by Yujing, ranked in the 4th tier, and you will henceforth address me as Master Xian. As he spoke, he took out a character from the Universal Communication Talisman, which bore the inscription of 4 ancient characters. He had long harbored the idea of creating a force, but the strength of some of the antagonists and the destined children he had previously invested in was too weak to support the reputation of Bai Yujing. Now, with the addition of the blood god Robe, the deficiency in top-tier combat power was temporarily compensated, allowing for the true establishment of Bai Yujing's power structure. He planned to divide Bai Yujing's power structure into 5 cities and 12 pavilions, with each city and pavilion having its own heavenly dry monarch, earthly branch guardian, and ordinary members. The city lords of the 5 cities would hold equal status and be accountable only to him. The minimum requirement for a city lord's strength was to be an unrivaled emperor, and their status must be at least that of a myth-level antagonist or a destined child. The 12 pavilions were divided into 6 antagonist pavilions and 6 destined child pavilions. The antagonist pavilions would only recruit antagonists, while the destined child pavilions would only recruit destined children. The status rank of the pavilion masters would be lower than that of the 5 city lords, with the minimum qualification for ascension being that of an emperor, and their status must be at least that of a legendary antagonist or destined child or a great fortune bearer. As the master of Bai Yujing, he was called the Eternal Immortal Lord. Until his strength had grown, the identity of the Eternal Immortal Lord would remain mysterious. He would henceforth walk the world under the identity of Bai Yujing's future heir, revered as Master Xian. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful investment, receiving an 8th grade spiritual formation. Interdimensional teleportation array, a completed immortal scripture, card 1, entry Dao pills 5. Would you like to collect them? Bai Yujing. Taking the entry Dao pills and universal communication talisman, the blood god Robe looked puzzled. This was the force to be established later. However, he wasn't too concerned, or as long as he could get out, it was a good thing. He was desperate for freedom. Desperate to see the fantastical and colorful world outside. He did not want to stay here for even a moment longer. He also wanted to see how his former enemies were faring now. He had stayed here too long and was almost forgetting the splendor of the outside world. At the same time, the suppressed desire for revenge within the blood god Robe resurfaced in his heart. After a few breaths, the blood god robe suppressed his inner excitement and said solemnly, "Thank you for the reward, Master Xian. I will surely obey your command from now on. Also, where is the imperial artifact you mentioned?" As he spoke, the blood god robe looked towards a corner of the abyss, and then his aura trembled, transforming into golden divine light rushing towards a seemingly ordinary dark stone. Boom! The dark stone cracked layer by layer, erupting with dazzling brilliance. Once the light dissipated, a massive hammer imbued with the aura of the Tao and swirling runes appeared before Zhou Qinjian's eyes. This imperial artifact is called the Thunder God Hammer. The divine sense imprint on it was shattered by me 100,000 years ago, so Master Xian can directly recognize it as his own. However, due to the loss of its origin, its power has diminished and is about to fall out of the category of imperial artifacts. The blood god robe explained. Zhou Qinjian's expression was calm as he nodded, lightly approached the Thunder God Hammer, examined it, and then stored it back into the eternal realm. I hope that the investment in Chu Tian will yield some good items. Zhou Qingyun whispered to himself. He then decided not to leave directly, but to wait here for Chu Tian's arrival. Seeing that the blood god robe looked somewhat puzzled, Zhou Qingyun smiled and explained, "I am waiting for someone here, you need not mind me. You can refine the entry Dao pills at your leisure." The blood god robe nodded and sat cross-legged, swallowing the entry Dao pill. At the moment he swallowed it, the blood god robe's body was suddenly enveloped by mysterious runes, and his eyes radiated brilliant spiritual light as the world in his sight underwent wondrous changes. An ancient and vast river of destiny intertwined with all things appeared before his eyes. He could directly perceive the most primitive principles and laws of the world. The layered changes of the smallest particles in the universe unfolded before him. At this moment, the blood god robe seemed to have entered a state of enlightenment, his expression filled with obsession. Zhou Qingyun did not disturb him, but walked aside and began cultivating. Days and nights alternated, and after 8 days had passed in the sky above the suppression land, Chu Tian looked at the unpredictable abyss before him, swallowed hard, and asked Xiao Changtian, "Master, is this the suppression land?" "Yes, you can use your true essence to transmit sound from above and discuss with the heavenly aspect Saint Lord, but do not go down personally. Although the heavenly aspect Saint Lord is suppressed, he is still terrifying," Xiao Changtian said gravely. The heavenly aspect Saint Lord was incredibly formidable in that era. Among his peers, he had no equal except for Wang Fan. If the prodigy Wang Fan had not appeared, coupled with the great upheaval that occurred, the unrivaled emperor of that era would have likely been the blood god robe. Alas, the will of heaven plays tricks on people. Xiao Changtian sighed a bit. Chu Tian nodded and was about to circulate his true essence to convey information to the blood god robe. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged up. A young man with an otherworldly demeanor and handsome features suddenly appeared before Chu Tian. The young man was Zhou Qingyun, who had been waiting for several days. "Zhou Dao friend, how came you to be here?" Chu Tian asked in surprise. Ding. Detected the investment needs of the destined child, Chu Tian. Investing in the Thunder God Hammer can yield the immortal artifact, God-slaying flag, and enlightenment pills 30. God-slaying flag nurtured by the heavens and earth. It touches the rules of the immortal path currently in a sealed state. Once revived, it can slay immortals and gods, breaking the myth of their immortality. A glint of brilliance flashed in Zhou Qinjian's eyes, and then he looked at Chu Tian with a warm smile, saying, "I saw some information in by Yujing. There is an imperial weapon here, so I came to retrieve it." He then asked, "Is it possible that Dao friend Chu has also come to retrieve this imperial artifact?" He did not hide anything, but openly admitted. It was entirely normal to know such intelligence when backed by the mysteriously powerful Bai Yujing. Chu Tian's heart trembled, and he smiled bitterly, saying, "Let me not embarrass you, Dao friend. I indeed had such an idea, but now that Dao friend has obtained it, it shows that this item is destined for you and should rightfully belong to you. Congratulations, Dao friend, on this fortune." Then Chu Tian sincerely congratulated. Zhou Qingyun shook his head and said, "Since Dao friend desires it, then I shall gift it to you." He took out the Thunder God Hammer. Chu Tian's expression changed, and he shook his head repeatedly, saying, "Dao friend is too kind. This item is your acquisition. How could I take what belongs to another? There is no need for Dao friend to decline. When I joined Bai Yujing, I already obtained an imperial artifact. This artifact is of no use to me now. However, if Dao friend is truly concerned, we can exchange it for other items, or you can provide me with something of equivalent value in the future." Zhou Qingyun anticipated that Chu Tian would refuse and suggested, "Just by joining Bai Yujing, he received an imperial artifact. How powerful was Bai Yujing's foundation?" Chu Tian and Xiao Changtian both trembled in their minds. However, Zhou Qinjian's proposal caused Chu Tian to ponder. After a moment, he said solemnly, "Then I thank Dao friend very much. I swear an oath to become enlightened in the future. I will surely seek out an item of equivalent value for Tao friend to repay your kindness. As he spoke, he accepted the Thunder God Hammer. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successful investment obtaining the immortal artifact, God-slaying flag, and enlightenment pills 30. Would you like to collect them? Then I shall take my leave first. Zhou Qingyun suppressed his excitement and smiled slightly at Chu Tian. He then transformed into a rainbow and soared away, wandering in the secret realm and collecting some ancient exotic species into the eternal realm. In the following days, he continued doing this. On the day before the secret realm was to close, Zhou Qingyun returned to the ancient palace. Outside the realm in the great Yin dynasty, several powerful figures descended upon the border, shaking the void. The great Yin emperor sat in a high position and suddenly looked towards the border, his eyes filled with uncertainty. The great Yin dynasty. Two powerful hunched old men accompanied by 5 who had reached the sacred realm and 1 true saint made their way toward the great Qian imperial palace. Amidst the crowd there was a woman with an ethereal demeanor, her delicate face shadowed with coldness. She was Lin Fengqing. This group had been sent by the Nangong imperial clan to assist the great Yin emperor. A powerful aura swept through the area, causing countless beings to prostrate themselves, their expressions filled with astonishment as they murmured, "Are these people all saints? Heavens, this is terrifying. What are they doing in the great Yin?" Countless hearts trembled, a wave of panic spreading within. Lin Fengqing and her entourage headed straight for the great Yin imperial palace, moving with incredible speed. In no time they arrived at the palace. The great Yin emperor wore a stern expression, already waiting atop the palace walls. Upon seeing the 2 formidable old men, his heart skipped a beat. Are they half-step supremes? Or true supremes? It seemed the Nangong imperial clan placed great importance on Zhou Qingyun. The great Yin emperor didn't think it was merely the promised benefits that swayed them. The only explanation was that Zhou Qingyun's intelligence had instilled fear in the Nangong imperial clan. Thus, the great Yin emperor suppressed the agitation in his heart and respectfully said to the 2 hunched elders, "I pay my respects to the 2 seniors." In this world, strength was paramount. Even as the ruler of his dynasty, he had to abide by this unspoken rule. One of the old men dressed in gray robes kindly said, "There is no need for excessive formalities, Your Majesty. I am Nangong Yun, the 8th elder of the imperial clan, sent by the family to assist the Yin emperor." Nangong Yun paused for a moment, and then continued, "As for the number of saints previously agreed upon with the Yin emperor, the family head has made some changes that differ from what was agreed upon, and I hope the Yin emperor will not mind." "Senior, you speak too modestly. With the power of the 2 seniors, they can easily be equivalent to several true saints." In the perception of the great Yin emperor, the auras of the 2 elders were immense, conservatively half-step supremes, with Nangong Yun possibly being a true supreme. Saying this, the great Yin emperor also gave a slight bow to Nangong Hongtian, who was beside Nangong Yun. Nangong Hongtian smiled and nodded in return. For the others, the great Yin emperor merely smiled and gestured without bowing. However, when he sensed Lin Fengqing's realm, a hint of confusion crossed his mind. And who might this be? "She is the imperial daughter of my clan, named Nangong Fengqing, here specifically to undergo some training with us." Seeing Lin Fengqing's frosty expression with no response, Nangong Hongtian explained helplessly. The fact that the 2 of them could come here was largely due to Lin Fengqing. Her imperial bloodline was exceptionally potent, with great hopes of achieving the imperial throne, allowing the Nangong imperial clan to return to its peak, leaving no room for negligence. Nangong Batian had even specifically sent Nangong Yun, a supreme powerhouse, to accompany her for her safety. Additionally, they wished to investigate the depths of the forces hidden behind Zhou Qingyun. The hidden supreme sanctuaries, aside from the emergence of the Yinyang sacred land, showed no signs of activity from the others. Nangong Batian speculated that the forces behind Zhou Qingyun were likely some faltering sanctuaries. As long as they determined the identity of that force, the Nangong imperial clan would strike with thunderous might to obliterate it. At that time, the benefits to be gained would be unimaginable. This was the main reason the decision-makers of the Nangong imperial clan agreed to Nangong Batian's proposal. Otherwise, given the current friction among the various forces in the heavenly spirit domain, it would be impossible to mobilize such power to come here. For this, Nangong Batian even specially awakened a slumbering ancient supreme to oversee the territory of the Nangong imperial clan. "I see now." The great Yin emperor realized. No wonder there was such a great commotion. He had meticulously collected information on Zhou Qingyun and knew that Zhou Qingyun had previously betrayed a man named Lin Fan. And this person had a significant bond with Lin Fengqing. Seeing Lin Fengqing here, the great Yin emperor was not surprised. Then the great Yin emperor smiled slightly. "The 2 seniors, the imperial daughter, and several envoys have traveled for a long time. I have prepared a banquet in the palace to welcome you. Zhou Qingyun is currently within the secret realm of Tianzi Mountain. Let him rest for a night, and we shall head to the secret realm tomorrow to confront him." Nangong Yun pondered for a moment and said, "Then I thank you, Yin Emperor, for your hospitality." The great Yin Emperor looked pleased and led the group into the palace. In the secret realm of Tianzi Mountain, above an ancient temple, the aura of the Tao permeated the air and spiritual energy swirled, appearing extraordinarily remarkable. In front of the ancient temple, there were hundreds of prodigies. Their expressions were gravely serious. This ancient temple is too strange, as so far over 1,000 prodigies have entered, yet none have come out, likely meeting with misfortune. Opportunities are indeed important, but one must have the life to enjoy them, so I advise all fellow travelers to think carefully. A rather righteous prodigy advised those arriving. The others echoed his sentiments. At this moment someone suddenly exclaimed, "Is that the crown prince?" In the distance, Zhou Qingyun appeared ethereal, stepping lightly through the breeze. The crowd focused their eyes and indeed saw Zhou Qingyun. Their spirits lifted as they immediately bowed and said, "We greet the crown prince." "No need for formalities," Zhou Qingyun said, slightly raising his hand. Within the ancient temple, a man surrounded by vengeful energy, his aura terrifying, saw Zhou Qingyun's arrival and immediately revealed a sinister smile. This kid has finally come." Then he activated the temple's powers, causing a more brilliant aura of the Tao to burst forth, attempting to lure Zhou Qingyun inside. The surrounding prodigies immediately began to observe the ancient temple with uncertainty. Zhou Qingyun smiled. He clearly knew that the malevolent spirit inside was likely trying to draw him in. At this moment, a court prodigy stepped forward and hesitantly asked, "Might the crown prince be planning to enter this ancient temple?" Zhou Qingyun shook his head and amidst the puzzled gazes of the prodigies extended his hand, utilizing the powers of the eternal realm. A massive whirlpool appeared, pulling the ancient temple into it. The malevolent spirit within the temple was immediately dumbfounded, angrily exclaiming, "What did that ant do?" Zhou Qingyun naturally did not respond to him and directly employed the power of the eternal realm to suppress it. Now the eternal realm had already formed some semblance of rules. That malevolent spirit was merely at the divine palace level, and in the face of such suppression, it could naturally resist no longer. Countless prodigies were also left dumbfounded. At this moment, an overwhelming aura suddenly surged from the place of suppression, exerting pressure across the entire secret realm. A vast pressure descended. Aside from Zhou Qingyun, all other prodigies and beasts were left prostrate on the ground. What is this? Countless people were struck speechless in fear. The secret realm trembled, the wind and clouds shifted. At the place of suppression, a figure shot up into the sky. Then ancient, indestructible chains of rules suddenly appeared, shattering the void as they wrapped around the figure. "Break for me." The figure seemed to be enraged, with the symbols of heaven and earth flowing around it. The Tao principles, faintly visible, ignited and elevated to the extreme, erupting with an overwhelming aura that instantly ascended to the quasi-emperor realm. The secret realm seemed unable to withstand such power, beginning to collapse. The figure, disregarding everything, maintained its momentum, radiating terrifying divine light, tearing the chains of rules apart. "Haha, to have suppressed me for so many years, I will surely settle the score one day." This person was Blood God, clothing having torn apart the chains of rules, his spirits lifted to the utmost. At this moment, he was bathed in divine light, appearing as a god among men. Zhou Qingyun also revealed a smile. At the moment when the chains broke, the speed of the secret realm's collapse accelerated. Countless prodigies, suppressing their fear, hurriedly fled to the outside world. Those waiting outside, upon seeing the prodigies fleeing in panic, all displayed expressions of confusion. What on earth happened? In the immortal spirit domain, in a small world of a transcendent sanctuary, a figure enveloped in chaotic mist suddenly opened his eyes, erupting with brilliant divine light. He was surrounded by an everlasting aura resonating with the ultimate principles of heaven and earth, emanating an indestructible energy that constantly interfered with the world, drawing upon its power to evolve himself. This man radiated a solemn and sacred aura, and within his eyes, which rarely displayed emotion, a trace of anger flickered. The indestructible divine body has actually broken free. This body was prepared by me for my second life. How could he possibly escape with his strength? Who is it after all? His expression shifted, alarming countless people in this holy ground. A middle-aged man wearing a crown entered this place of slumber and respectfully said, "Saint Ancestor, may I ask what has disturbed you?" "The indestructible divine body has escaped. Send someone to investigate which force is behind this." The chaotic figure frowned, and then added, "Furthermore, I observe that the dormant rules are manifesting. In another 2 years, the collapsed heavenly Tao will gradually return, gathering the brilliance of the future and the past, making a final stand in this present lifetime." The fortunes of the Holy Ground can enter the fray early and seize the destiny. If successful, the Holy Ground's Tao lineage will transform into a heavenly dynasty and the teachings will ascend. If it fails, it will be obliterated in the river of time. This concerns the future of the Tao lineage and must not be neglected. The middle-aged man's expression became serious and he respectfully replied, I will strictly follow the orders of the Saint Ancestor. He then slowly exited the place of slumber. In the secret realm, Zhou Qingyun brought the blood god garment into the eternal realm and then transmitted a message to it. All right, calm down. Follow me out. There are a few enemies outside for you to vent your frustrations on. Name blood god garment realm supreme tier 3 weak fortune golden favorability 65 status legendary level villain. It seemed that due to burning the refined Tao principles once again the realm of the blood god garment had dropped a tier. However, it was not a significant issue. The blood god garment had already broken free. Without the constraints of the rules, it had more than enough capacity to restore its original realm. Upon hearing this, the blood god garment calmed down and expressed gratitude. Thank you for the generous gift of Medicine Master. I will definitely follow your lead from now on. It felt genuine gratitude towards Zhou Qingyun. If it were not for him, it might not have been able to escape until the heavens and earth collapsed. One could say that Zhou Qingyun was like its living parent. Zhou Qingyun nodded and then allowed the blood god garment to lead him out of the secret realm. Outside the secret realm, the expressions of the crowd were grave, seemingly waiting for him. At the moment Zhou Qingyun appeared, everyone let out a sigh of relief. The Crown Prince has finally emerged. You scared me to death. I told you someone as talented as the Crown Prince wouldn't fall in the secret realm. Tang Guangjuan, Zhou Jing, Zhou Beishan, and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Jing glared at Zhou Qingyun and joked, You little rascal, stop giving me heart attacks. From now on you better behave yourself. Several elders of the Zhou family nodded in agreement. At this moment Zhou Feng, Zhou Qinjian's second uncle, said solemnly, Qingyun, your future is bright, and there is no need to take such risks. Thank you for your concern and guidance, elders. I will be sure to remember it. Zhou Qingyun said with a warm smile, then transmitted a message to Zhou Jing saying, Third uncle, have someone take this group away to a secure location. They can only leave after tomorrow. Since I have come out of the secret realm early, I naturally plan to catch them in this trap. Observing these people is to prevent them from leaking any information. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jing's expression became serious as he replied, Rest assured, Qingyun. I will ensure this matter is handled properly. He then quickly relayed the orders to the soldiers. Thousands of soldiers, disciplined and organized, executed Zhou Qinjian's orders, leading the crowd away from this place. Others dared not voice any dissent and obediently followed Zhou Jing, leaving Zhangjiaji. After a while, only 4 half-saints remained at the scene: Zhou Beishan, Zhou Jing, Zhou Feng, and Su Taotian. These 4 had all been granted a saint puppet by Zhou Qingyun, which could contend with a saint for a short period. As for the half-saint sent by Zhou Tsong, Zhou Qingyun had firmly refused. In such a grand battle, a half-saint would merely be cannon fodder, unable to stir any waves. Tomorrow morning, the Nangong Imperial clan and the Dian Emperor will arrive here. I hope everyone will be cautious, if possible delay them. I will find time to resolve this. Zhou Qingyun spoke softly. He knew that he would influence the trajectory of Xiao Fan's life script. From time to time, he would have Xiao Fan predict the changes in the scripts of those around him, constantly monitoring the Nangong Imperial clan. After capturing the Blood God Garment, he suddenly had the whim to have Xiao Fan check the life script of the Blood God Garment again, discovering that the future had changed once more. The Nangong Imperial clan would send 1 Supreme, 1 Half-Step Supreme, 1 True Saint, 4 Entry Saints, and Lin Fengqing. Although he didn't know what realm this Supreme belonged to, Zhou Qingyun had grand ambitions, preparing to keep all of them here. Rest assured, Qingyun, I intend to risk my life to hold back Entry Saint. Zhou Batian laughed heartily. The others also nodded in agreement. Subsequently, he set up some formations in this place. Zhou Qingyun then summoned the Blood God Garment and inquired, What is the approximate realm of the Supreme you can fight to a standstill with? In Xiao Fan's life script, Nangong Yun actually fought to a draw with the Blood God Garment, and even managed to escape. Zhou Qingyun naturally could not tolerate such a thing. The system rewarded him with a Supreme Cultivation Experience card, but it was only at the first-tier realm, so he did not keep it. Now that he knew the script in advance, he had to carefully consider how to keep it. Fighting to a standstill. The Blood God Garment was taken aback, and after pondering for a moment replied, I possess the indestructible divine body. Apart from some celestial bodies, divine bodies, and a few top-tier prodigies, even in my weakened state, I can contend with the Supreme of the 5th layer. In the Supreme realm, each layer is separated by an insurmountable chasm. To be able to fight across 2 layers is indeed an extraordinary existence. Zhou Qingyun nodded, having formed a guess in his heart. The next day, the clouds spread across the mountains and seas. Several terrifying auras suddenly surged from the Dian Empire, heading straight for the Heavenly Sun Mountain. However, just as Nangong Yun and the others had just arrived at the Heavenly Sun Mountain, they were instantly dumbfounded. The Heavenly Sun Mountain was eerily silent, and one could hear a pin drop. Only a young man with an ethereal demeanor stood in midair, gazing into the distance, as if waiting for their arrival. Seemingly sensing their arrival, he wore a faint smile and said loudly, "Welcome everyone to the Heavenly Sun Mountain. Welcome everyone to Tianzi Mountain." Zhou Qinjian's indifferent voice suddenly echoed through the space, lingering endlessly, reverberating time and again. At the same moment, the great Yin Emperor and his group descended. Zhou Qinjian's system abruptly chimed. Ding! An epic-level child of fate, Su Xiao, has been detected. Would you like to bind? Display the data panel. Zhou Qinjian's eyes narrowed. Name Su Xiao, realm late Saint Fortune, gold affinity 20 rank, epic-level child of fate. This answered how the great Yin dynasty had become so formidable in just a few decades. Zhou Qingyun instantly understood. Seeing Zhou Qingyun standing in the space, utterly composed, the great Yin Emperor's face darkened as he coldly demanded, "You knew we were coming." He suspected a traitor within the great Yin dynasty. Zhou Qingyun did not answer, merely regarding the group with an enigmatic smile. For a moment, Nangong Yun and the others were unsettled, waves of shock surging in their hearts. A preposterous thought suddenly emerged in their minds. Could it be that Zhou Qingyun had known they would come today and had been waiting for them all along? But how? Wasn't Zhou Qingyun still inside the secret realm? How could he appear here? And why was he alone? Wasn't he supposed to have a true saint as his guardian? Where was this guardian? Could there be an ambush? Something was wrong, terribly wrong. Confronted with this bizarre scene, Nangong Yun, Nangong Hong, and the others were greatly alarmed. Filled with suspicion, they extended their divine senses, enveloping the space for 10,000 li. They meticulously examined every inch of land. But aside from Zhou Qingyun, there was not a single soul. Nangong Yun breathed a sigh of relief and said coldly, "Brett, I don't know if you're putting on a bluff or if you're truly confident, but today you die?" His booming voice shook the void. As he spoke, he reached out a hand ready to strike. But just then Lin Fengqing's voice suddenly rang out. "Eighth Elder, let me handle this. I will personally slay this man to avenge brother Lin Fan's spirit in heaven." Lin Fengqing's pretty face was shrouded in coldness as she stared intently at Zhou Qingyun, as if looking at a dead man. Nangong Yun and the others frowned. In their view, Lin Fengqing was taking too great a risk, yet they did not stop her. After all, the Nangong imperial clan had already failed to protect Lin Fan, putting them in the wrong. To stop Lin Fengqing now would surely earn her resentment. The script hasn't deviated. Lin Fengqing still insists on an unknown fight. Today's plan should succeed. Zhou Qingyun breathed a sigh of relief. Rumble. Lin Fengqing's aura erupted and a vast, profound phantom of a divine palace materialized behind her. A trace of imperial Dao majesty descended, pressing down on Zhou Qingyun. Her killing intent steamed, nearly coalescing into a tangible force, causing the air to tremble. The terrifying pressure bore down on Zhou Qingyun, yet he remained unfazed, speaking with keen interest. "Do you want to know what Lin Fan said when he died?" Zhou Qingyun did not let Lin Fengqing speak. He walked slowly towards her and said of his own accord, "Lin Fan said he regretted meeting you, regretted meeting someone as cold as you. If there were a next life, he would surely cut you down with his own hands." As his words fell, Lin Fengqing's expression shifted dramatically, her aura seeming to waver. Seeing this, the Nangong imperial clan members grew worried and went on high alert. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Brother Lin Fan would never say that. Lin Fengqing shook her head, murmuring to herself. Then, watching Zhou Qingyun approach step by step, she furrowed her delicate brows and pointed a slender finger. The divine palace trembled violently, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth to form a radiant splendor that crushed towards Zhou Qingyun with overwhelming force. Biting the bait. Seeing this, Zhou Qingyun narrowed his eyes and activated his thoughts. System used the divine ability trial card. Seeing Zhou Qingyun stand frozen, Lin Fengqing frowned. Was he scared stiff? Or, just as the radiant splendor was about to descend, Zhou Qinjian's body suddenly erupted with the perfected aura of a divine ability, barely blocking the attack. A perfected divine ability aura. What kind of secret technique is this, jumping directly from the calamity stage to perfected divine ability, and the aura isn't unstable? It feels like a genuine divine ability realm. This kid is indeed strange. The Nangong imperial clan members frowned, but their eyes soon gleamed with avarice. If they could obtain this secret technique, the Nangong imperial clan's strength would surely soar. Lin Fengqing's expression also shifted slightly. She had never expected Zhou Qingyun to unleash the power of a perfected divine ability. With a thought, a long sword materialized in her hand. She poured terrifying true essence into the blade. Clang! The sword vibrated, emitting a mysterious aura as divine light blossomed. Lin Fengqing, with an even more terrifying and chilling aura than before, slashed towards Zhou Qingyun. Biting the bait, Zhou Qingyun's expression flickered, and he immediately drew 60% of the Eternal Realm's power to bolster himself. Nangong Yun was the first to sense Zhou Qingyun's change and moved to intervene. But a masked figure with a vast aura suddenly appeared behind him. Terrifying energies surged, and an overwhelmingly powerful domain descended without warning, enveloping Nangong Yun. A warning clanged in Nangong's heart. In an instant, his expression changed drastically as Dao runes swirled, barely resisting the figure's domain pressure. But he could not care about anything else and immediately roared, "Protect the Imperial Daughter at all costs. You insolent whelp. If the Imperial Daughter falls here, every soul in this dynasty will be buried with her," he warned Zhou Qingyun simultaneously. Nangong Hantian and the others' faces changed, and they immediately shouted, "Stop, you brat." Their auras exploded as they moved to intervene. But it was too late. With the Eternal Realm's enhancement, Zhou Qingyun's power instantly soared to the sub-saint level. "Both you and your brother Lin Fan died by my hand. Fate has tied you together." Under Lin Fengqing's despairing gaze, Zhou Qingyun smote her into dust. "Brother Lin Fan, I'm sorry," was Lin Fengqing's final thought. Then a wisp of golden Imperial Dao Law seemed to fall from Lin Fengqing's remains. Zhou Qingyun was momentarily stunned before quickly storing it within the Eternal Realm. "You bastard. No matter what faction you belong to today, you die. Countless people of the Kaiyang dynasty will perish because of your foolishness." Nangong Yun was mad with rage, his eyes bloodshot. Lin Fengqing's death was a failure he could not exonerate. His negligence had plunged the clan's future into the abyss. He had never anticipated Zhou Qingyun being so monstrous, capable of unleashing sub-saint level power. Moreover, this man seemed to have known of their arrival all along, understanding their every action and thought. Every step he took was flawlessly calculated. It seemed they had fallen into a trap from the very beginning. Could there truly exist such a prodigious figure in this world? This child must not be allowed to live. And how had this mysterious person appeared without any prior sign? Nangong Yun's gaze swept between Zhou Qingyun and the masked figure in the blood god robe, his killing intent boiling over. He bellowed at the Nangong Imperial clan members, "Everyone hear my command. At all costs slay Zhou Qingyun." He wished to act himself, but the blood god robe's terrifying aura locked onto him, preventing any rash movement. The Nangong Imperial ancestor's expression was grim beyond measure. Upon hearing the order, he erupted with a terrifying aura, his domain manifesting and churning the mountains and rivers for billions of li. Countless people of the Kaiyang dynasty were horrified, instantly crushed to the ground in terror, murmuring, "Is this a battle between saints?" Zhou expression shifted slightly as he murmured, "So it has come. Prepare for the dynasty's ascension," Zhou commanded. Seeing the Nangong Imperial clan in a frenzy, Zhou Qingyun did not hesitate. He immediately summoned the people hidden within the Eternal Realm. At the same time, he addressed the system. Use Sun Wukon's projection card. Activation successful. The power of heaven and earth convulsed, runes swirled, and the silhouette of a monkey clad in chainmail golden armor suddenly appeared. Its aura was profound as it roared in fury. "How dare you act against the primordial lord? When the white jade capital awakens, old sun will surely charge into the nine nether and obliterate your true spirits." As it spoke, the monkey immediately moved to block Nangong Hong's assault. After Zhou Jing and the other four emerged, they quickly activated their puppets to hold off four saints. Tang Guangjuan, meanwhile, faced a true saint. This, the white jade capital, was this a spatial treasure? How could it accommodate so many powerhouses? Seeing the sudden appearance of the crowd and hearing the monkeys roar, the Nangong Imperial clan members were utterly shaken. Nangong Yun's heart sank as he said to the blood god robe, "Is your excellency also from the white jade capital? Does the white jade capital truly not fear offending the Nangong Imperial clan? How about handing over Zhou Qingyun now, and I guarantee the white jade capital will not be held accountable. I am the deputy leader of the Blood Shadow Tower of the white jade capital, ordered to protect the primordial lord. How dare you try to sway me? You deserve death." The blood god robe sneered, unleashing a vast divine might. A single punch swept forth like a cataclysmic tide, consuming everything. Space shattered and Nangong Yun was sent flying. How could this be? Sovereign second stage. But how could his strength be this formidable? He was almost a match for me. Nangong Yun steadied himself, his expression shifting. A cold, murderous intent surged forth as he roared, "Great Yin Emperor, what are you doing? Why haven't you killed Zhou Qingyun yet?" The great Yin Emperor was bitterly frustrated. He had experienced Zhou Qingyun's strangeness firsthand and feared he might suddenly unleash true saint-level power. If that happened, he would be finished. He now deeply regretted being so bewitched as to agree to the Nangong imperial clan's demands. He was now caught in a dilemma. Faced with Nangong Yun's icy glare, the great Yin Emperor had no choice but to comply. Besides, he and the Nangong imperial clan were now in the same boat. Watching the great Yin Emperor advance slowly towards him, Zhou Qingyun revealed a sinister smile and said to the system, use the epic fate deprivation card on Su Xiao. At this moment in the Xianxia domain, dozens of saints were engaged in fierce combat. The realm of the saints suppressed the surrounding rules, replacing the will of heaven with their own, crazily extracting the power of heaven and earth to unleash their ultimate martial arts and execute forbidden slaughters. The might of the saints was overwhelmingly strong. Even beings billions of miles away could feel the terrifying aura, their eyes filled with astonishment. In particular, the clash between the Blood God Robe and Nangong Yun was terrifying to the extreme. Each confrontation shook the heavens and the earth, accompanied by horrifying celestial phenomena. The surrounding space was fracturing and collapsing. The earth trembled as mountains spanning thousands of miles were obliterated. Is this the saints battling each other? No two more supreme beings are fighting. How could there be so many saints in the Eastern Spirit domain? Even supreme giants have descended. Is there a great battle happening in the sacred grounds of the four spiritual domains? The sovereigns of the major spiritual domains adjacent to the Eastern Spirit domain, high-ranking sect leaders and disciples from the sacred grounds who came to experience the mortal world, all looked on in shock, unable to believe what they were witnessing. In contrast to other empires, the Kaiyang Empire was shrouded in despair. The mountains within Xianxia were flattened by the overwhelming aftershocks. Countless demonic beasts turned to dust, dispersing into the universe. Those living near the Xianxia region were pinned to the ground by the terrifying pressure, unable to move. The people of the Kaiyang Empire and other regions were not faring any better. Due to the current scarcity of the power of heaven and earth, and the Daos resonance, which had been severely drawn upon, the rules became chaotic, as if the empire had incurred the wrath of heaven, triggering countless natural disasters. Winds surged and clouds roiled, calamity thundered, and the earth shook. One moment it was extreme cold, the next it was unbearable heat. It's over. The Kaiyang Empire is doomed. Its foundation is destroyed. Countless people from the Kaiyang Empire fell into despair, murmuring. Zhou Tsang sat on the throne, his expression grim. He had underestimated the conflict between the saints. He took a deep breath and immediately told the ministers in the hall, prepare to establish the Empire of Fortune immediately. Yes. The ministers, their faces heavy, surrounded Zhou Tsang and headed towards the altar. The altar was inscribed with countless runes radiating brilliance, lavish and mysterious. Zhou Tsang stepped onto the platform of the altar. On the platform were the imperial seal, the holy edict, and the list of deities. Zhou Tsang's expression was serious as he nodded to the officiating official beside him. The officiating official's eyes sharpened, and he immediately declared with authority, inheriting the fate of heaven and earth, hoping for the vast seas, observing the people as rootless duckweed, uncertain from morning to evening. Emperor Zhou, with great love, cares for the common people, wishing to rectify the universe, thus borrowing the people's fate to establish the Empire of Fortune and protect all beings. Emperor Zhou vows that upon establishing the Empire of Fortune, he will carry the lives of all beings, contend with heaven, and create a world where everyone thrives like dragons. Will you all agree? The authoritative voice, under the influence of the weak fate, reached the ears of every citizen of the Kaiyang Empire. Countless citizens of the Kaiyang Empire felt their spirits uplifted, instantly understanding the meaning behind the officiating official's words. They were moved to tears, kneeling on the ground, shouting, "We agree." Streams of formless fate flew out from the bodies of countless citizens, converging towards the imperial palace. Zhou Tsang's expression was solemn, his hand seals changed as he guided this fate according to the law of establishing the Empire of Fortune, merging it into a true dragon of fate that surveyed the 3 states and 5 mountains. At the moment the true dragon of fate formed, the empire affected by the battle stabilized immediately and natural disasters ceased. The Empire of Fortune is established with the status of a fate dynasty, named Zhou, with all hearts united. May it last forever. The officiating official declared. As the words fell, the imperial seal, the holy edict, and the list of deities erupted with brilliant beams of light, illuminating the heavens. Long live the emperor, long live the emperor, long live the emperor. Countless people immediately knelt in worship. Boom. It seemed as if heaven was enraged. Thunder crashed down, striking the column of light. Zhou Tsang immediately mobilized the power of fate, extinguishing it, then using the authority of the Empire of Fortune, directly witnessed the scene of the battle on Tianzi Mountain. He did not dare to delay and directly mobilized 50% of the power of fate to bolster Zhou Qingyun within Tianzi Mountain. Just after the Empire of Fortune was established, Zhou mobilization of such a large portion caused the true Dragon of Fate to verge on collapse. Zhou eyes sharpened as he began to stabilize the true Dragon of Fate. Tianzi Mountain. As Zhou Qingyun finished speaking to the system, he was immediately enveloped by a vast amount of fate, accelerating the evolution speed of the Eternal Realm. At the same time, his strength reached the saint level. Has my father established the Empire of Fortune? Zhou Qingyun wondered in surprise. The great Yin Emperor, sensing the change in Zhou Qingyun's aura, paused, his eyes filled with disbelief. Is this the aura of the Empire of Fortune? Before he could react, the system responded to Zhou Qingyun as the host wishes. Invisible fluctuations emerged from the void enveloping the great Yin Emperor. Before the great Yin Emperor could comprehend, a feeling of loss wrapped around him, as if he had lost something important. A sensation of drowning filled his heart. In the past, he felt detached from heaven and earth, standing on the shore, able to sense the fluctuations of special rules. But now all these feelings had vanished. He seemed to have returned to his first life, lost in confusion, suppressing himself, unable to discern the truth of heaven and earth. The great Yin Emperor looked at Zhou Qingyun's harmless face, and a wave of fear swept over his heart, reminiscent of 2,000 years ago, when he faced that person from the immortal spirit domain. That person also wore a smile, step by step leading him to his doom. This was the first time he felt fear since his rebirth. He thought he would never feel it again in this life. Unexpectedly, did that person discover his rebirth? Who are you? The great Yin Emperor's fear surged, shouting, unable to control his emotions, causing the aura to become chaotic, shaking the surrounding space. As soon as he spoke, it seemed he did not want to know the answer, turning and fleeing directly. Seeing the great Yin Emperor flee, the Nangong Imperial clan was enraged, furiously rebuking, "Great Yin Emperor, if you dare to escape today, the Nangong Imperial clan will surely annihilate your 9 clans in the future, extract your soul, and suppress you in the land of desolation, suffering the pain of shattered souls every day. It is simply shameful for a master of the realm to be scared into fleeing by a junior from the sub-saint level after just a few glances. Such disgrace. It is simply a disgrace to the realm of the saints. How could such a person obtain the method of the Empire of Fortune and establish it? How could they have considered collaborating with such a coward?" Everyone in the Nangong Imperial clan was left spitting blood from the great Yin Emperor's actions. But Zhou Batian and the others would not give the Nangong Imperial clan a chance. Seizing a moment of distraction, they mobilized their divine senses, pushing the power of the saint-level puppet to its limit, catching several people off guard. Nangong Yun's face twisted in anger, his spirit agitated as he was forced to retreat step by the Blood God robe. The Blood God robe glanced back at Zhou Qingyun, surprised, wondering what this mysterious master was. Ignoring the warnings from the Nangong Imperial clan, the great Yin Emperor fled with all his might, in an instant covering tens of thousands of miles. Even Zhou Qingyun began to doubt himself because of the great Yin Emperor. Am I really that terrifying? He shook his head and directly activated the Supreme Level Experience card. As the winds and clouds changed, it seemed as if heaven and earth were shaking. Zhou Qingyun's figure became towering, a terrifying domain suddenly descended, and the aura tilted, as if he were the master of this space. Without waiting for the crowd to react, he extended his palm, intercepting the power of heaven and earth. Suddenly, a massive celestial hand formed above the great Yin Emperor. Buzz! Before the terrified gaze of the great Yin Emperor, he was directly crushed into powder by the giant hand. No reward. Zhou Qingyun was puzzled, but now was not the time to inquire. The time limit for the cultivation experience was short, and he needed to resolve the battle quickly. Everything happened too fast. By the time the crowd reacted, the great Yin Emperor was already dead. Supreme Being, this kid is not right, run quickly. Nangong Hongyun felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, shouting angrily before immediately turning to flee. But it was too late. Zhou Qingyun, unbound by the supreme restrictions under the enhancement of the domain and the principles, was like a god among men. The power of heaven and earth surged, instantly vanquishing Nangong Hontian and the others. The Nangong Imperial clan will not let you go. Him down here. The soul of Nangong Hongyun emerged, roaring angrily, but before he could finish, he was shattered by Zhou Qingyun. So fast. It was simply too fast. Nangong Yun, restricted by the Blood God robe, was unable to offer aid in time. He was filled with rage, his hair disheveled, resembling a lonely old man. Damn it, you really should die. In Nangong Yun's sunken eyes there was deep sorrow, boundless hatred swirling in his heart. Not only did today's events lead to the downfall of the Nangong Imperial clan's princess here, but they also suffered significant losses of high-end power. He could not imagine what kind of punishment awaited him upon his return. You dare to fight me and still focus elsewhere. At this moment, the blood god robe scoffed, his condensed principles ignited, yet he still countered with his robust domain and indestructible divine body, not losing ground at all. Seeing Nangong Yun engaged with him, while daring to threaten Zhou Qingyun, was an insult to him, wasn't it? The blood god robe immediately became furious. The domain trembled as he disregarded the damage to his realm, forcibly plundering all surrounding energy, unleashing an imperial-grade martial art. In an instant, divine light surged, and a massive gate-like phantom suddenly appeared, sweeping away everything in its path. The overwhelming pressure reverberated, turning reality into ruins. Heavenly Mandate Gate. What is your relationship with the Heavenly Mandate, Sacred Land? Nangong Yun's face darkened, filled with horror. He did not dare to be arrogant, and summoned a defensive holy weapon, activating it to unleash an overwhelming divine might, barely resisting the force. At this time, Zhou Qingyun was not idle either. He directly brought Zhou Jing and the others into the Eternal Realm, and while the time for the cultivation experience had not yet passed, he revived the forbidden arrays in this place and other formations, shouting at the blood god robe, "Protect me for a moment." As he spoke, a cold light flickered in Zhou Qingyun's eyes as he activated the domain, and a thread of principles, disregarding the damage, forcibly tearing apart Nangong Yun's domain. Then a fierce expression appeared on his handsome face as he detonated the domain and principles. Nangong Yun's expression changed drastically. He attempted to flee, but with the restrictions of the forbidden arrays, escape was impossible. An overwhelming aura emerged, pressuring the heavens. A blazing divine radiance appeared, instantly engulfing Nangong Yun. Shinmaster. The eyes of the blood god garment widened in disbelief. It was unexpected that Zhou Qingyun would be so decisive, directly igniting his domain and Tao principles, fully embracing a strategy that would harm himself as much as the enemy. Even if it meant sacrificing his own future, he was determined to annihilate Nangong Yun. How ruthless! In an instant, dozens of thoughts flashed through his mind, yet his actions did not falter. The moment he heard Zhou Qingyun's words, he immediately reacted, causing his domain to tremble and enveloping Zhou Qingyun, propelling them both thousands of miles away. In the next moment, a terrifying sound erupted. Boom! Endless energy surged forth, resembling a sunburst sweeping out from Tianzi Mountain and obliterating all matter. A shocking light illuminated the entire Eastern Spirit domain. The overwhelming pressure caused mountains and rivers to howl, emitting sharp sounds that made eardrums throb painfully. Buzzing, the space collapsed, revealing chaotic currents, only to be instantly restored by the heavens. At that moment, it seemed as if the world had darkened. Has the great battle ended? The violent tremors affected the entire empire, leaving countless people in shock. Meanwhile, Tianzi Mountain was completely reduced to rubble, turned into a vast desert. Shinmaster, are you alright? The blood god garment surveyed Zhou Qingyun, asking with lingering fear. After living so many years, it was the first time he had seen someone as ruthless as Zhou Qingyun. At this moment, he no longer believed that Zhou Qingyun was merely at the midstage of the Tribulation Realm. Which Tribulation Realm cultivator could instantly unleash such prowess from the divine to the supreme? Especially at the supreme level, it involved changes in domains and Tao principles. No secret technique could achieve such an extraordinary feat. Not even the legendary celestial scriptures could. It was likely that Xian Master was at a realm above the Quasi-Emperor, currently comprehending the laws of transformation. It seemed he had joined an extraordinary organization. The blood god garment was filled with countless thoughts, soon overshadowed by excitement. Zhou Qingyun's face was pale. Although that supreme power was temporary, the domain was firmly connected to his own soul. He himself was also affected to some extent. No worries. Zhou Qingyun waved his hand, then fixed his gaze on Nangong Yun's position. As the dust slowly settled, chaotic heavenly energy still stirred, lingering long after, affecting every speck of dust here. Any ordinary person who touched it would surely die. As Nangong Yun's domain collapsed, he spat out a mouthful of blood that landed on the ground, instantly nurturing a patch of spirit plants. The Supreme had begun to grasp his own heavenly Tao principles, embarking on the path of eternal evolution, his entire being imbued with creation. As the blood dripped, Nangong Yun's figure gradually revealed itself, his aura languid, and the clothing crafted from extraordinary materials became tattered beyond recognition. His eyes were filled with horror, completely unprepared for Zhou Qingyun's ruthlessness, as his domain exploded without warning. This was insanity. My Nangong Imperial clan has no enmity with Bai Yujing. Why scheme against my clan? As long as you spare me, I promise my clan will not pursue this matter, and I am willing to offer you 10,000 top-grade spirit stones as an apology. Nangong Yun looked at Zhou Qingyun, fear and caution flashing in his eyes, speaking in a negotiating tone. He had enormous doubts about Zhou Qingyun's strength. What Tribulation Realm nonsense? It was probably all a deceptive illusion. The goal was to set a trap to eliminate people from the Nangong Imperial clan. However, he searched through his memories and found no information regarding Bai Yujing. Nangong Yun frowned, reasoning that even the strongest factions like the Heavenly Holy Palace would leave traces in the world. It was impossible to completely erase every trace and cause. As a high-ranking member of an imperial clan, he had heard of some secretive forces in the world. What was this Bai Yujing? Could it merely be a show of strength? Hee. Zhou Qingyun chuckled lightly, his smile not reaching his eyes as he said, "Then you first give me your spatial ring. Perhaps I might reconsider. This. Could you please swear an oath of Dao?" Nangong Yun's expression changed slightly as he said in a deep voice, "You have no right to bargain now. Vice Master, take care of him." Zhou Qingyun shook his head and said to Blood God Garment. Nangong Yun's eyes narrowed, and he quickly said, "Please wait, I will fulfill your request." He knew his hope of leaving today was zero, and he was only hoping to delay for a little longer so he could recover some of his strength. Even if he self-destructed, he could inflict some damage on the two. Seeing Zhou Qingyun's cold gaze, Nangong Yun hesitated for a moment, but still took out his storage ring. Seeing this, the Blood God Garment was very perceptive and drew it over from a distance. Zhou Qingyun nodded in satisfaction and said to Blood God Garment, "Kill him." He naturally did not believe Nangong Yun's words. The contradiction had already become irreconcilable when he killed Lin Fengqing. Understood. Blood God Garment acknowledged the command, killing intent surging forth as the spiritual realm expanded and instantly suppressed Nangong Yun. Today the one who kills my clan's imperial daughter is Zhou Qingyun of Bai Yujing. I hope the Nangong Imperial clan can deliver justice for us. Nangong Yun shouted coldly, his voice resonating across billions of miles with the support of heavenly power. He aimed to spread this message, inciting the Nangong Imperial clan's fury to annihilate Bai Yujing. Having lived countless years, he had never heard of Bai Yujing. It must be some timid force. Under the divine glory of the Nangong clan, Bai Yujing would surely perish. As his words fell, Nangong Yun's supreme body began to crack, his soul and lifespan igniting. A terrifying wave suddenly emerged, sweeping towards Zhou Qingyun and Blood God Garment. Blood God Garment was prepared, gently waving a hand as heavenly power surged forth, runes swirling to envelop the explosive force and hurl it into the void. Everything returned to calm. But outside there was unrest. As Nangong Yun's grand and cold voice resonated, countless people changed their expressions. Zhou Qingyun. Again Zhou Qingyun. Was the Zhou Qingyun who just battled with an imperial clan backed by a powerful force. Heavens! The Eastern Spirit Domain is about to change. And what kind of force is Bai Yujing? Why has it never been heard of before? Countless faces were filled with worry. Those major players' conflicts often brought disaster first to the small fry. They were filled with trepidation about the future. In a vast desert, Yi Tian's eyes trembled as he muttered, "Is Bai Yu about to emerge?" And upon emerging, they killed an imperial daughter that was far too fierce. In a mountain range, Li Qingyu's beautiful face was also filled with surprise. In a dilapidated house of a small town, a simple thin boy was sitting cross-legged in cultivation. Hearing Nangong Yun's grand voice, he suddenly opened his eyes enraged and said, "That is the name of my benefactor. But what kind of force is the Nangong Imperial clan? How infuriating! My strength is still too weak, otherwise I could help my benefactor." The boy frowned tightly and slammed his palm on the broken table before him. Boom! The table instantly shattered, cutting his palm and causing blood to drip. The blood dripped onto a black ancient iron plate. The iron plate suddenly burst forth with brilliant divine light, runes swirling instantly, phasing, shrinking to the size of a needle's tip. Before the boy could react, it embedded itself into his forehead. A message wandered in the boy's mind. "This is..." The boy's expression shook. "Brother, what happened to you?" A little girl, thin as a bone, asked from outside the door. "It's nothing, just a bit of insight from my cultivation." After handling everything, Zhou Qingyun let out a sigh of relief, intending to leave with Blood God Garment, when the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for cultivating a legendary destined child who has pledged allegiance to the host, triggering a perfect achievement and triggering the first achievement for cultivating a destined child. The host will receive the following rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for cultivating a legendary destined child who has submitted to the host, triggering a perfect achievement and the achievement for cultivating a destined child for the first time. The host will receive the following rewards. Note 1. The revived mythical villain will be integrated with the memories of the Bai Yujing faction created by the host, remaining absolutely loyal and will not betray the host. Note 2. Everything has its pros and cons. If the host chooses to revive, there will be potential risks and involvement in great karma, so the host is advised to consider carefully. This reward is simply incredible. Zhou Qingyun's eyes flickered with brilliance, his heart trembling in awe at the rewards presented. But what is this potential risk? Could it be that the corresponding destined child is not dead yet? Generally, the role of the villain is very likely to assist the destined child in their growth. As for the mythical villain, their status is exceedingly high, and the destined child they offend is also likely to be of a mythical rank, otherwise it would be difficult for them to perish. This speculation made Zhou Qingyun frown, and he immediately asked, "System, are you referring to the potential risk that the corresponding destined child is still alive?" Indeed, as the host has guessed, the status of the mythical villain is extraordinarily high, gathering the mysterious transformations of countless timelines, within each one a legendary figure capable of transcending eras. The beings that can kill a mythical villain are most likely the mythical destined children. Furthermore, the mythical destined children are equally terrifying, their status surpassing that of mythical villains. If the revived mythical villain's timeline is not distant, and the mythical destined child is not dead, they may very well sense it, hence the system hopes the host can consider this carefully. Zhou Qingyun's expression changed slightly, but he understood this kind of risk. However, the concept of the destined child of the era piqued his curiosity, and he directly asked, "System, is the destined child of the era a status above that of mythical beings?" Unable to answer, "Please upgrade the system's level." Zhou Qingyun sighed. "This just piques my curiosity, making me upgrade it." Zhou Qingyun's thoughts raced, and he then inquired again, "System, can I choose the revived mythical villain myself?" In the long history of the myriad spirit realm, there are many suspected mythical villains. If he could choose the character to be revived, he would definitely pick the strongest mythical villain. "No," the system replied flatly. "All right, then let's proceed with the revival." Hearing the system's answer, Zhou Qingyun had anticipated this and felt no disappointment. He had only asked to confirm this with the system. If the system had agreed, he could have utilized it. Otherwise, he had nothing to lose. Ding. Extracting the revival character for the host. Ding. Extraction successful. The revived character is the ghostly aspect celestial lord from 10 million years ago, whose true name is Gui Yi. Gui Yi's brief introduction: born in humble beginnings, extraordinarily talented, became a saint in a century, attained the Tao in a millennium, comprehending the principles of reincarnation, breaking through lifespan limitations, nurturing astonishing ambitions, aiming to comprehend all paths and ascend to higher dimensions. Thus, he traversed the path of ascension, intercepting the heavenly prodigies of various eras, devouring their principles to reinforce himself, until 10 million years ago when a prodigy emerged who could rival him, defeating him, resulting in his indestructible soul shattering his true spirit, becoming oblivious, flowing into reincarnation. Today he is revived by the host, voluntarily joining Bai Jing and obeying the host's commands. I can't believe it's actually this ruthless character. Zhou Qingyun considered himself to have a relatively good mindset, but today he felt unsettled due to Gui Yi. He had read some legends about this character in ancient texts. This character is recorded in the myriad spirit realm as one who has ascended to the celestial realm, yet unexpectedly, he had a ruthless streak, directly harvesting during the ascension. Perhaps I could emulate him. Zhou Qingyun's eyes flickered. At this moment, the system's voice rang out again, interrupting Zhou Qingyun's thoughts. Data loading complete, reviving for the host. As the system's words fell, the world suddenly dimmed for a moment, causing all beings to feel a sense of dread. Buzz. The phantom of the river of time manifested in the sky, spanning from the past to the present and into the future, mysterious and vast, heavy and profound. What is this? Countless beings stared in shock at the phantom of the river. Even other realms were affected. The revival of the rules of the universe was also gradually accelerating. Some of the slumbering supreme beings were awakened, looking bewildered at the changes in the universe. Yet the phenomena continued to evolve. At the upper reaches of the river of time, a figure ancient and divinely exceptional suddenly appeared. Behind the figure, a mysterious reincarnation will spun, emanating a heavy force of life and death, seemingly dividing the world into two halves, one vibrant and the other lifeless. The figure gazed indifferently from the past toward the present, then slowly dissipated, transforming into countless paths of essence, shimmering divinely, flowing down the river of time and entering a certain point in the current timeline. The world trembled, as if some terrifying entity was reviving. In a certain domain of the myriad spirit realm in a city, there was an old teacher, extraordinarily wise, yet lacking any cultivation talent. He had no other hobbies in life, solely devoted to reading classics. At this moment, he was still in his room, reading an ancient text, unaffected by any disturbances from the outside world. Suddenly, countless paths of essence and principles manifested in the void, entering his body, causing the rules to tremble, and a surge of spiritual energy and cosmic power erupted. Behind him, infinite reincarnation brilliance erupted, impacting the surrounding universe. His will was sublimating, and the level of his life was continuously evolving. In an instant, an overwhelming aura appeared, causing countless beings to prostrate in fear, only to vanish swiftly. At this moment the old man opened his eyes, the extraordinary reincarnation, while sweeping past, gazing into the distance with a smile. I see now. Then his figure became ethereal until it disappeared. At this time a young attendant rushed into the old man's room, his face pale, exclaiming, "Quick someone! The old man is missing." Ding! Revival successful. Host, please wait, Gue-E is on his way. Zhou Qinjian's mind stirred, and he said, "System check Gue-E's data panel. Name Gue-E. Realm Semi-Emperor Perfection, currently under sealing restrictions. Fortune Golden. Affection 95. Status Mythical Villain. System, what does this sealing restriction entail?" In the Great Zhou Dynasty the sky was clear and boundless. The floating cloud boat adorned with runes glided forward, radiating spiritual light across the azure heavens. Zhou Qingyun sat calmly on the floating cloud boat, focusing intently on the data panel before him. Name Su Chun. Realm Body, Refinement 9th Layer. Fortune Golden. Affection 79. Status Legendary Destiny Child. It's actually him. Zhou Qingyun showed a contemplative expression. He still had some impressions of this person. Before entering the secret realm of the Emperor, he had been investing everywhere. Su Chun was one of his unintended investment targets. He was a low-level cultivator from a city orphaned with a younger sister. When he passed through that city, Su Chun and his sister Su Shiner were being bullied by a local thug. After triggering the system's investment, he casually saved the two. Upon learning about Su Chun's background, he felt that Su Chun resembled a destiny child. However, at that time Su Chun was merely an ordinary red fortune bearer, and the system did not detect anything unusual. Zhou Qingyun did not take it seriously. Little did he expect that just a few days later Su Chun would transform into a destiny child. Thinking of this, Zhou Qinjian's gaze shifted slightly as he spoke to the system. System, based on Su Chun's experiences, can I cultivate a large number of destiny children? The host is overthinking. Su Chun's transformation into a destiny child is entirely due to various factors and miraculous manifestations combined with his own already significant fortune, which gives him a 1 in 10,000 chance to evolve into a destiny child, or otherwise he would just be an ordinary fortune bearer. Otherwise, how many others in the world share experiences similar to Su Chun's? Yet how many have emerged as destiny children? The making of a destiny child is not only a matter of fortune, opportunity, and strength, it also requires the favor of the Tao and the blessing of miraculous power, which follows no pattern at all. Moreover, the host's ability to receive substantial rewards this time is purely because the host triggered a first achievement. Therefore, I hope the host can dispel any restlessness in their heart, abandon unrealistic thoughts, and invest with peace of mind. Zhou Qingyun ignored the system. Although he could not create destiny children in bulk, at the very least Su Chun's emergence provided him with an idea. Since destiny children can be formed through later development, it shows that it can be manipulated by human means. He just has not found the corresponding method yet. As for Su Chun's transformation, he found it quite unexpected. Then Zhou Qingyun suppressed his scattered thoughts and inquired of the blood divine garment on the floating cloud boat. In your era, what realm was the strongest person of the Nangong family in? Reporting to the Xian, Lord, the Nangong imperial clan at that time barely squeezed into the top forces in the Tianling domain. The strongest was a perfected emperor. Given that 100,000 years have passed, that person has likely perished. The blood divine garment respectfully conveyed the information he knew and then cautiously asked, I wonder, Xian Lord, are you planning to take action against the Nangong imperial clan? Zhou Qingyun nodded. Hiss. The blood divine garment was suddenly startled, his emotions shaken, and with a bow of his hands he did not ask further and retreated to the side. A perfected emperor, huh? Surely the resurgence of the god-slaying flag should be able to wipe them out. Zhou Qingyun speculated in his heart. He gazed into the distance, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Gue-E. That evening he returned to the imperial city. He discussed the details of establishing the Yun dynasty with Zhou Tsang. The fortune of the Yun dynasty could accelerate the evolution of the eternal realm within him, so it was naturally a matter of concern. On the next morning, he summoned Yu Ru back, allowing her and Tang Guangjuan to expand the territory of the great Zhou dynasty together. Meanwhile, he temporarily assigned the blood divine garment to oversee the imperial palace. At the same time, with the death of the great Yin emperor, the situation in the great Yin dynasty became tumultuous. Zhou Tsang also dispatched troops to advance into the territory of the great Yin dynasty. On the other hand, the former Great Zhou dynasty had quite a few grievances regarding the Zhou family state title. After consulting Zhou Qingyun, the Zhou family immediately brought 4 Saint-class puppets and Tang Guangjuan to confront the former Great Zhou dynasty. On that morning, Gue-E arrived at Zhou Qinjian's imperial palace. Dressed simply, he appeared spirited, his eyes seemingly filled with profound wisdom. He had an unfathomable aura suddenly appearing in Zhou Qinjian's palace. Zhou Qingyun was taken aback and with focused attention asked, Are you Gue-E? Indeed it is I. Guei responded with a warm smile, remaining calm and composed. Guei's appearance differed slightly from Zhou Qinjian's expectations, but he did not mind, and instead smiled warmly. From now on you shall be the city lord of Xianxia City, overseeing the Feixian Tower, Shuiying Tower, and Shira Tower. The 5 cities of Baiyujing are Yujing City, Immortal City, Eternal Night City, Xianxia City, and Wanjie City. The last city is prepared for Zhou Qinjian's future advancement into the myriad realms. Thank you, Immortal Lord. Guei nodded slightly. You may call me Xian Lord from now on. Zhou Qinjian's expression became awkward for a moment, then he grew serious and said, I grant you the god-slaying flag which may annihilate the Nangong Imperial clan. As he spoke, Zhou Qinjian's divine sense moved slightly, transmitting some information about the Nangong Imperial clan to Guei. No need for treasures, I only need half a quarter of an hour to annihilate them. Guei remained unconcerned, his eyes flashing with a domineering light. Even though his current strength had not fully revived, he was still limited by the constraints of heaven and earth. But for a force without an emperor, he could easily wipe them out with a wave of his hand. Saying half a quarter of an hour was purely out of humility. Zhou Qinjian's expression shifted slightly, and he smiled softly. Then it would trouble Guei to make a trip. After all, it was an imperial clan, leaving them alone was not an option. It was better to send them off to reunite with Lin Fengqing sooner. With the ability gained, it was only right to eradicate them thoroughly. As per the order of the Xian Lord, Guei bowed his head, respectfully clasped his hands, and slowly faded away. As the night passed, news of Zhou Qingyun killing the Nangong Imperial clan's princess, a supreme being, and several saints spread back across the 4 major spiritual domains. Countless forces were in an uproar speculating about Zhou Qinjian's origins. Who exactly is Zhou Qingyun? Is he not afraid of the Nangong Imperial clan's revenge? He has only been asleep for a few hundred years. Are the young people today so brave? And what about the force named Baiyujing? Why have I never heard of it? Has it only been established in the last 10,000 years? Tisk tisk, there will be a good show to watch. Regardless of whether Baiyujing was a top-tier force, possessing the ability to annihilate a supreme being must not be simple. Even if the Nangong Imperial clan destroyed Baiyujing, they would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses. At that time, how much interest could they still divide? In the Yaoqi sacred land located in the Tianling domain, with a long-standing heritage, it is an extraordinary sacred place. In a magnificent picturesque palace, the Yaoqi emperor sat on a high throne shrouded in mist, exuding an unparalleled aura. She gazed at the slender, cool-tempered girl in the center of the hall and calmly asked, I wonder why has my disciple sought me? The girl showed a hint of anxiety on her face, took a deep breath, and said, I hope the master will send someone to warn the Nangong Imperial clan not to invade the Great Zhou dynasty. The Great Zhou dynasty is my hometown, and I do not wish to watch it be destroyed. Is it because of Zhou Qingyun? The Yaoqi emperor's aura fluctuated with majesty as she asked in an enigmatic tone. Upon hearing this, the girl fell silent, stubbornly looking at the Yaoqi emperor. The Yaoqi emperor chuckled. You little girl, do you still like to beat around the bush with your master? Today I shall allow you to be willful just this once. It was merely a warning, as she would just give the girl face. Thank you, master. The girl's face brightened with joy. Deep in the Guishu Forbidden Zone, a girl with an otherworldly aura stood atop a sacred mountain, looking at the information transmitted to her, her delicate brows furrowed. Is the Nangong Imperial clan planning to deal with young Master Zhou? Is the Nangong Imperial clan finally moving against young Master Zhou? Qin Shifeng stood atop that divine mountain, like a celestial maiden from the 9 heavens, her ethereal aura reaching the pinnacle of transcendence. At this moment, her delicate brows were slightly furrowed, lost in deep contemplation. After a moment, she reached a decision and called out softly, Qingfeng, go to the celestial spirit domain and warn the Nangong Imperial clan. They must not set foot in the Great Zhou dynasty again. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to visit the Nangong Imperial clan myself and annihilate their lineage. As her voice faded, the space rippled, and a cyan phoenix shrouded in divine flames suddenly materialized. The cyan phoenix was wreathed in dense Dao runes, its aura shaking the void, a mighty demon beast at the midstage of Quasi-Emperor realm. As the Prohibition Lord commands, runes flickered across the cyan phoenix's body as it slowly transformed into a woman clad in azure robes, bowing her head respectfully to Qin Shifeng. Though Qin Shifeng had only been in the ruins Forbidden Zone for a few months, her authority had already been deeply etched into the hearts of all living beings there. 1 month ago, Qin Shifeng forcefully descended into the depths of the ruins Forbidden Zone and seized a freshly ripened heavenly earth fruit, enraging countless beings within the zone. Innumerable supreme beings of the Forbidden Zone attacked Qin Shifeng, but she was utterly enigmatic. After devouring the heavenly earth fruit, her cultivation surged abruptly to the sub-saint realm. Her subsaint cultivation was unlike that of ordinary cultivators. In this era where laws were hidden and emperors rarely emerged, she could effortlessly command the natural laws of heaven and earth, just like the ancient emperors, and routed countless supreme beings in one fell swoop. Even the Yaoqi emperor, hailed as the most terrifying in 10 millennia, could not achieve what Qin Shifeng did. Countless beings trembled in fear, daring not to provoke her further. Qin Shifeng had firmly established her foothold there. She began subjugating beings and building her own power. The Cyan Phoenix was the first to pledge allegiance to her. She was barely considered Qin Shifeng's trusted confidant. Soon after, the Cyan Phoenix, filled with reverence, reverted to its true form, its Tao runes trembling as it tore through the void and departed. They'll let you live a few more days for now. As she watched the Cyan Phoenix's departing figure, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Qin Shifeng's eyes. She had long harbored a killing desire toward the Nangong imperial clan, but she simply could not spare the time. Once she had fully refined the ruins' forbidden zone, that would be the moment the Nangong imperial clan faced annihilation. In this second life, her hatred for the Nangong imperial clan had not diminished in the slightest. Then, gazing into the depths of the forbidden zone, she curled her lips slightly and chuckled inwardly. Just a bunch of remnants struggling in vain. Do they truly believe they can restrain me? If the laws of heaven and earth had revived, perhaps I would still tread with caution. But now, if not for the restraint imposed by several ancient beings deep within the forbidden zone, she would have already refined it and annihilated the Nangong imperial clan countless times over, sparing herself all this trouble. At that time, her next plan could also advance further. Having been reborn, she naturally refused to waste her life ascending to the immortal realm in mediocrity only to be exploited by those beings. She intended to seize a share from those schemers, ascend to the immortal realm in supreme might with her kin, and lay the foundation for her future rise to immortal emperor. The primary reason for her past life failure in the immortal king tribulation was that the path to becoming an immortal emperor had long been monopolized by those supreme beings in the immortal realm. Unable to see the way forward, she had chosen to burn her bridges and undergo the immortal king tribulation. The result was failure, yet she still could not fathom why she had been reborn. Logically, under the reflection of those supreme beings in the immortal realm, no one could easily shake the river of time and swim upstream. Could it be the power of the supreme treasure she had obtained in her past life? But why had that treasure not returned with her? Shaking her head, Qin Shifeng dismissed the thoughts and transmitted her voice to a divine lark elsewhere in the forbidden zone. Lark, go and take charge of the great Zhou imperial city. A clear, cold female voice echoed in Qin Shifeng's ear, as the prohibition lord commands. With that, the divine lark's Tao runes trembled, and it spread its wings and departed. In the celestial spirit domain, the small world of the ancient imperial clan, the Jiang clan, lay nestled among divine mountains. Here, spiritual energy and Tao resonance were so dense they materialized into divine rainbows, linking one sacred peak to another. At the entrance to the small world stood countless magnificent halls. Two towering stalwart men clad in divine armor exuded a fierce aura as they guarded the gateway. Within this small world, in an ancient hall, a young man of imposing bearing sat in meditation. A faint knock sounded, rousing him from his cultivation. The young man frowned and asked, "What is it?" "Reporting to the imperial sun, your planted pawn Su Xiao has been slain." "I have come to inform you," the attendant outside the door replied respectfully. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of energy erupted from the young man, causing the very air to tremble. His expression twisted with rage as he demanded, "Which power among the four domains did this?" As the master of a destiny dynasty bolstered by the foundations of 2 lifetimes, Su Xiao should have been able to grow steadily into an imperial dynasty as long as he avoided detection by the 4 domains. Even facing ordinary sacred lands would not have been an issue. But he never expected Su Xiao to be so useless. Barely decades into establishing his dynasty, he was already destroyed by another force. What a waste of the destiny stone he had invested in him. That destiny stone had cost him a tremendous price. The young man's heart bled at the loss. It was not a power from the 4 domains, nor any recorded hidden sacred land. It was a force that has never appeared before, called the White Jade Capital. The attendant answered cautiously. "Are you certain?" The young man's eyes narrowed. The attendant replied in fear, "I would not dare deceive the imperial sun. This Su Xiao is truly worthless. No amount of fortune can change that." The young man cursed inwardly. Then he said to the attendant outside, "Come in and tell me everything about this White Jade Capital." Trembling, the attendant pushed open the door and respectfully handed a spiritual scroll to the young man. "Your Highness, this contains all intelligence on the White Jade Capital since its emergence." The young man accepted the spiritual scroll and examined it carefully. First appearance: suspected recruitment of Zhou Qingyun as a disciple. Second appearance, setting a trap for Su Xiao and the Nangong Imperial Clan. Third appearance, directly slaying a Nangong Imperial Clan venerable and multiple saints. And Zhou Qingyun is suspected to be the chosen agent of the White Jade Capital in the mortal world. Is it a true power hidden in the shadows of the world? Or just a bluff? Or perhaps an organization founded by some ancient being? Countless speculations drifted through the young man's mind, knitting his brows in frustration. After a moment, he let out a few light chuckles. The Nangong Imperial Clan will certainly not let this slide. Send someone to prod the Nangong Imperial Clan into testing the depths of the White Jade Capital. If it proves weak, have it destroyed directly. If it is formidable, hold off for now, and I will decide after my breakthrough. As you command. The attendant's eyes sharpened as he replied slowly. In the celestial spirit domain, the Nangong Imperial Clan. Today the Nangong Imperial Clan had lost its usual solemnity, though every clan member was shrouded in fury. How outrageous. A mere nameless minor force dares to set a trap and harm our clan's elder. They deserve to have their entire lineage exterminated. We should petition the clan leader to dispatch elders immediately to annihilate this so-called White Jade Capital, avenging the Imperial Daughter and Eighth Elder's spirits, and deter any other petty scoundrels. Though our clan has waned somewhat, we are not to be bullied by the likes of them. In the main hall, countless authoritative elders remained silent, their faces grim. Nangong Beishan too had lost his usual dignity, his complexion iron. He swept his gaze across the assembled elders and declared, I intend to suppress this White Jade Capital. Does anyone object? I urge the clan leader to deliberate carefully. We have too little intelligence on the White Jade Capital. Rash action may invite disaster. It would be wiser to gather more information before deciding, an aged elder said gravely. I think you Nangong Feng have grown more cowardly with age. They slap us in the face, and you still endure. Are you not a divine tortoise from the endless sea? Another elder taunted. Nangong Feng's face shifted, and he was about to retort, when suddenly a majestic voice resounded. Imperial decree of the Yaoqi Emperor, the Nangong Imperial Clan shall not send anyone to the Eastern Spirit Domain. Violators shall be executed. The decree of the Yaoqi Emperor states that no one from the Nangong Imperial Clan is allowed to enter the Eastern Spirit Domain. Violators will be executed. The woman's voice was thunderous, echoing far and wide, causing the other holy lands in the Tianling Domain to cast peculiar glances towards the Nangong Imperial Clan. The Nangong Imperial Clan is in for trouble. I never thought that Zhou Qingyun would have connections with the saintess of the Yaoqi Sacred Land. Quite impressive. It's a pity. I had hoped that the Nangong Imperial Clan could investigate the origins of that white jade, but now with the intervention of the Yaoqi Sacred Land it seems unlikely. The leaders of some factions revealed expressions of regret. Hearing the woman's cold words, the countless members of the Nangong Imperial Clan changed their expressions drastically, anger evident on their faces. Why does Zhou Qingyun have ties with the Yaoqi Sacred Land? I heard that he once saved the Yaoqi saintess. Perhaps that is why the Yaoqi Sacred Land would aid him. How infuriating. Do we really have to heed the warnings of the Yaoqi Sacred Land and swallow this bitter pill? How despicable. The woman paid no mind to the Nangong Imperial Clan's reactions and left. She believed that the Nangong Imperial Clan would recognize the severity of the situation. In the main hall, the faces of Nangong Batian and the various elders turned ashen as they watched her departing figure. An irate elder cursed loudly. The Yaoqi Sacred Land is truly overstepping. The other elders' eyes were equally filled with fury. At this moment, Nangong Sun directly asked Nangong Beishan, Clan leader, what should we do next? Upon hearing this, Nangong Batian seemed to age decades in an instant, dejectedly saying, the Yaoqi Sacred Land is too powerful. What can we do? We must endure for now. As the clan leader, he could not act rashly. He had to consider the survival and decline of his family. If he were a lone wolf, he would have fought to tear off a piece of that white jade city, even at the cost of his life. Unfortunately, just as the atmosphere in the hall reached an unbearable silence, a terrifying aura suddenly enveloped the small world of the Nangong Imperial Clan. Boom! The small world began to shake and tremble, as if someone were forcibly dismantling it. Nangong Beishan's expression changed slightly, a divine light flashing in his eyes as he peered through the space. Suddenly, he saw an energetic old man appearing out of thin air with a smile on his face. He exuded boundless principles, continuously arranging and combining to form an endless cycle of spiritual wheels distorting the void. That terrifying aura spread throughout half of the Tianling domain. Countless ancient beings immediately opened their eyes, and upon witnessing this scene they gasped in shock. An emperor? No, this aura is complete emperor level. But what is with the myriad of principles? Isn't a true emperor only able to comprehend up to 99 principles? Moreover, only the eternal prodigies can achieve such feats. What is this old man doing? An ancient being exclaimed. Saints absorb the Tao rhythms of heaven and earth to expand their domains. The supreme beings begin to utilize their domains to absorb the Tao essence of heaven and earth, comprehending the principles. Supremes fill, fortify, and expand the principles. An emperor transforms principles into his life rules, ascending to the celestial realm, comprehending the grand Tao, and transcending the other shore. The appearance of Gui completely overturned their understanding. Meanwhile, some other ancient beings revealed expressions of glee. The visitor does not come with good intentions, the good do not come. Looking in this direction, it seems he is here to seek trouble with the Nangong imperial clan. Nangong Batian also realized this fact, his pupils shrinking and his mind sank. As the old man's figure materialized, the frequency of the small world's tremors intensified. Some weaker individuals began to disintegrate under this aura, their souls vanishing. Panic spread in everyone's heart. All the elders in the main hall and Nangong Batian were in despair, intending to rush out and fight Gui to the death. At this moment, deep within the small world of the Nangong imperial clan, 3 authoritative and furious voices suddenly rang out. How audacious! Who dares to invade my Nangong imperial clan? The glory of the Nangong imperial clan is inviolable and must eradicate the souls of trespassers. Though the 3 voices were not loud, they were filled with overwhelming might, resonating throughout the entire Tianling domain, as 3 immensely powerful auras suddenly surged forth to withstand the pressure. Simultaneously, 3 figures suddenly flew out from the small world. Nangong Batian and the others' eyes brightened, the ancestors. The appearance of the 3 gave the people of the Nangong imperial clan a much-needed boost of confidence, and their panic began to dissipate. The eyes of the 3 ancestors glimmered with cold light, filled with a strong intent to kill. However, upon sensing Gui's strange aura, a look of caution crept into their hearts, and they admonished, "Why do you invade our imperial clan? It would be better for you to leave now, and we 3 shall not pursue the matter." It's not that the 3 were afraid, it's that Gui was simply too outrageous. They wanted to downplay the severity of the situation. All 3 were approaching their end, only reluctantly awakening from their slumber in the divine source, when their family was in peril, because the Nangong imperial clan had been unable to summon high-level combat power. If they were to go all out this time, they would likely face annihilation. It would be a complete loss. I am the city lord of the Bayou Jing here, to escort the imperial clan to eternal bliss. I hope the 3 young friends will not resist unnecessarily. Gui smiled slightly. As his voice fell, everyone was shocked. Boom! The hearts of the 3 sank as they exchanged glances, suppressing their expressions, and decisively shouted, "Come!" The shouts of the 3 were like heavenly sounds shaking the void. They attacked directly, evidently intending to use their numbers to overpower Gui and capture him. Immediately, the auras of the 3 surged like one, the principles sweeping through the principles, arranging and intertwining to form a vast golden divine net enveloping Gui. The tempers of the 3 young friends are truly fierce. Gui maintained his smile, his mind stirred as countless principles flowed, transforming into divine light, effortlessly shredding the divine net as if it were mere paper. The expressions of the 3 changed drastically. Before they could react, they heard Gui solemnly say, "You are all about to be extinguished. Why do you cling to life in this world? Why don't you follow the rules of heaven and earth and face life and death with composure?" Gui's voice carried a strong allure akin to a heavenly decree. The members of the Nangong imperial clan, who were unstable in their Tao hearts, showed dazed expressions and self-destructed. Meanwhile, those with higher realms and stable hearts revealed expressions of struggle. The 3 complete quasi-emperors also felt a tremor in their minds. Just at that moment of hesitation, Gui suddenly radiated a blinding white light, shaking heaven and earth and enveloping the 3. The bodies and souls of the 3 transformed into nothingness. Gui's aura surged, imprisoning the territory of the Nangong imperial clan. The sky suddenly darkened and constellations emerged, unleashing fluctuations that crushed the territory of the Nangong imperial clan. From this point on, the Nangong imperial clan vanished from the world, leaving no trace behind. Heavens, the southern imperial clan has vanished just like that. Who is this elderly being? This. And I heard this elder say he is the city lord of Xianxia city in White Jade Capital. Could White Jade Capital be a hidden supreme force? Countless ancient beings gazed upon this scene, their faces etched with disbelief. The tranquil mind, usually as still as an ancient well, was stirred by Gui today. Far away at the edge of the southern imperial clan's territory, a phoenix, its body wreathed in azure flames, suddenly emerged from the void, exuding a fierce aura. It intended to descend upon the southern imperial clan, but was stunned by the sight before it. The territory of the southern imperial clan had been razed to the ground, transformed into a vast desert. Above it stood an elder radiating a terrifying presence. The Southern Imperial clan is gone. The Azure Phoenix unconsciously swallowed a gulp of saliva, its eyes wide with shock. At that moment Gue turned his gaze toward the Azure Phoenix. The Phoenix's heart trembled, its formidable aura involuntarily weakening. It offered Gue an awkward smile before departing without delay. It still has a karmic link with the Mystic Lord. If not for its benevolent intent, I would not hesitate to send it to reincarnation as well. Gue smiled faintly and did not stop the Azure Phoenix from leaving. Then he cast a glance at the small world of the Southern Imperial clan. Principles of Tao swirled, divine light bloomed, and a massive hand formed from the heavens dragging the small world away. With Gue's departure, the heavenly spirit domain erupted in chaos. Countless forces were horrified, dispatching spies to gather information on White Jade Capital. At the Jade Pool's sacred land, the Jade Pool Emperor sat upon the high throne gazing at the intelligence report in hand, lost in thought. What exactly is this White Jade Capital? Why have I never heard of it? Could it truly be a hidden supreme sacred land that erased all traces of its existence, only now emerging as the great era dawns to establish a dynasty? So is the Great Zhou dynasty merely a pawn in White Jade Capital's scheme? Countless conjectures drifted through the Jade Pool Emperor's mind. She then transmitted her voice to an elder. Go investigate other great domains to see if there are more dynasties emerging besides the Great Zhou. A dynasty is unique, the only vessel capable of bearing fortune. It is the sole method to achieve transcendence and immortality without requiring the power of celestial origin. Countless forces wished to claim a share. Yet those possessing the art of founding a dynasty were few. The Jade Pool's sacred land possessed this art, but dared not establish a dynasty, fearing a united assault. Now that the Great Zhou dynasty's nature as a dynasty had been exposed, she wished to observe the reactions of other forces. If other powers began to establish dynasties, the Jade Pool's sacred land could follow suit. Countless forces of the myriad spirit realm gathered across the 4 great spiritual domains. Among them, the celestial spirit domain possessed the deepest foundation. In the celestial spirit domain, there were 5 transcendent-level forces: the heavenly mechanism hall, the exalted immortal pavilion, the demon saint palace, the sacred spirit hall, and the grand abyss sacred land. The other 3 domains had far fewer such transcendent forces. The heavenly spirit domain had 2, the divine emperor palace, and the primordial beginning sacred land. The demon spirit domain had 1, the demon god hall. The sacred spirit domain had 3, the ancient Jiang clan, the spirit martial sacred land, and the Mahayana sect. Additionally, 4 hidden forces and 3 forbidden zones rivaled these transcendent powers. The celestial spirit domain alone possessed 4 transcendent forces, showcasing its profound heritage. The beings of the myriad spirit realm generally classified forces into tiers: mundane, minor, common, great, sect, sacred land, ordinary, sacred land, top tier, supreme, and transcendent. Forces at the supreme level and above rarely changed unless a major upheaval occurred. The pyramid's apex remained largely stable. Yet the emergence of White Jade Capital seemed to stir this stagnant pond. After all, a force that could casually dispatch a quasi-emperor at perfection to annihilate an imperial clan was rare in the myriad spirit realm. Some beings were filled with curiosity about White Jade Capital. Numerous transcendent forces were equally intrigued and wary of its background. The exalted immortal pavilion was mysterious and extraordinary, with a vast heritage. It was said to have deduced a method for immortals to arise from non-human origins, earning the fear of countless forces. In its secluded realm, the current pavilion master entered this place, cupping his hands toward the dark, silent depths. Ancestors, was White Jade Capital known in your era? Faint glimmers of light flickered in the darkness like countless eyes. A chaotic, indistinct voice echoed. Has any anomaly emerged in this age? Ancestors, your foresight is unmatched. As the Golden Age approaches, a force named White Jade Capital has appeared. I fear it may become a variable and seek your guidance. The Pavilion Master spoke solemnly. This may be a sign of the heavenly Tao's final radiance or a chess piece from the immortal realm. Pay it no heed. Continue gathering prodigies. When the immortal path opens, your merit will be complete, and you may unite with us, ascend to the immortal realm in supreme form, carve out your domain, and achieve eternal immortality. As for the dynasty scheme, abandon it. Let the dogs fight among themselves. The chaotic, genderless voice continued. The Pavilion Master's face lit up with joy. Thank you, ancestors. At the Sacred Spirit Hall, the current Sacred Lord frowned deeply upon receiving intelligence about White Jade Capital. The one who released the Blood God garment was Zhou Qingyun, and he belongs to White Jade Capital. It seems White Jade Capital deliberately sabotaged the Sacred Ancestors' plans. Is this high-profile display merely to establish dominance or to announce White Jade Capital's emergence? Suppressing his conjectures, he sped toward the depths of the small world. In a jade palace adorned with countless prohibitions and flowing runes, a solemn, dignified man slumbered. The moment the sacred lord entered, the man sensed his presence and opened his eyes. "Have you investigated who destroyed the indestructible divine body?" Reporting to the sacred ancestor, it was a force called White Jade Capital. The sacred lord wasted no time relaying all intelligence about White Jade Capital to the sacred ancestor. After a moment, the sacred ancestor frowned. Myriad Tao principles swirling, stirring the stars. White Jade Capital is no simple force. And from your description, the one who acted today likely surpasses an emperor, perhaps an ancient monster who awakened after a self-inflicted slash. With the Sacred Spirit Hall's current strength, we can barely contend. Stay put for now. Secretly send a few supreme forces to probe them. We'll consider our next move after the hall fully awakens. Yes. The Sacred Lord's eyes sharpened as he spoke respectfully. The Heavenly Mechanism Hall, renowned for divining all things past and present, was established 5 million years ago. It had always remained neutral and never declined through several great cosmic upheavals. The cultivation method of the Heavenly Mechanism Hall was unique, requiring constant attunement to the changes in heaven and earth's laws. It had never created its own small world, instead residing in the 10,000 mountains of the celestial spirit domain. Here stood the highest peak in the myriad spirit realm, Dawn Heaven Peak. This peak was called the spine of heaven and earth, reaching the chaos above and the underworld below. Few in the world knew its exact height save for the members of the Heavenly Mechanism Hall. The jade towers and golden halls of the Heavenly Mechanism Hall were located atop Dawn Heaven Peak. In a hall wreathed in spiritual mist, a middle-aged man and a white-bearded elder sat facing each other. The white-bearded elder stroked his beard and smiled faintly. "May I ask what brings fellow Taoist Wei to our humble hall?" "I wish for Elder Qing to divine the origins of White Jade Capital." "I wish for Taoist Qing to deduce the origins of Baiyujing." The man with a stern countenance said respectfully. The cultivation method of the Heavenly Machine Palace is extremely unique, requiring exceptionally high talent, and it typically takes hundreds of years to recruit a disciple who meets the palace's standards. The current master of the Heavenly Machine Palace, Qing Fuzi, has not found a suitable successor for the position of master for nearly 10,000 years. He did not dare to overstep. Hearing this, a glimmer of intrigue flashed in Qing Fuzi's eyes as he smiled slightly and said, "Oh, Baiyujing is no ordinary place. If Taoist Wei wishes to calculate its origins, the cost will not be low." Qing Fuzi was already aware of the events happening in the Heavenly Spirit domain. But what could the ancient Jiang family possibly want to deduce about Baiyujing? However, he did not inquire further, for the principle of the Heavenly Machine Palace is that as long as you pay the price, everything can be calculated for you. As for whether it can be 100 accurate, that is not the concern of the Heavenly Machine Palace. After all, the secrets of the heavens are hard to measure. Rest assured, the remuneration for the deduction was prepared by the Imperial Sun before I came. Please take a look, Wei Feng said with a hearty smile as he took out a simple storage ring and handed it to Qing Fuzi. Qing Fuzi accepted the ring and probed it with his divine sense. Moments later, a flash of brilliance appeared in his eyes, and he discreetly stored it away, saying, "Since Taoist friend is so courteous, I shall not be polite, and will certainly make a thorough deduction for you." However, he could fully withstand the backlash of inquiring about events that had already occurred. Immediately, Qing Fuzi's expression grew serious, his mind turning as terrifying Tao principles flowed, and a mysterious aura emerged, seemingly connecting directly to the river of time. It seemed as if Qing Fuzi's soul was about to leave his body, witnessing the myriad changes of heaven and earth in his gaze. His eyes were distant, and time itself seemed to accelerate, playing in reverse before him. He focused intently, following a certain pattern, beginning to peel away layers and search for traces of Baiyujing. Why are there none? Qing Fuzi revealed a look of confusion. Logically speaking, with a being as powerful as Gue-e, Baiyujing must be a major force, a trendsetter of some era. How could there be no trace left at all? He was puzzled and decided to shift his focus to the present. At that moment, the river of time suddenly shook violently. In Qing Fuzi's horrified gaze, an immensely towering figure glanced at him from downstream of the river. That glance was akin to a high-dimensional being observing an ant utterly indifferent. "You little ant, dare to pry into what should not be pried into. You shall be slain." A monumental voice resonated deep within the souls of all beings in the myriad realms, shaking them profoundly. "What is this?" Simultaneously, Qing Fuzi's soul and body began to collapse. "What has happened?" Seeing this, Wei Feng was horrified and turned to flee, but before he could take action, he encountered the same fate as Qing Fuzi. However, Wei Feng did not possess Qing Fuzi's strength and instantly turned to nothingness. Only Qing Fuzi, with a supreme treasure manifesting, still struggled, crying out in fear, "Master, save me." His voice fell. Deep within Xiaodian Peak, there was a coffin. Inside the coffin, a refined man suddenly opened his eyes. Upon seeing Qing Fuse's tragic state, his expression changed slightly. The laws flowed, and he unleashed immense Dao essence to bolster Qing Fuzi, hoping to shield him. But it was to no avail. Everything about Qing Fuzi was collapsing. Even as a great emperor, Qing Fuzi could still not comprehend such power, nor could he resist it in the slightest. In just a moment, Qing Fuse's physical form transformed into nothingness. The most terrifying part was that by trying to save Qing Fuzi, his master immediately suffered some of this power, greatly diminishing his foundation and leaving indelible wounds on his body. "Unworthy disciple, what have you done?" Qing Fuse's master exclaimed furiously. Qing Fuzi displayed a bitter smile on his face as he said, "I am sorry, master. It was my foolishness to attempt to pry into certain matters, bringing calamity to the Heavenly Machine Palace. I hope master warns everyone in the Heavenly Machine Palace not to be enemies with Bai Yujing and not to calculate any information related to Bai Yujing. This is a taboo earned with my life. I hope." Before he could finish, Qing Fuse's emperor's soul completely shattered, transforming into strands of pure Dao essence filling the heavens and earth. Everyone in the Heavenly Machine Palace fell silent. Qing Fuse's words echoed in their minds repeatedly, momentarily suppressing their sorrow. Meanwhile, Qing Fuse's master, Qing Daozi, collapsed, his gaze blank as he muttered, "All destroyed. Completely destroyed. The foundation of transcendence is ruined. Is this retribution?" The cultivation method of the Heavenly Machine Palace has always had its drawbacks. Yet he never expected to suffer such a severe backlash today. Immediately, boundless rage surged within Qing Daozi. The flowing Dao principles surged as he deduced the events that had just transpired. Moments later, he laughed in anger. "What a Jiang family, what a Jiang family, imperial son. You have destroyed my foundation of transcendence. Today's events are not over." In his eyes, a glimmer of hatred flickered, marking today's events against the ancient Jiang family. As for Bai Yujing, he dared not harbor any thoughts. Today, Qing Fuzi had already made it painfully clear that Bai Yujing was extraordinary, and the Heavenly Machine Palace could not provoke it. He could only vent his anger on the ancient Jiang family. The ancient Jiang family. Their imperial son Jiang Chun just returned to his senses after the monumental voice, and upon learning of Wei Feng's death was filled with rage and sent someone to the Heavenly Machine Pavilion to investigate the situation. After calming down, Jiang Chun reflected on that grand voice, feeling uncertain, and immediately whispered in his heart, "System, what was that just now?" Ding. Unable to investigate the situation. Please sign in more frequently to enhance your strength, upgrade the system, and be able to respond to corresponding emergencies. Hearing this, Jiang Chun frowned, feeling helpless. He could only reduce his outings, settling down at home to sign and waiting until he was invincible before checking the situation. This damn system is a trap. Because the family's luck is too low, the things he has generated over the years have been of no use to him. Helpless, he thought of establishing a luck dynasty to gather fortune. But over the years, only two of the pawns he supported had shown promise. One is the great Yin Emperor, but he was tricked and killed by Bai Yujing, which made him extremely resentful towards Bai Yujing. He swore that once he became invincible, he would definitely crush everyone from Bai Yujing into ashes. However, there is still one pawn left who has already established a royal luck dynasty and is about to be promoted to a luck emperor dynasty, which somewhat comforted Jiang Chun. This time, with the establishment of the Great Zhou dynasty and the powerful emergence of Bai Yujing, those major forces supporting luck dynasties would surely spring up like bamboo shoots after rain. He would secretly send help to that person, and surely that person's luck emperor dynasty could also ascend steadily. At that time, the luck of the dynasty should help him generate good items. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with anticipation. In the eastern spiritual realm within the Great Zhou dynasty, Zhou Qingyun was practicing in the royal palace when he suddenly sensed a grand voice resounding, leaving him momentarily bewildered. "What is this?" He quickly posed his question to the system. "What was that voice just now? Why do I feel a sense of familiarity?" Ding. Someone is attempting to spy on your secrets through the river of time, but your future self has discovered them and intervened. Future self. Zhou Qingyun's eyes sparkled with divine light as he fell into contemplation. Just then the space around him rippled, and the figure of Gui Yi slowly manifested. He was enveloped in a faint aura of Dao principles, seemingly holding something in his hands as he smiled, gently saying, "Master, I have not failed you. This item is a small world from the South Emperor clan. I figured Master would find it useful, so I specially brought it back for you." As he spoke, the space twisted into a vortex, revealing the entrance to the small world right before Zhou Qingyun. "Thank you, Mr. Gui Yi." Zhou Qingyun was slightly astonished and smiled warmly. He then took Gui Yi and transported the small world to the ancestral land of the Zhou clan for their use. He possessed the eternal realm, and the main base of Bai Yujing could easily fit within it. Now with the establishment of the Great Zhou dynasty and his support, the expansion was incessant, and the auspice of the dynasty was increasingly empowering the eternal realm, hastening the absorption of chaotic energy. He estimated that at this rate the advancement of the eternal realm would likely succeed within 3 months. After properly handling the small world, Zhou Qingyun brought Gui back to the royal palace. Upon returning to the palace, Zhou Qingyun asked Gui, "In your time, were there any signs of the heavenly Tao collapsing?" The heavenly Tao collapsed suddenly after 1,000,000 years without any forewarning. As the manifestation of the worlds, the heavenly Tao is a conglomerate of rules, truths, and energies. How could it collapse so easily? Thus he suspected it was man-made, aimed at plotting something. Gui fell into contemplation and slowly said, "In my era the myriad flowers bloomed, and the myriad paths contended. The heavenly Tao was ever present, showing no signs of collapse whatsoever." He himself was very curious about this matter. Since the awakening of his memories, he had felt the flaws in the world, but had never had the time to explore them. As the strongest existence beneath the immortal realm, how could the heavenly Tao collapse? If the heavenly Tao collapsed, this world should also disintegrate or enter a true age of decline. Perhaps the heavenly Tao of the myriad spirits realm has not collapsed, but has fallen into slumber. He then shared his speculation with Zhou Qingyun. Slumber. This word echoed repeatedly in Zhou Qingyun's heart. He chuckled lightly, not dwelling on it, and said to Gui, "Tell me some information about the ascension path." He might use the ascension path in the future, so he needed to inquire about the details from Gui. Those who can enter the ascension path are highly likely to be the chosen ones. If he, like Gui, traverses the ascension path and intercepts or invests in the chosen ones of various eras, the benefits he would gain would be unimaginable. Moreover, he has a system. As long as he operates it properly, the likelihood of failure should be much lower than Gui's. Gui nodded, his eyes filled with reminiscence. In a distant era when the heavens and earth first opened, the highest realm was the great emperor, and then there was no further advancement. Countless prodigies and giants began to despair and go mad, harvesting the source of all beings, struggling to survive, until a genius appeared who could traverse the heavens and earth, creating the 3,000 dream Tao scriptures, wandering through the myriad realms with his true spirit, cultivating and achieving enlightenment in his dreams. His battle power was at its peak and his talent was astonishing, yet no one knew his true name, and people could only refer to him as the Dream Lord. As time passed, millions of years went by. The Dream Lord stepped into the realm of the uninhabited and located a higher dimensional space-time realm. He named that world the Immortal Realm, and with great magical power opened the Ascension Path. Later, some people named this path the Path to Immortality. As long as the beings of the myriad spirits realm and other realms reach the level of Great Emperor, they can use the path to immortality to step into the Immortal Realm and pursue higher realms. However, on the Ascension Path, there are pressures and rejections from the Immortal Realm. Only by refining the immortal source chi on the Ascension Path and fully adapting to the rules of the Immortal Realm can one successfully enter the Immortal Realm. This Ascension Path was actually opened by a person from the lower realm. But why are there no records of the Dream Lord in this era? He had always thought the Ascension Path was opened by the laws of the Immortal Realm or by powerful beings of the Immortal Realm. He never expected it was actually the Dream Lord who opened it. That person's name should be passed down through the ages. Not to mention being well known, there should at least be some related legends or records. Yet there was no information about the Dream Lord in his mind. No records of the Dream Lord. Gui exclaimed in astonishment. Zhou Qingyun nodded affirmatively. If Master remembers correctly, it is likely that the traces of the Dream Lord have been erased by someone, or perhaps by himself. Master, please wait a moment while I examine. Gui's expression turned serious, the Tao principles swirling around him, and his body surprisingly emanated a mysterious aura similar to that of Qing Fuzi. A wave of mysterious and vast energy descended, leaving Zhou Qingyun feeling apprehensive as he glanced at Gui. In Gui's eyes, the ancient and ethereal river of time unfolded. After a moment, Gui frowned and said, "Master, the traces of the Dream Lord disappeared around 800,000 years ago. As for whether it was his doing or another's, my current strength has not fully recovered, and I dare not delve deeper." Zhou Qingyun nodded and smiled warmly. "You understand the method of divination. Previously on the Ascension Path, I encountered a prodigy who understood the way of divination. After obtaining his laws, I also grasped some superficial understanding." Gui said calmly, then smiled again, saying the way of divination has both benefits and drawbacks. It can enhance one's comprehension of the laws, and by utilizing the river of time, deduce some information. However, if one recklessly divines information, they may not only suffer backlash from the heavens and earth, but also should they accidentally violate certain taboos, they might invite calamities upon themselves. The grand voice that sounded today likely came from someone using the method of divination who provoked a certain powerful being. However, if Master is interested, you can try to comprehend the way of divination in the future, as it will be beneficial for your understanding of other laws. Zhou Qingyun was of a similar nature and would not be content to merely comprehend one law to attain enlightenment. Moreover, the difficulty of comprehending laws after ascending to the immortal realm significantly increases. The more laws understood in the lower realm, the greater the benefits after ascending to the immortal realm. This information was something he had unintentionally gathered during his inquiries on the ascension path. He did not conceal it and directly shared this information with Zhou Qingyun. Zhou Qingyun's expression shifted, his curiosity deepened. Why was the activity of the laws in the high dimensions not as vibrant as in the lower realm? Unable to discern the reason, Zhou Qingyun could only suppress his confusion and wait for further verification. He then pondered, could you elaborate on the person who disrupted your plans back then? Within the imperial palace, spiritual energy swirled in a misty haze, and Zhou Qingyun's handsome countenance bore an expression of curiosity. He was genuinely intrigued as to what kind of figure could have vanquished Gue Yi. Moreover, he could also take precautions. Gue Yi nodded slowly and said, speaking of which, the reason I once conceived the idea of harvesting prodigies from various eras was also influenced by the Dream Master. I wished to emulate him to comprehend the 3,000 laws, ascend to an unprecedented realm, and then soar to the immortal realm. The plan proceeded perfectly according to my expectations. My power grew stronger and stronger until I had nearly surpassed the realm of a immortal, reaching an inconceivable state. I believed that aside from those who came from the immortal realm, no one in the lower realm could defeat me. But in the end, I still underestimated the world. When I had comprehended 1,800 Tao laws, an extraordinary person arrived on the path to ascension. This person's cultivation method differed from all previous ones. He did not cultivate the physical body law's soul or any heterodox arts. He cultivated only fortune. His talent left me in awe, worthy to be compared with the Dream Master. With no precedent to guide him, he single-handedly forged an eternal path known as the Way of the Dynasty. The emergence of this method overturned all previous systems. It gathered the fortune of countless people, transforming it into the fortune of the dynasty, evolving into 3,000 authorities to empower oneself and protect the people. It was exceedingly formidable. Gue Yi's eyes held no trace of resentment, but instead were filled with admiration. To be defeated by such a figure, he accepted his loss with heartfelt conviction. Hearing this, Zhou Qingyun's mind stirred, and he asked, is this person named Song? In the ancient texts of the human race, there were records concerning Song. In the primordial era, there was no concept of a dynasty. It was not until the sudden emergence of ancestor Song that he unprecedentedly proposed the idea of a dynasty and established the first one, the Great Song. With the support of his dynasty, Song dominated past and present, commanding numerous unparalleled generals. He shattered the age-old dominance of sacred lands and clans, creating an unprecedented nation that gave hope to ordinary people. Song was later hailed by posterity as the grand ancestor of the Great Song, or simply Ancestor Song. 10,000 years later, he unified countless domains, elevated his dynasty to a heavenly dynasty, and ascended to the immortal realm. Thereafter, countless beings emulated Song, cultivating the way of the dynasty, establishing their own dynasties, and ascending to the immortal realm with their people. Until 1,000,000 years later, a great upheaval occurred in the world. The heavenly Tao fell silent, and the method of the dynasty was erased, surviving only in a few factions. This person is indeed named Song, and the current method of the dynasty was also created by him. Gue Yi nodded slightly and continued, when Song ascended with his heavenly dynasty, he was the epitome of the dynasty's way. The authority of the heavenly dynasty had already transformed into 3,000 laws. Under the blessing of the 3,000 laws, I was no match for this person. If not for unforeseen circumstances with his talent, he would likely have reached an extremely high realm in the immortal realm without having perished. My emergence may bring some karmic entanglement to the mystic lord, and I ask for his forgiveness. A wry smile appeared on Gue Yi's face. In the first half of his life, he had only admired the Dream Master. In the latter half, he added one more, Song. It's no matter. Zhou Qingyun shook his head. When he chose to revive Gue Yi, he had already considered this. Nothing in the world is perfect. Everything has its pros and cons, manifesting in different ways at different times. Thank you, Mystic Lord. Gue Yi showed gratitude and cupped his hands. After a moment of thought, he said, for the grace of revival, I currently have nothing worthy to offer the Mystic Lord. Allow me to share my insights on cultivation. Then I thank you, Master Gue Yi. Zhou Qingyun smiled faintly. He had pondered the title for a long time. As his most loyal and powerful subordinate at present, Zhou Qingyun could not keep calling Gue Yi by his name. That would be too distant. Guei nodded and said with a smile, "The ultimate goal of us cultivators is nothing more than eternity and immortality. All other cultivation methods serve this purpose. Spiritual energy, true essence, Tao resonance, Tao essence. These various manifestations of celestial power are all means to touch the transcendent, evolve oneself, leverage the laws of heaven and earth, perceive them, comprehend one's own laws, and even the great Tao. The physical body and soul of a being can be likened to a vessel, and the laws we comprehend are what fill this vessel. When it is complete, we reach the other shore, comprehend the great Tao and even the iron laws of higher dimensions. The so-called cultivation techniques are merely methods to guide, refine, and touch the celestial power and rules. Techniques vary in quality, leading to the classification of grades. As for martial arts, they are essentially methods derived by beings from observing celestial rules, summarizing ways to utilize celestial power. At my level, I no longer employ martial arts. Instead, I directly use rules in battle. With enough comprehended rules, I can interweave, arrange, and combine them to evolve even more astonishing rule-based martial arts. There is no strict classification. It all depends on the cultivator's depth of comprehension. Suddenly, Guei paused, his gaze shifting to the distance. With a slight smile, he said, "Mystic Lord, a quasi-emperor great demon has entered the dynasty. It harbors no malice at the moment. Shall I capture it for interrogation?" Zhou Qingyun, who had been listening with rapt attention, was abruptly startled. A hint of impatience flickered across his face as he frowned and said, "Bring it here for questioning. As the saying goes, an elder in the family is a treasure." This was especially true for an ancient monster like Guei, whose experience was astonishing. After listening to Guei's explanation, Zhou Qingyun felt as if he had entered an entirely new realm of understanding. The sudden appearance of this quasi-emperor great demon naturally irritated him greatly. If this demon could not provide a satisfactory explanation today, he would not mind feasting on a quasi-emperor great demon. Hearing this, Guei remained motionless, but faint Tao patterns manifested around him. In the desolate mountain range to the north of the great Zhou dynasty, the void suddenly twisted and a majestic lark exuding a fierce aura materialized. Tao patterns and runes swirled around the lark, and in the blink of an eye it transformed into a young boy. He was the lark sent by Qin Shifeng to guard the great Zhou dynasty. The lark looked around with great excitement. "Tisk tisk, so this is the homeland of the sovereign. How barren it is." As soon as the words fell, a sudden gale arose, and the clouds churned. A massive vortex appeared in the void. From within, a colossal hand condensed entirely from Tao patterns stretched out and instantly suppressed the lark. "What in the world is this?" The lark was stunned, his young face filled with terror. The giant hand paid him no heed, grabbing him like a chick and whisking him away. Within the imperial palace of the great Zhou dynasty, Zhou Qinjian's royal abode, the lark felt a blur before its eyes and then found itself in this place. In its gaze, a young man with a face as fair as jade and an old man were smiling at it. Especially the young man's eyes were filled with a faint killing intent. As for the old ancestor, he exuded an aura that made the lark's heart tremble. The lark was terrified. After all, it was a quasi-emperor. How powerful must one be to pluck it away so effortlessly? At that moment, a sense of despair spread through its heart. I'm doomed. My mother always said that humans who look the kindest are the most ruthless when slaying demons. Is this the end after just completing the first task for the banisher? While my demon life is about to end, I haven't even tasted the flavor of an immortal yet, and now I'm done for. I'm so pitiful. Captured by the banisher the day after I emerged from seclusion, and now, just days later, am facing life and death. What a travesty. The banisher's homeland is terrifying. The lark's inner monologue was incredibly rich. Its small face cycled through despair, conflict, and utter hopelessness. In any case, Zhou Qingyun had never seen such expressive facial management. Zhou Qingyun narrowed his eyes and asked, "Why have you come to the great Zhou dynasty?" Seeing that Zhou Qingyun did not slay it immediately, the lark was overjoyed and exclaimed ecstatically, "My lord, I mean no harm to the great Zhou dynasty. I am merely here on the orders of the banisher to oversee this realm. I beg you to spare my humble life." Although Zhou Qinjian's cultivation level was lower, the lark quickly caught on from Ghost E's expression and chose to yield, immediately pleading for mercy. At the same time, it observed Ghost E out of the corner of its eye. It had never seen such an eerie old man in its life. Though his aura seemed to be at the peak of quasi-emperor, the sense of deadly peril perpetually lingered in its heart. How absurd. "Oh, the banisher. Tell me, who is the banisher?" Zhou Qingyun raised an eyebrow, a suspicion forming in his mind. Gasp. I'm doomed. The banisher said I couldn't reveal her identity. What do I do now? The lark fell silent, its large eyes darting as it pondered a way out. "Master Ghost E, what do you think the taste of roasted quasi-emperor demon would be like?" Zhou Qingyun glanced at the lark and said blandly to Ghost E, Ghost E understood the hint and released a formidable aura, pressing down on the lark, smiling. I tasted quasi-emperor demon meat in my youth. It's not as good as the meat of an enlightened demon, but it's passable. You should give it a try, Mystic Lord. Gah. The lark was dumbfounded, its emotions swinging like a roller coaster. It said tearfully, "Spare me, my lords. The Banisher forbids me from revealing her identity to anyone. If she finds out, I'll die miserably. If it weren't for the terrifying restriction Qin Shifeng had planted within it, would it have been so obedient? Is your Banisher a woman?" Zhou Qingyun didn't want to drag things out with the lark and asked directly. The lark was shocked and nodded instinctively. Then it regretted it and wanted to slap itself. Just as he thought, a glint of sharpness flashed through Zhou Qingyun's eyes. He was now 90% certain that the Banisher was Qin Shifeng. Otherwise, aside from her and Gu Xie, no one would assist the great Zhou dynasty. But Gu Xie would likely find it difficult to mobilize a quasi-emperor at present. That left only Qin Shifeng. After all, Qin Shifeng was a reborn villainess with foreknowledge, and her current strength had probably reached an unimaginable level. Then Zhou Qingyun said calmly, "Tell me in detail about your relationship with the Banisher. She won't blame you. Of course, you can choose not to speak, and then I can enjoy some roasted quasi-emperor demon." Hearing this, the lark hesitated. After a moment, it chose to confess to Zhou Qingyun. It could still distinguish between dying early and dying late. After listening to the lark's account, Zhou Qingyun was still shocked by Qin Zifeng's recent speed of advancement. Even Ghost E's eyes flickered with a strange light. Then, composing himself, he said to the lark, "Since she sent you, go and properly oversee the great Zhou dynasty. Don't try any tricks." "Thank you, my lord." The lark breathed a sigh of relief. It would survive as long as it could. Later, it would beg the Banisher for forgiveness. In the meantime, it planned to savor the delicacies of the mortal world. Zhou Qingyun then had Ghost E impose some restrictions on the lark before stationing it in the imperial city. After all, a quasi-emperor was a peak combatant at this stage. Subsequently, Zhou Qingyun continued to have Ghost E expound on cultivation insights. The so-called 3,000 laws actually number 3,600, corresponding to the perfect number of the celestial cycle. They are the most fundamental laws that construct heaven and earth, akin to the skeleton of a living being. As for other derivative laws, they are generated every moment by heaven and earth. Heaven and earth, like living beings, spontaneously pursue eternity and perfection, constantly devouring chaos and perfecting their rules. Thus, we cultivators cannot comprehend all laws, we only choose to cultivate the 3,600 primary laws. Ordinary people choose one primary law to focus on, while some prodigies select several. A few exceptionally talented and ambitious geniuses even attempt to cultivate 3,000 laws. Ghost E spoke with sparkling eyes and a gentle smile. A day and a night passed. Ghost E finally finished his explanation. Zhou Qingyun had gained much, with countless ideas flashing through his mind. So what path should I take? Is it simply to comprehend the 3,000 laws? The flesh and soul are vessels, why not cultivate myself as a world deriving my own laws? To possess a truly complete heaven and earth within myself. When the eternal realm evolves complete laws, I can borrow it to nourish myself, comprehend myriad laws, and walk a path no one has trod before. All might returns to self. Myriad laws. All paths converge into self-achieving eternity. Countless conjectures raced through Zhou Qingyun's mind. At this moment, he seemed to fall into a state of enlightenment. He paced the room, then unconsciously walked out of the palace. Ghost E's eyes revealed a flicker of surprise. Without making a sound, he concealed himself in the void, following behind Zhou Qingyun to protect him. Laws swirled around Ghost E, infusing into Zhou Qingyun, isolating him from all living beings. No one disturbed him. At that time, he was like a passerby. Treading under the starry sky, he traversed streets and alleys, experiencing both bustle and desolation. Passing through a slum, the helplessness of the common folk flowed through his heart. He passed by a merchant's home, sensing the indulgence of wine and luxury. He passed by a rogue cultivator's cave, dwelling, feeling the struggles and resistance of the insignificant. A day passed. Zhou Qingyun savored this state. His cultivation loosened, and without the system's aid, he naturally advanced to the divine ability realm. Rumble. Thunderclouds churned, and a heavenly tribulation descended, seemingly to halt Zhou Qingyun's breakthrough. Ghost E, concealed in the void, frowned and waved his hand, lightly dispersing the terrifying tribulation clouds, leaving the sky clear and cloudless. Zhou Qingyun broke through to the divine ability realm. His soul suddenly left his body, unafraid of sunlight or the suppression of heaven and earth, wandering freely across the land. He visited a primeval forest, feeling the tranquility of nature. He went to a border fortress, experiencing the helplessness of war. He entered a secret realm where he witnessed human scheming and greed. For 10 days and nights, Zhou Qingyun remained in this state, existing as a soul. On this day, his soul, identical to his physical body, suddenly cleared with sharp clarity. A startling idea was born in Zhou Qinjian's mind. The wisdom of one is limited, but the wisdom of all beings is boundless. If I let all beings help me cultivate, then why must I personally comprehend the myriad laws? The cultivation of all is my cultivation. The enlightenment of all is my enlightenment. The laws of all are my laws. The path of shepherding all beings. The way of nurturing all beings. With this method, nurture all the destined children of the heavens. At the moment this thought formed, Zhou Qinjian's eyes suddenly brightened. If he truly established this method, his cultivation speed would be unimaginable. However, he could not forcibly nurture beings for his own cultivation, as that would inevitably lead to trouble. After all, where there is oppression, there is resistance. He needed to benefit the beings, allowing them to willingly cultivate for him. As long as the benefits were substantial enough, a common interest group would form. Even if beings later discovered the issue, would those being nurtured necessarily rebel? Perhaps they would even defend him. So how could he benefit the beings while also reaping their insights? For a moment, Zhou Qingyun fell into deep thought. As for forcibly nurturing beings, that is a low-level harvesting method destined to be overthrown one day. Perhaps I can first comprehend the laws of cause and effect, as it is said that every cause must have an effect. By establishing a causal relationship with the beings, providing them with what they need, when the future beings begin to comprehend the rules, he could then gain their insights through the laws of causation. But this benefit is still not solid enough. Once I comprehend enough of the rules, condensing all the laws together, I can create an alternative path for the beings to comprehend. The beings could then easily grasp their desired laws, or even the great Tao from this path. The more beings that comprehend, the more perfect this path will become. The more perfect this path becomes, the more benefits the beings will receive in return. This is akin to a snowball effect, growing more terrifying as time goes on. In the future, the number of beings he holds in his grasp will only increase. When that time comes, if some beings discover the truth, would they dare to oppose the rest? I would stand at the source of this path. The principles of the heavens, myriad laws of the heavens, and myriad paths of the heavens will all empower me. At every moment, I will grow stronger exponentially. Perhaps I could truly catch a glimpse of that eternal path. The method of Xianxia has similar effects. I can learn from it. The path of cause and effect. A path of deduction. The evolution of the eternal realm needs to be accelerated. Countless plans, countless ideas, countless concepts erupted in Zhou Qinjian's mind. He already had a rough outline in his heart for how to establish the path of nurturing. With his thoughts in place, Zhou Qingyun no longer delayed, returning from the state of his soul, leaving his body. As his soul returned, Gui, hidden in the void, also followed Zhou Qingyun back. As Zhou Qinjian's soul returned, his eyes opened and closed, shimmering with divine light as he began to survey his surroundings. He was not overly surprised. Initially, he had dared to recklessly enter that state and break through his divine powers precisely because he had Gui's protection. Congratulations, Xian Master, on your enlightenment. I am humbled by your talent, Xian Master. Gui's figure began to materialize, sincerely congratulating Zhou Qingyun. The astonishment in his eyes was profound. He too had experienced sudden enlightenment. However, at Zhou Qinjian's level, his own enlightenment had lasted the longest, perhaps 5 days. Compared to Zhou Qinjian's time, it was far inferior. Zhou Qinjian's enlightenment time had likely reached half a month by now, which was simply astonishing. Gui, you flatter me. Zhou Qingyun smiled humbly, and then solemnly asked Gui, do you have any insights into the laws of causation or the principles? To establish the path of nurturing, the first step must be to comprehend the path of causation. Otherwise, everything would be in vain. Of course, even if one comprehends the path of causation, it does not guarantee the completion of the plan. After all, everything is just his conjecture. Only through practice can the truth be drawn. If relying solely on the path of causation cannot fulfill his plan, he would have to think of other methods. He was at odds with the path of nurturing. Upon hearing this, Gui revealed a bitter smile and said, the path of causation is too mysterious. Among the 3,000 fundamental laws, it ranks within the top 5. I am ashamed that I have not comprehended it. In the realm of myriad spirits, even in this chaotic domain throughout history, there have been only a handful of people who have comprehended this path. Zhou Qingyun displayed a look of disappointment. It seems he still has to wait for the eternal realm to ascend and evolve the path of causation before he can implement his plan. Relying on his own comprehension of the path of causation, who knows how long it will take. Just as Zhou Qingyun was searching for a solution in his heart, he then heard Gui say, however, I know of a place that might help Xian Master comprehend the path of causation. Oh, I hope Gui can elaborate. Zhou Qinjian's eyes brightened as he asked with slight excitement. In the era before the path to immortality was opened, there was once a renowned figure named Song who specialized in the path of causation. With this path, he reached the peak of power, but ultimately was still bound by the heavens and could not break through the limits of his lifespan, facing extinction. He chose to face extinction outside the heavens, his physical form becoming a grand tomb, locking away the laws of causation he comprehended for future generations to ponder. This tomb opens once every 100,000 years. Anyone under 5,000 years of age can enter. Just now I deduced that there are still 10 years until this tomb opens. Guei said slowly, then turned serious and said to Zhou Qingyun, "This tomb holds great opportunities, but equally immense dangers. In a certain era, tens of thousands of prodigies entered, yet only a few hundred returned. Future generations have also referred to this tomb as the tomb of heavenly burial. Therefore, I hope Xian Master can consider this carefully." Zhou Qingyun fell into contemplation. After a moment, he sighed softly and said, "Guei, rest assured I will carefully consider the matter of entering." Guei nodded and said no more, believing that Zhou Qingyun would weigh the pros and cons thoughtfully. Subsequently, Zhou Qingyun sat cross-legged and took out the Immortal Scripture completion card he had recently obtained, using it on the Life and Death Immortal Scripture to elevate it to the Great Completion realm. The next day, he issued the first task to the prodigies who joined Bai Yujing, searching for anything related to the path of causation. As long as they submitted something concerning the path of causation, they would receive a reward of an imperial scripture. Recently, he had traveled extensively through the Great Zhou, gathering numerous prodigies, even a few with great destinies. With these people's search, perhaps they could find something related to the path of causation. Next, he summoned Tang Guangjuan back and rewarded him with the fragment of the imperial Dao law that Lin Fengqing had dropped, urging him to break through his realm swiftly and establish the intelligence system of Bai Yujing. After arranging everything, Zhou Qingyun began to lead Guei towards other great domains. He needed to invest more to elevate his own realm, otherwise all would be in vain. As the stars shifted and the sun and moon alternated, half a month passed. Under Zhou Qingyun's directive, the great Zhou dynasty completely swept through the East Spirit domain. At this time, Zhou Qingyun gained even greater enhancements. He estimated that in another 10 days the Eternal Realm would ascend. Simultaneously, as the great Zhou dynasty cleared the East Spirit domain, some forces began to stir continually, supporting their own Yunxiao. Countless Yunxiao quietly established overnight. The realm of myriad spirits officially entered the era of myriad dynasties contending for supremacy. Today, our great Jin dynasty has subdued the four seas. The common people live in peace, and the populace supports us. Therefore, we borrow the fortune of heaven and earth to elevate ourselves to the great Jin Empire. May heaven and earth bear witness. A towering figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the Yanling domain, his gaze contemptuous, exuding the aura of one who could traverse the 8 wastelands. He declared solemnly. That grand voice resonated like thunder, spreading across several nearby domains. The hierarchy of dynasties is classified into dynasties, empires, imperial courts, holy courts, heavenly courts, and the legendary immortal courts. Countless people, upon hearing this, had glints of light flicker in their eyes. Had the great Jin dynasty could no longer hold back, has it achieved the status of an empire? This great Jin dynasty has kept its cards close to its chest, sneered the lord of an empire. Next, it seems the great Zhou dynasty may also ascend to empire status. The great Zhou dynasty is supported by the Baiyu capital, while the great Jin appears to have the backing of some transcendent force. These two great dynasties are merely separated by 5 major domains. It is only a matter of time before they clash. At that time, we will surely witness a fierce contest between tigers, revealing the true foundation of Baiyu capital and the forces backing the great Jin dynasty. However, other established dynasties nearby will likely be reduced to mere resources for the two great dynasties. The faces of some powerful lords were filled with concern. The emergence of dynasties always squeezes the interests of religious clans. If it were not for the fact that each dynasty is backed by at least one supreme force, they would have long united to rise in rebellion. Now, as numerous powerful forces enter the scene, they can only bow their heads in submission, continuously yielding their own interests. They resent the heavens. They hate that he created the method of establishing dynasties. In contrast to the frustrations of the religious clans, some of the common folk and rogue cultivators were quite pleased with this development. The emergence